Imagine ruling an entire empire and still feeling like you've lost power, wealth, influence. He controlled everything from the shadows. That was the life of the strongest eunuch in history. After reaching the very top, he uses reincarnation magic to return to the day everything went wrong. Now armed with future knowledge and overwhelming martial arts talent, he has one mission: save his most valuable thing and live life to the fullest. Beijing, Forbidden City. The protagonist was on a special bed, and the reincarnation ritual was fully prepared. Master Chilsu had to give the order. He replied that this was excellent, and that they should begin immediately. He was the eunuch Chilsu, the one who had turned the current emperor of the great empire into a puppet. He was a secret, influential figure who had seized all power at court. He, called the worst traitor in history, controlled the affairs of the great empire as he pleased. It was he, the one who offered no effort, who made the third princess an empress. He could shoot down even a bird, but there was one thing he could not do. He looked at an interesting book and said that it was simply amazing. He could only watch it. Suddenly, Huachai began running toward him, screaming, "Master, is he really going to leave this world?" She burst into the room and shouted at him to stop this strange ritual immediately. But there were tears in her eyes, and this was the empress of a great empire. Did he really need this? What was he missing? Money, power. She would give him anything. She begged him to stop this ritual. Chilsu replied that he had already made this decision and hoped that she could forgive him for not being able to stay with her until the end and leaving her first. But why was he so fixated on intimacy? He didn't know how it was for other people, but for him, it was very important. From his past life to the present, he had been a virgin for 50 years. In his first life, he was hit by a truck while crossing the road, and now 50 years have passed since he found himself in the world of martial arts. He died in his prime, at the age of 28, and was reincarnated in the body of a 12-year-old child. It was bearable, but after that, being kidnapped by a servant wasn't so much. This servant chained him to a pole and grabbed a pair of scissors. He was a difficult man, and Chilsu shouted at him not to laugh, not to approach him. After all, he had told him not to. He was terrified and screamed in pain and fear, but Wang Sam's servant still stripped him of his dignity. Then he sold him as a eunuch servant. He was ready to do anything to regain his honor, to meet the outstanding master of medicine. He transformed the third princess, who had been destroyed, into an empress, deepened his martial arts, and not only changed for the better, but also became the most outstanding master in the imperial palace. However, his subordinate said, "Your Majesty, it was impossible to create something from nothing." He understood that he felt pity for his faithful servant, but there was no way to regain what had already been lost except through reincarnation. Chilsu cursed and realized what the point of wealth, power, and powerful martial skills was. It was simply terrible. That's why he had now decided to be reborn in a new body. He desperately wanted this very pleasure and enjoyment with an incredible beauty. This made him angry, and he realized that if this didn't work, he would never be happy. Chilsu asked to see the empress out of the room, and they grabbed her and began to lead her out. She screamed at him in fear, asking how he could do this. Huachai begged him not to do it. How could she so easily let go of the man who had become her father? Chilsu ignored her words and reflected on how, despite the fact that this girl was now the empress, she still acted like a child. Perhaps it was because they had been together since childhood. For him, the empress was like a younger sister. To be honest, when she began to cry, he hesitated. What he was doing was non-negotiable. For him, the empress was less a woman than a family member. A subordinate approached him and told his master that reincarnation is an art that violates the natural order. Out of 100 people, 99 die. Does he still want to continue? He looked confidently at his missing thing and realized that, frankly speaking, it would be better to die than to live like that. He declared that they could begin the reincarnation ritual. He enjoyed the power he was receiving, spending all the money he could use. If he were reborn, he would have a chance at a better life. At that moment, a bright pink glow emanated from his body, and he realized he could become whoever he wanted. Sometime later, he found himself in a forest, and right in front of him appeared the same old man who had destroyed his past life. When he saw Wang Sam's face before him, he grabbed his head and realized what this place was. Wang Sam asked, "Is he awake?" "Thank God he's okay." Chilsu realized it was the same freak. The old man said he found him unconscious next to a box, and Chilsu wondered if this was the same man who had ruined his manhood and sold him to the palace 50 years ago. He'd been killed by bandits, so how could he be alive? Hadn't he been reincarnated, but returned to the past? He thought he'd find himself in someone else's body after reincarnation. He clutched his dignity and realized it was still there. This surprised him greatly, and he became wary, when suddenly Wang Sam asked if he was in pain somewhere. Chilsu looked at him silently, then smiled and apologized for startling him. He thanked him for his help and didn't know what was wrong, but his wrist hurt. Could he take a look at it? The old man asked, right? He decided to take a look, since he had many useful herbs at home. Would he come with him? The old man led him away, and Chilsu suddenly began screaming. Was he going to kidnap him again, castrate him, and then sell him as a servant? He wanted his hand and decided to hit him, but the old man didn't understand how he realized it. Chilsu suddenly started running and punched and kicked him in the face, causing his teeth and blood to fly everywhere. Chilsu realized he had just awakened from a reincarnation, and that this body lacked sufficient strength. But the combat skills he had learned in his previous life vividly surfaced in his memory. The martial arts skills of the Imperial Palace remained with him. The old man asked why he was doing this to him. Chilsu grabbed him by the neck and said that they had tried for so long to find and kill him at the Imperial Palace, and did he know how hurt he was when he learned they were giving him an easy death? Let this freak die, and let him die right now. He had turned a normal man into a eunuch for life, depriving him of the opportunity to be a man, so let him die. A moment later, the old man died and fell to the ground. Chilsu caught his breath from the horror he had experienced and realized it had taken him 50 years to get here. He looked at the murdered old man and thought, Eunuch, a natural-born man, he was castrated. Although he had power and money, he never got to enjoy anything. But now, everything will be completely different. He looked at the forest and the sun with a sense of hope, and realized that reincarnation, or a return to the past, what difference did it make? He clenched his fist and shouted that now he would live for intimacy. He jumped with joy and realized that a new chapter in his life was beginning. 2 months had passed since the day he finally achieved brutal revenge on Wang Sam. He trudged through icy weather, screaming how cold he was. Now he was climbing Mount Kondong in Gansu province. It seemed as if he could fall at any moment, but for the sake of a long-awaited meeting with his beloved, such pain was bearable. Is there anything more meaningful than meeting his beloved? If only physical pleasure were important, he could simply earn money and move to Jiru. But he liked neither intimacy, nor money, nor easy pleasures. He could not sacrifice his innocence for easy pleasures. He planned to share true love with an incredible beauty. By sharing feelings for each other, merging in both physical and spiritual connection, he will finally be able to experience true love. This is the happiness he strives for, and this is his highest pleasure. This dream requires fame and fortune, the ability to become at least a hero of this world, and the faith of martial arts. He prepared various elixirs and martial arts scrolls for reincarnation. Since he returned to the past, they probably don't exist here, which is a shame, but it's not the worst thing that could happen to him. As a graduate of Seochang, he who held the post of head of the palace registry clearly remembers the events that will occur over the next 50 years. If he hones his martial skills and uses his knowledge of the future, he will definitely be able to attract attention in this world. Becoming a famous hero will be easy. He thought that this old habit of laughing, acquired as a eunuch, was something he needed to break. He laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed throughout the forest. The great journey of the harem king, Cholsu, will begin at Kondong School. When he got there, he slapped his hand and asked, "Is there anyone there?" The man jumped up from his seat while drinking tea and realized it was a child's voice. He opened the doors and realized he was in such a cold place. And he climbed this mountain? He looked at the boy, and Cholsu introduced himself as a man whose parents had lost friends among bandits, and who dreamed of becoming stronger. Please let them accept him as a student and into the school. Mao Kondong, Doga, is a faction that unites 3 branches of martial arts: Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. This all resulted in a practical martial art that spares neither fire nor water, designed to confront the forces of darkness. Those unfamiliar with this art could easily confuse the cruelty of those who wield it with mages or bandits. If we consider the degree of cruelty, it would be very obvious to them if they were considered less merciless. The master shouted that climbing a mountain alone at such a young age in such a freezing winter was a serious matter. Didn't he value his life? He replied that if after that he could join the school, it would not have been in vain to beg him to accept him as a student. The master paused and asked to see his hands. He showed his palms, and the master, using his magical powers, realized that it was the natural energy circulating in his body that was pushing out negative energy. He climbed the mountain using the Tonbop technique. This is a technique based on accumulating internal energy, and a method that has the effect of strengthening the foundation of Donjong. He has mastered the technique and climbed the mountain, so he cannot claim to lack ability. He clearly knows the basics of martial arts. Did his parents teach him this? Cholsu answered yes, that's right. But in fact, he knows this because he has trained for a long time. Although he trained not for technique but to improve his male health. The master said, "Excellent." He is the head of the Kondong school, Zhongyun. Generally, admission requires passing several tests, but he thinks he has already demonstrated enough, so this step can be skipped. He can follow him. Cholsu realized that everything is going according to plan. Since the school was practically destroyed, he had no reason to refuse the new student. However, he still can't relax or drink. In his free time, he does Kegel exercises to strengthen his energy. Incidentally, things are really bad. There are practically no pavilions left in the area. 50 years ago, the Kondong school occupied one of the top ranks of the Guifaiban, after which it suffered in a battle between light and darkness. The level of destruction is far greater than he imagined. Zhongyun said that before he started explaining the rules, anyone who wanted to introduce him to someone would be their senior, and he was also the school's top student. Chol Su responded well, realizing that the worse things were for the school, the better for him. Before Jinhui reached the top, he would have time to quickly reclaim what he had acquired. At that moment, Jonghyun introduced Jinhui and said that today he would be mentoring Cholsu's new student. A strong wind arose, but there were more of them, and Cholsu covered his face with his hands and asked, "Is this a snowstorm?" It turned out that Jinhui had come out onto the field to greet them, and Cholsu was surprised to see that this bastard had done it. Jinhui said he was glad to meet him. His name was Jinhui. Cholsu was surprised. Who was this handsome guy? But his portrait always had such ugly faces. He'd read that rumors about all the women in the martial arts world rivaling Jinhui were just idle gossip. His future was bright. Jinhui was surprised. His complexion was sore. Was he in pain? Cholsu shouted, "No." And Jinhui was happy about it and asked him not to complicate things. They would get along well and become like brothers, okay? Cholsu thought, how nice of him. Please let him have 3 centimeters there, please. Jinhui asked, what are they going to? Cholsu didn't understand, but where? He replied that there were many places he wanted to show him. Cholsu was surprised and rushed after his new acquaintance, asking him to wait because he didn't want to be touched by a man. He yelled for him to let go, and Jinhui looked at him in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Jinhui scratched his head and apologized, asking if he was scared. This was the first time he had someone he could care about, so he was so nervous. Cholsu bowed and said no, it wasn't his fault. He had overreacted and apologized for that. He begged himself to calm down because he had come to this school after all, and besides, he needed to think about the future. A good relationship with Jinhui was very important to him. He apologized for his rudeness, and Jinhui remained silent. After a while, Jonghyun reflected that sometimes the wind blew strongly, but it still looked like winter would soon end. It would be nice if Cholsu and Jinhui became closer. 10 years ago, around this time, he brought an orphan named Jinhui here, and since discovering his genius, he has raised him and supported him in all his endeavors. He is the only hope for the revival of the Kondong school. Soon, Jinhui will have to go out into the world and fight often. He hopes that through interaction with her peer, Cholsu, she will learn to be careful not to give herself away. In fact, she is a girl. His name is Cholsu, and tomorrow is a special date, his first official day at school. 2 hours have passed, and he still can't sleep, and all because of this guy, Jinhui. Half a day ago, Cholsu bowed and said he was counting on his help. He replied that the feeling was mutual and apologized for scaring him. Perhaps this place is not as beautiful as it used to be, but he still wanted to show him. Despite the horrific massacres 50 years ago, the Jangmun, Hyuncheongun, and Cheonangak schools, where the students lived, still exist. The Kondong school isn't dead yet. That's exactly what he wanted to tell him. Cholsu was surprised and realized that the Great War 50 years ago had begun with the destruction of the Kondong school. Back then, no one could have imagined that the demon's first act was to destroy a school considered the strongest. Whatever the reason, it wasn't hard to understand why Jinhui had decided to tell the story of this place. He replied that he understood everything, but please let him not grab him so unexpectedly again, as it had truly scared him. Jinhui replied yes, and Cholsu realized he had noticeably grown sad. But it was his own fault. Everyone can make mistakes, so there was no need to be so sad. He really wanted to hear the story of the Kondong school, especially if his elder told him. Jinhui was delighted and realized that this was excellent. To calm the teenage boy, he simply needed to say something that could interest him. He didn't think it would turn out this way though, and Jinhui hugged him and said, great, then they'll go. Cholsu grew angry and blushed, stewing. He couldn't even imagine that after that, Jinhui would start hugging him. He completely forgot about it and apologized to him. He vowed to only allow beautiful women to hug him. It was as if, in a matter of seconds, he had lost his virginity, which he had preserved for 50 years. Jinhui, who grew up in the Kondong school, is a unique person and a genius. He revived the Kondong school and immersed himself in the entire world of martial arts. But when looking at the women who were crazy about him, he always remained unperturbed. With his handsome appearance, stunning character, outstanding abilities, and all of this combined, how could he be so indifferent to women? Rumors circulated that he valued wealth more than women, and now he has met him personally and can confidently say that he definitely loves men. He met him during his time as a eunuch, and some of them found new ways to satisfy their needs. He didn't understand what guys were doing during these working hours and thought, but he doesn't like men. He needs to check on his charms. Now he can finally take advantage of them. But why does his friend look so weak today? Kegel exercises aren't enough. Apparently, it's time to start doing exercises designed to increase length and width. He apologizes to Jinhui, but he's the one who will become the king of male health and won't let him get to him. After a while, Jinhui looked out the window, thinking about how stuffy she was and wondering what was happening to her. How could she have treated herself so rudely twice, even with a student who had just arrived? She was so happy at the thought of her family becoming bigger that she became excited. What kind of role model would she be? She remembered how he really wanted to hear the story of Kondon School, especially if the senior told him about it. He was probably confused and frightened, but despite this, he was considerate of her feelings and tried to reassure her. She wanted to get to know him better, She wondered if they could become friends. She would like to achieve such closeness with him that they could hug without hindrance. Meanwhile, the protagonist placed the bowl on the table and announced that the cleaning was finished. He knew they were poor, but he hadn't imagined it to be that poor. The kitchen was in such poor condition that it seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment. He couldn't ask for a better position, but to become a hero in the world of martial arts, gain fame, and get married, he needs to prove himself to his teacher and superiors. So he will use all his allotted time to carefully wash every grain of rice and every vegetable. And he shouldn't forget to bow to the great professor of gynecology, Arnold Kegel, today. At that moment, he expressed awkwardness, and Jinwei burst out and asked what he was doing. He turned around and was startled, and she asked if he was really preparing breakfast alone. He decided to find him and check if everything was all right. Cheolsu replied that his junior should be doing that, and Jinwei said that perhaps he had never met someone as quick and agile as him. He was simply smart. Cheolsu thanked him with a trembling voice and realized that he was like a prince. How handsome he was. If he were even half as handsome as him, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Because he lost his parents early on, he's used to coping entirely alone and apologizing if he's caused them any inconvenience. Jinwei replied that he hadn't meant to scold him, and besides, he was an orphan just like him. On the contrary, he wanted to praise him and simply said he admired his maturity. Cheolsu didn't understand why this guy always apologized so much. Did he really want to make him look like a loser? He said something like, well then, he'll help him. He has cooking experience. Cheolsu was surprised, and Jinwei explained that he used to do that. What kind of elder would leave a younger brother to suffer alone? Cheolsu thought about this guy being such a family man. But yes, originally Jinhui's sister wasn't the swordmaster's teacher. It was the girl whose future name was the first beauty of the White Path. But that's still a long way off, so for now, he's probably the only friend Jinhui's age is. He thinks he can help him out a little. Cheolsu said that if he wants to help, then please let him watch what he's doing. He'd bring fresh water for washing the vegetables. Jinwei answered okay, and Cheolsu realized he wasn't going to get close to him. After all, they were rivals. He intended to seduce all the women who chased him in the past future. But at that moment the table collapsed and a cup began to fall. Jinwei got scared and turned around sharply, shouting at Cheolsu to be careful. A moment later, he almost hit himself, but Jinwei managed to protect him and asked, "Is he okay?" Their faces were close, and Cheolsu didn't know how to react. Jinwei caught him with his hands, and Cheolsu didn't understand how much longer was left until this wonderful future. He looked sheepishly into Jinwei's eyes, and he said that he was much lighter than he looked. Jinwei was scared and asked, "Is he okay?" They stood like that for a few more moments, and she said that he is much lighter than he looks. Cheolsu backed away in surprise and embarrassment. He smelled the scent of wildflowers, and when Jinwei grabbed his hand, he thought, "No way," he screamed. "Senior, where is he touching him?" Jinwei screamed that she was apologizing. She never intended to hurt him. It was a misunderstanding. Cheolsu screamed, "What is he doing? He should stop blushing." The atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward. Jinwei blushed and said that she would take care of the idea and that he could go rest. He had really overexerted himself. Cheolsu exclaimed, "What? Has he decided to sign a death contract? How can a junior delegate work to a senior? If the teacher sees this, he will obviously grab the back of his head and say that everything is doomed." Jinwei grew even more embarrassed and began waving her arms, when Cheolsu suddenly said he should be the one doing it. As the youngest, he was obligated to take on such work. Jinwei replied, "Okay," then grew even more embarrassed. She raised her plate and asked if she could at least help him a little. Cheolsu looked at her sheepishly and said, "Okay." 2 months later, at the Kandong school training grounds, Jongyun stepped onto the field and asked him what he thought the essence of martial arts was. Cheolsu replied that nothing in the world could compare to internal energy. There were people who could absorb all types of energy. They said that true power lies in external skills, which is why some people only swing their fists and don't train what's inside. However, external strength arises from harmony, in which there is no room for the shortcomings of excess internal and external energy. In short, martial arts reveal their true power through harmony, so he should never dare cheat in training. Did he understand? Cheolsu squatted and shouted, "Yes, teacher." Jongyun answered, "Excellent." Now he needed to test his superior. He had to try not to make the slightest mistake. Cheolsu was already shaking with fatigue, but he shouted, "Yes." He laughed to himself and realized that he hadn't even thought of cheating. Excellent physical fitness is the key to success. What's the point if a guy only has impressive lower body? If he remembers that it's all for pleasure, then pain will only be a joy. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face and body, but he continued to try and thought that today everything felt especially refreshing. Could this really be the beginning of the results of 2 months of training? Fitness freaks constantly increase the weight of the dumbbells. Is this what they feel? Back when he was a eunuch, no matter how much he trained, he couldn't get rid of that androgynous feeling. All because of that damn thing. A eunuch. Although thanks to this, he achieved mastery. If it weren't for that charlatan servant, he wouldn't have terrorized his innocent subordinates and destroyed the environment under the pretext of collecting elixirs in the Central Lands. The more he thinks about his past life, the angrier he becomes. They will all see that in this life, he will truly live as an alpha male. At that moment, Jinhui ran up to him and shouted, "Junior." Cholsu turned around and asked, "Senior, why is he here?" She replied that the teacher said they could finish training, so he came for him. Cholsu's mouth dropped open in shock and realized it was time. He knew it wasn't enough. He wanted to achieve the body of an alpha male as soon as possible, but he didn't feel like he was putting in enough effort. Jinhui turned around and looked at him thoughtfully. Late at night, on Mount Kondong, the protagonist landed and thought, well, he can just train in secret, right? To avoid getting tired during certain activities, endurance is very important. However, since the teacher had created a special training plan for him, if he found out he was busy and practicing at night, he might get into trouble. But he couldn't give up on his idea. With regular training, he wouldn't be able to become the king of male energy. He would run hard today. With these thoughts, he rejoiced and continued training while Jinhui watched him in the forest. Peeking out from behind a tree, when Cholsu ran past, he saw her face and was stunned with horror, tripped over a rock, and fell head over heels to the ground. He screamed in pain and asked, "Senior, why he was here?" Jinhui replied that recently he had been sneaking out through the training grounds and going somewhere, as he thought he was doing extra training. After all, the teacher had said that training beyond his physical limits was dangerous. He couldn't ignore the fact that he was hurting himself. Cholsu was furious. How could he have gotten caught so easily? If he had at least a year of experience, he would have sensed the senior's presence. If he didn't do anything now, he would tell the teacher everything. And as soon as he stopped doing evening training, his stamina would begin to decline, and as a result, his friend's performance would also weaken. Ultimately, this situation could be considered life-threatening. He stood up and said he was an unreasonable student and apologized, but there was a good reason for his evening training. Jinhui looked at him in surprise, and he blurted out that he and the senior were different. Compared to the senior who had great potential, he already knew a lot. He was just a bungler, but he hated falling behind and was afraid of being thrown out into the street if he didn't show sufficient results. He hated the reality of not being able to even touch his toes. And if he stopped his rigorous training, he could never even dream of standing next to the senior. He spoke these words with tears in his eyes, and Jinhui didn't know how to react. She was very sorry, and he asked if he'd heard anything about tactful anticipation. After hearing his true intentions, would he now be able to tell the teacher everything? Jinhui lowered her gaze silently, and Cholsu realized he was right for him. He needed to keep Zhongyun out of his home. He began to cry and begged her not to kick him out, after which Jinhui simply walked up and hugged him. She said he'd never imagined things would turn out this way, so he was apologizing to his junior because the thought hadn't even occurred to him. Cholsu began to blush with shame and horror and pulled his hands away, but Jinhui hugged him even tighter, asking him not to cry. Cholsu considered letting go because he'd already said so, and he was crazy. Did he have muscles of steel? This couldn't be his first hug. This was supposed to happen with an incredible beauty. He simply cursed and couldn't move. Thus, he lost his 50-year virginity to an older man. Suddenly, he felt something and was surprised by the softness in Jinhui's chest. One day, people were shouting that a monster had destroyed several birds, and they pointed to Jinhui as the monster. Zhongyun approached her and asked her not to listen to what they were saying. He handed over 2 rice balls and said that she was a person like everyone else, and any shortcomings could be corrected if they learned how. Would she like to go with him? At this moment, Jinhui hugged Cholsu and told him that the teacher was not like that at all, and that he would not kick him out. He had already entered the Kondong school, so from now on, he will forever remain part of his family and his junior. If he ever has trouble again, please let him speak up and let him help in the future. He would always be by his side. So, is he feeling better? Cholsu didn't know how to react because snot was running from his nose. For the first time since entering the school, he felt respect for him. Jinhui not only mastered martial arts, but could also easily imitate any technique just by watching him perform it. This was his unique ability, but it was so overconfident. Speaking of which, he suffered from excessive self-confidence during his first reincarnation, and barely managed to get rid of it. If he were a woman, he would say it was her breasts, but 99% of the servants in the imperial palace were sure that Jinhui was a man, so the possibility of him being a woman was excluded. Training was over for today, and thus they completed their external martial arts training. Zhongyun reported that Cholsu had worked really hard and had a good foundation, so he decided to cut short his external martial arts training and move on to internal martial arts. Jinhui shouted his congratulations to his junior, and Cholsu thanked him for it, but he couldn't understand why he was acting like this. He thought he was glad he'd started internal martial arts, but Jinhui was really annoying. Even when he was making breakfast, he'd try to help, even though he didn't need it. Zhongyun asked what was going on because he seemed restless, and Cholsu shouted, but that wasn't true at all. He exhaled and thought that he needed to stop thinking about nonsense. Right now, he had even more important things to do than Jinhui. He thanked his teacher and said that he didn't want to cut short his external martial arts training. Jonghyun was surprised by this, and Cholsu realized the teacher's words weren't without meaning. Most beginners train external martial arts only to maintain physical fitness. They focus on internal martial arts, weapons, and movement techniques. But this doesn't suit him. Training in external martial arts is the best means to achieve the highest physical beauty that can capture a woman's heart. No matter how hard he tries and deceives himself, the fact that he is inferior to Jinhui remains unchanged. Jonghyun asked why he doesn't want to cut back on his external martial arts training. He wants to know. Cholsu replied that unlike his elder, he wasn't skilled and believed that in order to help his elder rebuild the school, he needs to put in more effort. He understands that his effectiveness in combat will be worse than if he had taken up internal martial arts. But it's not that bad. He wants to gain mastery if he puts enough force into a strike to effectively defeat an opponent. Although the difference is insignificant, it's still there. This small difference will give meaning to every drop of sweat he sheds, and ultimately, it will lead to success. He smiled and asked the teacher to agree, as he would offer his utmost effort. Jonghyun looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is such a look even possible for a child?" He didn't want to be like everyone else, and then he would put forth his utmost effort. He was confident in his abilities, but he was also spontaneous. Once upon a time, the Kondong School, the future of the greatest schools, possessed knowledge that allowed for the development of talents of the highest level. But all of this became a handful of ashes and disappeared. Therefore, Cholsu's words are bad from a martial arts perspective. Well, if it's all for the sake of restoring the Kondong School, then it doesn't matter. He handed him an envelope and said it was a recording of the basic method of controlling internal energy, known as Soyang Simbop. He thanked him for it and asked himself, why didn't he get permission during training? Continuing to train secretly from the teacher would be difficult. The martial arts world is cruel to those without talent, and Jonghyun declared that all roads are open to those who challenge him. He allowed additional training and also imparted the method, asking him to memorize the written formulas. Cholsu was overjoyed and blushed, shouting, "Yes." After a while, Jonghyun announced that he was beginning. Cholsu was ready. Cholsu took off his shirt and prepared to channel energy into the practitioner's body. He replied that he was ready, and at that moment, Jinhui clasped her hands in hope. Jonghyun placed his hand on his back and said that he was pouring energy into his body and would direct it according to the formula. He must remember this well. Cholsu frowned and considered the warm energy swirling around his solar plexus. Even in his past life, he had never felt anything like this. It wasn't like the cold one feels when shaping energy. It was a pleasant warmth that warmed the entire body, like sunlight spreading through the veins. As the energy continued to spread, he realized that this was what internal energy was. Jonghyun congratulated him on beginning his journey of learning internal martial arts. Cholsu, the protagonist, turned around and suddenly clutched his chest. He realized he was no longer a eunuch and rejoiced that he was now truly a real man. At that moment, he raised his hands and began to shout with joy. Jinhui smiled at his reaction. When night fell, Jonghyun sat down at the table to drink tea with Jinhui and asked what this meant. Was he also going to continue training in external martial arts? Jinhui replied yes. As the elder, she wanted to support the younger. Jonghyun remarked that it seemed she understood the essence of building brotherly relationships and that she should act as she saw fit. Whatever she did, it would all become a life experience. Looking out the window, he thought about Cholsu and Jinhui. Despite her age, so sincerely devoted to martial arts and the restoration of the school, that it seemed he could finally fulfill his master's dream. Meanwhile, several more animals were killed in the forest during the night. A huge snake with incredible glowing scales and a long tongue appeared in the forest, destroying everything in its path. When morning came, people began shouting indignantly. What was going on here? Who had caused such a mess? The entire fence was destroyed, and they couldn't understand what had happened. The old man screamed that all the goats they had raised were gone. He had planned to sell them at the market today. The old man began to collapse in terror, and his grandson, young Sik, and daughter began screaming and catching him in fear. When the old man lay down on his bed, he announced that he had planned to donate the money he had earned to the Kondong school. How could this have happened? With tears in his eyes, he explained that he had raised them despite poverty, hoping to help the school, but now all his dreams had collapsed in an instant. Young Sik began to cry. "Grandpa, how can he even talk about donating in their situation? What's so special about this school? Now all that's left is ruins." He ran out of the room and his mother exclaimed, "What kind of bad manners is this?" The old man replied, "Leave him alone," saying he was simply upset because he was sick, which is why he was saying that. He probably looks pathetic in his eyes because he doesn't know what Kondong High School used to be like. A school for destruction truly was majestic. It was the place that instilled dreams and hopes in him as a child, and perhaps by sending the achievements of Kondong High School now forgotten, those wonderful times will never return. Sometime later, when dawn broke, the protagonist continued to stretch. He felt that everything was fine because he could feel his own wonderful inner energy. However, when he uses a new method, it seems unnatural. but he can't understand why. Perhaps it's because in a past life he achieved great success using Kyukwapojon? It's a habit, so to speak. Yesterday, when he listened to the teacher's story about their merits at school, he did not notice anything strange. The school's symbols are reverse Tai Chi. They represent the teachings of harmony and balance between opposites. Balance and harmony are when water flows upward and fire burns downward. In other words, when external and internal energy merge. Therefore, the ignorant despise martial arts, and their school claims that it is similar to magic. However, they don't use what sorcerers use. They say this out of desire for the complete destruction of the school. Let him remember this, and not let rumors fool him. In any case, he is happy to have become part of the Kondong school. The training here is aimed at creating the ideal man capable of fighting dark forces, which is necessary to win any kind of battle. Suddenly, Chilsu turned around and heard a strange sound. He realized something was wrong, and it turned out to be young Sik knocking on their door, shouting for them to help his grandfather. If they really are the most outstanding school, then please let them help him, because he has supported them all his life. They must help him. Jinhui approached him and asked, "Junior, can he hear it too?" Chilsu replied, "Yes, it seemed. It sounds like someone's asking for help." As luck would have it, he'd arrived while the teacher was away. Jinhui replied that she didn't know what was going on, but thought they should check. When they approached Youngsik, they realized he was asking them to go with him and catch the thief who stole their cattle and destroyed the barn. Youngsik replied, "Yes," and Chilsu thought it was strange. "Don't people go to the local police when there's a theft?" Youngsik lowered his gaze and replied, "It's just not like it was an ordinary person. Did ordinary thieves start swarming around just to steal cattle?" Grandpa had long loved the Kondong school, so he wanted to sell the cattle and donate the money to the school's destroyed buildings. But when they went to check the cattle before selling them, they found only the destroyed barn. He realized it was foolish to ask for help without a penny in his pocket. However, they could help Grandpa recover. His hands trembled, and the boy pleaded with them. Chilsu paused and replied, "This child has come a long way, and he thinks they can at least take a look at this." After some time, they arrived at the right place, and Youngsik informed them that there was a barn there. Chilsu realized it was on the mountainside adjacent to the cave, and that wild animal attacks were likely common there. When he noticed something, he was dumbfounded, for the tracks were identical to those left by a snake. But at such a size, it was more of a monster than an animal. Could a snake have descended here in search of food? He turned to Jinhui and asked if he had ever heard the legend of a giant snake on Mount Kondong. He replied no. He had never heard anything like that, and if a dangerous monster lived on Mount Kondong, the teacher would have destroyed it long ago. Mount Kondong is a sacred site of Taoism, and under the influence of spiritual energy, creatures are usually capable of mutation. A creature of this size would certainly be the stuff of rumors and legends. Since they hadn't heard of it before, it must have appeared only recently. He smiled and realized that if he destroyed a snake of this size, he could gain a lot of energy. He had said he thought the matter was right for them. Jinhui asked again, should they take this on from the teacher? Chilsu replied that they could be wrong in their assumptions, and it would be wrong to refuse the locals' help. If they turned away from this charming child, wouldn't that lead to the locals misunderstanding them? He answered okay, and said that if it really was a monster, they needed to eliminate it before serious problems arose. They needed to study the tracks and send the child home while they looked around. Jinhui replied okay. He would take him and return. After some time, Chilsu continued working alone, and when he emerged from the bushes, he shouted to his superior. Apparently, the monster had escaped along this road, and they needed to follow quickly for it. The boys rushed forward with incredible speed, and Jinhui said, "But Junior, is he really acting normally without informing the teacher?" Chilsu replied that they were helping people in need. They better start examining the tracks. If they missed anything, they could also be eaten. Suddenly, he froze and asked, "What? Why did the track end here?" At that moment, Jinhui screamed to be careful as he looked up. A huge snake hanging from the tree began hissing at them from above. The snake bit Chilsu in the stomach, and Jinhui was frozen with horror. Memories from the future flashed through his mind as he approached his death. Before entering the world of martial arts, swordsman Jinhui wandered through the Kondong Mountains and became lost. Eventually, he stumbled upon a legendary cave. In the cave, he found part of the lost combat records of the Kondong school, hidden by their predecessors. This is the elixir he decided to take. For a living creature to transform into a monster, it must absorb a huge amount of spiritual energy from Mount Kondong. So perhaps a snake accidentally fell into the cave, absorbed spiritual energy, and became a monster. Chilsu grabbed the snake and thought that if it allowed him to survive this fight safely, they would not only restore his energy, but also return the very records Jinhui had found in his past life to the Kondong school. He held on to the monster's tip with trembling hands, and at that moment, Jinhui screamed at him, "Junior!" He parted the snake's mouth and held on to its fangs, and Jinhui thought about how the younger one continued to fight despite the bite. If they delayed, his life could be in danger, and she would try to cut through the snake's body. At that moment, she struck the scales, but nothing happened, causing her mouth to open in surprise. It was too strong, and even her sword trembled from it. She turned around and saw the snake's tail approaching her, and a moment later it struck her with such force that she crashed into a tree and broke it in two. Chulsu didn't understand why Jinhui was standing rooted to the spot. The situation was unexpected, but not so unexpected that he should panic. He grabbed a stick and thrust it into the monster's mouth, thinking that his journey couldn't end now. When he struck the snake, the creature's blood spilled, and it roared loudly in pain. Chulsu threw it aside and grabbed his arm because it hurt. Jinhui asked if he was okay. Chulsu answered yes, he should focus on the enemies and the surroundings. After all, they were trapped now. He saw that the monster's scales were very durable, because his sword bounced off. Jinhui answered yes, more durable than he expected. He thinks the only way out is to cut off his head with one blow, and if he manages to dodge, he doesn't see any opportunity to strike. What should they do? Chulsu thought about it. Yes, right now, Jinhui isn't strong enough to deal with such a creature. He has experience from his past life, so even if poisoned, he should be able to hold out long enough. But if Jinhui, who isn't yet strong enough, is also sent, they'll be in a hopeless situation. He has to think of something right now, and at that moment, he told the elder that he would give the signal, and as soon as he sees this, he must use the Soyan Simbop technique to increase the destructive power. Jinhui asked again, What? What is he going to do? Chulsu rushed into battle and said there was no time to hesitate. At that moment, the monster's mouth opened, and Chulsu said that no matter how monstrous it was, it too had a weak spot. He struck the snake in such a way that the cloth wrapped around it from all sides and began to pull it toward himself, shouting for the elder to act. Jinhui rushed forward and shouted, and a moment later, they managed to cut the monster in two. When the snake's head fell nearby, Jinhui was stunned and realized she had succeeded. As expected, this turned out to be the weak point. So the younger had figured this out on his own? She was very surprised and looked at Chulsu, who had fallen face first into the ground, motionless. Chulsu thought that he seemed to have a fever, and that snake venom was said to possess strong, dark energy. In ancient times, no medicine could cure someone poisoned, but that was actually a good thing. Jinhui grabbed him with her arms and shouted for the younger one, while Chulsu thought that if he had enough strength to summon his internal energy, he could rid himself of the poison. He begged Jinhui not to worry because he'd be fine soon. Jinhui screamed tearfully for him to hold on and realized it was all her fault. He'd overreacted. She needed to act, and she had to save him. First, she hugged him, then laid him on the ground. Thinking about how she couldn't lose him, she kissed him right on the neck. Chulsu's eyes widened in fear and didn't know how to react. He screamed sharply, and Jinhui couldn't understand what was happening. Had he already paralyzed his tongue? He was cursing and shaking in terror, foaming at the mouth. It looked like he was in a lot of pain and needed to have the venom extracted immediately. Jinhui approached his face and said everything was fine. He'd relieved his pain. A moment later, everything was over, and they lit a fire. Chulsu picked up a stick and sat in horror. He still couldn't accept what had happened, and Jinhui said his pulse seemed to have returned to normal. Thank God. He confirmed everything, and Jinhui said he was still sure it was worth eating monster meat. He hadn't had such an experience. Chulsu replied that although much depends on the species, if you cook a snake properly, it really is delicious and healthy. Jinhui said it was a shame the teacher wouldn't be able to try it. Chulsu wondered what this guy thought of the teacher, even in this situation. Now that they were full, he suggested they continue following the tracks this way. Night had already fallen, and they approached the trail that ended, revealing it to be right next to a cave. Chulsu said this, and Jinhui asked, What the heck? He sensed incredible spiritual energy. Chulsu asked again, Is that so? He began to look at Jinhui and thought it was quite impressive. He must have found this place in his past life based on his senses. Jinhui wondered if there really had been such a place in the Kondong Mountains all this time. Perhaps this was the cave mentioned in the legends. Chulsu replied, Possibly. Kwansoe Danyol Cave is where the ancestors of the Kondong school practiced spirituality. 300 years ago, the greatest master of the Kondong school, Hongwon Komje, was able to attain immortality while in this cave. If this is true, there must be plenty of elixirs here to restore his male health. Jinhui ran up to the box and shouted to the junior that there was something in there. These are vessels containing donjak. Chulsu wondered if this snake had found it and eaten it, thereby accumulating spiritual energy and becoming a monster. He approached closer, and a moment later, they found themselves next to a majestic building. To their surprise, seeing scriptures opposite, Jinhui began listing the 3 sounds technique, less than 7 kills, less than heavenly penetration, liquid luck, the power of fortune to overcome difficulties. The lost scriptures of the Kondong school had been here all along. She screamed, Could this really have been the training ground of the predecessors? Is this really the legendary cave? Chulsu approached him and asked if there were any results. Jinhui replied that he seemed to have found part of the lost combat records of the Kondong school. How nice to stumble upon something like that. Chulsu replied that it was excellent. It looked like there were many more interesting things here. He would also go and explore. Jinhui replied that he would continue as well. When they parted, Chulsu paused and abruptly ran to the side. He knew he couldn't waste time and needed to find the elixir before Jinhui did. Any elixir from here had to be his. He needed to find it as quickly as possible to avoid being attacked by this pervert. When he entered the cave, he saw the pearl and realized he could forever forget his shameful past. With this, he would be one step closer to becoming the king of the harem. As he reached for the orb, Jinhui came closer and peered over the wall. There was an underground lake here, and suddenly she saw footprints. This greatly surprised her, and she turned around abruptly, then suddenly began screaming, "Junior, what happened?" Cholsu fell to the ground when he touched the orb, and everything around him froze. Jinhui realized what it was: holy water. Cholsu backed away and realized that holy water, before them, was a cluster of dark energy that had been accumulating there for 1,000 years. Dark energy, or yin energy as it is known, is harmful to men. Jinhui ran up to him and asked, "Junior, how is he?" He thought something serious had happened. Cholsu thought it was truly serious. Fool, almost a catastrophe. If too much dark energy accumulates in a man's body, it will become like a woman's. He began to cry, thinking that if he took the fifth water, he would lose all his strength and manhood. She asked why he was crying. Had something happened? He replied that they were tears of joy, and he couldn't understand why he was suffering so much. He turned to the elder and said that this was undoubtedly holy water, which is said to be legendary. With such a quantity of spiritual energy, one can activate a martial arts technique that marks the epicenter of energy in the body. Please let him take it for himself. Jinhui was stunned and asked again. Him? He couldn't do it. He found this place first, the younger one. Cholsu realized that this holy water was just trash for him, and, smiling, said no. Drinking the flower water would be a waste, and he was hopeless. And if two people used it, the effect would be very weak, so it would be better if the older one drank it all. Jinhui thought about it and answered no, it would be better for him to do it. After all, for his lack of skill, it should be his. Besides, he thinks he can only reach the highest level through practice, so it would be right for him to take advantage of this. Cholsu was stunned, realizing that this stubborn man wouldn't do it, even if she forced him. She asked again, the younger one? He realized that he would force him to do it anyway, and at that moment, he took his hand and said, "Even if it's a younger brother's request?" Jinhui blushed, and Cholsu asked again why he didn't understand that he was giving up the potion because his elder was the most important thing to him. Jinhui blushed and asked again, "Is it for him?" She blushed with shame and said that if that's the case, then she'll use it. Her voice trembled as she made up her mind, and Cholsu thought, wow, his brotherly affection is simply frightening. He mentioned that holy water contains dark energy, so to use it, one must masterfully control one's inner dark energy. Did the found notes contain anything about the basis for controlling such energy? Jinhui replied yes, there were notes about secret techniques using it, and they needed to study it urgently. After some time, they picked up the description and began studying everything, flipping through the pages. Cholsu thought, wow, he flips through the pages so quickly. He really is a natural-born warrior. With this level, he can effectively use the potion without much preparation. Jinhui said, okay, he's ready, and Cholsu was surprised. Already? Jinhui approached the pearl and held out her hands. The younger one had given up the holy water for her, so she would absorb it at any cost. When she drank it, she suddenly froze and began coughing violently, as if her heart was freezing. Cholsu asked, Elder? She fell to the ground and realized that the energy was freezing her entire body from the inside. No, if this continued, she would lose control. She didn't know what to do, and at that moment, a strong wind appeared in the cave. Cholsu tried to close his eyes and realized that the holy water and Jinhui's energy weren't merging. Was this fair and even possible? He realized that things were very bad, and Jinhui began to freeze completely. After that, Jinhui fell to the ground right in front of the protagonist and didn't move. Jinhui understood what this place is. Is it her mind? She had just taken the elixir the younger brother had found. She needed to fix this quickly. She extended her hand and used the water, which absorbed it. A moment later, she rose to her feet and found herself in the very spot where, as a baby, she had killed several birds. Because of that crow, an entire family of swallows had died, so she'd killed it. Why were they pointing their fingers at her? Did she know that? The girl with bright red eyes turned right at her, not understanding why people were calling her a monster. Jinhui was stunned with horror, and at that moment, she pounced on her with the face of a terrifying creature. Jinhui tried to get up, and Cholsu realized, damn, he was a born warrior, but even his inner strength was not enough to control the energy of the holy water. Evil had exploited Jinhui's vulnerabilities. He was sure that Jinhui, with his talent, would easily absorb the energy, but who would have thought that such a powerful darkness would be lurking in that innocent person's heart? He didn't want to touch him unnecessarily, but he had to. Cholsu ran to Jinhui and grabbed him, but realized there was no way to save him without it. He put his hand on him and shouted for his elder to wake up. She heard his voice and realized it was her junior. He had to fix the holy water energy as soon as possible, because she was trying, but the darkness in her heart was preventing her. Cholsu told him to cast a spell on the dark energy through the points he indicated. If he didn't focus now, he could go mad. Jinhui began to resist, clenching her teeth in anger. Even more bright beams of light appeared above them, and Chilsu realized it was incredibly powerful energy. Jinwei was still holding on, and if it had been anyone else, he would have been dead long ago. He must build a brilliant future and rebuild the Kondong school. He can't let it drive him mad. He should consider himself lucky. Jinwei, his junior, who had achieved incredible heights in the past, will help him now. A moment later, Jinwei was still in an unknown state, and a terrifying voice was telling her to tell him why people do this. When she suddenly grabbed a stone and killed the monster, then ran away. It was a demon, and this was the price for the power given to her at birth. An entity that tirelessly awaits her moment of weakness. A struggle began between them. She cried out in pain, and blood spilled. Jinwei wondered if she would really disappear like this. The path was hopeless. Cholsu shouted at him not to give up, and at that moment, Jinwei heard his voice and looked at her hands. She realized she could sense her junior's strength. Could he have really completed the ritual of transformation? Cholsu continued to shout at him to pull himself together, because he couldn't give up. He mustn't let them confuse him. He must control this power. He would share his energy with him, so he must take advantage of it. Jinwei thought that because she was inside her consciousness, she couldn't control her powers outside. Now the younger man was risking his life to save her, so she had to do something. She tried to get up until she saw the monster and realized she couldn't give up. At that moment, she pounced right on the creature's face and struck it again. The monster flew off and ended up under a block of rocks. She understood his plan. He wanted to share his spiritual energy so she could repair the demon with her own internal energy. The demon could sense her weakness, so it was best to first restore her spiritual balance. She needed to replenish her internal energy reserves, and at that moment they began to fight together. When suddenly the monster's hand appeared from the rocks again. The monster survived and ran toward her again, and Chilsu shouted for it to act now. She created a protective barrier around herself so the monster couldn't get through. Chilsu shouted to act now. Her labial point, her chest point, her groin point, her coccygeal point, everything was covered in this energy. And Jinwei tried hard, unstoppable, as Chilsu had told her, continuing to replenish her energy. A moment later, the monster broke through the barrier, but Jinwei didn't move. Looking ahead, she saw the monster begin to fall through the ground. The creature screamed for help, and a moment later, it was buried under rocks again. A huge depression appeared among the rocks, into which the monster fell and disappeared. At that moment, she woke up, and Chilsu realized that the energy had been replenished, and he had managed to subdue the demon. Excellent work, senior. Now he must direct this energy to the center of his spiritual core. Soon, he will achieve balance. Jinwei found herself completely naked in this space and wondered if he would be okay after what had happened. It's always been like this. From the very beginning, he's acted in her best interests to become stronger, training every day, and he gives her everything that matters. And it's always like this. She's grateful for his work and happy, but still, as the eldest, she must take care of herself. Thanks to him, she was saved from madness and will never forget it. Someday she'll be able to repay him for this salvation. Even if the whole world becomes his enemy, she'll be by his side. With tears in her eyes, she burst out, and Cholsu realized he was in a state of meditation. Now, with a heavenly body, he'll be even more different from other people. But what kind of pain in the ass is this? So much trouble? Is there really nothing worthwhile left here? He thought he drank some volatile potion in his past life, but it turned out to be holy water. Was it because of the side effects that he avoided women so much in his past life? He should never have taken that potion. Now he really feels guilty before his eldest. At that moment, he saw a bright light behind the rock and asked, "Does moss grow in this season? What is it?" At first, he thought it was just grass. He felt positive energy around the moss, so bright and lush. It was definitely Hongyante. It's weaker than holy water, but it still works like a potion. He thought about it and realized at that moment that it was simply amazing. A moment later, loud screams appeared around the cave, as Cholsu began to rejoice that this was the one. Who could refuse such a thing? He grabbed the moss with his hands and shouted that it was now his, and he wanted to try it. He put it in his mouth and decided that he could come back later and get the rest. But now he would begin his meditation. Usually, the potion collects energy and transforms it into his internal energy. He plans to spread it throughout his body and absorb it. His body will become healthier and his virility will increase. So he begs for virility to manifest. A moment later, beads of sweat trickled down his face. This was the first powerful energy he'd felt in a while. Magical powers appeared around him, and he realized it wasn't as powerful as holy water. But thanks to it, his body would at least become more resistant to illness and various poisons. He struggled to his feet and suddenly heard a sound. Jinwei had apparently finished meditating and decided to freshen up. He should follow him. A great warrior had once lived in this place, so there must be some kind of bathhouse here. At that moment, Jinwei found herself in the pool, folding all her clothes and starting to bathe. She was saying how wonderful it was. At that moment, Chilsu asked, "Is the elder taking a bath?" She was dumbfounded and shouted that he couldn't enter now. Chilsu replied yes, he would wait for him here, and she realized she'd gotten away with it. She couldn't let the younger see her like this. Jinhui sat in the water, covering her body. She said, she almost got caught by Junior. Even though she had lived her whole life under the guise of a man, she still felt lost in situations like this. She thought, the teacher always told her that in the martial arts world, she should live under the guise of a man, so that she wouldn't be looked down upon and there would be fewer difficulties. Then she looked at her fist and said, oh, it was dangerous. But in the end, she actually managed to accept the holy water. If it weren't for Junior, she could have been crippled. It's hard to believe that he really is Junior. After thinking sheepishly, she continued, he gave her the priceless holy water without hesitation, even though he himself couldn't accept it because he couldn't go through the ritual himself. She said, she also wants to do something for Junior. She looked at her reflection in the water and then submerged her face. After that, she surfaced and, covering her face with her hands, thought, why does she feel like this? Just thinking about him makes her heart beat faster. She wants to always be by his side, to help him, so that he doesn't have difficulties and be with him. After that, she rose to her feet, looked down and thought, what is she thinking? Is she crazy, Jinhui? The younger one is like a brother to her, nothing more. She went ashore to her things and thought she shouldn't allow herself to feel more. These feelings are just brotherly affection. Having bandaged her chest, she thought, I need to stop with these stupid dreams. Walking to the exit, she thought, to revive the school, to take care of it, and help the younger one. She can't do any of this in a fragile female body. She needs to remain a man. With these thoughts, she clenched her fist. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaned his back against the stone wall and, folding his arms across his chest, thought, it's taking him a long time with the water procedures. Isn't that a matter of 5 minutes for a man? He washes thoroughly. He understands that a woman won't appreciate a less than clean body. But still, it shouldn't take that long. Incidentally, this place is unexpectedly spacious. He looked around and thought, reflective pearls adorned everywhere. They say this is a testament to the wealth of the Gongdong school. Who could have imagined that the school that nurtured Magukja, the greatest swordsman of all time, would fall into such decline? According to past life records, 50 years ago, after the Gongdong massacre, only one survivor remained, Lim Baek-soon, wielder of the Heavenly Thunder Sword. He was saved by a meditation chamber that served as a refuge. He was imprisoned there as punishment for his misdeed. And he didn't even have high martial arts skills. Most of the important martial arts texts were lost when the school library was burned. Thus ended the era of the Gongdong school's greatness. Before his death, Baek-soon accepted one disciple, the only one in his entire life. This was Zhongyan, the current headmaster of the Gongdong school, renowned as a demon-slaying swordsman. The protagonist thought, yes, the title sounds impressive, but it's nothing more than a joke. This name was given by a group from the demon school. The Seongho, who constantly hunt down the remnants of the Gongdong school, came up with it to mock Gongdong for losing its demon-slaying techniques. Further confirmation that the martial arts texts they found are very important. Magukja likely didn't think about the future when he created this place, but for now, it is nothing short of a heavenly blessing. If the legend that Magukja erased all records of Gwangsheongdanyol Cave to keep it secret is true, then it's likely the demons never found it. Then he said thoughtfully, something was wrong. Why would Magukja erase the records of such a secluded place? Was it all just for the sake of secrecy? Anyone from the Gongdong school could have found this secluded place with their eyes closed. It was absurd to think he foresaw the school's fall before the demon invasion. But one thing was certain, this secret place had been erased from history. And something else was strange. In his past life, after acquiring the potion, he returned here for secret training, but by that time the cave entrance had already collapsed. Now this place is in perfect condition, without a single crumbling section. It looks as if it will stand for another 100 years, for sure. He wondered, was it possible that the collapse of Gwangsheongdanyol Cave in his past life was artificial? Then he heard Jinhui emerge from the neighboring cave and call out to him, Junior, did you have to wait that long? He should hurry up and take a bath. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, is it because of the holy water? His face seemed even more handsome than usual. Damn. He punched himself in the face and Jinhui shouted in fear, Junior, what is he doing? The protagonist replied, nothing, he just needed to clear his head. Jinhui replied, oh well. After some time, the protagonist immersed himself in the water and thought, Jinhui, why does this guy become more and more handsome every day? He doesn't know what it is. Could this floral scent be part of his meticulous courtship? Who even smells like flowers when their face is like a squid? He punched the water and shouted, Jinhui, walking demon spawn. After some time, he changed his clothes and returned to Jinhui. Noticing the books on the ground, he asked, Senior, what is he doing? Jinhui looked at him and was surprised. Oh, he's finished already? He's simply organizing the martial arts texts they found. MC continued wiping his face with a towel and thought, once they return to the school, they'll rediscover some of the lost arts. Before they only had yang energy techniques, but now they had yin techniques as well. This meant that the school would be able to use any energy. Once he reached the peak of his current techniques, he could begin studying a more complex and powerful one, Ilgi Gon Mugukja. He thought it should be here. There should be 8 martial arts texts in total, including the demon severing technique. He then picked up the books and asked, Senior, are you sure this is all? There are only 7 manuscripts here. Jinhui replied, that's right. He searched everywhere, but only found these. The protagonist asked, the demon severing sword technique? It's not here? Jinhui shook his head. The protagonist looked at the stack of books in his hands and thought in surprise. How so? In his past life, the elder found this here. It's impossible for the information from the Eastern faction to be wrong. This means that the swordsman Mangukja did not leave the demon-slaying sword technique as a manuscript. This is not an isolated incident. After all, there are many ways to transmit one's art without using a text, and a master who has achieved supremacy in life and death could certainly leave the technique in some other form. Jinhui said thoughtfully. By the way, he found sword marks under the bathtub. The protagonist clarified. Sword marks? Jinhui ran forward and said, he will show him. Let him follow. The protagonist followed him and asked, could this be an ordinary scratch on a stone? Jinhui turned slightly and replied, he'll understand everything when he sees it, Junior. After a while, they ran up to the wall, and the MC said, these marks are eerily beautiful. They stood near a huge crevice. Then the protagonist put his hand on it and said, Senior, come to think of it, there might be something very important behind this gate. It seems I'll have to open it using my inner strength. These walls are probably around 300 years old. One try. If the strength is insufficient or too much, the walls might collapse. Jinhui added, but if they use the demonic sword technique incorrectly, the gate, in theory, simply won't open. The MC replied, probably, and then added, he shouldn't worry, there's definitely a way. He thought, well, he'll start with himself. There's a small trick to the demonic sword technique of warrior immunity. Violating the rules of warrior immunity threatens the existence of the imperial family and the martial clans, but it's not that simple. Would any fool in the palace sit idly by and watch the martial arts world grow stronger by the minute? The imperial court always tries to control the martial arts world, so they collect information on important events from famous schools and develop methods to neutralize threats. However, many schools do not allow anyone to gain access to their knowledge. The Gongdong School's demonic sword technique was well known enough to be present in the Imperial Palace's arsenal. So one could say that the fates of these families are tied to the demonic sword technique left here by the Great Master. He chuckled and thought, therefore, even though he doesn't know what exactly lies behind these gates, he can confidently say that something important belonging to Master Mugucha is definitely hidden there. After that, he turned in the opposite direction. Jinhui called out to him in surprise. The protagonist thought every martial artist has his own personal technique. Everything in this place is a hint from Master Mugucha. The next second, he began to shift from side to side, and Jinhui ran after him, wondering, Junior, what is he doing? Then Jinhui followed the protagonist and thought, technique. Perfectly outlined sword marks on the ground indicate the path. Junior is now moving towards the beginning of the technique, following the marks left behind. After that, the protagonist stopped near a wall covered with vines and said, here. He waved his weapon and smiled, saying, Senior, can he decipher this? A huge symbol carved into the stone appeared on the wall behind him. After that, they began to read. The description of the demonic sword technique carved into the stone wall by the venerable master turned out to be extremely complex. It took them 2 days to decipher it. Jinhui noticed that the lightning pattern carved into the stone wall was the reverse of the demonic sword technique. This made him collect his thoughts. Having gathered all the known knowledge obtained at the Gongdong School and added their own memories, they began deciphering it. It took a long time to piece together the technique. After a while, Jinhui swung his sword and asked, wouldn't it be better to swing it like this? MC corrected him and replied, he didn't think it would work, because then the angle would be wrong. While he was helping Jinhui with the technique, he felt like his jaw was about to break. He had dreamed of his first brush with true mastery in this world being crowned with success. How the hell did Jinhui manage to constantly outpace him? All this time, they ignored their hunger. When they were thirsty, they quenched their thirst with water from the stream. And finally, they managed to put together the reverse demonic sword technique. At that moment, the protagonist almost forgot that Jinhui was his senior comrade, and he wanted to hug him. He thought, this madness will not end today. After some time, Jinhui began the technique. He looked at the sword in his hands, then turned to the protagonist and said, now all that remains is to apply the technique to the wall. Jinhui said, that's right, only he, the elder, can do that. He asked, is he sure? He didn't have enough knowledge of external energy. He wasn't sure his strength would be enough. The teacher said that without harmoniously managing external energy, he wouldn't be able to properly use the demonic sword technique. In response, the protagonist said, then it won't work. Jinhui shouted indignantly, what? The protagonist added, that's not surprising. After all, the spirit of the demonic sword technique carved on the wall looks like a hint for those who have reached the peak of mastery, not for the likes of them. He lowered his head and added, if the elder hadn't been so diligent, it would hardly have been possible to restore the reverse technique. Jinhui sighed, but isn't it possible to open the gate another way? MC approached the wall smiling and said, he doesn't have to worry, senior. He never said there was no other way. He looked at the wall and thought, these walls are at least 300 years old. So much time has passed. They're probably not as strong now. He was the head of the Imperial Reconnaissance Guard. His energy control is on par with the best masters in the world. Initially, he wanted to destroy the walls using the reverse demonic sword technique, but they say so many years have passed here. He can try opening them with internal energy. With proper use, this can open the gates. even if the demonic sword technique hasn't reached the highest level. A few seconds later, he returned and said, "That's it, senior. Now it's him." Jinwei grabbed the sword and looked forward seriously. The protagonist thought, what he can't do, Jinwei can do, and what Jinwei can't do, he can do. He shouldn't worry, Jinwei. From now on, he will be different from his past self. At that moment, Jinwei began performing the technique and shouted loudly right in front of the wall. Streams of water flew in all directions, and the MC thought, he will take care of this. The next second, Jinwei smiled brightly and, turning to the protagonist, joyfully shouted, "Junior!" The gate opened. How did he do it? Junior, he is truly amazing. The fact that the stone wall opened confirms the restored reverse demonic sword technique is correct. They were able to restore an important technique of the Gongdong school. Thank you very much, Junior. The protagonist replied, "It is too early to celebrate. We need to find out what the great master left behind." After that, they exchanged glances and went inside. After some time, the protagonist opened his eyes. His hands were chained, and he thought, when did he manage to fall asleep? He began to look around and noticed that the ceiling seemed familiar. At that moment, Jung Yeon and Wang Sam were standing in front of him. Yeon held a fan in front of him and asked, "Is this a guy?" Wang Sam replied, "That's right. Judging by the fact that he only spoke Korean, he must be from Head-On. How much would he fetch at the palace?" The protagonist looked at them and thought, "They." Wang Sam then looked at him and noticed, he's a guy. He quickly came to his senses. The protagonist thought, this is Wang Sam, the slave trader who sold him into the imperial palace. Okay, he understood everything. As soon as they opened the gate, they were struck by an illusion. He eagerly awaited the moment when he could discover what was hidden behind the stone gate. For showing him this particular illusion, he would pay in full, Great Master Mugukja. After that, Wang Sam came closer and laughing slightly said, yes, his face was blue with fear. He must believe. For him, all this isn't so bad. Isn't it better to live in the palace than to die of hunger on the streets? He grabbed the protagonist's face and added, who knows, maybe he could become the greatest man in the palace. If that happens, he must not forget the mercy of Wang Sam and Yihyun. The protagonist thought, he guessed right. In his past life, he really did have power second only to the emperor. But what is the use of this power if, possessing it, it is impossible to be intimate? The next second, streams of energy began to burst out of his body. The men, covering themselves with their hands, screamed loudly. After returning to the past, the protagonist's inner strength disappeared, which is expected because time rolled back, but his mind remained intact. The men were surprised. What? How did he break free? The next second, their bodies were covered in ice. Most likely, what was happening now was just an illusion created by his consciousness, which means his power did not disappear. Then he used the first element, Ice Heart. Pieces of ice flew in different directions and the MC clenched his fist. He thought, he doesn't know what's wrong with Yian, but he got rid of Wang Sam a long time ago. Do they really think that he can be fooled? What kind of crappy illusion is this? The next second, the girl reached out to his face and said, oh my god, he's amazing, darling. He seems so powerful to her. It's so exciting. Several girls hugged the protagonist from different sides. One of them said, darling. She stretched out her lips to him and kissed him on the cheek. The protagonist sighed, clenched his fist and added, he is not a pervert who gets excited at any moment, unless it concerns real intercourse. The next second, he punched his fist in front of him, releasing powerful energy, and shouted, so there is no point in showing the girls in an illusion. Shards of ice flew in all directions. Then MC turned around and noticed Mugukja, who looked at him and said, well, he exceeded his expectations. The protagonist shouted in surprise, him. Mugukja took a pose, swung his sword and said, well, he should try to stop it. A powerful stream of energy rushed straight towards the protagonist, and he began to concentrate the energy in his hands. He thought, his power is incredible. You don't even need to guess to understand who it was. The next second, a stream of energy hit his body. He flew far back and thought, 300 years ago, this man managed to resist the invasion of the Blood Alliance and save the world of martial arts. He is the strongest master in the history of the Gongdong school and the greatest of all, Master Mugukja. A few seconds later, he rose to his feet, ran forward and shouted, he must listen. He is not his enemy. He still doesn't understand. Mugukja swung his weapon again and shouted, idiot. He still thinks he can defeat him? He is strong in spirit, but his fighting skills do not even reach the first level. He frowned and added, he hides behind the power of dark fusion, but still claims to be pure. At that moment, a dark aura appeared behind the protagonist, and Mugukja asked, how will he prove that he is not one of the minions of the Blood Alliance? The protagonist dropped to all fours. Mugukja, directing streams of energy at him, shouted, he must respond immediately. The next second, the protagonist bowed and said, He Cholsu, a student of the Gongdong school, greets his ancestor. Mugukja looked at him in bewilderment. Then a powerful stream of energy spread in all directions around the protagonist. Mugukja then began to laugh loudly and, coming closer, noticed he was a real man. He overcame his fear and at the last moment used the element of surprise. He must be one of the best students. After that, he took the protagonist by the hand and lifting him, added, the test has been passed. He, Mgukja, or rather, the part of his consciousness that remained here 300 years ago, had never encountered anything like this. A student who wielded both light and dark energy simultaneously. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "What's wrong with that?" He really did have dark energy, but now he studied under the banner of the Gongdong school. Mgukja said thoughtfully, "That explains everything. Be it dark energy or something else, it doesn't matter now. It seems this is the will of the heavens." Then he thinks, in order to counter the reverse energy, it would be wise to use its laws against it. The protagonist thought in surprise, "Reverse energy? What does that mean?" He simply returned to the past through reincarnation, in hopes of regaining his manhood. Okay, now he needs an answer to another question. Then he said, he came to this place in hopes of finding out what legacy the great master left behind. The warriors of Hongyangtae and Mita had already divided between themselves everything that was supposedly there, but he heard that something still remained. Mgukja asked, "Martial skills? If so, then what next?" MC bowed and said, "In that case, he asks him for help. Could he pass on these skills? But not to him, to his companion who came with him." He thought a lot about restoring the Gongdong school and about Jin Hui. If he masters the martial techniques of the great master, he will gain the power to become an invincible warrior. But Jin Hui must restore the destroyed Gongdong school. He wants to become not the main warrior, but a secondary one, and enjoy life. Does he really need to become the main character? It will be enough for him to simply master the martial arts of the Gongdong school. Mgukja said he thought he was smart, but his thoughts are quite stupid. His appearance here is destined by fate. He still hasn't realized it. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, and then they found themselves in a new place. Mgukja said, "The dark energy will definitely revive." The protagonist thought in surprise, "The revival of dark energy? What does this mean?" He was the hero who stopped the invasion of the Blood Pact 300 years ago. The pact should have been completely destroyed. He said out loud, "This can't be. The Blood Pact will revive?" Mgukja replied, "He can't say more. This is a violation of the heavenly code." The protagonist cursed to himself, "Damn it," and thought, the Blood Pact is a demonic group created by the Blood Demon Worship Pact, one of the 3 schools. Led by the Blood Demon, the Blood Alliance launched a massacre across the Central Lands. Countless people living around Mount Gongdong were slaughtered. It is said that the amount of blood spilled could fill a river. MC continued to ponder. The imperial family of the Yuan dynasty, ruling at the time, was forced to flee due to this invasion. Before the Blood Alliance could seize the Central Lands, the swordsman Mugukja appeared, created, and led the Martial Arts Alliance. He battled the Blood Demon at Lake Fyanzhou in Jiangxi Province. The Martial Arts Alliance emerged victorious. After the horrific battle at the lake, a state known as the Ming Empire was founded. The warriors received immunity from the Imperial Palace as thanks for defeating the Blood Demon. The situation was far more serious than he thought. The Blood Alliance had failed to win in the past, but would it be the same this time? At least, he was different from his former self now. He gritted his teeth in frustration and thought he would simply guard the common peace with Jinhui, enjoying a quiet life. But now he was forced to worry about 2 problems: Jinhui and those damn demons. War was a hassle for both men and women, making them worry about the future. If the mental and physical health of the population were to deteriorate because of war, who would take responsibility for it? He imagined a girl suffering from a fever. The girl seemed very strong, but frightened. When she thought about the fact that her dear husband might not return from the war, she could neither eat nor drink. The protagonist clenched his fists in frustration and thought, he didn't want such a future. War had no place in a life full of enjoyment. His wonderful existence should be free of any worries and sorrows, and in the end, perhaps there were some advantages to this. Firstly, there must be some explanation for why the great master chose him and not his elder. Well, it will make him stronger, so he has nothing to complain about. This time, he has no choice but to accept it. In his current life, he has no desire to play the hero. Why bother? Suddenly, he remembered how the girl, smiling, looked at him and said, "Master." MC frowned and thought, if the Blood Alliance invades the Central Lands, he will not remain on the sidelines. At that moment, Mgukja, folding his arms across his chest, said, "What a good expression. Is he ready to begin training with the great swordmaster Mgukja?" The protagonist said, he thinks he will be an excellent teacher. And he replied, "Scoundrels like him, who want to live only for wealth and luxury, do nothing but talk. Does he really perfect his martial arts to impress girls to fulfill his pathetic, carnal desires?" MC looked at him seriously, then closed his eyes and said, "Not quite. At least, that is not the main goal. The merging of souls is the fundamental principle of nature, and he is not a sinner who follows his desires. Didn't he, the great master, see that his illusions could not deceive him? He only wants to direct his cherished desire in the right direction. The pursuit of enlightenment through harmony between a woman and a man is his highest goal. For him, women are eternal love for life, tenderness, harmony. He wants to give one such a life filled with happiness. Does it seem that he views women merely as a means of satisfaction?" Then Mgukja grabbed his head and said, "What a strange philosophy he has. What's wrong with women who lust after him? They will all suffer from jealousy and envy." MC said, "That won't happen. If he can't bear responsibility, there's no point in even starting." After that, Mgukja laughed and said, "Well, fine." He gives him credit. He didn't expect him to be so determined. If he inherited his technique, he'd have to give up his internal techniques. Was he prepared for that? The protagonist replied, he wouldn't mind. If he can't use those stupid eunuch techniques, Even now he rejects them. He'd gladly wipe them off the face of the earth if he could. Then Magukja raised his hand and said, "What a strong determination. Okay, then he'll show him the pinnacle of martial arts." The next second, various types of energy concentrated in his hands, and he added, "And the technique he'll pass on to him is Magukja's martial art." Streams of energy scattered in all directions, and MC looked around in amazement. Magukja said, "This technique reveals the secrets of internal and external energy, their interaction in the universe. When he achieves harmony, he will be able to master the Magukja technique, the art of unification. A disciple capable of combining divine energy and the knowledge of the immortals must work diligently and master the art of unification." After some time, the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, rose from the stone floor, and turned to Jin Hee. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Senior, it's time to get up." He lifted his eyes from the ground and asked, "Junior, what's wrong?" He clearly remembered how the teacher disappeared, and everything was in flames. "Why was he here?" MC replied, "It was all just an illusion of the Swordmaster. He saw himself in it." Jin Hee was surprised. "Really?" The protagonist looked away and said, "There lies a great legacy, a technique, the art of unification." But the next second, rubble began to fall to the ground. The protagonist, abruptly running to the box, shouted, "We need to quickly get the box and get out of here. Since the Great Master's divine power has disappeared, this place will soon collapse." The next second, he snatched the book from the box, and they ran for the exit. A few seconds later, Jinhui stopped and, pointing a finger at a glow to the side, shouted, "There!" They continued on their way. The protagonist turned around and noticed Magukja. His body was transparent. The next second, the master disappeared. The protagonist continued running with Jinhui. After some time, they ran out of the cave. Jinhui, looking ahead, said, "Finally, he sees the sun." The protagonist replied, "Yes, there is such a thing." They turned around and Jinhui announced, "The entrance is completely blocked. They won't be able to get back inside." But most importantly, they were able to retrieve the missing martial arts scripture. "They have to go back, Junior." The protagonist replied, "Yes, he still has a lot to take care of. But before that, he needs to make a short stop." After a while, the girl said, "Aha! Young Sick, is he out of his mind again?" The boy looked at her in surprise. She added, "Grandpa isn't feeling well, and he's treating him like this?" Young Sick replied, "No, he wasn't out of his mind. He was cleaning the house." At that moment, an old man came out into the street and asked, "Honey, is she sure she should leave?" The girl replied, "She's sure. They've lost their only source of income. They need to go somewhere where they can earn money to eat, Dad." At that moment, Young Sick looked down and thought, "It's been a week since he visited Gongdong High School. They're okay, right? What if something serious happened to them because of him?" The next second, the MC knocked on wood and asked, "Is anyone there?" The girl looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who are they?" The protagonist and Jinhui bowed. The protagonist introduced himself and Jinhui added, "The boy asked them to find the criminals who destroyed their barn. They returned after completing the task." "Where is Young Sick?" The girl was surprised. "Young Sick?" The next second, the bag fell from Young Sick's hands. Tears rolled down his face. He ran towards them and joyfully shouted, "Brothers." Jinhui asked, "Hey, why didn't he tell you where he lives? They spent ages trying to find him." The protagonist added, "The one who destroyed their barn was a snake that had absorbed spiritual energy." Then he patted the boy on the head and said, "Here, this is the spiritual core from the body of a giant snake. He should hold it tightly and take it to his grandfather. He will be able to recover quickly if he accepts it." Young Sick nodded happily and replied, "Okay." After that, they all said goodbye. Grandpa began to cry. After a while, Young Sick waved to the guests, and the boys remained watching them go. Jinhui smiled and said, "Sometimes he imagines how wonderful it would be if they were stronger and could express their gratitude to those they love so much, and to the Gongdong school as well." The protagonist looked at him silently, then turned around and suggested returning to the mountain. They cannot afford to be distracted from rebuilding the school. Jinhui followed him and agreed. Yes, MC thought, thanks to the little one and the monster, they received a blessing. However, now they have a serious task. In his past life, Jinhui was never able to master the fusion technique and meet the Great Master. In his past life, the Master's cave collapsed unnaturally. What if whoever first discovered the cave was a descendant of a blood demon, someone who dealt the decisive blow to the blood demon and destroyed the Great Master's legacy in the cave? The unknown enemy is still in this world. After some time, they were climbing the stairs and the protagonist thought, by the way, even though he was calm, how can he now justify their absence to the teacher? A few seconds later, Zhongyan appeared behind them and asked, "Jinhui, is Cholsu next to him?" They turned around in fear. Jinhui asked, "How long ago did he return?" The next second, Zhongyan hit them on the head and indignantly shouted, "Where were they, bastards? Do they have any idea how long he was looking for them? They must immediately tell where they disappeared to." Sometime later, Zhongyan was sitting at the table and looking at several books, asked, "Is everything they said true?" Jinhui answered confidently, "It is true, teacher." The protagonist held the core and said that they brought the immortal core from the cave. Zhongyan began leafing through the books and said, "This is incredible. All of these scriptures are original. They were actually able to fulfill the villagers' requests and bring back the Great Master's legacy." Tears began to stream down his face, and he added, "He is so proud of them. The ancestors of their school themselves must have blessed them." He then placed his hand on the book and added, "Their unauthorized disappearance is unforgivable. However, they deserve gratitude for returning the relic. Therefore, their mistakes will no longer be discussed, and he will not punish them. But they must both promise not to repeat such a thing. He hugged them and said, "Welcome back, Jinhui, Chulsu." After some time, Jonghyun took notes and said, "It turns out that the search for all the secret scrolls is complete. Even the art of the demonic sword. This is truly a great fortune for their school. The immortal core they brought back will be of great help. If they sell it, they will no longer have to worry about the school's needs." The MC asked, "Master, why don't they keep the fusion technique and the immortal core to themselves for now?" Jonghyun was surprised. If they sold the core, word would quickly spread. Was he suggesting they wait for a more opportune moment? The protagonist answered affirmatively. He thought, revival of the legacy. Regardless of its origin, this was undoubtedly a symbol of the blood pact. The reincarnation method he used in his past life was a forbidden ritual. It was practiced by the descendants of the blood pact, barely making ends meet to earn a living. The traces the great master saw were apparently left behind by the use of the forbidden ritual. The blood religion was thoroughly suppressed by the state. He had no idea that a hidden sect existed. Even in his past life, he hadn't noticed them, so once they decide to act, they could very well find themselves in danger. To deal with them, they need to discreetly strengthen their strength. Then he said, "Master, the restoration of the school has just begun. They are only in the first stages. Treasures that cannot be protected can become a curse that brings destruction. The immortal core is a very valuable material. Many have been searching for it for years. If word gets out that Gongdong School has such a treasure, it could lead to great trouble." Jonghyun replied, "He speaks the truth, Chulsu. Recently, the pump criminal gang has begun operating throughout the Kamsok region." Jinhui was surprised. "Huh? Can he tell us more?" Jonghyun replied, "Previously, they were just bandits causing trouble, but recently their strength has increased significantly. Chulsu is right. It is not yet time to get rid of the immortal core. They must be careful and not act rashly." After some time, he picked the lock and said, "Now they can go." He opened the doors and added, "Chulsu, Jinhui, they should follow him." Jinhui asked, "Master? Where is he taking them?" Jonghyun turned around and said, "They did a worthy deed, so they should go and celebrate. They go to the Gongdong Inn." The protagonist smiled and thought, finally, he's been waiting for this for a long time. A trembling flower with a snow-white face. It's time to meet Seo Harin. After some time, they walked forward through a poor area. The protagonist looked around and thought, are there really places to eat here? Jonghyun turned to him and asked, is he surprised by the situation? The protagonist answered, not at all. Jonghyun added, ever since Gongdong province weakened, life here has changed a lot. Previously, this place was visited by a huge number of people. Many came to the inn. Now the inn is empty, and people barely make ends meet. The atmosphere on this street has become like this since the appearance of the bandits from the pump gang. The protagonist began to ponder. If you think about it, the Mihai representatives, those who despise Kamsok, are most likely aware of this state of affairs. After a while, they approached the building, and Jonghyun added, fortunately, the Gongdong Province Inn is still in operation. MC thought, Gongdong Inn, even if the whole world disappears, this place will remain. And then he joyfully moved forward and said, Master, there is no more meaningful place for the first joint dinner with the members of the Gongdong school than the Gongdong Inn. Jonghyun smiled and agreed. After that, he invited everyone inside. A few seconds later, they found themselves inside the Gongdong Inn. The protagonist, looking around, thought, given the situation, there are quite a lot of people here. The next second, Shu approached them and asked, who has come to visit us? They haven't seen each other for a long time. Master, he was the owner of the inn. He smiled and, waving his hand forward, invited, please come this way. Then he approached the table and, gesturing, asked them to sit down. Everyone sat at the offered table, and Jonghyun said, today, as always, the aromas here are amazing. Shu laughed and remarked, he is too kind. Then he turned his gaze to the protagonist and asked, and who do we have here? Jonghyun answered, their new student is Chulsu. Chulsu, this respected man who constantly helps their school, is the owner of the Gongdong Inn, Master Shu. The protagonist bowed and, introducing himself, said, he is very pleased to meet them. Shu said, likewise, Chulsu. He is happy to know that such a well-mannered person has entered the Gongdong school. At this rate, the Gongdong school will regain its former glory very soon. The protagonist thanked him awkwardly and then thought, he just introduced himself. He seemed too excited, and besides, he began to look around. Voices came from other tables. Members of the Gongdong school have arrived. Did they hear? There are many students there. He seems very diligent. How wonderful, very good. The protagonist thought, they are not famous martial artists, are they? They are paying too much attention to us. Then Shu asked, does he feel uncomfortable? Please, he must be understanding. They are all friends here who wholeheartedly want to rebuild the Gongdong school. MC asked, rebuild the school? Shu answered, that's right. The Gongdong Inn is a meeting place for ordinary people, who can also take refuge here from bandits. And there are many here who sincerely want the Gongdong school to be restored. At that moment, a man at the next table said to his companion, okay, he should take it. He tossed in a few coins, and a few seconds later, a man holding a bag of money ran up to the table and shouted, sir! He handed the bag to Jonghyun and, bowing, said, it is a great honor to meet him. Please, he should take this money and use it to restore the Gongdong school. Jonghyun thanked him and asked, They should wait just a little longer. He is sure that his 2 outstanding students will definitely bring good news soon. The man exclaimed, "They are counting on him, master." The protagonist thought, amazing. After that, Jonghyun looked at Shu and said, "By the way, he doesn't see his daughter here today. He was hoping to introduce her to Cholsu." Shu replied, "He sent Harin on a small errand, but she should have returned by now." The next second, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, Harin? Yes. He looked toward the exit and thought, finally, he would see the true purpose of his stay here. The owner's only daughter, Harin, the inn's most beautiful woman. In his past life, it was the 2 of them who were responsible for rebuilding the Gongdong school, the outstanding Jinhui and the talented swordsman Harin. Jinhui led the squad while Harin effectively ran the Gongdong school, handling matters large and small. Thanks to her enigmatic beauty, typical of children of mixed blood, she earned the nickname the inn's most beautiful woman. But she also became famous for her fierce character and fighting skills, earning her the title, the Cold Sword of Death. A veritable cult had formed around her. Harin fan clubs had even been created. The protagonist thought, so what was his point? She's so beautiful that it's not a pity to die by her hand. He simply can't miss out on the most beautiful woman in the province. Come on, she must show him her beautiful form. The next second, the door began to open. The protagonist blushed with embarrassment and, looking at the door, thought, come on. Harin entered the room, holding a basket of groceries. MC looked at her in bewilderment and thought, what the hell? The number 1 beauty turned out to be a child? Harin approached Shu and said that she had returned. The protagonist thought, he is still fixated on his past life. That's the problem. 50 years have passed since his past life. Harin is 2 years younger than Jinhui, so she is much younger than him. Yes, she is very beautiful, but he does not feel anything for her because she is still a child. When he looks at her, he remembers Hua Che. She patted his daughter on the head and said, Harin, this is Master Jonghyun and his students from the Gongdong school. Please, she should greet the guests. She looked at them and said, hello. Cholsu looked at her in surprise and thought, so what? So what if she's still a baby? In the future, Harin will be the most beautiful woman in the province. If he wants to be her big brother, he needs to build his reputation now. Isn't making her his little sister the most reliable option? He bowed and exclaimed, he welcomes her. He is the new student of Gongdong School, Cholsu. The next second, Harin looked at him with a frown. Cholsu added, it's a great honor to meet her. But the next second, she turned around and abruptly headed for the exit. Shu shouted, daughter, where is she going? Harin, a few seconds later, she slammed the door behind her and leaning her back against it, said, how dare he smile like that when he's so weak that he can't even protect a commoner. She really hates all these stupid schools. At this point, Shu apologized. His daughter is very shy. Jonghyun replied, he understands. She is still a child. The MC thought, Harin has a complicated history. No wonder she is not happy to see them. When a fight between clans occurred at the Gongdong Inn, her mother was caught in the heat of the moment and died. After some time, the protagonist said, how full he is. He licked his lips, rubbing his swollen belly, and thought, the food here is amazing. He hasn't eaten properly in a long time. Then he looked at Harin, who was carrying a mountain of dirty plates, and thought, even though everything didn't go according to plan, he finally met the trembling flower of the White Forest. Harin suddenly sped up, and the next second, Jinhui leaned towards the protagonist's ear and asked, how is the food? He replied, it's delicious, and thought, too close. And why did he start whispering? Jinhui asked, really? He's glad, so he liked it, Junior. The protagonist thought, every time he looked at him, Jinhui looked more and more suspicious. He's afraid that after entering Gongdong Harin's school, he'll fall in love with Jinhui. Will he then lose the chance to become the number 1 big brother? He must do something urgently. Then he looked at Jonghyun and asked, teacher, maybe they should hold traditional dinners regularly at the Gongdong Inn? Jonghyun laughed slightly and asked, did he really like it that much? Cholsu replied, that's right. And so many people here so sincerely want to help rebuild the school. He spread his arms out to the sides and added joyfully, being among them, he feels himself filled with energy and a desire to strive for more. He wants to become a worthy warrior as soon as possible and help all these people. Jonghyun replied, that's very commendable. He thinks they can come here once a year. The MC bowed and said, thank you very much. Cholsu smiled and thought, very good. He needs to improve his relationship with Harin and become a wonderful older brother to her. After some time, the protagonist thought, they will meet Harin next time. By then, he needs to become a more mature man. He took a stone tied to a rope from his inside pocket and thought, the weight is just right. Kegel exercises are the best way to strengthen your will and body. A true warrior must be strong in everything. He took off his pants and thought, this is good for training patience and endurance. Just what you need to develop masculine energy. By the way, after he defeated the monster, his masculine energy should have increased. Then he let out a loud cry, and the suspended weight began to move from side to side. 1 year later, the MC sighed heavily and, looking down, said, this is it. Now he's a true alpha male. The next second, a huge boulder tied with a rope fell to the ground. The protagonist thought, he can't believe it's grown so much after only a year of training. This is simply something. Soon he will become a legendary master of masculine energy. energy. After that, he crouched against the wall and thought, now he will try to focus his internal masculine energy. The next second, his body began to glow, and he cried out, no, another side effect. The thing is, after meeting the great master in the cave, his martial arts acquired serious side effects. One of them was that when he used internal energy, Junior Chulsu began to live a life of his own. He got down on all fours and said, he doesn't know why. If things continue like this, he will be called a pervert, and beautiful women will stay away from him. The next second, Jinhui approached his room and asked, Junior, what is he doing? The protagonist asked irritably, why does the elder always show up at the most inopportune moment? Then he walked out into the hallway, squeezing his legs and covering his crotch. He asked, is something wrong, elder? Jinhui was surprised. Does something hurt? The MC replied, no, everything is fine. Jinhui added, today is the day of the traditional dinner at the inn. Are they going together? Chulsu replied, oh yeah. Jinhui looked away and added, the teacher was just going to Wajangyan. He doesn't need to rush getting ready to go. The protagonist said he understands. Now he will quickly get dressed and come. Jinhui turned in the opposite direction, and the MC thought, masculine energy. In theory, he shouldn't have felt anything, but he reacted strangely. The teenager seemed too old for such a thing. After a while, Harin began setting out the cups and said, tea. The protagonist said, Junior, thank you very much, but she abruptly walked in the opposite direction. The protagonist watched her go and thought, this time, it's not so much contempt as disdain, much better than when they first met. Only here's the strange thing. The inn is usually full of people. He looked around and asked, was it always this quiet? Jinhui asked, did Junior notice too? He had never seen the inn so empty. The next second, Shu approached them and said, welcome, rascals. He bowed, and the MC, smiling, said, it's been a while, Master Shu. He thought, it seems the master isn't feeling well. Then he leaned over and asked, do they want to order the same as last time? The protagonist said, if he means Kamen Harap and Sujo Yankuk, then yes, he guessed correctly. Shu replied, okay, when he's ready, he'll bring it. The next second, he leaned over sharply. Harin cried out in alarm. Daddy! She and the protagonist grabbed Shu's hands, and the protagonist shouted, Master Shu, is he okay? She replied, everything is fine, he's just a little tired. The protagonist thought, Master Shu isn't feeling well. The MC asked, did something serious happen at the inn? Shu frowned and replied, to be honest, he was going to tell them this last time, but something stopped him. It seems he'll have to close the inn because of these idiots. Seonghwa is a group of people who strike terror into the locals. They cause terrible destruction and forcibly take money from merchants in the Hwajongyun area. They rampaged wildly for 2 months before settling in the Gongdong Inn. They began threatening merchants to stop doing business with them, and they started fights outside the establishment to create an intimidating atmosphere. Shu sat at the table, head bowed, and added, they tried to hold on, but customers were dwindling over time, and debts were mounting. He had no choice. He patted his daughter on the head and added, besides, they were very dangerous for Harin. He had no choice but to close the establishment. The protagonist looked at him silently and thought, in the past, Harin, who hated the Gongdong school, had joined them because of a desperate situation. Master Shu, in turn, took measures to protect his daughter. Seonghwa itself was an ordinary bandit group, but behind it stood the powerful Black Dragon clan. The then collapsed Gongdong school was unable to stop this group. Master Shu was in despair. There aren't many options for ordinary peasants caught up in the fighting between clans. The next second, the door to the establishment was kicked down. A man walked inside and shouted, Master, didn't they warn him they'd take his eatery today if he didn't pay them? Several bandits walked forward, and one of them added, they've given him enough time, but he still hasn't paid. The man then grabbed Harin by the arm and said, if there's no money, then he should sell them his daughter. Jinhui abruptly rose from the table and shouted, he's a filthy animal. Harin extended her hand to Shu and shouted, Daddy. Shu extended his arms toward her and shouted, Harin. The bandit grabbed Harin by the face and laughing slightly asked, wasn't her mother from around here? She's disgustingly beautiful. From today on, she'll work in their workshop and pay off her daddy's debts. Harin's eyes filled with tears. She started to struggle and screamed, I hate you. The protagonist said, hey, him. Then he abruptly threw the chopsticks, piercing the attacker's arm. The man grabbed his wound and screamed loudly. The others were outraged. What the hell? How dare he? The MC rushed to the attack and ordered the attacker to take his hands away. The man clenched his teeth, holding the sword in front of him, shouted. The boy is wearing a uniform with reverse taeguk. He is from Gongdong School. His comrade was outraged. How dare he touch them? Being a student of a collapsed school, the wounded man shouted. Brothers, it doesn't matter now. Look at his thing. The next second, the protagonist covered himself with his hands and thought, damn it, because of his anger, he completely forgot about it. And at that moment, Harin ran to her father and shouted, Daddy. Shu called her, and they hugged tightly. After that, Jinhui approached the protagonist and said, Junior, just now that was a technique meant to intimidate the enemy, right? The protagonist replied, you could say that. He thought, why was he blushing like a virgin again? The next second, one of the attackers laughed loudly and shouted, this idiot really got his thing out. He seems completely out of his mind. He wiped away tears of laughter and added, he always thought they were all graceful, gentle guys or even eunuchs. And then this. In any case, once one of them is touched, they will have to pay in full with their blood. The MC asked, do they want blood? Fine. They can take as much as they want, but if they can't spill it, they will lose their precious virtues. With these words, he aimed a spoon at them, and the bandit shouted, he's an idiot. The protagonist looked at Jinhui and said, Senior, We should leave these freaks to him and protect Master Shu and Haran. Jinwei asked, are you sure he can handle this? The protagonist answered affirmatively. Jinwei ran toward them and shouted, he must be careful. Shu looked at her and asked, are you sure he can handle them alone? Jinwei smiled and said he needn't worry. He may seem reckless, but the younger one is truly strong. The next second, one of the bandits shouted, he must die once and for all. He swung his sword in front of him, but the MC crouched down, then swung his spoon and attacked the opponents between the legs, moving forward. He said, 4. The remaining men asked in surprise, what? The protagonist thought, 6 eggs for 1 spoon. Very fair. He swung again. After a while, Jonghyun entered the room and asked, so, did they have a good time? He was a little late. On the way here, he met a famous jeweler. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the bodies on the floor. He said, they must immediately tell him what happened here. After a while, MC bowed and said, they apologize for the damage caused. She replied, everything is fine. If not for them, today he would have lost the most precious thing he has. Jonghyun asked, how dare they show up here? He will gladly finish them off with his own hands. The protagonist in turn asked him not to do that. Jonghyun, the Black Dragon clan is behind all of this. He is not as strong as he used to be, and it will take a long time to recover. Then he placed his hand on Haran's head and added, but he wants her to not have to go through this again. Jonghyun replied, he understood. If it is for the best for him, he swears to take good care of Haran. The protagonist took a couple of steps forward and said, teacher, please wait. The MC thought, if he doesn't intervene, Haran will join Gongdong school, just like before. But that would be wrong. She shouldn't close her heart at such a young age. It would be better for Haran if she didn't join Gongdong school and stayed here. It would spare her future emotional wounds. He said, they weren't given eyes to turn a blind eye to everything. If they turned a blind eye to the pain of their loved ones, how could they call themselves worthy people? Jonghyun looked at him silently, then nodded and said, he's right. It would be ridiculous if he, as the head of Gongdong school, rejected a student who was entering according to his conscience. But do they have a plan to defeat the Black Dragon clan? The protagonist placed his hand on his chest and answered, yes. On behalf of their school, he would challenge the Black Dragon to a duel. Jonghyun said, a challenge to a duel, but will he accept? The MC chuckled and said, they'll make sure he has no choice but to agree. After a while, the deputy head said, say it again. The Gongdong school sent a challenge to a duel? His subordinate, kneeling before him, replied, yes, that's right. And the letter isn't addressed to the clan. They're challenging the head. The deputy head said irritably, the Gongdong school is clearly overdoing it. He frowned and thought, the challenge came from a great master with a triple record of numerous battles, the head of a school that has dedicated 50 years to teaching. He clutched the document in his hand and thought, if they win, the Black Dragon clan will probably have to leave Hwajongyun entirely. 2 masters of the Gongdong school against 3 masters of the Black Dragon clan. Suspiciously favorable conditions for them. They have a Sapa Sky Dragon and a Soryon Black Dragon, so the fight will be completely unequal. Then he threw a crumpled piece of paper forward and said, either way, they will lose. The clan head doesn't need to know about this at all. At that moment, Yo Yeryong said, yes, that's not necessary. Deputy head was surprised to hear her voice. She flew closer and said, she will do it. Deputy head shouted in surprise. Yeryong, no, they will take care of it themselves. But then she asked, did he even hear what the Gongdong school student was saying on the Hwajongyun? The little idiot was telling stories about how he beat up the idiots from their clan and how he nobly turned them into eunuchs. And without even drawing his sword. Not long before, the protagonist had raised a spoon and shouted, look, this is a spoon. With just spoons, he was able to turn 3 armed members of the Black Dragon into eunuchs. The assembled people were amazed. He was so young. With 2 spoons? This is what those Black Dragon idiots deserve. When did the Gongdong school regain its former power? The protagonist smiled and said, their bandit groups and the Black Dragon clan itself are insignificant idiots. In the present tense, Yeryong added, because of the group's failure, the Black Dragon's reputation is deteriorating before our eyes. Deputy head bowed before her and apologized. Yeryong leaned toward him, patted him on the shoulder, and said, this time she will settle everything herself, and may such incidents never happen again. He trembled with fear and replied, of course, he will always remember this. Yeryong said, that student in Gongdong school. I think his name is Chulsu. Meanwhile, the protagonist held a sandbag in his hands and thought, as expected, to win the hearts of the townspeople, there is nothing better than a story of noble knights fighting for justice. Chulsu, the apostle of justice, who defeated the Black Dragon clan for the good of the people. You can already imagine refined beauties, mesmerized by this story. At that moment, Yeryong frowned and said, she will show him what happens to idiots for their excessive insolence. After a while, the protagonist punched the air and thought, to win the hearts of women, there's nothing better than a noble story about the fight for justice. Beauties captivated by a magnificent warrior who defeated the Black Dragon clan. He began to laugh and took a stance. The next second, his body began to glow, and he shouted, damn, not again! If this happens every time he uses techniques, his reputation is ruined. After that, he turned around and, looking at the sky, thought, although, when it comes to moral idiots, this side effect isn't so bad. Finally, here he is, the man in the black mask. He didn't sleep all night, because he was waiting for them. He folded his arms across his chest and thought, they sent out a challenge to a duel, but there's no guarantee that a black dragon involved in all sorts of shady dealings will accept the challenge. There is no better friend in the world of martial arts than the man in the black mask. And then he said, never mind. He looked around and added, well, at least they'll send someone. After all, they have no reason not to. Then he was surprised. What? Yeryong landed on a tree branch in front of him, and he thought, a woman? In his past life, the Gongdong School's battle with the Black Dragon took place 4 years later. He knew for a fact that there weren't any girls in the Gongdong School's ranks back then. So he didn't know that the Black Dragon clan had a woman with such a perfect body. Yeryong landed in front of him and asked, he's Cholsu, right? MC replied, exactly, that's right. Yeryong held her sword in front of her and running to attack, shouted, let's see how he'll sing now when he meets a swordsman from the Black Dragon clan. The protagonist reached for his weapon and shouted, what? He held his sword in front of him, blocking her attack. Yeryong thought, for his age, he has decent skills, but nothing special. On the other hand, Cholsu, she relied on rumors about Jinhui, so it was natural for her disappointment. The protagonist at that moment gritted his teeth, continuing to parry her attack, and thought, she is strong. He sighed loudly, throwing a punch, and Yeryong rose into the air, then landed. The MC thought, her movements are fast and light, like a feather, and her skills are completely unusual. Who is she? Yeryong took a stance and said, he runs from her like prey from a predator. The next second, the protagonist thought, this pendant. He shouted, wait, she is the head swordsman of the Black Dragon, Yeryong, right? Yeryong answered, exactly. Cholsu thought, why is Yeryong here? Damn, this is bad. Head swordsman Yeryong. She was tortured with boiling water, which burned half her face. She is also known for making merciless bets with men. She takes off the silk hat that covers her face and asks if she is beautiful. If she realizes a man is lying to her, she strips him of his dignity in seconds. They say that no man has ever passed this test. Why him? He frowned and clenched his teeth. Yeryong, adjusting her hat, said, so he found out. Does he know about the test she sets for every man she meets? Cholsu answered, yes, he knows. He thought, how to get out of this. After this, Yeryong took off her hat and said, then he must answer, is she beautiful? Cholsu thought, under no circumstances should he give her a simple answer. He must say something that will touch her heart. Only sincerity will save him from Yeryong. He grinned and thought, sincerity. In that case, is there anything more reliable than this? The next second, he put his hand to his chest and said, Miss Yeryong, she is truly beautiful. At that moment, his body lit up, and Yeryong, perplexed, opened her mouth and screamed, what the hell? Is he crazy? He is definitely insane. Cholsu replied, but miss, she asked him herself. He added, her clear eyes, silky hair, and fiery personality are simply beautiful. He, Cholsu, declares this with complete confidence on behalf of the entire Gongdong school. Yeryong was surprised. What? Cholsu blushed with embarrassment and added, miss, he really admires her. Yeryong also blushed with embarrassment and thought, she is already 60 years old. She had asked this question many times, put him to the test, but never before had she heard such a frank answer. She covered her mouth and thought, he is so different from all the other men she had met before. Yes, it was still too much, but she couldn't bring herself to call his words a lie. MC smiled and thought, it worked. She was asking this question for a reason. There was an important reason. A very important reason. He continued to think. In fact, Yeryong is not just an eccentric swordsman of the Black Dragon clan. She is thousands of years old, and she is a demon, the ruler of the dead, Jae-Sawol, an invincible swordsman from the Henyongan sect and the first of the Black Dragon clan. She can take any form, man, woman, animal, absolutely anything. Creating shells and traveling the world of martial arts in them is her hobby. One of Sawol's shells was the swordsman Yeryong. They say she was incredibly beautiful since childhood. All her life, she was surrounded by men with less than kind intentions. Ultimately, she suffered from everyone only paying attention to her appearance. Yeryong is a character who reflects Sawol's traumas, and it was because of these traumas that she devised her famous test. If a man confesses from the heart, she will be embarrassed and become harmless. Confession or punishment. Yeryong thought. She always wanted people to see her as a person, not just a pretty doll. The Chalsimon technique unmistakably distinguishes truth from lies. If this confirms the sincerity of his words, Sawol will be amazed. Everyone she has met so far desired only her body and tried various ways to force her to submit. She wants to understand why her heart was touched by such an unexpected confession. Then Cholsu stepped forward and said, Madam, he also knows that if he passes the test, she will grant his wish. Yeryong blushed with embarrassment and thought, he shouldn't approach her with this thing. What a crazy idiot. Was she really that beautiful in his eyes? Cholsu blushed with embarrassment and said, he had passed such a difficult test, so please, she must grant his wish. Yeryong thought, what was he going to ask for like this? A confession? Was it really a confession? Cholsu came even closer and whispered, he wishes. Yeryong looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked at her chest and thought, why isn't it working? Yeryong asked, what? Then she realized where he was looking and cried out sharply, ah, he's a little idiot. Cholsu smiled and thought, the operation was a success. Now the final stage. He leaned towards her ear and said, His wish is for a night like today, under the same bright moon, for her and him to be in the same bed. He would gladly share his young energy with her, but he won't. He moved away. Yeryong asked, "What do you mean he won't? What does that mean? Why won't he?" Cholsu replied, "He's a student of Gonggung School. Following the path of virtue, one cannot put personal desires above the common good of the school. His ultimate wish is for the mistress to convey the challenge to the Black Dragon's leader. Please, she must make every effort to fulfill this." Yeryong was indignant. "What?" Then she screamed loudly, causing the sword in the protagonist's hands to shatter into several pieces and him to be thrown into a tree behind him. Chilsu thought in surprise. Was that a lion's roar? He had passed the test. Why the hell did she attack? Was she a liar? What the hell did he do wrong? The next second, Yeryong said in fear, "Oh my god, she's apologizing." She ran up to him and, putting her hands on his shoulders, asked, "Is he okay?" She didn't mean to. She herself didn't think she would scream while using the technique. Cholsu asked, "What?" Yeryong screamed. He needs to pull himself together. He thought, even though she wasn't the head of the sect, her menacing roar made him shudder inside. Judging by her panic, it seemed like she didn't really intend to attack. He had to use that. Then he paused and, pretending to be cute, asked, how could she do this to him? He clearly heard that the lady showed mercy to those she acknowledged. Yeryong screamed, "It was a mistake." Cholsu replied, "Good." He wanted to believe her. She had to say, "Will she really grant his wish?" Yeryong replied, "Of course." His wish would definitely be fulfilled. Cholsu thought, how profusely she apologized. His acting, as always, was top-notch. Then Yeryong handed him a bag and said, "Let him take this and eat it. He will feel better." She stepped back, and the protagonist looked at the bag and thought, a secret medicine? Lucky. At that moment, he heard a shout. "Junior, is everything okay?" Cholsu looked to the side and thought there's no way he could tell the senior and the teacher about what happened between him and Lady Yeryong. He had to act. At that moment, Jinwei ran forward and thought, the entire mountain was shaking from a powerful energy. Nothing serious happened to Junior, right? Jinwei screamed, "Junior!" The MC was lying on the ground. She ran up, picked him up, and shouted, "Junior, what's wrong?" Cholsu replied, "Senior, he's fine." The men in black masks arrived at the main temple of their school. The battle ended quickly. He received minor wounds, but he managed to defend the honor of the Gongdong school. Jinwei said, "The men in black masks, the idiots from the Black Dragon, dared to commit such a crime. She will never forgive them." Tears began to flow down her face. The protagonist thought, he managed the situation correctly. Excellent. Senior has a thirst for revenge, so now he will perform well in the fight against the Black Dragon. Jinwei said, "This time he failed to protect Junior, but it will not happen again, he promises." Chilsu thought, horrible, this male embrace. He should let him go. How much longer can he cling? After a while, the protagonist picked up the bag and thought, his wounds will heal in about 3 days if he keeps his head down and plays the hero. At that moment, Jongyeon entered the room and asked, "Cholsu, is he feeling better?" He assumed a sickly expression and said, after resting a bit, he feels much better. Jongyeon sat down next to him and said, "That's good to hear. He shouldn't overexert himself with unnecessary exertion. Does he want something to eat?" Cholsu thought. At Gongdong High School, he always eats nothing but grass. To be honest, it's already getting boring. Maybe he should ask for something that will help him recharge his batteries? Jinwei, with tears in his eyes, took his hand and shouted, "He should ask for anything, Junior. He will bring him whatever he wants." The protagonist thought, he acts as if he is mortally wounded. Then he said, he really wants pork, roast pork, and some pork liver. Jinwei asked, "Pork?" Cholsu answered yes, and he thought he would also like oysters. But given the meager treasury, pork will have to do. Jinwei clenched his fists and said, he understands, Junior. He will get it. He must continue to rest. A few seconds later, Jinwei ran away. She thought, it's all her fault. She only wanted to be a reliable senior, capable of protecting her dear junior. Her heart fluttered and pounded when she was near him. She felt like a woman again. That's why she kept this distance. She was sure that, as an older brother, she should protect the junior. She didn't imagine that her indecision and fear would lead to the junior getting hurt. Well, she couldn't live as a woman anyway. Harin rose from her seat and asked the student if he didn't mind. Perhaps she could take care of his younger brother. Jinhui was surprised. "Little one? What's this all about?" He thinks he can take care of his little brother himself. Why does she want to take on such responsibility? Harin replied, it's her duty as his future wife. Jinhui was even more surprised. Be future wife? What does she mean? Some time ago, Shu was drinking, cursing the Black Dragon. He had run an inn all his life. His daughter approached him with a glass of water and asked if he was okay. He patted her head with a smile, calling her his beautiful daughter. She said that the students from Gongdong School had promised to help them, but he was still worried about something. He thought for a second and said, if they lose in the duel against the Black Dragon clan, their family will be destroyed. The girl looked down and almost burst into tears, and her father suddenly asked with a smile what she thought of the junior disciple. She looked away shyly and told him that he was strong enough for a beginner, and Shu agreed with her. The courage with which he stood up to the bandit group is truly worthy of respect. He is a very selfless young man. He could be a good husband for his daughter. He thought, you never know what the future holds. It would be a good idea to decide in advance who Harin will marry. This conversation made her even more embarrassed and blushed. declaring that if her father wanted it, then she was completely fine with it. And so she said now, as his future wife, she is obliged to be by his side in both sorrow and joy. Jinhui was very surprised and exclaimed, "In the name of all that is holy, what does this mean?" Master Shu was very nervous. He apologized to him. He was completely drunk and thoughtlessly proposed that his daughter marry his junior. He asked him discontentedly what he was even thinking at that moment, and Harin confidently declared it was their fault that the junior disciple was injured. Therefore, she thinks it would be better if she takes care of him herself. Jinhui remained silent. She did not say anything like that, but she feels simply disgusting. Master Shu asked if he couldn't hand over Harin's constant care. Could he at least take her with him for a while? It had been very restless outside since that day, and he thought it would be safer if she stayed at school for a while. Meanwhile, MC continued to rest. He was left alone with the teacher at the most inopportune moment. The best cure for a sick person is the caress of a beautiful girl. He wished she would constantly hover around him, inquiring about his health, then he would grab her and have fun together. If such a beauty exchanged energy with him, he would recover in a matter of seconds. There was a noise outside, and the teacher immediately realized that Jinhui had returned and told Cholsu that he would go meet him and that he should rest. He was very happy. Finally, he was alone and could do his Kegel exercises. He had been doing this exercise for a year, and it finally bore fruit. He looked at his thing with a wide smile and delight and thought, even a thick blanket can't completely hide his majestic mammoth. In his past life, he felt the urge, but there was nothing he could do about it. And now that he was alone, he could finally do it. Just as he got down to business, the door swung open, and Harin appeared on the threshold. She greeted him with a worried face, and he stared at her in shock and asked what she was doing here. She sat down next to him and told him that she was here to take care of an injured student. He was certainly glad to see her, but now was clearly not the best time. Harin took a damp cloth to wipe his body, and he became very nervous, because then she would see all this. She took the blanket to throw it back, and he screamed in horror. Meanwhile, Jinhui was watching the food being prepared, and was very worried. She still feels uneasy. She can't believe it. She really said that she wants to become her junior's wife. Harin is already a beauty. In the future, she will undoubtedly become even more beautiful. She will be forced to pretend to be a man all her life. Then an idea occurred to her. If she can't openly love him as a woman, it doesn't mean she's obligated to let him marry the first woman he meets. After all, he is important to her. Even the most sincere feelings need time and testing. The door opened. An upset Harin entered the kitchen, and she asked why she returned so quickly. She answered the guy that the junior student said he could not let her wipe him because she was a girl. Could he wipe him? As soon as she said this, Jinhui's heart danced with joy. At this time, Cholsu breathed a sigh of relief. This was all unexpected. He had not seen little Seo for a long time. The door swung open with a bang. Jinhui flew into the room and happily sat down next to him, asking, "He kicked little Seo out because she's a girl? That's just wonderful. They're both men, so his body is now in his hands." The MC was horrified by this pervert, and Jinhui started to pull the blanket off him, saying that it was time for him to freshen up, but he diligently pulled it back on himself and excitedly asked him to wait. He didn't need it, but he didn't take any objections at all. He simply tore the blanket along with his clothes, greatly frightening him. Now he was half naked and defenseless in front of him, trembling with fear. Jinhui called him poor thing. It must have been incredibly difficult for him to fight that man in a black mask. He nervously asked him to stop, and then he rolled him over onto his back and said that he needed to stretch out the tension in his body. He started to massage his muscles, and he was very upset that even his first massage now belonged to his senior. But his senior did it so well that he fell into bliss and thought, all his suffering is because of Yeryong. If the fight doesn't happen, he doesn't know what he'll do to her. Meanwhile, Sawol was lying on her bed and thinking, is Cholsu okay? Did she really hurt him that badly? He fell and didn't move. She remembered that moment and suddenly wondered, what kind of worry was this, even after so long? She, the absolute master of martial arts, the one who is better than everyone else in everything, the most beautiful woman in the world, the envy of all men and women, is worried about some clueless student of the Gongdong school? After that, she got ready to go, called her subordinate, and told him that she would be leaving for a short time at the Black Dragon headquarters, and that they should try not to do anything while she was gone. After that, she ran, but continued to convince herself that she was not worried about him at all. She was running so fast only because she had to fulfill her promise. It was not at all because she liked Cholsu and she wanted to see him as soon as possible. Finally, the massage was over. Jinhui told him with an awkward smile that all the tension was now relaxed. How was he feeling? He answered him exhaustedly that he felt just great and thought it was as if he could still feel a man's touches everywhere. He was very happy and said that he would do this every day from now on, and he exclaimed indignantly, every day? Once was quite enough. But he did not accept objections and promised him to do everything possible to help him recover as soon as possible. He left the room to get him some water, and he pulled his clothes on in irritation, wondering why he was always so happy after something like this. He was just a pervert, but his massage was really great. He felt much better. However, he can't allow him to give him a massage every day. He needs to arrange the duel as soon as possible. Jae-seol must fulfill her promise and convince the Black Dragon's leader, but that's not enough. An official witness is essential for the duel. A witness officially confirms, that is, certifies the fact of the duel. In other words, this is the person who monitors the process of the fight, prevents the losing side from lying and claiming victory, and also announces the results of the fight. The problem is that there is not a single school that would agree to act as a witness for the destroyed Gongdong. The only option is the school in Kamseok, which took the place of Gongdong, that is, Seomun. But the people from Seomun are sneaky as snakes, and they are unlikely to welcome their visit. When he recovers, he will need to keep an eye on Seomun's actions. Jinwei entered the room, brought him a glass of water, and he thought, does he have nothing better to do? Why is he continuing to look after him? He remembered about the food and asked, if he was here now, then who was left to cook? He answered him with a smile that Harin had left the cooking. Hearing this, he choked on the water and screamed, not that. At this time, Seol arrived at the Black Dragon Palace, and their leader was shocked by what she had just said. She said that the Gongdong school proposed to resolve the Sanho case using the Gangho method. They sent a message for a duel to the temple. Wee Chunmyong asked, did she distract the head of the Black Dragon from his work just for this? He hissed her name in rage and shouted, does she think he has time for such nonsense? He released his dragon aura, but she didn't even flinch. He said that this was not something she should waste her time on. Someone else had to take care of it. He threw a scroll at her. She caught it deftly, and he exclaimed in surprise, how dare she stop his decree? Seol called him a loser. She tore off her mask and exclaimed, since when did he think he could treat her like that? Seeing her true form, that she was actually Seol, he was very surprised and immediately began to bow at her feet, begging for forgiveness. What business did she have here? She was unhappy that she finally had to reveal her true form, and all because of that little idiot, Chulsu. But a promise is a promise. She ordered the head of the Black Dragon to accept the challenge of the Gongdong school, and he asked what benefit there would be from his participation in this duel. She said that he knew one thing, but not the other. It seems that Seomun is still afloat. He understood what she was hinting at, and she said, the vile snakes of the Seomun school are just waiting for the right moment to strike. For hundreds of years, Gansu province has been the stronghold of the Gongdong school. If the school is revived, it will only be a matter of time before Seomun reaches rock bottom. That's why the Seomun sect won't let Sangho's case go unnoticed. The sooner the Gongdong school falls, the better for them. If Gongdong falls, Seomun as true saints will be able to use the pretext of revenge to their advantage. For example, in a fight with the Black Dragon clan for the status of the #1 sect in the province. But if the Black Dragon clan officially defeats the Gongdong school in a duel, those scoundrels will no longer have a chance to interfere. He exclaimed with delight that this was simply brilliant. This time, he wouldn't just win, he would destroy them. He would literally trample the pathetic little gnats of the Gongdong school, gladly ending their existence. But she didn't want that. She ordered him not to even think about destroying the school itself, and thought, before Chulsu comes of age, he must have a home. At this time, MC ran to the kitchen in a panic. He had made an unforgivable mistake. How could he leave Harin to cook such a precious pork dish? According to reports from the Imperial Palace in his past life, someone had once died after tasting her cooking. However, it wasn't intentionally poisoned. As soon as they tasted this inedible-looking mass, everyone immediately choked on blood and died. Harin, despite being the innkeeper's daughter, had absolutely no talent for cooking, and he hoped his food was okay. When he reached the kitchen, he saw something terrible. Black smoke was pouring out of the door windows. She had managed to fry not only the pork, but the kitchen as well. Jinhui ordered him to stay there while she ran for water, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. If the kitchen was in this state and Harin was nowhere to be seen, did that mean she was still inside? Meanwhile, Harin continued cooking as best she could, covering her nose from the smoke. She just wanted to grill some meat for a junior. Did she put too much firewood? If this continues, it will become dangerous to be here. She can't cause more damage to Gongdong school. She decided to find something to put out the fire, and a vat of water fell in her eye. She filled a bucket of water and thought that she just wanted to help. That's why she asked to come. But in the end, she ruined everything. Everything started to swim before her eyes. She thought that she needed to put out the fire, but for some reason her body didn't obey. Before she fell, Chulsu caught her, and covering the lower half of her face with a rag, asked why she was in the kitchen if she didn't even know how to cook. Seeing his face, she became very happy, then started coughing, and he picked her up to help her out. They ran out of the building. Harin in tears said that the kitchen was on fire. It was all her fault. She had to put out the fire, but he didn't agree. The most important thing now was saving her. She should take more care of herself and her safety. These words touched her. He laid her on the floor and told her to sit here and rest, and suddenly Jin Jinhui's stunned voice was heard. At what he saw, he dropped the bucket of water and asked why he was hugging little So. He excitedly answered that he needed to pull her out of the fire, so he had to pick her up. He had no choice. He had done nothing dishonorable or shameful. He swears to it. Seeing his upset face, he fell into confusion. He had given him a good reason, so what's wrong? And then he remembered. Could the rumors from his past life really be true? Swordsman Jinhui, the first heavenly sword, who is incredibly handsome and skilled in combat, is not at all interested in women, but still, one managed to penetrate his heart, the beauty Harin. MC was horrified. He wouldn't let this happen. He almost lost his guard. He needed to separate Harin and Jinhui. He called out to him and, excitedly picking up a bucket of water, suggested he quickly clean up the kitchen and then train together. He'd gotten much better thanks to his care, so he wanted to get back to training with him as soon as possible. Jinhui was overjoyed to hear this and exclaimed, "Is this true? This is simply great news." The elder's beaming smile nearly blinded Cholsu. He skipped toward the kitchen, and he followed him, thinking, he has no choice. He must become an excellent martial artist to keep up with this incredibly talented man. The upcoming fight is a great opportunity to show everyone the new, improved techniques of the Gongdong school. It's time for him to start training. In a week, in the Black Dragon Clan Council Hall, everyone was outraged, and someone exclaimed, "How dare he say in this place that the Gongdong school is invincible? Is there even a single reason to agree with that?" The man slammed his fist on the table in rage and asked the leader to simply give him the order, and he would raze these idiots to the ground. Chonmyoung sternly ordered everyone to be silent, and the council hall immediately fell silent. He decided to engage the warriors of the Gongdong school in single combat. The counselors were surprised and asked why he had made such a decision, to which he replied, "It's unthinkable that a dying clan would dare challenge the Black Dragon clan, but their proposal only plays into their hands. They will see if they can defeat the Gongdong school using their strength. Besides, most likely, the idiots from Xiaoman will hardly be able to stay away." The advisors agreed with him, calling him a genius, and the man asked, should they then send a response as quickly as possible? Who would be best to send to the Gongdong school? The man thought for a moment and said that since the fight was between top-level masters, they should send the Black Dragon. She was on the training ground at the time. Several students surrounded her from all sides. They rushed to attack, and she measured them with her gaze, and then broke away and rushed forward, striking each of them. After that, she called them useless idiots. Is this all they can do with a sword in their hands? She is the strongest master of the Black Dragon clan, Wee Soryan. They apologized to her, but she herself is too strong, and she irritably ordered them all to shut up. From now on they will train until dawn. A man approached her. He called her young leader and said that the head had an assignment for her, which at first even surprised her. Night fell, and Soryan set off on her way to the destroyed sect. MC was just there, training. Landing right in front of him, she said that she was so annoyed that she was sent to this school. She ordered Chulsu to bring the old man to her, and he looked up at her. Finally she came, the strongest master of the Black Dragon, Soryan. He was waiting for her. She asked what was the matter. Let him go after the old man, and quickly. He remained silent, and thought that she had been trained since childhood to be the first swordsman of the Black Dragon, so she was full of arrogance and haughtiness. He was always curious to know what was hidden under the mask of her feigned arrogance. He crossed his arms over his chest, and said that he did not want to follow him, and she gritted her teeth in rage, asking how dare he argue with her. He smirked. This was expected of her. Proud people are weak in the face of provocation. He looked at her with disgust and asked how dare this ordinary master order one of the strongest disciples of the Gongdong school. So this is who all these pathetic clans exist for. She answered him that only the strong deserve politeness. Then it has meaning. Why should she be polite to a disciple of a dying school? These words angered him, but he remained calm and answered her. She especially should be polite. After all, Gongdong will soon become the winner of the duel, and they will be the losers. She laughed and asked, a third-rate school will become the winner? This is very funny. He lost his patience. It's time for him to set her straight. He asked, is she sure about this? What will she do if his school wins? If she is so confident of her victory, how about a little bet? She asked what benefit she has from it, and he pointed his finger at her with a smirk, saying that he didn't think she was such a coward. She got really angry, and he started to tease her, asking if the master of the Black Dragon clan was afraid of losing. She was like a worm hiding in its hole. Did she have nothing more to say? She didn't understand the nonsense he was talking, but it all irritated her so much. He offered her a bet. If he lost, he would become her servant, and she immediately agreed. And if he won, she would call him her big brother for the rest of her life. This thought made him very happy. He would gladly become a big brother to such a sweet girl. Soryan was simply furious, but she likes bad boys. She screamed about how she wanted to rip out his disgusting eyes right then and there, and he, swaying his hips in front of her, continued teasing her. An old man came to the noise. He inquired what was going on and asked the girl if she was a messenger from the Black Dragon clan. She confirmed this and introduced herself, saying that she was supposed to deliver the answer from their leader. MC was surprised at how polite she suddenly became. Had she deliberately provoked him before? Jonghyun unfurled a huge scroll and said, "In half a month, at noon, at the venue of Hwajongyun, in the presence of a witness, they will duel the top-level masters of the clans." He asked, "So, did that mean they accepted their challenge without any additional conditions?" Soryeon confirmed this. The Black Dragon clan's witness would be a person from Halman, and let the Gongdong school also provide a witness. He thought for a moment and replied that the Gongdong school's witness would be a representative of the Salmon school. She had no more questions. He said goodbye to her and wished her peace, and she, taking one last look at Cholsu, thought that the little guy was definitely crazy. He stuck his tongue out at her, which made her furious, and she immediately left. Jonghyun said that since the fight was already scheduled, it was time for them to send a letter to the Seolman school. Finally, Jin-Wee came running at the noise. The teacher said he was just in time. A messenger from the Black Dragon came to them. Now he must deliver a letter to Seolman. He agreed to this without any problems, and MC thought, this duel will not bring anything good for the Seolman school. If they send this kind person alone, won't he fall into the trap of those idiots? He volunteered to go there with the senior, and the teacher asked if he was sure. He confirmed it. This trip to Seolman is like the senior's first journey into the world of martial arts, and he, as his junior, wants to support him on this path. Jin-Wee was very happy and called him his caring junior, after which she hugged him tightly and thanked him. He was very pleased that he was thinking of him. He felt uneasy from these male hugs, and soon it was time to hit the road. Early in the morning, he went out into the courtyard and thought, the Seolman school is in Nanzo, the capital of Kamseok, the largest city of the province. He feels like he is finally taking his first steps into the world. Harin approached him awkwardly, and he asked what brought her here so early. She answered him. She heard that he was leaving for Nanzo today. She didn't have a chance to thank him for that incident in the kitchen. She was very grateful to him because he saved her life. This was the second time he had saved her. That incident at the inn, she was so helpless. She was very sorry that because of her weakness, he constantly got into trouble. He smiled and said that she didn't need to apologize and thank him for it. She repaid him by doing everything possible for his recovery when he was injured. And not only then, she always tries very hard for him, so she shouldn't blame herself for her weakness. He patted her head and said that if she decided to take fate into her own hands, she could join their school. Then she would master martial arts and sooner or later become the strongest woman in the province. She promised him to think about it, and he finally told her to take care of herself. To be strong, you need to love yourself first. She replied that she didn't really understand what he was talking about, but she would try to understand everything he said and be sure to keep them in her heart. Their conversation was interrupted by a disgruntled Jin-Hui. He called out to Cholsu and asked how much longer he would mess around there. They needed to get going quickly. He looked at him with displeasure. There had been such a good atmosphere, and he had ruined it all. He approached the teacher and told the two of them. This was their first time out into the world. They both trained hard, so he thought there wouldn't be any problems. They promised him not to let him down, and he wished them a safe journey, after which they ran. Soon they arrived in Hwajongyun, and the first thing they did was stop at the market. Jin-Hui kept looking around, pointing out all sorts of interesting snacks, and eventually he suggested he try caramel strawberries. He rolled his eyes and thought, he's not a child, why is he so happy? They bought strawberries, and as soon as Jin-Hui took the first bite, MC saw this smile that attracts everyone's attention. He has the face of a real swindler. By the way, as soon as they entered the city, they were followed. He clearly doesn't know martial arts, but his movements are fast. He must be a pickpocket. If so, then he is probably connected with Halman. Realizing that he was noticed, the pickpocket immediately started to run and Cholsu followed him. Thinking, if this is really the case, then Seol gave the order to follow? Considering her obsessive nature, this is not a very good sign. They must use the situation to their advantage. He grabbed the pickpocket by the hand and exclaimed, how dare he rob him? He is kind, so he will not hold him responsible. He is too young. But he definitely has a leader, so let him bring him to him immediately. He threatened the guy with a sword, who got really scared and asked him not to kill him, after which he led them to him. Jin-Hui told the younger one that he was simply magnificent. He realized so quickly that they were being followed. He responded that it was just a coincidence. They were very lucky. The guy led them to a pavilion, but it was too quiet here, and there were no dancers. A man came out of the building and said that they weren't open yet. What do they want? MC asked. People from Halmun seem to often stay at this place. The man immediately became nervous, but pretended not to understand anything. And then Cholsu threw a coin at him, and he immediately jumped back. He smirked and noted that he dodged it quite deftly. Judging by his movements, he was a warrior. Realizing he'd been found out, the man immediately pulled out a weapon and said it was outrageous to behave like that. His weapon was a tube with needles, and the MC knew if the needles hit him, it would be very painful. Jin-Hui rushed to attack without thinking. The man was surprised by the warrior's speed, and then he swung at him, knocking him unconscious. The others, hearing the noise, came to help their mentor, but Jinwei quickly dealt with them too. He grabbed one of them, threw him with all his might, hitting him against the wall, and attacked the others with his fists. Chulsu was shocked. He'd completely lost his mind, and then Jinwei turned to him and asked, "Is he okay?" He'd expected him to be strong, of course, but this was too much. Jinwei said he would definitely protect him, and as he said this with blood on his face and a smile, it looked quite creepy. The warriors called him a monster. The MC realized they were in big trouble and rushed to stop the leader, but he didn't listen. He decided to deal with these idiots first, and then with everyone else. Then Chulsu himself had to intervene. He grabbed one of the warriors by the ear and started pulling it, asking why they were exaggerating so much. Not only had they meddled in Gongdong, but now they were blowing it out of proportion. They had scared his leader. The man exclaimed that he had clearly made a mistake, and he ordered him to immediately take him to the leader, who would demand their punishment. The man had already started crying, begging him to stop, and then a female voice rang in his head. A woman standing on the second floor asked if he would stop tormenting the poor boy and instead retire with her to a special room on the second floor. He looked at her in surprise and thought, in such a remote place there is a master who uses sound transmission technology? If they only called him, without the senior, then it was most likely an order from Saul. His senior inquired what was going on, and he replied, he had received a message that the master from Halmoon wanted to meet him in person. Jinwei became very worried and said that he should absolutely not go there. It was very dangerous. Perhaps the master from Halmoon had deliberately lured them to this place. His senior would not allow him to fall into a trap. MC assured him that everything would be fine. He should take this opportunity to find out what he was planning. He should trust him. Jinwei couldn't resist his smile and didn't insist. He admitted he was definitely capable of standing up for himself, and he promised to return soon. He wondered if all elders took lessons in ridiculous speech, or what. He went up to the second floor, paused in front of the door, and thought. Both the pickpocket and the sound transmission could be traps. He needed to be on his guard. The door opened before him, and the great master of Sacheonje, Liu Exiang, greeted him in the room. He immediately blushed at the sight of her. He expected to see an ordinary concubine, but he didn't encounter the wondrous flower of Sacheonje here. A concubine, recognized as the most beautiful woman, Liu Exiang. She offers her guests only kamungo playing and calligraphy. Men come from other provinces just to drink with her. The problem is, she's no ordinary concubine. In fact, it's Sawol herself. She laughed and asked, unplanned meetings are always more enjoyable, right? He looked away and hissed quietly through his teeth. An annoying dress-up girl. She's simply obsessed. Sawol thought at this moment that she had finally caught him. This guy passed her first test only because he's a crazy person who likes everyone who wears skirts. She can't keep such a man in her heart, so she will test him again. And if he succumbs to Liu Exiang's temptation, she will make him pay for breaking her heart. She removed her veil. Chulsu asked why she did it, and she answered him with a smile. It's impolite to greet guests with a veil over your face, and now she will pour him some tea. She decided to use all her charm and the beauty ball technique. Her martial art in this body is different from others. She used a top-notch technique that interferes with the opponent's mind and inflames them. As soon as the technique affected him, he immediately felt suffocated, and his face turned red. She smirked, satisfied with the result. She only had to hammer in the last nail. She took his hand and asked what brought such a young hero like him to their land, and from such touches he blushed even more. She was already expecting him to reveal his true self, but he restrained his emotions and waved her hand away, firmly saying he came to ask her something. She stared at him in shock, not understanding what was going on, and he asked if she didn't think it was at least improper to follow a Gongdong school student, sending surveillance when they were about to carry out an important mission. She was going to hinder them by selling information to the Black Dragon clan. Sawol wasn't listening to him at all, shocked that her seduction technique hadn't worked, and he continued. Because of this incident, based on the information gathered by Halmoon, the Black Dragon clan might send an assassin to Salmak. Wouldn't this method allow them to get rid of the pesky Gongdong school without engaging in battle or duel? He glanced at her dumbfounded face and thought, unless the Black Dragon had gone mad, they would hardly have turned to Halmoon for help. But in politics, truth doesn't matter. Since she had already shown him her weakness, he would tear her to pieces. He said that this was exactly how he felt about this ridiculous situation. And what would she say? Sawol may have powerful techniques, but she was no match for him. He was young in body now, but his mind was the same as in his past life. The conversation would have been different if she had come in her true form. By coming as a mere concubine, Liu Exiang, she had deprived herself of any worthwhile authority. But she must have taken this opportunity to distract him and interfere. Love is a proven technique in the game of fate. He will not succumb to such vile techniques as pathetic hypnosis. He displeasedly noticed that she was following him, then using her dirty tricks, like seduction techniques. How was she going to justify her insolence? She guiltily lowered her gaze and answered him. The feud between the Black Dragon clan and the Gongdong school is the talk of the city. They survive by selling information, so she had no other choice. She bowed her head and offered him her deepest apologies. The Black Dragon clan has nothing to do with it. In fact, she was shocked. Her heart was currently pounding like crazy. She thought, What kind of man is he? He's truly exceptional. Usually, the smarter a person is, the more easily he loses his head to seduction techniques. But she is so infuriated that her techniques don't work on him. She awkwardly asked why he didn't fall for her trick. Does he really not feel feminine charm at all? He answered that she is a very beautiful woman. He would be lying if he said that she doesn't have feminine charm. The reason he didn't succumb to her charms is because he doesn't have feelings for her. She was very surprised and, covering her face with a veil so that he wouldn't notice her embarrassment, apologized to him for her tactlessness. He doesn't succumb to mindless temptation, doesn't blindly follow his desires, as is typical of many men. MC accepted her apology and forgave her offensive behavior, and now he wants to ask for something in return. He thought that since he had passed another test, it was time to receive a reward, and he asked her to convey an offer from the Gongdong school to the leader of Haomun. She asked in surprise, "He's talking about Sawol?" He confirmed it, and she asked what proposal he was referring to. He replied, he's proposing a secret agreement between the Black Dragon clan, the Gongdong school, and Soman. Sometime later, the head of Soman was informed that the Black Dragon clan had officially accepted the Gongdong school's offer of a duel. Qianxian remained silent, continuing with his own affairs. His subordinate said, if the Black Dragon clan defeats the Gongdong school in an official duel, Soman will lose the excuse to attack them. This could become a serious problem. Is everything all right? Qianxian told him not to worry, their duel would not take place, and the Gongdong school's defeat was inevitable. Is there a master who would dare to act as a witness on the Gongdong side? He was surprised and asked, he's going to disrupt the duel itself? Qianxian confirmed this. There isn't a single martial artist in this city who can't see through them. The Gongdong school won't be able to find witnesses for the duel without Soman's permission. Time passed. When Cholsu reunited with his elder, he immediately asked how his conversation with the head of Haomun went. He replied that everything ended well, but it turned out they were the ones spying on them, and he was terribly insulted. Jinhui looked around, noting that this market was so colorful, and MC said, no wonder it's the largest market in the capital of Kamsiok. But compared to Beijing, this place seems like a seedy hole to him. One of the townspeople saw the masters from the Gongdong school and told his friend that it seemed the rumors were true. He heard they were going to fight the Black Dragon clan, and his friend added, they say the Gongdong school has regained its lost martial art. Jinhui overheard their conversation and noticed that even here, there were people who recognized them. Cholsu smiled and said, their school may be in decline, but it still remains the oldest and most authoritative. They approached the Seoman gates, and the senior immediately noted that the building resembled a palace, and MC mentally called them upstarts. The guy at the entrance asked, have they come to the main house? Have they announced their visit? Chiolsu took a scroll from his pocket and told him that they had arrived with a letter from the headmaster of the Gongdong school. It was about the fight with the Black Dragon clan, so he would only tell the headmaster about it. The guy thought for a moment and asked, so, they came without warning? He pointed to the huge crowd and told them to go to that line over there and wait. Jinhui immediately ran there, telling the younger one that they better hurry, otherwise they definitely wouldn't get in today. But MC stopped him and told him to wait. He had an idea, so let him leave this problem to him. He ran up to the guy and exclaimed that the content of this letter concerns a fight involving representatives of all the martial arts of the great empire. He was really going to ignore letters of such importance because of some kind of gatekeeper duties? The guy, confused, said that they should have arranged a meeting with the head in advance, and then he exclaimed, some small gatekeeper thinks he can decide for Grandmaster Soman? Because of the noise around them, people began to slowly gather, and Cholsu shouted, his choice will be decisive for the future of not only Gansu province, but also for the entire martial world and the great empire. Is he ready to take responsibility for his choice right now? The boy grew nervous at the prospect of such responsibility and rushed to his senior to question him, and the MC laughed contentedly. The operation to eliminate the arrogant peacock had been a resounding success. Soon the gates finally opened, and the school's vice principal, Xiaoman Feng, came out to greet the two. He greeted them with a smile and introduced himself, and they both folded their hands in a respectful gesture and introduced themselves in return. The man asked them to forgive their gatekeeper's rudeness and follow him. He led them to a special room, brewed them tea, and asked them to make themselves at home and rest well after their long journey. Afterward, the headmaster would invite them to his office. Chiolsu asked him to clarify how soon they could meet with the headmaster, and the man answered with a smile. He was currently busy with business. He was sorry, but he couldn't give them a precise answer right now. MC frowned slightly and thought, this man was polite and courteous, but not much different from that gatekeeper. Most likely, he wanted to make them wait to demonstrate the greatness of the Xiaoman school, but it wasn't his style to lose a fight before negotiations. He asked doubtfully, is that really true? Then let him convey the following to the great swordmaster. If he doesn't meet them right now, he could miss out on his golden ticket to a better life. The man was slightly surprised, but didn't show it and only laughed, promising to convey these words to the headmaster. After wishing them a good rest, he left, and Jinhui asked what he was trying to achieve with his words. He winked at him and said that time was on their side. Jinhui had no idea what he was was talking about, so he decided to change the subject, suggesting that the elder enjoy the food of this opulent place. Chol-soo immediately pounced, as good food is a natural aphrodisiac. He smiled, tried the first bite, and Jinhui, smiling, told him to eat more. Suddenly, Feng burst into the room, excitedly calling out to them and saying that the leader wanted to see them right away. MC immediately put his chopsticks on the table and said with a grin, he was definitely starting to like this place. When they arrived at the master's office, they both bowed to him and greeted him respectfully. But the man stopped them mid-sentence, saying, "That's enough. Enough of these meaningless greetings. Why are they so eager to join the Black Dragon clan's battle?" Chol-soo told him it was all to restore the honor of the martial world, and Hyunseong called him a little idiot. "Didn't they decide to form an alliance with Halmun to spread rumors?" MC asked. "So it's about Halmun?" He wondered what they were whispering about. Hyunseong said that rumors of unknown origin were spreading like wildfire. The fight between Gongdong and the Black Dragon was like a battle between good and evil, and the idea that the winning side would take over the martial arts world was just a meaningless rumor. At the same time, Gu Pilibon and the 6th Dynasty received a letter requesting the appointment of official witnesses for the Gongdong school. Could this just be a coincidence? Chol-soo smiled and thought, as expected, Sewol had fulfilled her end of the bargain perfectly. When he met her shortly before arriving here, he made her an offer concerning the fight between the Gongdong school and the Black Dragon clan, and it was also about Seomun. First, he wants her to spread the word so loudly that no one is unaware of it. Then he needs to deliver a letter to the Gu family and the 6th Dynasty, asking them to act as witnesses. She asked if he was trying to raise the stakes so that the Seomun school couldn't refuse to appoint an official witness. He confirmed this, and she told him seriously, even if he ignored the violation of the rules, Halmun is not a place that will suffer losses. Even if she passes on this proposal, Master Daesan Muju will never agree. He was upset that she was thinking so quickly, and reached into his inside pocket, hoping he wouldn't need it. He placed a pearl on the table and asked her to give it to Master Daesan Muju as payment. Sewol liked his approach. She noted that although the pearl was small, it contained pure energy. Now the deal was fair. Since Halmun was acting as the Black Dragon's official witness, raising the stakes was a welcome change. It's already been decided that Tangmun, Cheonseong, and Yimi will be the official witnesses. Now, if the largest school in Gansu, Seomun, decides to stand aside, it will look ridiculous. They have no choice but to accept the offer to appoint a witness. True masters continue to fight even when victory is already within their grasp. Hyunseon nervously clenched his fist and said, "The people of Halmun are experts at spreading such rumors, and it is the Gongdong school that is currently benefiting the most from this." And he assures that his guess about cooperation between Gongdong and Halmun is empty. MC spread his hands and asked, does he have evidence? It is dishonest to threaten with mere speculation. The man exclaimed that there is no evidence, but everything is already clear. And he, smirking, looked away and thought, Master Daesan Muju personally intervened in this matter along with Sewol, so of course he has no evidence. Hyunseon exclaimed that since the fight had already become known as a battle for truth, if they lost, it would not only lead to the downfall of the Seomun school, but also a crisis for the entire martial arts world. Chol-soo stared at him in shock. He'd always known he had a fiery temper, but to this extent, the headmaster exclaimed that he would have to take responsibility for their victory, then slammed the table with all his might in rage and declared, as their senior in rank and experience, he would teach them how to fight properly. MC was surprised. This old man was definitely crazy. If he hit them with that, they would definitely be 1 foot in the next world. Hyuncheon shouted in rage that if they wanted to atone, they should prove their strength to him, the Sword King of Chintian. Chol-soo thought, this man really wants them dead? He wielded a sword heavier than Mount Sumisan, considered the center of the world. This is a man whose fierce swordplay can make the heavens weep, a warrior who has mastered the great imperial technique of destructive power and the true heavenly tyrant's swords, Master Seomun Hyuncheon. He radiates enough energy to accomplish his goal. It looks like he's really going to kill them. MC couldn't take it anymore. Blood spurted from his mouth, he fell to his knees and felt incredible pressure. Its energy felt like it was about to grind his body into dust. And if he wanted to escape this force, he needed to somehow use the pure blood reverse flow technique. Despite this pressure, Jinhui stood up, surprising his junior, and asked the master to refrain from making disrespectful comments about their school. The man was amazed at this warrior's strength, and he said, their school may be in decline, but it's not yet so weakened that it can't cope with the followers of the demonic path. Cheol-soo looked at the elder in surprise and thought, he blocked the flow of Seomun Hyuncheon's energy. Geniuses are truly unique. It's only thanks to him that he's still alive. Hyuncheon said he was able to withstand the flow of his energy. That's pretty good, but it's not something outstanding enough to be worthy of recognition. Realizing that he was going to use force, the MC became nervous, and then the men aimed a fist at him, telling him to try to handle it. And even stronger pressure covered them both. Chol-soo was terrified and thought, this crazy idiot decided to crush them? Even the elder would have a hard time handling this. Jinhui, meanwhile, gritted her teeth and tried to concentrate. She thought that she needed to subdue his energy. But how should she do it? Where should she start? She started going through all the techniques she knew in her head, but it was all wrong. With her current fighting knowledge, nothing would work. Hyuncheon shouted, where is his fighting spirit? If he continued to remain inactive, he would die. Jinhui wasn't afraid, but she had a choice to make. The foundation of Gongdong School martial arts is the ability to reverse yin and yang, resulting in powerful explosive effects. But do Gongdong School martial arts only focus on the mysteries of powerful force? That's not true. She once told Junior that his Gongdong School art seemed to have some similarities with demonic martial arts. MC responded that it might look that way on the outside, but if you dig deeper, everything turns out to be different. Unlike demonic martial arts, the Gongdong School uses techniques to redirect internal and external energy. She agreed with him and tried it. The more you learn this, the more flexible you become. Performing techniques requires not only strength, but also flexibility. That's right, Gongdong School martial arts aren't focused solely on strength. If you combine the technique of soul fusion and the reverse flow of the purest blood, then everything will work out. She tried it, but the furniture shook and spilled tea rose up in the air. Noticing this, Hyuncheon was surprised and exclaimed, there's no way some brat could do this. Jinhui continued and thought, if she couldn't stop him with the martial arts she'd mastered, then she'd just have to create her own. A bright flash appeared at the point of contact between the two forces, and the two techniques battled each other until they finally both collapsed. Thus, she created a new technique, the Heavenly Ultimate Technique. Cholsu was shocked that the elder had managed to do this, and Hyuncheon thought, he had not only withstood his overwhelming energy, but also reflected it, dispersing it in the process. It seemed that a heaven-sent genius stood before him. Jinhui invited him to continue the conversation. Had his opinion remained the same after what had happened? The man thought for a moment, then laughed loudly and asked, is this a heavenly perfect technique? This cunning old fox had been secretly raising the tiger cub all this time and hadn't even considered sharing it. The test was over. He had no choice but to agree. He would eagerly await the duel with the Black Dragon clan. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and thanked him before leaving. Hyuncheon went out onto the balcony and thought, a heavenly imperfect technique, it's only a matter of time before this boy becomes the next heavenly warrior. The time had come for the resurrection of the Gongdong School. They, as the main school of Gansu province, cannot be on the losing side, so they will fight with all their might. And then his daughter's voice was heard from behind him. He turned around and smiled widely, asking what brought her here. She answered him. She heard that he met with the students of Gongdong School. How was he doing with them? He told her that the spirit of one of them was very strong, so he agreed to a duel with the Black Dragon clan. Hearing this, she was very happy, all because she admires Gongdong School very much. She asked, have they already left for home? He told her that it was quite late, so they will stay in the residence until tomorrow morning, and then she quickly ran to look for them. The students of Gongdong School, unafraid to fight off demonic forces, were even able to win the favor of her dad. They are truly outstanding people. At this time, MC was training outside the school. He closed his eyes and thought, thanks to the elder, everything went smoothly today. If he hadn't used his power, Seomin Hyuncheon would have probably found some excuse to cancel the fight. He overcame the danger by instantly creating a martial art. He's such a talented guy. That's why he can't sit back. From today on, he's starting intensive training again. But his thing showed up at the worst possible moment, and then he heard a noise from the side and turned around, asking who it was. He immediately covered the spot and awkwardly called out to the elder, asking, is it him? He was about to go to bed. Suddenly, Chonga called him a pervert, and when he turned his gaze to the girl hiding behind the bushes, he heard her scream again, telling him not to approach her. She looked in horror at the thing bulging from his pants and wondered if this really was a Gongdong High School student. Cholsu was very surprised to see the youngest daughter of the Soman family, and late at night, too. She immediately turned away from him and exclaimed, what kind of barbaric behavior is this? He awkwardly covered the spot and thought, this is unexpected. He never thought that someone would spy on him during training. Swordswoman Seomin Chonga, the youngest representative of her family, was considered the best in the world of martial arts before Seo Harin appeared. She secretly admired the school and Gongdong, and was in love with Jinhui. She was like a real stalker. However, when the elder did not accept her feelings in the end, the girl's heart was broken and turned to stone. The girl exclaimed, he practices martial arts on behalf of the Gongdong School in the name of a demon? This is such a shame. He was indignant and asked, what demon? She better take back what she said. She, embarrassed and at the same time furious, ordered him to do something about this nasty thing, and he quickly corrected everything there, after which he asked, aren't you ashamed of spying on other people's training? Doesn't she know that this is a taboo in martial arts? She indignantly called him impudent. Using such a depraved pose can in no way be related to training. It's simply absurd. He exclaimed in response that a true master must live in harmony with both his external and internal senses. What's wrong with his training method? She glanced at him with disgust, calling his words just a pathetic excuse. He is committing a crime by showing such images to a young girl. Therefore, he must take responsibility and be punished. MC was furious that both father and daughter irritated him. This cannot continue. Seoman clearly needs to reconsider the training plan. He clapped his hands and said, He doesn't think they will come to an agreement, but he can offer her something. They can fight. Why doesn't she take the path of mindfulness and take all the blame? She giggled and asked if he was offering her, the clan's best swordswoman, a fight. She agreed. She would show the whole world what a bore he is. He exclaimed, then how about the loser becoming the winner's servant? She agreed to this. If suddenly during the fight he wanted to cry, then she did not mind. After that, they both turned away from each other, sighing in displeasure. And when she left in a rage, Cholsu smirked and thought, this is just wonderful. The fish took the bait. A fight with this girl is a great chance to make the Soman school kneel before Gongdong. Besides, it would be nice to have such a beautiful servant with him. Morning came, they set off and MC smiled. All the business here is done. The document appointing a witness is also signed. There are even agreements about the duel with Katarina. His senior suddenly called out to him and asked what he was thinking about. He was taken aback by the surprise and answered him. He was just thinking about what happened in Seoman. He asked, is it true? He was smiling, so he became curious. He smiled nervously and said that thanks to the senior, they were able to find the witness, and thought, so he was looking at him all this time? Jinwei, with a wide smile on his face, thanked him for the compliment. He was very pleased to hear such words from him. Cholsu said that they succeeded thanks to his abilities. Didn't he create new martial arts from nothing? The guy answered him. Since the technique is based on a strong emotional connection, he decided to give it a name, Heavenly Perfect Technique. However, it needs to be thought out and perfected. MC smiled, saying that if the senior takes on the matter, there will be no problem, and he invited him to try. He will teach him the formula of the perfect heavenly technique. It is still crude, but at least something. He was very surprised by his offer and explained that he is his one and only junior, so he wants to teach him. He will show him a simplified version. Chilsu gave him a strange sideways glance and agreed, thinking, such a privilege? It's creepy, but there's no point in refusing. After that, he showed him what to do, and he repeated it. When he succeeded, he asked with a smile, it feels easy, right? The MC was very happy. He thanked him and thought, his skills are impressive. The Heavenly Perfect Technique is perfect for the Gongdong school, and most importantly, there's no surge of male energy when using it. He doesn't know what he did, but he feels as if something he was missing has been filled within him. Later that night, they returned to school. The teacher met them and immediately praised them for their excellent work. He was impressed with how quickly they completed the first test. They both bowed to him, saying that it was all thanks to the teacher, and he told them with a smile. While they were at Soman school, good news came one after another. A rumor spread that the duel between their sect and the Black Dragon was a struggle between righteousness and evil. Tangman, Chongsun, Ami, and Hansun had sent letters of consent, wanting to participate as witnesses in the duel. Cholsu thought, this is not surprising. After all, the Black Dragon clan has spoiled their blood too. He asked, so the Hansun clan also wants to act as witnesses? The man confirmed this, adding that he was pleasantly surprised. The Hansun clan took a place in the 9 great sects instead of the Gongdong school. Technically, they are equal to them. MC asked, will the Sword Queen Un Solan also come? Jongyun confirmed this. She will participate as an unofficial witness. Cholsu was already drooling because this was a wonderful opportunity. She is his first candidate for the role of his main wife. He will finally be able to see her. Meanwhile, in Hansun province, a girl named Seobin told the children the story of their mentor. It happened when the girl was only 16 years old. At the Yunbongchi tournament, where young people from all over the martial arts world gathered, Seolin declared she would take as her husband whoever defeated her. Status and clan were irrelevant. Let them simply challenge her and try to defeat her, if they dared, of course. The children's eyes sparkled with delight, and the girl exclaimed that this was an innovative approach. It is not a man who chooses his wife, but a woman who decides who will become her husband. It is so wonderful to be born a woman and control your own destiny. The girls agreed with her, and she spread her arms, exclaiming with delight. Even after decades, no one could defeat her. This is how the Hansun clan rose to the top among the 9 other great clans. So, they should be grateful from the bottom of their hearts to their master, the Great Queen of Swords. They all agreed with her, and then Solon approached them and told her to stop talking nonsense. The girl was very happy to see her and immediately bowed to her in greeting. She ordered her to get to work. They need to prepare to participate in the duel of the Gongdong school against the Black Dragon clan. The girl asked doubtfully, do they really need to go? The Gongdong school is the Black Dragon clan. They are nothing compared to them. Their dispute does not mean much to Hansun. She answered her that this is not just a duel for righteousness. The clan of the old dynasty must be present at this duel, and it is also for the sake of their happy future. Early in the morning, MC had to set off. He promised the teacher to definitely deliver a letter about finding a witness, and his senior worriedly asked, is he sure he can handle it alone? He answered him with a smile that he only needed to deliver a letter, so he shouldn't worry. Jinhui suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders and exclaimed, how can he be sure that the people from the Black Dragon won't do anything to him? He was even contorted by the man's touches, and he, removing the hands from his shoulders, asked him to calm down. The duel would begin soon. He didn't care who these idiots thought they were. Nothing would happen. He asked him to come back as soon as possible. He promised him this. Just let him not worry. After that, he ran down the mountain and thought, did he decide to join him? No, it's not just about the letter. He has his own plans for this sortie. He came to the meeting place in Saianho, where Soryan was already waiting for him. She asked if he brought a letter from Gongdong's school. He confirmed it and also added, "It says here that they have found enough witnesses." She opened the scroll and noted that the list was indeed impressive, after which she advised him to practice addressing her as Big Sister beforehand. This angered him slightly, and he said that they were serious about winning this duel. After all, this tournament was theirs. She waved her hand at him and told him that this was all nonsense, and that he should go. On the day of the duel, she would easily defeat him. He headed for the exit and said goodbye to her, but then suddenly turned around and winked at her, calling her his sweet little one. She became very angry and started shouting curses, and he left the building and thought, rude Soryan hasn't won yet, and she's already stooping to provocations. Apparently, he should take this matter seriously. He turned to the guy standing next to the door and said, he needs to meet with his master. He was slightly surprised and asked why he needed their leader, and he answered with a smirk that he had left too much of a legacy and wanted to borrow some money. When he met with the leader, he said, a student from the Gongdong school came to him with such a request. He was confused. He asked, now what? The merchants themselves decide who to work with? The man answered him that of course that's not true. He didn't care. Then put a bag of coins on the table and said, there are 15 silver coins. However, their interest is high. Is that okay with him? Only 30% a month. Chiosu shuddered. This is a scam. These greedy idiots. The old man is just waiting for him to run away with his tail between his legs. Since he didn't answer, the man asked if he had already changed his mind about borrowing. Clicking his tongue in displeasure, he took the bag of coins and promised to return the money as soon as possible, after which he thought, even though the interest rates were murderously high, he had a pre-thought-out plan. In the evening, he went to Halmun. Everyone passing by was betting on who would win, and the MC, smiling, tossing the bag of coins in his hand, thought, it's a pity that there is no gambling in a place rumored to be a battle arena. He will bet on the Gongdong school to win with reverse odds, and when they win, 30% will turn out to be a trifle. Upon seeing him, the man at the entrance's expression immediately changed, and Cholsu asked with a smirk, did he recognize him? If so, then let him go ahead. He took him to a private room. Unsuspectingly, the MC happily opened the doors, telling Liu Yuexiang that he missed her so much, but he didn't see who he expected. Instead, he was met by Senior Master Bai Xiaochun. He was shocked to think, why is this man here? The one and only disciple of the Mistress of the Dead, Senior Master Hao Moon. This man is the most powerful man-lover in this world. Xiaochun laughed coquettishly, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and he, hesitating to take another step towards him, nervously greeted him in return, saying, it is a great honor to meet a master such as him. The man asked what brought him here at such a time, and he looked away, answering, he came to bet money on the betting in honor of the duel organized by Halmun. Xiaochun inquired about whom he had caught his eye, and he, handing him a bag of coins, said that he would bet all his money on the victory of the Gongdong school. The man counted the money and said, currently, the odds for the Gongdong school to win are 20 times. He suddenly approached him and whispered in his ear, if they win, he will receive 300 gold coins. The man's warm breath hit his ear, and he immediately jumped away from him and nervously exclaimed that he had no more questions. Xiaochun said, if so, the bet is accepted. After the duel is over, let him take this tablet and find the chief observer. Quickly taking it, he thanked him, said goodbye, and ran off. When his footsteps faded, Xiaochun turned to the screen and told the teacher that he had left. Sawol emerged from her hiding place and asked how everything went. He replied that, as a result of the examination, the student Li Cholsu is not a supporter of male love. Hearing this, she was very happy and thought, to become her partner, she must pass a thorough examination. The next day, everyone arrived for the duel in Huazhongyun. The MC looked around with a joyful smile. He couldn't believe this day had finally arrived. He'd suffered so much all this time, and then the one he'd been waiting for so long approached them. Solan greeted Zhongyan with a smile and introduced herself, and Cholsu's eyes sparkled. His cheeks flushed just from looking at her. The teacher greeted Headmaster Hansun in return, and his students did the same. The MC thought that, as befits the most beautiful woman from the righteous sect, she truly possessed an outstanding appearance. In her past life, the queen had been unable to find a partner because of a declaration she made in childhood. Solan turned her attention to the students and asked, so, in this duel, the two of them would fight as representatives of the Gongdong school? She looked forward to their battle. Cholsu excitedly replied that this duel would be the moment when they would announce the revival of their school to the world, and he really hopes that she will pay him special attention. While she was perplexed, he mentally told her to wait a little. Ever since he returned to the past, she has forever been his #1 bride. So the match finally began. The man asked a representative of each faction to come up to the stage, and the MC, climbing the steps, thought, this is the moment when he takes his first step as a master of the martial arts world. He will step out to declare himself to all the beauties of the Central Lands, but he can't do it in the usual way. He asked the judge for permission to say something before the match began, after which he turned to Seolan and called out to her with a smile, declaring he is going to challenge her in the year he comes of age. If he wins, he will become her husband. Everyone was shocked by his statement, especially Jinhui. Silence reigned in the square. Chilsu was very happy because the public confession operation was was a success. Solon stared at him in shock. Her assistant suddenly jumped up from her seat and exclaimed in anger. What challenge was he talking about? How dare he hurl such words at the Queen of Swords? The others were also indignant, and she continued. Her master is a respected figure in the world of righteous schools, and she is his mentor. Does he really want to bind their clans with feud? He raised an eyebrow in confusion and told her that he was serious. And even if the Hansan school was against it, he was ready to face resistance head-on. She drew her sword in a rage and challenged him to a duel, something MC hadn't expected at all. Wasn't that too much of a reaction for a spontaneous duel? Solon told her student to calm down, but she objected, so she repeated her request, this time more forcefully. Her gaze frightened Seobin, and Solon glanced at Cholsu and thought, a young man who has thrown down a challenge. Oh, this rebellious blood of youth. Just like her once, who decided to assert herself and made an equally crazy proposal. Her gaze made Cholsu think she was angry. She glanced at her furious student and thought, obviously, this is a rather brazen act, but considering the current state of Hansan High, perhaps this is just what they need. She turned to Cholsu and calmly accepted his challenge, for which he was very grateful. People were surprised. They couldn't imagine how she would hang out with this brat. And Solon reminded them with a smile. She said that any representative of the righteous schools could challenge her. She had no reason to refuse. Seobin was touched that she kept her word, and then she sternly added, but if such words were a mockery, let him expect no mercy. He bowed to her, promising not to let her down, and was glad that everything went smoothly. After that, he drew his sword and turned to his opponent, promising her to prove the sincerity of his words, and he would show her that he was worthy of becoming her husband. His opponent asked, and he dared to challenge the Queen of Swords? Is he really crazy, as they say? He will personally beat such nonsense out of his head. The MC in response told him to shut up and come to him. He was not interested in wasting time on empty talk with the crowd. The guy asked, confused, what he just called him. He ordered him to attack immediately, and then the guy rushed in, calling him insolent. Now, he would put him in his place, ending the fight with one blow. He jumped up, raised the sword over his head, and when it landed, there was a crash. The MC, who had placed the blade to his neck, called him an extra again and lightly pressed on his skin to draw blood. He put too much strength into the very first move, so it was easy to read. Surprised by his defeat, the guy cursed, and Cholsu thought with a smile, it was the backflow of pure blood technique. This Gongdong school skill is perfect for dodging the wide active movements of the Black Dragon. The judge declared him the winner, and everyone immediately began to say that the students from the Gongdong school are not so simple, and his opponent told him not to get cocky just because he defeated him. The MC waved and told him not to worry. He knew he was the weakest here, so he should just leave the arena quickly. The boy was furious, but his older brother placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down. Didn't they talk about not letting your guard down in front of an opponent? Cholsu glanced at the huge man and even doubted they were actually related by blood. Their builds were too different. The man introduced himself. He was John Jongseok from the Black Dragon sect, and he had come to repay the favor for his younger brother's defeat. The MC respectfully introduced himself in return and became slightly nervous. Then the man took out his sword and swung it, declaring he would regret getting involved with the John brothers. Now he would see what he was like in a real fight. He immediately lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow from above. Cholsu jumped to the side and thought, his attack is so primitive. Both the elder and the younger brother are the same. However, this guy's instincts work well. His technique of reverse flow of purest blood barely copes. A frontal attack is not the best idea. Of course, he wants to knock him out with one blow, but he does not enjoy wasting energy on trash. He adopted a different stance. The man rushed into the attack with a laugh and exclaimed that if he just stands and stares, he will get into trouble. He wished him death and swung his sword. It seemed that he cut him in two, but it was just an illusion. In fact, MC managed to jump aside a second before the blow and, seeing his dumbfounded eyes and open mouth, realized that he was surprised. The Gongdong school's primary technique, the reverse flow of purest blood, produces a similar effect when combined with the Janmoon sect's shadow vanishing technique. Even if he understood everything, he would be unable to defend himself. He jumped up and appeared above him, immediately launching a barrage of quick strikes. He thought, those who strike hard but slowly become nervous when someone breaks into their space and lose their guard. And that's what happened to Jongseok. He was distracted for a second by his sword, trying to get a firmer grip. And that's when Cholsu made his move. With one swing of his sword, he disarmed him and then pressed the blade to his neck, ending the fight. The referee declared him victorious again, and the spectators were both surprised and delighted. MC turned to his next opponent with a grin. He had defeated both, leaving only the final, main fight of this tournament, the battle against the Black Dragon, Soryeon. She said they already knew each other, so they'd skip the formalities. Cholsu smirked and wondered if she'd started with a provocation. He pointed his finger at her and said, really, she has a special relationship with that brother. Soryeon screamed in irritation. He's an idiot. She was slightly embarrassed by what she heard and closed her eyes. She said she wouldn't fall for his jokes anymore. MC looked at her in surprise, and Soryan said she'd say before the fight that the Gongdong School's skill was worthy of respect. She apologized for all her previous remarks about them. MC smiled and said he was pleased that the realization came so quickly. Soryan said, however, he's weaker than her. Therefore, as a master, she'll give him a one-hit head start. MC thought, what a nightmare. Not a hint of a smile. In battle, she, as befits a true martial arts fanatic, is extremely serious. Soryan swung her sword and ordered Lee Chulsu to attack. He rushed forward and said, then he will not hold back. Jinhui clenched her fist and thought, what a strong concentration of chi energy. The real fight is beginning. In any fight, the first strike is the most important. This must be the best. Wuji rushes from the dantian along the energy channels, exploding in waves of yin and yang. Here it is, the technique of the reverse flow of the purest blood. MC pushed off the ground and rushed to attack, swung his sword. He thought, now, why did the pelvic muscles start to react? There was an explosion and people cried out in surprise, nightmare. The students of the Gongdong School are not so simple. Did he hit? Soryan said, that's impressive. That's not a bad lunge. MC's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that she blocked his attack. Soryan said, but that's a bit weak. She released mana and hit Chulsu. He flew back and screamed. Soryan rushed to attack and screamed. His flabby sword is nothing compared to the move of the half-dragon of their clan. Chulsu blocked her strike and screamed. She asked in surprise, did he survive? They will see how long they last. MC thought, the difference in physical fitness is too great, but he can't give up. He swung his sword, but Soryan quickly jumped and thought, he's not that weak. She landed and said, they played around, that's enough. She released mana and said, now she will finish him, Lee Chulsu. MC lowered his head and thought, yes, this feeling. He won't be able to block the strike. But he needs to see his plan through to the end. The goal of his whole life, this pleasure without obligations. If he defeats Wee Soryan, his fame will skyrocket, which will lead to a conflict with his superior. He came to Gongdong High School to become a respected master in the martial arts world. From the start, he didn't aim for victory. He wanted to lose heroically. If he uses the pure blood reverse flow technique, his little dragon won't rise, right? He'll activate it. Something exploded inside him, and Chulsu's eyes widened in surprise. Mana erupted from his groin and illuminated everything around him. Everyone looked at him in confusion, their mouths open, and MC became very embarrassed and screamed, what? Why is this happening now? There was an explosion, leaving a deep mark on the court. Chulsu froze in place, and Soryan grabbed his kimono and screamed, you idiot, how dare he do such a thing during a sacred duel? Does he think she'll fall for it? People looked at her and thought they think she fell for it. Jonghyun's veins appeared and he laughed. Chulsu, it's true. Youth, boiling energy hormones, his mind was devastated. Seolin cleared her throat and said, the ancient books mention that if you don't control your energy, such incidents can happen. She was lying. Jinhui screamed, Chulsu, you need to pull yourself together and concentrate your chi. You can't let go of the pure blood reverse flow technique. This will help suppress the effect of the technique. MC turned around and thought, you Jinhui, it's true. It's not over yet. He laughed and asked, did she really fall for it? It turns out the head of the Black Dragon sect is so naive. He thought, if only it would work. He said, he admits, he went a bit too far. To make amends, he offers to decide the outcome of the duel with one blow. Chulsu mentally asked her to agree. He said, come on, just one. She doesn't want to waste her own strength, does she? Soryan pulled her hand back and replied, okay, she will put an end to his pathetic tricks once and for all. MC walked to the side and thought, thank the gods that Wee Soryan is so naive. The elder set her on the path, but who knows when something like this will happen again. It's better to retire quickly and pass the baton to Yu Jinhui. He said, well, here we go. He rushed to attack, releasing his mana. Everyone watched the process closely, and Jonghyun frowned and thought, Chulsu, his strength has increased significantly. If he hadn't overdone his tricks last time and interrupted the flow of the fight, he could have been on par with the Black Dragon Master. His sword was knocked out of his hands and Chulsu said, she is strong. He fell to the ground and a cry was heard. Lee Chulsu of Gongdong High School has fallen. The winner, the Black Dragon, Wee Soryan. Didn't he really stand a chance against the clan leader? Soryan said. All he knew was teasing, but in the end, he was the one who ended up being the fool. She turned around and saw that her dress was cut on her shoulder. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and they screamed. The master's clothes were torn. So, the last sword release was so powerful? When did Lee Chulsu enter the Gongdong School? If they're not mistaken, about 5 years ago. So if his martial prowess was just a little higher, his opponent's hand would be gone. The man said though, even though it was just a duel, the situation turned out to be quite awkward. The guy told him not to say, little dragon, the clothes were torn. The man frowned and asked, they still don't understand? It was all planned. The Gongdong School still has one more participant. Yes, the picture is dubious, but Chulsu deliberately chose this path to shake the spirit of the dragon leader. Only he could plan such a fight, a truly eccentric hero. The birth of the crazy demon of the Gongdong School. Jinhui hugged MC and said, Chulsu, it hurt him, right? He tried hard. The rest is up to her. Jonghyun took off her clothes and said, what a look. She beckoned to Jinhui with her finger and said, this fight was too low level, mortal boredom. Let him draw his sword. MC was carried off the site, and Jinhui thought, Master, what should she do? She had never been so angry. She waved her hand and said, Attack. Soryan frowned and said, What self-confidence? Jinhui rushed forward and said, If she hesitates, then he will start. She swung her sword, and Soryan said, A nightmare. An explosion of mana erupted in the arena, and people cried out in surprise. This is incredible. Wow. As befits a genius, the start was simply stunning. Solan said the students of his school are astounding in their abilities. Zhongyan said, The Queen of Swords. They are lucky that such gifted children chose Gongdong. Solan said this fight is the culmination of the confrontation between the righteous and demonic sects. Are they confident in their abilities? Zhongyan answered, What a tricky question. Honestly, he's more worried about his opponent, Jinhui. Soryan looked around at that moment and thought, if her instinctive defense hadn't kicked in, the fight would have ended in one blow. Where did it go? Speed and strength, both characteristics are beyond comprehension. She's disoriented because of the smoke. Soryan closed her eyes and thought, she'll have to rely on her sixth sense and take a defensive stance. She thrust her sword forward and thought she found it. At that moment, Jinhui attacked her and Soryan thought, this is insane speed. She doesn't even have time to figure out what kind of technique he's using, and he disappeared again. If this continues, she won't be able to land a single blow. In that case, she swung her sword and screamed, and let the enemy not be able to hit her. She will try the previous attack. People were shouting, is this really a fight between Supreme Masters? This is an incredible level. Where is the heir of the head of the Gongdong school? The man pointed his finger to the sky and said, here he is. Let them see. He appeared on the opposite side of the arena so quickly, Jinhui thought. The fight has dragged on. This one is furious even after what she did to the junior. Soryan looked at her and smirked. She asked, was he scared of the technique of the half-dragon of their clan and ran away? Jinhui stepped forward and said, now she will truly end their fight. Solan swung her sword and ordered him not to talk nonsense. He will be the one to be finished. She created a massive flow of mana, and Jinhui said, she will announce to the entire world that the art of demon subjugation has returned to the Gongdong school. Soryan asked, what did he say? Jinhui thought, the art she and her junior discovered in Gwangsungdaniel Cave, the pinnacle of the Gongdong school's martial prowess, the ultimate perfection of the sword. She would avenge her junior with a move imbued with their shared memories. Jinhui swung her sword and said, and she will show her a power unmatched by the martial arts of demonic sects, the art of demon subjugation. Soryan tried to hold back the blow and thought, such power? And when did the Gongdong school manage to regain such a stirring technique? It can't be. Her dragon blade crumbled. She flew back and thought, he's a genius? This is simply ridiculous. He's a real monster. Jinhui said, no, that's not enough. If she made the junior shed tears, then streams of blood should flow from her eyes, and a fate like hers cannot be avoided. Soryan's eyes widened and she screamed. She surrenders. Jinhui sheathed her sword, and the man shouted, winner, the heir to the headmaster of the Gongdong sect, you Jinhui. Fortune has favored the righteous sect. The final blow the Gongdong disciple used was undoubtedly the art of demon subjugation. This technique was thought to be lost after the bloody massacre on the mountain 50 years ago, and now, a legendary return. Solan said, so the heir to the headmaster's overconfidence was not in vain. The return of the art of demon subjugation is undoubtedly a great boon for the righteous martial arts world. Zhongyan said, slightly embarrassed. Yu Jinhui demonstrated the technique perfectly. He was proud of him. Solan said, more importantly, the Gongdong school disciple possesses the body of a heavenly warrior. She was afraid the entire martial arts world would be discussing this for a long time. 3 days later, the boy came to the cave and cried out, Blood Lord, the cult welcomes him. The lord of the blood cult appeared from a small lake and asked, what's the matter? The boy replied, the Gongdong school won the duel with the black dragon, and during the duel the art of demon subjugation was used. The lord, with a sparkle in his eyes, asked, what is he saying? The boy spoke up. The heir to the head of the Gongdong school possesses the body of a heavenly warrior, and it seems they have found the Gwangsungdaniel Cave. The lord said, I see. It's getting more and more interesting. The boy asked, what should they do? The Lord ordered him to move faster. Those who hesitate will die. He quickly pointed the blade at the guy's neck, who bowed and cried out, he understands. The Overlord laughed loudly and said, the appearance of the heavenly warrior's body changes nothing. Everything is going according to plan. The whole world will soon be theirs. After a while, MC woke up and saw Haran in front of him. She asked, is he awake? Chilsu asked again, Miss Su? He stood up and said, he's in dead again. How long had he been unconscious? Haran answered, 3 days. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, so long? And the tournament? How did it all end? Haran smiled and said, they won. The Gongdong school won the battle. And now the whole world calls him and Senior Yu the Gongdong hero duo. MC widened his eyes in surprise and thought, they won after all. The Gongdong hero duo, and it sounds awesome. The girls definitely won't be able to resist. Was it all for nothing that he suffered so much? Haran said, now there are 2 outstanding heroes in Gongdong school. The first is the noble hero Yu Jinhui. Second, the pervert hero Li Chulsu. The MC's eyes widened and he thought, What? Not the heroic sword Gongdong? By the way, during the fight, he accidentally got excited. He grabbed his head and thought, why is that the pervert part of the nickname? This nickname is given only to the most reckless in the world of martial arts. No, he didn't do it on purpose. This is a disaster. He hugged himself and thought, but the main thing is that victory is his. So let her hang in there. We Sol-yun. He'll go and anger her. It was really hopeless. After a while, Jong-yun said, they won the tournament against the Black Dragon. This is great work. The students bowed and thanked the master. He also said, So-harin officially entered Gongdong's school. Let them take good care of the newcomer. MC replied, Yes. He looked at her and thought, and yet she accepted his invitation. Harin bowed and cried out, she will study hard. Jonghyun laughed and said, Jinwi Chulsu, so Harin. With such outstanding students, he doesn't need more. MC said, Master, there is something he wanted to say. The thing is, it looks like he will have to fight with the Soman school. Jonghyun asked again, why suddenly? MC answered, the situation is a bit complicated. In short, then. After a while, Song-yeon said thoughtfully, I see. Soman Chonga spied during training. A fight began. Yes, it will be impossible to avoid a duel now. Chilsu reflected. Unfortunately, he had to mask the moment he had gotten too excited, but it was a good thing the other person hadn't suspected anything. Then, during the incident with the Black Dragon clan, the teacher had a hard time accepting his mistake. If he finds out this isn't the first time, he'll definitely turn him into a eunuch. Jong-yun said, but the opponent, the swordswoman Seomun Chonga, may not be comparable to the Black Dragon, a genius among the evil sects, but the battle won't be easy, MC said. If he had been betting on losing in advance, he would never have agreed to the duel. Let him trust his student. Jong-yun said, okay, since he's already given his word, then there's no choice. Jin-wee put her hand on MC's shoulder and cried out, but, Junior, he hasn't fully recovered yet. You can't overexert yourself. Cholsu smiled and said, he's fine, senior. This duel will prove that he's not a burden to the Gongdong school. Jinwi said, but still. MC looked at her with displeasure and thought, he doesn't understand, senior. He's handsome, he's called a noble hero, but he needs to get rid of his stupid nickname. Jinwi told him not to overexert himself. Okay, he replied. Okay, fine. Cholsu asked, by the way, the elder, does he know where the Black Dragon is now? Jinwi replied, probably at the Seongho estate in Hwajungyeon. What? The MC said he'll go get his reward. After a while, he came to the gate and told the guys to come closer. Do they know who he is? The guys screamed, him? He's a pervert with 2 swords. What nerve to show up here? The MC screamed loudly. What did they call him? 2 swords? The guys screamed, who else is he? Insulting their master like that during a duel. For a pervert like him, this name is the most suitable. Chol-su clenched his jaw in irritation and thought, okay, a pervert hero is still a hero, so he can still tolerate it. These horrible demonic idiots. He waved his hand and shouted, if they don't want to get beat up, then make them quickly open the door. The guys screamed loudly and he went inside and thought, he will definitely get rid of this terrible nickname. Soryeon looked at him and asked why he came. A pervert with 2 swords? MC looked at her displeasedly and said, we Soryeon, and she followed suit. MC told her to try to guess. Soryeon turned away and said, regarding Seongho, all the agreements have been fulfilled. The 15 long of silver he owed has also been written off. He doesn't need to worry. Chilsu screamed, but that's not why he came. He now has a little girl, and they agreed that she would call him Big Brother. But she still hasn't. Soryeon looked at him and turned away, embarrassed. MC asked, why? A deal is a deal. Will the great Black Dragon Wee Soryeon break her word? Soryeon overcame herself and said, Big Brother. MC put his hand to his ear and asked, what? He didn't hear. Soryeon shyly screamed, Big Brother? She said it. Chulsu pointed his finger at her and said, counted. So sister, they can meet more often. She ordered him to get out and he ran away, laughing loudly. MC walked down the street and thought, Soryeon is pretending to hate him. However, she clearly has a weakness for bad guys, so soon she will become attached to him. And now, it's time for him to receive his final reward for the fight. He hopes that man-lover won't be there. MC opened the door slightly and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought it was a whole feast, light, almost transparent clothes and even incense. No, is it an aphrodisiac? Yueshang noticed him and cried out, Mr. Lee, is he already here? Cholsu answered slightly embarrassedly, yes. She laughed, pulled his hand and asked him to sit down. He asked her to slow down. Yueshang sat him down at the table and told him not to be shy. This time, she really prepared everything just for him. Cholsu adjusted his bag and thought, she's saying that this time everything is done for him? Something is fishy here. Yueshang asked, is he hungry, Mr. Lee? She reached for her chopsticks and thought, Lee Cholsu, how dare he propose to the Queen of Swords in front of everyone? He won't leave her so easily. She handed the food to the MC and said, she, Li Yueshang, will feed him herself. She thought, she can't lose to this young girl Un Solan. Yueshang told MC to open his mouth and he obeyed. He slapped her hand and shouted, no, that's not it, she screamed. And he thought, is he really that naive? This fox always acts for personal gain. You can't fall for obvious tricks. Whatever the goal, she's just testing his feelings. Yueshang said, don't do that. Let him eat a piece instead. Cholsu thought, no way should he follow her lead. He said, enough. He came here for dividends, not entertainment. Yueshang puffed out her cheeks and threw the bag on the table. She said, here, let him take it. There are 200 liang of silver. And now, can they get down to business? MC asked again, what do you mean? She threw off her cloak, and MC cried out in fear, Liu Xiang? Why did she suddenly? She replied, she had already made up her mind. In the world of the 9 continents, her betrothed is he, sir. She will fulfill everything he desires. Cholsu thought in fear, no way. She even started to undress? He had once heard at a meeting that Liu Xiang never showed her skin to men. He wondered if Jae really had feelings for him. Liu Xiang placed her hand on her chest and said she would do anything to win his heart. MC asked again, is this true? Is she serious? Liu Xiang cried out, yes, of course. Cholsu said, then let one rumor spread throughout the martial arts world. She cried out, what? MC turned away and thought, Jae is partially under his control. That's great. He will take full advantage of this situation. Liu Xiang got angry and screamed, so he doesn't just want to stay and have fun with her. He will make rumors spread again? Cholsu said, that's right. Let everyone know that the youngest daughter of the Salmon family, Salmon Chonga, agreed to a duel where the loser becomes a servant. She will do it, right? Xiangmei? He uttered a tender address to his beloved, causing her to widen her eyes in embarrassment and ask again. MC said, yes, Xiangmei. He can only rely on her, please. Yueshang said, if this is her lover's request, fine. MC thanked her and thought, she, having succumbed to his game, fell into his own trap. He said, then he is counting on her. See you. He said this and quickly ran away. He ran out the door and she said Shang. He called her Xiangmei. It's an exciting feeling. She thinks she can become addicted to him. Even if the public proposal was related to the Queen of Swords, it doesn't matter now. After all, she was his first lover. For her beloved, she is ready to spread any rumor, but to use her from the very beginning, that's impudence. Maybe she needs a little joke? After a while, he ran through the forest and thought, Jae fell before him. That's great. He received dividends, and at the same time got rid of the headache associated with the fight against the Seoman family. Operation Seodongyo. They announced some time ago that the winner is Yu Jinwei from the Gongdong school. Their sect's prestige is growing after defeating the Black Dragon. It's unknown how the other side will perceive this fight. The man said, a duel between the Seoman family and the Gongdong school? A fight among the younger generation. The man looked at him and said, this will be very interesting. But once the rumor spreads, they will have to accept the challenge to maintain their image. So everything will unfold naturally. The Gongdong school is the challenger, and the Soman family is the defending family. They will have to fight. MC landed on the ground and thought, there was only one problem left, finding someone to witness the duel. Unlike the fight with the Black Dragon, there is no righteous justification here, since representatives of 2 honest sects are fighting. It's a risky move, but he has an idea. After a while, Sobin asked what they owe his visit to, a pervert with 2 swords. MC screamed, no, he's not even an apostate. Why did such an obscene nickname stick to him? Sobin said that since an uninvited guest came to a woman's chambers late at night, the nickname was very appropriate. Chulsu screamed, that's enough already. He just needed to talk to the Queen of Swords. Let her inform her of his arrival. Sobin winked at him and said she was sorry, but the master had gone for a walk. She is not here now, so let him come tomorrow. MC said the problem is that the mistress will return home tomorrow. Sobin answered, right, so he won't have a chance to meet the master. A voice rang out, this gentleman? They turned around in surprise and saw Seolin. She asked what brought him here at such a late hour. Sobin screamed, the Queen of Swords, has she returned? Chilsu said he came to ask for a favor. Seolin suggested that they talk inside. MC thanked her, and Seolin looked at them with displeasure. She said he was lucky, the boy. After a while, Chilsu said Gongdong school was still too poor. He apologized for the modest quarters. Seolin replied, it's okay. She had rested well and watched an interesting fight, so there was no need to worry. MC said, then he was glad. His request also concerned the fight. He looked at her slightly embarrassed, which prompted questions. Chilsu said he was soon going to fight a representative of the younger generation of the Silman family, putting the honor of his sect on the line, and he was asking her to act as a witness. Solon sipped from her cup and said, a fight with the Salman family, but she had no reason to participate. MC said he understood the request might be burdensome, but let her remember. He openly challenged her. Solon asked again, and how does this relate to the upcoming fight? Chulsu shouted, saying that one day he would become a worthy opponent, and these weren't just words. Solon looked at him in surprise, and he continued shouting. This duel was his first step towards his goal. He would be grateful if she accepted his sincerity. Solon said, that's it. But now the Gongdong school and Hansan are in a confrontation. One sect took advantage of the other's fall to achieve its own gain. MC thought, it doesn't seem to work. Solon said, but she supports the growth of worthy opponents. Okay, she agrees. MC happily thanked the Sword Queen. She said so, but she also had a request. Chilsu asked, yes, what request? She replied, she will tell you when the time is right. MC replied, he understood. He will wait impatiently. He thought there was too little information about Hansan in his past life. He can't even imagine the request. But in any case, he managed to secure a witness, which is wonderful. Let her wait for him. Seoman Chonga. He's coming. Solon wished her luck in the fight, and Chilsu happily thanked her. After a while, Hinchon asked, daughter, did she really agree to a duel with this savage from the Gongdong school? Choma replied that she didn't want to, but it happened that way. Hinchon frowned and said, right now the whole area is buzzing with rumors about their duel. He remembered the words of the men at the market, who said that the loser becomes a servant, they say. This is tantamount to helping another sect prosper. Hinchon shouted, this fight will determine who will become the leader of Gansu. Chonga, why her? Why this guy? She tearfully apologized to her father. Hinchon looked at her carefully and said, but if she wins, it can help them a lot. Chonga looked up happily, and Hyuncheon slammed his fist on the armrest and shouted, "Is she ready? His daughter? This is a great chance to crush the guys from Gongdong High." Chonga screamed in response, "Of course, father." She asked to write a notice of a duel right now. She will kick Lee Cholsu out of Gongdong High. After a while, the MC went outside and stretched. He thought the rumor spread by Jae Sewol should have spread by now. It's time for him to think about drawing up an official challenge. Suddenly a shout rang out. "Junior." Jinhui ran up to him and asked how he slept. He has something to show him. The MC wondered why he was so beaming so early in the morning. He said, "Good morning. What do you have there?" Jinhui said, "A challenge to a duel. The Seoman family sent this to him." Cholsu took it in his hands in surprise and asked, "So fast?" He thought he didn't expect the opponent to get ahead of the official part. Jinhui said, "Exactly." She was surprised too. They seemed to be enthusiastic about the challenge. MC thought, well, Soman Chonga is a top-notch swordsman. It looks like the head of Hyunchan is confident that his daughter will win. Jinhui asked, "Junior, is he sure he can handle it?" Cholsu replied, "It won't be easy, but if he concentrates properly, there shouldn't be a problem." Jinhui said, "In that case, she prepared something for him." MC asked, "Really?" Jinhui said, "Those arrogant idiots from the Soman family, someone needs to teach them a lesson." After a while, they started training. Cholsu controlled his mana flow and said, "Reverse flow technique. Controlling it has become much easier." Jinhui asked, "Is that so?" She only slightly improved the formulas. She wanted to help him with something before the duel. MC replied, "Thank him very much." He thought he had brought the raw technique to such a level in such a short time. That's what a natural genius means. Jinhui asked, "Junior, can I ask you something?" MC asked again, "What was it?" Jinhui said, "During the duel with the Black Dragon clan, he confessed his feelings to the master, the Queen of Swords. Were his words sincere?" Cholsu answered he was. He thought maybe he was just shocked by his straightforwardness. He put his hand on Jinhui's shoulder and said he should have told the senior earlier. "Of course, this can't be true." Jinhui said, "How so?" MC spoke. The duel with the Black Dragon clan was an event that was supposed to announce the revival of their school. He thought about it and decided that he needed to do something memorable. Jinhui screamed, as expected of a junior. Such a profound plan. Cholsu thought, when he was dealing with a genius and the owner of a heavenly warrior's body, he couldn't do without cunning. He grinned and thanked him for his understanding. Jinhui grabbed his cheeks and stretched them apart. She said, "After all, he's the best, Junior." Cholsu thought, although maybe it's a bit too much to be happy about it, isn't it? A week passed. MC stood in the forest and trained. He thought, thanks to his continuous training, he had almost completely mastered the technique. But there was one problem. A nightmare. Purest blood. Without this, he won't be able to fully utilize the art of demon subjugation. Why is that? He thought since he had already mastered the reverse flow technique, he would be able to use it in battle without any problem. But in reality, things didn't go according to plan. He fell to the ground and thought, the Seoman family had gladly accepted the challenge. If he doesn't prepare properly, he will definitely lose. No matter what, he must master the reverse flow of the pure blood technique. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Who is there?" Solon said she was just strolling around the school grounds. She didn't expect to meet him, Mr. Lee. MC cried out, "The Queen of Swords." She asked, "Why is he training in such a remote place?" Cholsu replied, "It's easier to concentrate in a quiet place." He thought, he can't let just anyone see him like this. Seolon said, "He looks exhausted. Is he really having problems with his training?" Cholsu grabbed his head and said, "It's all because of the duel. He's nervous. That's why it's not working out well." Seolon thought for a moment and said, since they met so unexpectedly, would he let her help him with his training? MC thought, such a beautiful woman armed with a sword. It's not every day that high-ranking masters offer to do a favor. He bowed and said, "It's an honor to receive instruction from the legendary swordswoman." Solon said, "Then the first move is his." MC grabbed the sword and cried out, "Good." He thought, she's an excellent partner for a duel. He needs to use all his strength. The first strike is the most important. You can't screw up. He tried to attack, but Solon quickly blocked his blow. She said, "Good strike." Cholsu frowned and thought, here it is, the Hansen School's Moon Phantom Sword technique. It blocks the demonic sword so easily. Solon said, but his movements are not that precise yet. Now it's his turn. Let him try to parry the attack. Cholsu braced himself for her attack and thrust his sword forward. Solon screamed, he hasn't mastered defensive techniques yet. MC responded, but the Gongdong School's art of demon subjugation is purely practical. Solon swung her sword and asked, "He thinks so?" She quickly attacked him and cut his clothes. Cholsu thought, slightly embarrassed, his shirt, he's just lucky. Solon said that while the Gongdong school is based on the inversion of yin and yang, the essence of its teachings is still the harmony of these principles. MC thought, it's true. If they only praised yin, they would be no different from the demon schools. Solon said, however, his sword only leans to one side. MC thought fearfully, how can that be? Come to think of it, he mostly practiced techniques that strengthen yang to strengthen his vital energy. Did this upset the balance and become an obstacle to cultivation? Solon suggested he try again, but this time taking into account the harmony of yin and yang. Chulsu thought, right, this is it. Because of the memories of being a eunuch, he unknowingly tried to suppress the yin in himself. This disrupted the balance and hindered him. He must consciously strive to balance yin and yang. Only then will he be able to use the techniques in harmony. First, he will strengthen his internal energy and then double its effectiveness by using the pure blood technique. He quickly ran forward and activated the art of demon subjugation, the final phase, demon absorption. He attacked Solon and she said, "That's an excellent strike." He learns quickly. MC jumped back and thought, did he even manage to release sword energy? And this time without a hitch. He cried out, has he finally reached the level of a master? Solon looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Mr. Lee? She caught him and asked, is he okay? MC laughed lightly and said, how does she like the Gongdong school sword? Miss Yun Solon. She looked at him and said with a smile on her face, it was magnificent. After a while, Chulsu lay on the bed and thought, as if it were a waking dream, a chance meeting and a duel in the moonlight with the Queen of Swords, and such a level jump during the battle. That moment when they touched each other's skin, Chulsu put his palms to his cheeks and thought, did she really carry him to the room herself? Everything is going as it should. Suddenly a shout was heard. Senior, is he here? MC asked again. Sister, let her come in. Haran ran inside and he asked, what happened? Why is she so worried? Haran tried to catch her breath and said, the thing is, Senior, she heard some strange rumors at the market. Chulsu asked again, what's so strange about that? Haran replied, they say he's dating 2 girls at the same time. The MC yelled, what nonsense? He ordered her to tell him more. Haran replied, she went to the market for fruit and heard it. The man said, they say the hero of Gongdong High School pulled another trick. The guy turned around and asked, is he talking about the duel with Miss Yeoman and the reward for the winner? The man replied, no. It turns out it's something completely different. In fact, they were secret lovers, and then suddenly the boy told her it was over, and then he got close to another, Miss Liu. Yeoman was furious. She screamed she will never forgive. The man laughed and shouted and she challenged him to a duel. Crazy. This crazy hero stole the hearts of 2 beauties. There he is, the pervert with 2 swords in all his glory. Haran said, these are the rumors going around. She couldn't believe it and immediately came to him. The MC clenched his jaw in anger and thought, what kind of nonsense is this? After a while, Jongyun asked, Chulsu, what's going on? The MC stood in front of him with his eyes downcast and begged for forgiveness. Jongyun grabbed his head and said, such strange rumors are spreading on the eve of an important fight. Even if he wins, it might not bring him anything good. The MC clenched his fist and said, he swears the rumors about him getting close to Soman Chunga or Liu Yueshang are lies. He thought, there's only one person who could spread such nonsense. Jae-Seol, you horrible fox, how dare she come up with such nonsense? The fact that Liu Yueshang was dragged into the story is too clumsy. He's even angry. She probably wants everyone to think that he and Liu Yueshang are really a couple. The MC bowed and said, Master, he remembered. He asked, what is it? Chulsu said he once visited Haomen during the duel with the Black Dragon. He needed to send a letter to quietly find a witness, bypassing surveillance from the Seoman family. Jongyun said yes. He knew about this matter. The MC screamed. They, angry at losing the battle with the righteous schools, decided to defame them and use that incident as a basis. Jongyun screamed, that's so mean. He grabbed his head and muttered, this is incredible. Even the dark schools could know their limits. The MC asked the master not to worry. He would handle everything himself and nip the false rumor in the bud. After a while, the guy asked, had he heard about that pervert with 2 swords? The man said, a young man, and already caught up in this kind of situation. They say he's, well, his body is fine. The MC turned around irritably and thought, the rumors are getting more and more distorted. He's really angry. Although it's partly true. But to change a rumor, you need to know which way the wind is blowing. While he's sitting in ambush, a scream rang out. No, don't they know? Liu Xiang herself spread these rumors. They say she got jealous, thinking that Silman Chonga and Li Cholsu were serious. The guy asked again, what? Liu Xiang? The man screamed, of course. Everyone knows that Mrs. Liu is closely related to Haoman. The guy said, yes, he's right. So that's how it is. Then it's not so scary. Cholsu turned around and thought, what is this? The rumors are starting to change? He walked around the entire Huazhonghyun market in half a day. And he realized that someone is deliberately redirecting the rumors to his advantage. The girl said, they say that Liu Yuxiang has fallen in love with Li Cholsu and started spreading nonsense. MC smirked and thought, the rumors have turned against the author, and now they believe that Liu Yuxiang herself was the instigator. Of course, it plays into his hands, but everything is going too well. It's suspicious. Could someone he knows be behind what happened? He needs to check. He turned the corner, and the man asked who had come to visit them. The tramp said, a great hero who won the hearts of 2 beautiful girls. The renowned hero of the Gongdong school. Cholsu grabbed his nose and said, he may be called a hero, but that stupid nickname definitely doesn't apply to him. He thought, the beggar order, although made up of tramps, is an honest and righteous organization. There are a lot of them, so gathering information is his forte. Yes, sometimes they are nasty, but now that they are in conflict with Haomun, they cannot find a better assistant. He said he had a personal request. The tramp said, a custom order from the Gongdong hero. That sounds intriguing. He pointed to the side and said to come in, they'll discuss it. After a while, they entered the dwelling, and the tramp asked, well, what's the point? Cholsu replied, He wants them to find information about a man named Zhang Yiyun from Beijing. That moron kidnaps boys and sells them to the palace as eunuchs. The man said, he's a monster who can't be forgiven even in 3 lifetimes. MC clenched his jaw and said, he's a creepy guy. He'd gladly tear him to pieces. The man said, he's burning with rage, nothing less than a thirst for justice. Chil-Su thought, of course. This idiot, he's the one who made him a eunuch in his previous life. He finished off the slave trader Wang Sam on the first day after his return. But Zhang Yiyun is one of the last ones he must eliminate. The vagabond said, okay, as a representative of the righteous school, he will gather information for a small fee. It will take him about a week. An unexpected order, however. MC turned away and said, he has his reasons. He turned and said, well then, see you later. The vagabond looked after him, puzzled. Chol-Su climbed the stairs and thought, only Dongchang is capable of changing the rumors spread by Haoman, and only one person can move such a powerful structure. Wait, could it really have been her? Her Highness? The Empress? He doesn't want to make stupid guesses, but if anyone knows everything about Zhang Yiyun, it's her. If he starts digging in that direction, maybe he'll figure out if there's a connection. He can only hope that there isn't. And now that the rumors are over, he has only one thing left to do: win the duel and change public opinion once and for all. After a while, the MC was standing on the training ground. Chang'e irritably said, what nonsense is this? Spreading rumors that she allegedly got close to him. Today he will fully appreciate the severity of defeat. The pervert with 2 swords, Li Chol-Su. The MC screamed. He's always been a real gentleman. What is she talking about? He grabbed the hilt of his sword and said, now he will put an end to that terrible nickname once and for all. The audience started talking among themselves. The rumors that there is something between Xiaoman Chong'e and Li Chol-Su. Is it really true? The guy said, judging by the way they are arguing, it could very well be. Another guy said, however, during the last duel, they all saw the charm of this hero. He didn't expect Xiaoman Chong'e to actually be so temperamental. He turned around and asked, what? This killing intent? He looked at the irritated Hunxian. He said, many have already paid for their long tongues. The guys froze in fear and said, no, Xiaoman Chong'e is not to blame. Of course, it's all that idiot with 2 swords. Yunchun coughed in response, and Solon said, today's duel has a very unusual condition. The loser becomes a servant. Yunchun said, it was all Li Chol-Su's idea. He skillfully lured their sweet Chang'e into a trap. Solon asked, but does the head of the Selman family know what really happened? Hyunchun answered, that's true, but isn't everything quite prosaic? By the way, the Queen of Swords, she hasn't changed at all since the last time he saw her. Solon asked, does he mean that same time? Hinshin cleared his throat and asked again, well, who knows? He doesn't quite understand what period of time exactly he's talking about. The duel is about to begin. They will focus on this. The referee walked onto the court and shouted, Gongdong School versus Seoman Clan. Let the fight begin. Chelna said. This insolent youth didn't even admit his guilt, demonstrating his manhood in all its glory in front of an innocent girl. Today, she will set his mind straight. She released her fiery mana and ordered him to get ready. MC thought. Xiaoman Chong'e's aura encompassed the entire arena. The martial arts of the Xiaoman family are swordsmanship techniques that combine the manipulation of internal energy while using the blade, aiming for a decisive blow. She leaves no room for retreat. Chong'e used the dance of the 8 desolations and rushed towards MC. She swung the sword of heavenly conquest and struck Chol-Su from above. He blocked the blow and thought, slowly, yet so powerful. But their techniques are not inferior in strength. He pushed her away with the art of demon subjugation, and she retreated back. People screamed, this is the art of demon subjugation. He instantly concentrated internal energy for a counterattack. So this pervert has mastered this technique too. Chong'e grinned and said, at the moment of impact, he used the art of demon subjugation to level the energy wave. Well, he probably has talent. They will see if he can parry the next attack. MC thought, she's coming. He blocked her blow again and thought, did he jump off? Chong'e grabbed his head and hit him with her knee. MC thought, nightmare, the sword of the Seoman family. Restraining and suppressing. Their school prefers aggressive strikes with simultaneous defense. He needs to finish the fight as soon as possible, so as not to completely exhaust his strength. He began to quickly attack her, and she thought his technique had changed. Chol-Su released his mana and used a defensive anti-democratic style. An explosion occurred, and Jinwei happily thought, this is impressive, Junior. He mastered a defensive technique. It seems like it wasn't that long ago that he fought Heik Ryungbang, and he's already reached such a level. Zhongyun ordered him to stay vigilant. Chol-Su, his opponent, she's an outstanding swordswoman. MC asked, she parried it, right? Chong'e chuckled and replied, she admits the blow wasn't easy. The art of demon subjugation is the true embodiment of strength, but if the sword's trajectory is constant, then knowing the starting point, defending isn't that difficult. He's like an open book to her. What will he do now? She lunged forward and asked, is he just going to continue defending? MC parried the blow and thought, he knew she wasn't weak, but for things to turn out like this, what should he do? Wait, he remembered Solon's words, that this gentleman's sword leaned more to one side. He thought, right, if the art of demon subjugation is predictable and therefore blocked, then should the attack be more chaotic? Chong'e screamed, his tricks won't work anymore. MC quickly moved and she slammed the sword onto the platform. She widened her eyes in surprise and wondered, Did he disappear? Chol-su thought. The 9 Swans of Blooming Harmony technique. He had often used this technique during his years as a eunuch. It was perfect for suddenly attacking an opponent. Using such an art, even someone like him would be able to momentarily deceive the combat sense of Seomin Chunga, who was at such a high level. He didn't expect that she would make him use the technique from his past life. He admits, she is strong, Seomin Chunga. He will combine the power of the art of demon subjugation with the softness of the 9 Swans of Blooming Harmony. The charge will be smaller, but the blow will be unpredictable. Chunga turned around and thought, this trajectory of the sword. Is he going to use the anti-demon style again? This is boring. Then the block will be similar to the previous one. MC swung his sword and jumped to the side, which greatly surprised Chunga. She thought, what? The trajectory changed in an instant. Chil-su pushed her back and Hyunchun screamed. Chunga! She dropped her sword and staggered to the ground. The judge waved his hand and shouted, the winner, Lee Chol-su from Gongdong School. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise and asked, again? MC frowned and thought, again? Sounds suspicious. Did Seomin Chunga really get seriously hurt? He deliberately reduced the power so as not to harm her. He turned around and saw her confused face. She asked fearfully, what happened to her clothes? Everything was fine. Suddenly, all the clothes on her body burst, and the MC's eyes widened in confusion, his mouth hanging open. He thought, what? Why did her clothes suddenly burst? Could it be because of his last blow? 9 Swans of Blooming Harmony, a technique with a rupture effect. Seomin Chunga was unable to completely reflect the blow, and the residual energy of the sword shredded her clothes. She burst into tears and tried to cover her body with her hands. She screamed. He tore her clothes with his sword. People started talking. The master is worthy of his nickname. Shame. How is it possible in a fight, and with a girl at that? The MC screamed. No, he swears. He didn't do it on purpose. Chonga screamed. He's a pervert. The MC thought, yes, he really is not guilty of anything. The MC asked her to calm down and began to take off his clothes. He threw it on her and told her to cover up first. He's asking for forgiveness. It's his fault. Chol-su thought, 9 Swans of Blooming Harmony? It's a technique with a burst effect. Scattered sword energy. That's the whole point. He really didn't plan anything like this. A scream rang out behind him. You idiot! Hyunchan screamed. He won't acknowledge this duel. He disgraced not only his daughter, but their entire clan with his vulgar actions. He'll deal with him himself. MC asked again. What? They were just fighting. Solon intervened and ordered them to calm down. Victory had already been decided. She ordered Huncheon to accept the result of a fair duel. Huncheon asked, Queen of Swords, why is she protecting this boy? Aren't their schools on good terms? Solon replied, she is acting as a witness for Gongdong and is obliged to stop any attempts to deny the results of a fair duel. Hyunshan frowned and asked how she could defend him after everything the boy had done. Solon looked at him carefully and replied, I can understand the shame an opponent feels when exposing himself. However, the younger one apologized, so let him accept that. Miss Soman, isn't she a warrior first and a woman second? MC thought happily. Solon, she stood up for him, as befits his future first wife. Hyunshan turned around and said, so that's it. They say that during the previous competition, Gongdong the hero confessed his feelings to the Queen of Swords. Has she really fallen in love with him? He screamed. Is she crazy? He's young enough to be her son. Solon said, there's no need to say everything that comes to mind. He asked again, what did she say? Solon said, and come to think of it, didn't he confess to her himself? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Some time ago, Hyuncheon, the King of Swords, bowed and asked, a confession? No. Let her accept his challenge, Queen of Swords. Didn't he appear to her 30 years ago at the meeting of the Dragon and Phoenix, saying he had fallen in love? He confessed and challenged her to a fight. She agreed to fight him and won. She said he was a waste of time, not a man. Of course, after he fell from one blow, nothing happened between them. Maybe he still has feelings for her. People started asking, what? Mr. Huncheon is in love with the Queen of Swords? What about his wife then? MC thought mockingly, what's going on? What a drama. He himself didn't know about such a spicy story. Solon asked if he could tell her more about what happened that day. Hyuncheon shouted, enough. He turned around and said, even though Gongdong the hero committed an indecent act, it happened during a duel, so they will forgive him. MC put his fist to his palm and thanked him for his leniency. After a while, Jung-yeon said, the Queen of Swords, thank you for standing up for me when Mr. Soman got furious. Solon smiled and replied, it's her duty as Gongdong's witness. Jung-yeon laughed and spoke, and thanks to this, everyone saw that the relationship between the Gongdong school and Hansan had changed. Solon spoke, if so, dear hero, how about organizing a friendly exchange between their schools? Jung-yeon asked again, she's proposing to hold fights between students? It would be great training for the juniors. Solon said they accepted his proposal. Chil-su thought in surprise, a competition? In his past life, Hansan was an isolated and closed school. They never organized such events. Solon and Sobin bowed and said, then they'll go. Solon looked at the MC and said, they'll see each other at the competition. And young man, they'll talk then. Chil-su thought, what? Is she talking about the request she mentioned last time? He answered, he understood. The girls were leaving, and he watched them go. He wondered what Yoon Solon had planned. He needed to wait until the competition. He turned around and said, now then. He thought, it's time to get the prize for winning. After a while, Chol-su said goodbye and asked if she had signed up as his sibi. A sibi is a servant girl for a master. The guy told Chonga not to worry. If anything happens, let her know right away. Chonga said with tears in her eyes. She understood him, brother. The guy screamed. If he made his sister cry even once, blood would flow from his eyes. MC picked his ear and told him not to worry about Miss Soman. He was her master now. Everything would be fine. The guy screamed. What did he say? He was a terrible pervert from Gongdong. Cholsu screamed in displeasure. What did he call him? Will he repeat it? The guy screamed. Considering the outrage he had caused twice during the fights, such a nickname suits him. MC grabbed his head and thought. He wanted to win with dignity and change this damned nickname, but in the end it became even more ingrained. The guy kept yelling, let him just try to mistreat Chonga. Chonga grabbed her hair and thought, is she really a servant of the pervert Gongdong? The MC said, okay, Miss Seoman. He waved his hand and told them to go to the main residence of Gongdong School. After a while, they were walking up the mountain, and Chonga was walking behind and thinking, how did she end up like this? The MC asked, Sibi, is everything okay? She ordered them to leave her alone. She was thinking, becoming a servant, and of this pervert of all people, Lee Cholsu. The MC thought, horror, even when he takes care of her, all he hears is swearing at himself. He stopped and said, here they are. Although they are late, they need to do something about her. He told her to follow him. Chonga thought, what? At this time? Just the two of them? Really? So he chose her as his maid. So, does he really want to do this to her, just like that, right now? The further they go, the darker it gets. MC turned around and said, that'll do. Chonga screamed in fear. What does he mean? She thought at worst, she'll draw her sword. MC handed her the badge and said, this is the right place to give an errand. She needs to take this to Huajongkyun, give it to Gong Haru, and collect the winnings. She asked again, is that all it took? He wasn't gonna grab her like a beast or anything? Cholsu looked at her, puzzled, and said, this is some kind of nonsense. What was she imagining? Chonga started running quickly and screamed. Nothing special, MC thought, but he thought she was a modest girl from a rich family, in a quiet place. He frowned and thought, but this damn Jaesawal probably spread some rumors again. She sat on the bed and said, Lee Cholsu won again, as befits her chosen one. The MC clenched his fist and thought, but he will not fall for her bait again. He will arrange a hellish game of love for her until he comes to his senses. After some time, Chonga walked down the street and thought, how did she end up like this? She takes other people's winnings from bets, like a dog. Lee Cholsu, how low do you have to stoop to become a patron of such establishments? After some time, the man asked, and she, young lady, what is your business here? She answered, Mr. Lee Cholsu sent her. She came for the winnings. Gong Haru asked, kid, he couldn't come himself? Chonga asked, yes, is that a problem? Haru answered, no, everything is fine. She needs to go up to the second floor. There she will see a suite and can collect her winnings. She asked again, a suite on the second floor? She thought, what is this anyway? Chonga remembered MC's words that when she comes to Sachonja, she will be invited to the suite. No need to be scared, she just needs to take the money. She thought, so Lee Cholsu was telling the truth? After a while, on the second floor, in the suite, Liu Xiang introduced herself and said that she was in charge of this place. Miss Soman, she can sit down. Chonga sat down and said, yes, of course. She thought, beautiful. No wonder they call her the first concubine of Sichuan. Liu Xiang frowned and thought, so this is the same girl who caused a commotion after the fight with the gentleman? Chonga thought, why is she looking at her so intently, even though she offered her a seat? Liu Xiang said, she heard. She came to collect her winnings. He didn't give her anything? Chonga asked for forgiveness? Yuexiang asked slightly embarrassedly. Perhaps a message or a note? Chonga thought for a moment. Liu Yuexiang calls Li Cholsu master? So the rumors were true? She replied, yes, there was something he told her to convey. Yuexiang ordered not to keep her in suspense. Chonga said, the young master said he was very disappointed that she spread false rumors. Yuexiang screamed, what? What is she talking about? Chonga said, and also, some time ago, MC told her to tell Liu Yuexiang that he hates lies the most and values honest people. He smiled and thought she would definitely be shocked. Now, Yuexiang asked with tears in her eyes, master said that? Chonga shyly lowered her head and said, yes, that's the end of the message. She asked for forgiveness, but what about the winnings? Yuexiang put the bag on the table and said, here, let her take it. Chonga took it and turned around before leaving. She said to hold on, she would definitely give everything to the master. Yuexiang burst into tears and thought, this can't be. He had just recently addressed her with such tenderness. Could it be that he now finds her disgusting because of that lie? No, if she never sees him again, she will be hurt. A joke, because of which he truly hated her. You can't win such a man by cunning or deceit. She must make things right. Chonga was turning back at that moment and thought, this is strange. For a woman like Liu Yuexiang to fall in love with Li Cholsu, and if you think about it, Yu Jinhui, Seo Haran and Zhong Yun, even the Queen of Swords behaved friendly with Li Cholsu and clearly liked him. Why do all the honorable people treat him so well? What if everything she saw before was a mistake? And Li Cholsu's words, were they true? He fought the Black Dragon clan to protect Gongdong High School and won. He challenged the Sword Queen to restore the school's honor. He entered the battle to stop the pressure of the influential Seoman clan. Maybe he really is the hero she dreamed of seeing at Gongdong High School? She returned and MC said, she came, Sibi. Chonga looked at him puzzled and thought, so such a possibility does exist after all. She doesn't know the whole truth yet. Chonga handed him the bag and said, here's the winnings. Cholsu happily said, she did an excellent job. It was good work. Chonga turned away and thought, But there is a possibility, even if it's small. She turned to the master and asked him to forgive her for everything that happened before. He thought, what exactly? Chonga started running away and screamed. The main thing is she knows why. He's an idiot. Chulsu wondered if she was fantasizing again. He needed to calm her overactive imagination. But it was still a hefty sum, almost 1,000 nyan. Suddenly a voice rang out. Gentlemen from Guangdong, are they here? MC looked to the side questioningly and heard, Miss Liu Eshiang from Sachanje has come for the Hyangwa ceremony. Hyangwa is a rite during which incense is burned and prayers are offered in Buddhist temples or Taoist shrines. Chulsu thought, what? Liu Eshiang, she stopped and said, Mr. Zhongyan, if he is not burdened by her wish, she asks you to accept the gifts. This is a donation for Guangdong School. Zhongyan said, maiden, this is too much for them. MC ran out to them and thought, what's going on here? Liu Eshiang said, she heard that Guangdong School suffered because of the rumors that spread because of her. This is her way of apologizing. She also wants to meet with the master in person and tell him everything. MC thought, alone? Zhongyan said that if she insisted, well, he would accept. Yue Xiang bowed and thanked Mr. Zheng. Chulsu wondered if they were just flirting a little. Hadn't she gone too far? Chonga asked why they were all crowded together. Jin Hui said they couldn't leave their youngest alone with a woman like Liu Yuexiang. Haran said they were worried. Chonga said, but there was no point in standing here. She had a better idea. At this moment, Yuexiang sat in the room and begged for forgiveness. There was no forgiveness for her, it was just her. MC looked at her questioningly when suddenly she blurted out, she loved him so much. Chulsu pursed his lips and thought, that expression. Is she sincere? For Jae Sawal to behave like this. In a past life, it was unthinkable. If he started playing the silent treatment now, it could end badly. MC said, apology accepted. Only she doesn't have to do this anymore. Yuexiang screamed, Lord! At that moment, everyone was watching what was happening through the crack. Chonga said, this is how they can peek without giving themselves away. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when they saw Yuexiang rush at the MC and thank the Lord for forgiving her. The MC asked, what? Chonga covered her eyes with her hands and said, this is shameful. Jinhui's eyes widened and said, that's it. Yuexiang said, this will never happen again, because she is the Lord's only true love. After a while, she bowed and said she would go then. Chulsu waved his hand and told her to take care of herself. Yuexiang put her hand on the MC's palm and said, and also, she happily said, she will leave the back door to her chambers open so that the Lord can visit her without attracting undue attention. The MC smiled and said that when the time comes, he will definitely drop by. He thought, is he immortal? He doesn't want to get the severed head ending achievement. But he won't say that directly. Yuexiang thanked him and left. And Chulsu exhaled and thought, he got away with it. Whether she has feelings for him or not is irrelevant. The main thing is to stay out of sight. If his obsession with Jae Sawol gets even stronger, it will be a real headache. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Junior, why is he so happy? He turned around and saw the disgruntled girls. He asked why they were looking at him like that. He thought it was strange. Why are they so angry? Jinhui nodded her head and told the junior to follow her. She has something to do. After a while, they were training and she said, not like that, again. The MC asked, senior, it's late. Maybe they should call it a day? Jinhui said no. She even changed the formula of the original soul song technique for him. He's only at the 3rd level. He needs to train more. There are only 10 levels. MC replied. He understood. Chulsu thought for a moment without commenting. Jinhui released mana and told him to watch and repeat. MC replied, yes, he understood. Jinhui closed her eyes and mentally apologized to the junior. It was so hard for her to watch him suffer. But what could she do? It's all for his protection. Some time ago, Chonga said, Lady Liu and this young master are in a close relationship. Haran said, she can't let him be taken away by someone like Liu Yuexiang. She thinks they need to unite. Chonga asked again, how? Jinhui said, but she's a man, so how can she help the junior? Haran said, she knows everything. Jinhui widened her eyes and screamed. What? She wondered if her sister had realized she was in disguise. Haran frowned and said, he was also worried about the younger one, so he couldn't just stand there and watch him get closer to that fox. Liu Yuexiang? Jinhui said, but still, she thought that's it. She was already scared. Chonga asked, but how were they going to separate the couple in love? Haran frowned and said, there were ways. For starters, as soon as the master has free time, they need to schedule training so that he can't even think about anything else. Jinhui said, okay, they'll stop for now. They'll continue a little later on the large training field. Haran spoke, and during the break, MC exhaled and said he finally broke out of this hell. Maybe today he'll have some fun in Hojongyeon. Chonga asked, Master, where is he in such a hurry? He turned around, frightened, and replied that he needed to go to the valley to sort out some things. Chonga asked if she could join him. Haran said she would go too. She had said a while ago that Chonga and she would take turns keeping an eye on him, so he didn't go to Sacheonja. Chulsu wondered why he felt like he was being followed. But overall, it was even sweet. Haran said that distance cools feelings. Until the inter-school tournament is in a year, they need to keep him in Guangdong. A year later, MC was sitting on the court and thinking, Chulsu, what a courageous guy. When did they manage to build so much? While he was sitting in isolation and training, he didn't even notice. He put a piece of food in his mouth and said, but money is a great thing. He laughed lightly and said now he can eat natural tonic pork at least once a day. After the martial arts tournaments, the Guangdong school became widely known, and sponsors began investing sizable sums. But that's still not enough. He needs to eat pork 3 times a day. Chulsu thought that an investment forum was needed to raise funds, and to attract interested parties, he needed to show results. Jinhui approached him and said, "Junior, there he is. Once he eats, he needs to get ready. I can't believe it's already time for the tournament with Hansan. A year has flown by, hasn't it?" MC exhaled and said, "Yes, it's true." He felt as if he'd spent a year in Gongjiang prison. "It's all the fault of the rumors about him having an affair with concubine." "Really?" After a while, Zhongyun asked if everyone was here. The students answered, "Yes, master." He nodded and said, "They worked hard preparing for the tournament." Seeing the students' efforts, he was confident of victory. Zhongyun walked forward and said, "It's time for them to go. They will show Hansan that the Gongdong school is alive and well." MC thought it was time to return to Murim again. Finally, freedom, and he would be able to see his first contender for the role of wife. The Queen of Swords, Solan, let her wait for him, his love. After a while, Sobin said she couldn't believe that the tournament with Gongdong was already starting. They dared to come to Hansan? This fact alone spoiled her mood. Solan said, "Sobin, let her make sure that nothing interferes with the reception of the guests. The honor of the Hansan school is at stake." Sobin turned away and said, "Master, she doesn't understand. Their school is strong enough without the tournament. Why is this even necessary?" Seolan smiled and asked, "Has she already forgotten? The strength of spirit they saw at the Tournament of Justice at Gongdong will be a good incentive for them too." The performance of this young warrior was especially impressive. Sobin bowed and said, "She understands, master. She will do everything in the best possible way." She left the room and thought, the Queen of Swords is smiling, and all because of Li Cholsu from the Gongdong school? This is incredible. She went out to the students and asked, "Is everyone gathered?" She will convey the instructions from the master. The girls started talking. "They can't wait. No need to yell like that. Quiet, you need to listen." Sobin screamed. The master told them to thoroughly prepare for the tournament with Gongdong. Do they understand what she means? This means that they must show the insolent Li Cholsu and his school who is the boss here. The girls screamed, "Right, this insolent Li Cholsu." Sobin screamed, "They are like the students of the Hansan school, like the sisters of the Queen of Swords." The girls repeated, "They are like the students of the Hansan school, like the sisters of the Queen of Swords." Sobin screamed, "They will expose the true nature of this boor and will not allow him to discredit their teacher." Time passed, and Cholsu and the others were already approaching. Jinhui looked around and delightedly noted how many rocks there were, and MC said, "This is a truly sacred peak, worthy of the title of the northern peak of the central plain." A student from Hansan school approached them and greeted them. They had already sent a message to the main temple. They should wait a little while until the escort arrived. Zhongyun nodded, thanking her, and Cholsu was glad that he had finally reached Hansan. He had dreamed of visiting here since his previous incarnation. Hansan's predecessor was the Gimgak Sword Pavilion, founded by female warriors to protect the Bodhisattva nunnery, Pojesa. However, marriage was not prohibited here, and contact with men was not restricted. But after Seolin made the bold declaration that she would choose her lover through combat, such situations were not uncommon among the female students who admired the Queen of Swords. They simply rejected all men. From then on, a vow of celibacy became an unspoken rule. Thus, Hansan became a forbidden territory for men and a shrine for lonely female martial artists. Entering territory where men are not allowed sounds very intriguing. Someone noticed his sly smile and called him a pervert, Gongdong, saying that his treacherous gaze had not changed at all. Turning around, he saw a displeased Seobin and indignantly asked, "Is that all she can say after so many years?" She warned him that Hansan is known for her sternness, so he should control himself and not back down. This greatly angered him. She hasn't changed at all. Her character is like that of a wild animal. As they climbed the mountain, MC noticed they were more afraid that the path would be difficult, but in reality, it was easy as pie. She replied that they could not lead guests along the most dangerous paths. By the way, is he really going to challenge her? He told her that as a man, he would not go back on his word, and she again called him a pervert, saying that no one expected him to show valor. He became indignant, and she asked with a smirk, wasn't she right? No one would be surprised if he refused the duel. This made him very angry. He told her that he was determined to win her favor, so she should abandon that thought. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain, and she, approaching the main gate, said, "They will see if he can maintain the same insolence in Hansan." He picked his nose in displeasure and thought, as soon as he issued a challenge, everyone pounced on him. Sobin opened the gate, and they were already greeted. The women lined the road leading to the main temple, and Jinhui looked around, saying it was so incredible. He hadn't known such a huge clan existed. Chonga added that this clan couldn't compare to hers, and Cholsu thought it's smaller in scale than the Forbidden City, but the buildings lined up against the sea of clouds create a truly majestic view. Solan emerged from the main temple, greeting them in Hansan, and Zhongyeon thanked her for such a warm welcome. Their school would never forget her kindness. She nodded with a smile and replied, it was she who should thank him for accepting Hansan's invitation. They must be tired from the journey, so they could rest in the reception hall. They all thanked her, and MC licked his lips and thought, it seemed Solan had become even more beautiful since their last meeting. She glanced at him, saying they would meet tomorrow for the clan competition, which made him blush slightly and think, interesting how things are going today. Time passed, and having eaten his fill, he left the reception hall and thought, as befits one of the 9 great clans, they were fed the best products to strengthen vital energy: eel, oysters, and horse meat. He glanced at the moon and decided to set out. She made a date with him through an inner voice. The Queen of Swords has such unexpected sides too. When she said goodbye to them, she contacted him through an inner voice and asked him to come to the Wollongok Pavilion in the evening. And now, he doesn't know why, but he feels like he's going on a date. It makes his heart beat faster. Restrained, but capable of unexpected actions, she is truly worthy of becoming his first official servant. He approached the pavilion, didn't see the Sword Queen anywhere, and asked, "Is she here?" A glow appeared on the surface of the water, and what he saw greatly amazed him. Seolon, walking lightly on the surface of the water, looked so striking in the moonlight that he was even embarrassed. As befits the first beauty among the righteous schools, she was especially beautiful. She approached him and said that she had a very delicate matter for him, which is why she called him here in this way. He scratched the back of his head and told her that everything was fine. She wanted to ask him for a favor, as she said before, right? There was no other reason to ask him out. She confirmed this, but before she voiced her request, she decided to start with the bad news. The thing is, Hansun is in a crisis. As he knows, their students are distinguished by a high degree of devotion to her, but a few years ago their admiration grew into a fanatical obsession. They follow her, taking a vow of celibacy, severing all ties outside the clan, and secretly performing rituals praising her. Cheolsu was very surprised and asked, "So it's not enough for them to revere her as a master, but they literally worship her as a goddess? This is serious. If this comes to light, they could be accused of cultism." Seolin said that she also believes this is a consequence of the overly closed structure of their clan. Therefore, during the competition, let him try to show their students how wide and diverse the outside world is. He promised her he would do everything. He and his companions would try to establish friendships with Hansun's students, for which she thanked him with a smile. After that, he went back to the reception hall. In his past life, he truly wondered why Hansun barely interacted with the outside world. It turns out that was the reason. He remembered Seobin calling him a pervert. Now he understands why she is so cautious around him. However, what is happening in Hansun cannot be considered a simple coincidence. The Hanma martial teachings, designed to destroy demons, rest here. Couldn't all this be signs of something sinister? A little girl's voice rang out behind him, quietly asking if he really was the pervert from Gongdong. He turned around, and when his gaze met hers, she even became scared. He sat down opposite her and asked what she was doing here at such an hour. She became nervous and told him that she was going for a cute cat and got lost, and then he extended his hand, offering to walk her to a public place, but she flatly refused. They say that if you touch the pervert from Gongdong, you will be miserable for 10 years. His jaw dropped in surprise. He wasn't some kind of evil spirit. Why were they doing this to him? He took a step back and said that if he left her here alone, he would worry, so she should at least walk next to him. She ordered him not to approach her, after which she took off running, and he thought, what's going on? She was running as if he was chasing her. Seeing that she had dropped her hairpin, he went into the reeds and started looking for her. The girl was fast, but if she was really lost, he couldn't leave her here. He felt energy from the side, heard a noise behind the tall reeds, and went there, and told the girl that she had lost the jewelry. He would return it to her. And he's not as bad as they say. He parted the stems, making his way further and further through the thicket, and saw naked Sobin ahead, who had just been swimming in the lake. He was shocked. He didn't expect to see her here at all, and she didn't expect him to be walking here at night. She quickly covered herself with clothes and they both screamed. Then she called him a pervert and a crazy idiot, ordering him to get out of there immediately. He closed his eyes and waved his arms, exclaiming that he really didn't know where he was going. The women immediately came running to her screams. They hurried to protect her. He involuntarily backed away, trying to explain to everyone that it was just a misunderstanding, but they were already firmly convinced that he was spying on their young mistress. He tried to explain to them what he did here, and then Sobin came out of the water and told him not to make her laugh. If she hadn't noticed him, would he have continued to spy on her? He apologized to her. He was sorry that everything turned out this way, but she understood everything wrong. She displeasedly said that an apology wouldn't help the matter and exclaimed, he came here to participate in the inter-school competition, so how could he allow himself such a vile thing? Let him leave Hansun immediately and face punishment. He was already starting to get indignant, but they didn't listen to him at all and ordered him to stop making excuses. He means he went so far to find a child? There's no trace of the child anywhere. MC immediately realized something was wrong. This all seems too suspicious. The young swordswoman screamed, and immediately, as if on cue, Hansun's students came running, and then they immediately started demanding that he leave, as if this had all been planned in advance. And to top it all off, they were talking about a child he hadn't even mentioned. How were they supposed to know that? Do they take him for a fool? Seobin again ordered him to get out of there immediately, but he firmly told her that he wasn't going to do that because what happened was a misunderstanding. She was slightly confused by his statement, and he asked if she had even listened to him. Since things had gone this far, there was only one way left to resolve the dispute according to Murim customs. As soon as morning came, Jongyeon scolded him and began questioning him about what happened last night. Had he really been spying on the young mistress? Poor Cholsu had already gotten a slap in the face from him for this. He tried to convince him that it was all a lie. He was there by chance. He hadn't had the slightest intention to do this. Jongyeon sighed heavily. He covered his face with his hand and said that he believed him. But this competition was designed to improve relations between the schools, and with what happened, he had jeopardized that. He bowed his head and asked him for forgiveness, then gritted his teeth and thought, how unfair this is, and he can't even justify himself. Solon got involved. She came up to him and told Master Zhang that they don't know the whole truth yet. They say that an unpleasant incident happened between her student and this young master last night. Jongyeon said he was sorry that it happened on the eve of the competition, but she told him not to apologize. They don't know the whole truth yet and thought, she wants to believe Sobin, but she is the most obsessed with her. As the young master had said, perhaps there was more to it. She asked Jongyeon, since he himself had proposed resolving the matter according to Murim law, perhaps they should have a duel before the competition began. He smiled and told her that if it would help clarify the situation, their school had no objections, and then MC bowed to her, thanking her for the opportunity. And then the day of the competition arrived. The heads of all the schools gathered to watch. Huncheon said, Hansan is organizing a competition between schools. This is amazing. Monk Yuanji, Wanj, the first man among the sects of the righteous path, laughed and said that there is nothing wrong with improving relationships with others. The man, puzzled, stroked his beard and said that wherever this Cholsu from the Gongdong school appears, trouble always arises. And again, this guy is fighting before the competition begins. The monk remarked that he was still young and ardent, while Cholsu and Seobin entered the arena. He drew his sword and said that if she won, he would leave Hansan. But if he won, Hansan would have to help prove his innocence. She agreed, then rushed to attack, exclaiming she didn't care what conditions they used to defeat him. She used the reverse moon sword technique for the first strike, and he barely blocked it. As expected, the young mistress is one of the strongest masters at her peak. Her strikes contain true sword power, but he too had been training non-stop all year. He knocked her sword away and then lunged forward, using the art of demon subjugation. They clashed, and the monk said in surprise, who would have thought that a disciple of the late generation was so strong? Hyunxian agreed with him. It seems the pervert from Gongdong really didn't train in vain, but MC hadn't shown them everything yet. He smirked and charged, unleashing a barrage of blows that Seobin barely managed to block, as his movements were unpredictable. Chonga exclaimed that he'd struck her with the same technique back then, and Jinhui added, Cholsu really has gotten stronger, following in his mentor's footsteps. MC struck again and asked where her former self-confidence had gone. If she wanted, she could let him win. He didn't mind. She told him not to talk nonsense, then deflected his sword, and he, feeling the recoil in his hand, was surprised. She'd become much better at parrying blows. Had she really been hiding her strength all this time? Sobin exclaimed that he had no idea who the Queen of Swords was, and vowing to win, launched into another attack, this time with the moon sword technique. This is the highest art of Hansan. But, succumbing to emotion, she began to attack too sweepingly, and Chiolsu noticed it. This will make it easy for him to dodge. He took a few steps back, dodging each of her attacks, and she, catching her breath, called him slippery like an eel. He said that she had already lost when she lost concentration. It was time for them to finish this fight. He used the art of demon absorption, rushed to attack, and at the moment of impact, a bright flash appeared in the arena, and dust rose. A few seconds later, everyone saw him holding the sword to her neck, which meant he had won. His friends were very happy. He told his opponent that this duel was excellent, but she could not believe that she lost. He went to his friends, rejoicing in his beautiful victory, and at that moment a terrible pain pierced her head, and someone else's voice appeared in her head. She is jealous. This man will take her mentor away from her. She is not going to let him go like this, is she? She gave in to the influence of the voice, slowly stood up and said through clenched teeth that she would never let this happen. She told Cheolsu to stop, and when he turned to her, he saw her running towards him with a sword at full speed and nervously thought, what is wrong with her? Is she completely crazy? He raised his hands and asked her to stop. The duel was already over, but she did not listen to him and pierced his stomach with a sword, smirking, wishing him death. Feeling a terrible burning pain, he fell, and Jinhui immediately ran to him, carefully laid him on the ground and asked, is he okay? The MC in response only gritted his teeth and quietly called out to him, and all the spectators of the duel began to be indignant. She just used a deadly move despite the fact that the duel was already over. How could this even happen? Jinhui turned to her with a gloomy face and asked, the duel was already over. Why did she do that? She replied with a smile that no one dared to disgrace a swordmaster. Even if he were from their school, death would await him. The other students agreed with her, and she decided to finish the job. But Jinhui stood up for Cholsu and said that if she insisted, he too had no choice but to kill her. and then he felt something. Solon hit her on the back of the head, causing her to immediately lose consciousness, and the other students were surprised that she attacked her. After all, this was the perfect opportunity to finish off Chilsu. She immediately ordered everyone to be silent, then went to Jinwei and asked if he was okay. He raised his hands, asking her not to approach them, and she regretfully said that she was just worried. Despite this, Jinwei still remained on guard. He could not allow anyone from Hansan to approach his junior. A great monk approached them and asked what kind of mess they had made here. They both immediately bowed to him, and he asked Solon. She understood how serious her offense was, right? She had used a deadly technique in a duel. She asked him for forgiveness. It was her fault. She had failed to properly supervise her disciples. He firmly said that a simple apology would not do. She had to explain how this could have happened. They went to a more secluded place to talk, and she told him how her disciples were madly devoted to her. He asked, is that why they had avoided contact with other schools until now? She confirmed it. It was their dark side, so she could not speak about it openly. Yuanzu quietly laughed and asked, was the obsession with the head of the school led to this incident? Didn't she find it strange? She didn't understand what he meant. And he explained, the very fact of using a deadly technique during a duel. It was a fight between representatives of righteous schools. Someone could have died. She asked, did he mean to say there was more to it than that? He told her that he had noticed something strange in the Hansen students. A subtle but clearly perceptible energy emanated from the young mistress who used the deadly technique and from the students who supported her actions, and it did not belong to the right path. Rather, this energy resembled demonic. Hearing this, she was very surprised, and he said, everything could be much more serious than they thought. If Hansen is connected with a demonic cult, they are obliged to report it to Murim, and then she would know what the verdict would be. She understood everything. The school would close, and there was nothing more terrible than receiving such an order from Murim. This shame would remain with Hansan forever. The monk said he would give her 3 days to do it. Let her find out what's going on here and solve this problem. Otherwise, even he won't be able to help her. She merely nodded in response. Meanwhile, Jinwei was furious and told the teacher he couldn't tolerate this. Using a deadly technique during a duel was beyond the pale. Let him fight the young mistress. Jongyeon told him to stop. Did he think it was easy for him as a teacher? If the Queen of Swords hadn't intervened, he would have resorted to force himself. But since she had offered her sincere apologies, there was no point in making a conflict out of this, as quarrels between righteous schools never lead to anything good. Jinwei bowed to him and didn't bring the matter up again, and the teacher said, fortunately, Chelsu's injuries are not serious. When he recovers, they will return to Mount Gongdong. In this situation, there was no point in continuing this meeting. Haran said she found the whole thing strange. The Hansen disciples, including the young mistress, acted as if Chelsu, who had challenged them, deserved death. But the Queen of Swords had once acted as a mediator when Gongdong found himself in a difficult situation. Surely she couldn't have instilled such cruelty in her disciples? Jongyeon wondered if there really were some dissatisfied ones among them, but such behavior was beyond comprehension. She suggested that something strange was going on between the Hansen disciples, and he agreed with her. Her words were true. All this time, a little girl had been watching them, eavesdropping on their conversation, chuckling quietly. Through her, the bloody demon observed everything, and it was a pleasure to watch these righteous ones squabble among themselves. He felt a presence behind him. His subordinate had arrived. He bowed in greeting, and the man asked irritably how the preparations were progressing. He answered that the mountains of effort were finally bearing fruit. Everything was almost ready. They mixed a weak dose of demonic energy into the Hansen water springs, cutting off the disciples from the outside world and capturing their minds. Several years have passed, and now that Junior Sword Mistress and the other disciples are under the influence of this energy, they act according to the Overlord's will. The Blood Demon said, fine, but we must not let our guard down until the very end. The Queen of Swords, this woman, might do something unexpected. The man agreed. Her sudden participation in the Gongdong competition was quite an unexpected move. However, thanks to the Overlord's plan, everything turned out in their favor. They subjugated the Hansan disciples and fueled their discontent, and then, at the right moment, provoked Junior Mistress into using a deadly technique. Now that the representatives of the righteous path have witnessed the decay of Hansan with their own eyes, it will be difficult for them to avoid its closure. If all goes according to plan, Hansan will slowly and irrevocably disappear. The bloody demon clenched his fist in victory and said that this was only the beginning. These righteous people would become enemies and then destroy each other. Meanwhile, Jongyeon went to meet with the Queen of Swords and declared that he wanted to cancel the match with Hansan. She looked down guiltily and said she perfectly understands the seriousness of the incident. But could he reconsider his decision? He frowned and said that she should be grateful that their school did not make a fuss. Solon said that she understood everything, but they did not yet know the whole truth. She did not want to believe it either, but perhaps someone from another organization was acting on Hansen. He asked if she was hinting at a certain school. She confirmed it. Perhaps people from Sanho were involved, or even representatives of a demonic sect. That same night, the disciples gathered in the cave to discuss everything that had happened. The Junior Sword Mistress had done them a great favor. They could have gotten rid of Chilsu forever, but in the end, they took pity on him. The main thing is that Gongdong will soon leave them. Xiaobin entered the cave, saying that she was so thirsty, and she looked truly possessed by a demon. The girls also approached her, inquiring about her health, and she answered them. Her body is fine, she's just tormented by thirst. Do they have some water from the cave? The girl handed her a vessel. She drank it all in one gulp, after which she wiped her mouth with a grin and said that she now feels better. What happened while she was unconscious? One of the girls told her everything. Unfortunately, Chulsu's injuries were not too serious, but because of this incident, Gongdong withdrew from the competition and decided to return to his territory. She asked, "So, they are already leaving Hansen?" She confirmed it and touched her chin in confusion. This cannot be allowed. Where are the representatives of the Gongdong school now? Judging by her smirk, she was up to something very sinister. Right now, MC was resting in the infirmary, and Harin was taking care of him. She dabbed his forehead with a cloth and thought, his whole face is covered in sweat. He was always so cheerful, and now he looks completely exhausted. She always only accepted help from him, and remembering everything he did for her, she begins to feel helpless. After wringing out the cloth, she left the infirmary to go change the water and thought, she can't just sit idly by. This is her chance to repay him. She will find out why she attacked Chulsu. She came to the lake, pretended to wash clothes, but in fact, she was waiting for someone to appear. She looked around and thought, will no one come? After that incident, she goes to the river quite often. Here's what she noticed. The Hansen students often go along the narrow path by the shore and never come back. And it doesn't matter when it happens, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, but none of them return. If this path is their secret route, she needs to check it out. She peeked out from behind a rock and immediately caught her eye. A student walking along that path. She ran to the nearest shelter, hid behind a tree trunk and thought, this is her chance. The path turned out to be much longer and more dangerous than she thought. They will have to walk a long time. Where will they lead her? She followed the student at a safe distance, but suddenly something jumped out of the bushes next to her, and she immediately covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a frightened scream. It turned out to be just a fox. But because she was distracted by the animal, she lost sight of the girl and cursed. Suddenly, Sobin's voice was heard behind her, asking who she was following. She turned to her in fear, wondering when she had managed to do so. She hadn't felt her presence at all. The girl immediately hit her on the head, causing her to lose consciousness, and smirked. Soon it started raining, and MC finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he immediately looked around, checking if they were still in Hansen territory, and when he stood up, a pain stabbed his stomach. He remembered what had happened and looked around, wondering why no one was looking after the wounded man. The excited voices of the students were heard outside, one of them shouting for them to search everything around. The rest of them should go north. They absolutely must find the younger sword mistress. Chulsu left the infirmary to check what was going on, and Chongna immediately ran up to him, telling him the reason for the commotion. The thing was, Harin had suddenly disappeared, and this news greatly alarmed him. But that's not all. The younger sword mistress also disappeared along with her, and Hansen is currently conducting a large-scale search to find them. He thought that Sobin and Harin had disappeared at the same time. Judging by her actions, she was not herself. Given all the hatred towards Gongdong, there was a possibility that Sobin could have attacked Harin, and therefore he needed to find her as soon as possible. He quickly looked around, saw a girl hiding behind a rock, and immediately recognized her. She was the one who lured him to the shore where Sobin was. Noticing his gaze, she quickly hid in the bushes, and he decided to follow her. Perhaps that way he could find traces of Harin. He ran after her into the forest, but lost track of her. He thought he had simply missed her by accident last time, but seeing it again, he found it hard to believe that someone so young could move so fast, and even hide her energy so skillfully. They don't rely solely on energy perception, so he'll have to look for even the tiniest traces. A bush moved next to him, and he immediately stopped, saw the girl, and ran after her. As he made his way through the bushes, he told her to stop resisting and just stop, but she kept running, and he called out after her. He doesn't want to hurt her, he just needs to ask her a few questions. He almost caught up with her, reached out his hand to grab her, and then she turned to him and said with a smirk that he wouldn't catch her. He exclaimed, "What the hell is she doing?" She jumped off the cliff, and he couldn't let her get hurt, so he jumped after her. He grabbed her, hugged her, and covered her head with his hand. But because of this, he hit the back of his head on the tree branches. He quickly grabbed one of them and hung there, after which he laughed hysterically. He couldn't believe that he was alive. Having come down from the tree, he lit a fire and began questioning the girl about everything. But what's surprising is that she had absolutely no memory of what had happened to her. She remembers lying down to sleep and then suddenly finding herself here. He asked, "What about that time by the river? They met just a few days ago." She told him that she had never seen anyone from Gongdong's school. MC was surprised. He understood that she was not lying and sincerely believed it. She really doesn't remember anything? Then, as proof, he showed her the jewelry, and she exclaimed in surprise that she had lost it a few days ago. It was a very valuable thing for her. He told her that this confirmed their meeting by the river, and she asked, "Is it true?" He asked her to tell him if she remembered anything, or if she had any guesses, and she clutched the jewelry in her hands, firmly saying her sisters told her not to talk to people from Gongdong school. He smiled irritably and thought, these little ones. He said that a student from Gong school went missing tonight. She is his younger sister. and she is very dear to him, so this could help him find her. The girl didn't hide anything and told him everything. A secret event was being held among the students of Hansan High School. They gathered in a cave in the mountains and drank glowing red water, praising the Sword Queen. Strangely, as she drank it, her sense of pride for her school and her reverence for the Sword Queen grew. It was pleasant, but at some point she began to feel an unbearable thirst, and only this red water could quench it. To get rid of her thirst, she drank more and more of it, and then on days like today, she began to lose consciousness, and she remembers nothing more. By this time, she had already led him to the cave, and he asked, "So this is where they gather?" She confirmed it and showed him the red water. He approached the river, dipped his hand in the water, and felt a weak energy, but very familiar to him. When he went to the descendants of the Blood Pact to inquire about the reincarnation ritual, they had something similar. They said that water soaked in blood strengthens the power of spells. This red energy is blood energy. It's so small that someone who hasn't reached the level of Hingjung won't even notice. But even this amount with prolonged exposure can cause addiction, and in the most extreme cases, the Blood Pact can even possess the body. Things are bad. The Blood Pact has extended its tentacles to the Hansan school. In his past life, a tragic massacre occurred, which went down in history as a conflict between the righteous schools within Hansan. The cause was the very same secret cave of the Sword Queen, where the true legacy of the school was kept. Back then, everything was presented as an ordinary fight over techniques and elixirs, but in fact, anti-demon martial arts were sealed within the cave. When rumors of treasures hidden there spread, warriors began to flock there in droves. In that chaos, the anti-demon martial arts of the Hansan school were lost. That's why the Blood Alliance benefited the most from this. In his past life, they were the ones who orchestrated the conflict between the righteous schools. If they have the same goal again, then they will definitely try to stir up internal conflicts within the Hansan school, which means that the Gongdong school has now become the Blood Alliance's new target. At this time, Jinhui was running through the forest in search of the girl. Her younger brother was injured, and now her younger sister was also missing. She had been inactive all this time, but she simply had to find Harin. She descended from a small cliff and loudly called out to Harin, asking where she was. And then, through the sound of the rain, a voice rang out, not the girl's, but a stranger's. The man asked, "Is that him? The very body of the heavenly warrior from the Gongdong school?" Jinhui asked who he was and became nervous from his energy. She had never felt anything like this before. It chilled her to the very bones. The man told the guy that he didn't need to know. He would die here anyway, and his name would disappear from history forever. He summoned the Jiangshi, and the undead surrounded Jinhui from all sides, making her nervous. The man swore to finish him off right then and there, then waved his hand, and the Jiangshi rushed to attack. Meanwhile, Chiol-su and the girl returned to the lake. He told her to never drink water from the cave again, and when she returned, she should get a good rest. She smiled broadly and said, she realized that the young master was a kind person, not at all like the others said. She would definitely tell the other sisters about this. He was only glad and asked them to stop spreading such tales about him. Where else would they find such a cool young master? He stayed to continue searching for a solution to the red water problem, and the girl said goodbye to him, asking him to be careful, and ran off to school. After that, he sat by the shore and thought. Now he understands why Zhang Sobin was so desperate. Who would have thought that the Hansan school was being manipulated by those idiots from the Blood Alliance? If he wanted to find Harin, he needed to figure out their plan. The only clue was that Sobin had disappeared along with her. The youngest sword mistress had fallen under the control of the Blood Alliance. If only he could figure out what they were planning to do with her. And then he suddenly jumped up from his seat. A thought occurred to him, to open the mechanism at the entrance to the swordswoman's secret vault. He needed a reverse moon sword, and this style was passed down only to the head and successor of the Hansan school. It all fit together. The Blood Alliance had taken over Sobin's body to get into the vault. If they were preparing another civil war among the righteous schools, like in their past life, who knew what they were planning in that vault? He ran to the cave, but when he arrived, he found the vault already open, which shocked him. Seolin's voice rang out behind him, and she asked in surprise what he was doing here. Is he okay? He smiled awkwardly and told her that he had almost recovered. And what was she doing here? She told him that the atmosphere in the school was uneasy, so she went to the reception hall to check on him. And when she realized he was missing, she followed the faint traces of his energy, and that's how she ended up here. She smiled, glad that she was worried about him, and she asked what kind of secret storage was this. This question left him at a loss, because he didn't know how to explain everything to her. Although now might be an excellent chance. Inside the storage, in addition to the young mistress of the sword, there are probably also people from the Union. He can't handle them alone. And Solon is still a top-level master. If she helps him, that would be wonderful. The problem is that he needs to come up with how he knows all this without revealing his reincarnation. He needs something plausible. She asked if this could really be the secret storage of the Hansan school swordswoman. He confirmed it, and she asked in surprise how he knew where it was. Until now, no one knew its location. The Hansen school had been looking for it all this time. He approached her and said seriously what he was about to say should remain between them. She was slightly embarrassed by his closeness and answered him. She understood that no matter what he said, she swears on the name of her school that it would go with her to the grave. He stated with a serious face that he was, in fact, the successor of the Hongwan swordmaster Mugukja. She was very surprised and clarified. The successor of the very first head of the Murim Union, the Hongwan swordmaster? He confirmed it. He really did receive sword techniques from Mugukja's residual will in the Hongwan vault, so, roughly speaking, it was true. He said, as she may know, Swordmaster Hongwan and the first head of the Hansen school, Baek Chusol, were close comrades. Over 300 years ago, at the Battle of Lake Peryang, Swordmasters Hongwan and Baek Chusol united and beheaded the blood demon god. Afterwards, Baek Chusol wandered the world in search of the lost martial art of the Hansan school, Hanma Cholhak, and the divine artifact, the fragrant heart sword, but eventually disappeared. After returning with the artifacts, she was attacked by the surviving members of the Blood Alliance, who had been watching her all this time. Seriously wounded, she knew that her end was near, and so she created a secret vault of the Sword Queen, and entrusted its location only to her closest friend, Swordmaster Hongwan. And as his successor, he was given this information. He came here to verify its existence for himself. She was surprised and couldn't believe what she heard. Could the legend really be true? He smirked and thought, the best lie is the one wrapped in truth. There were even rumors that Hongwan and Baek Chusol were in love. Solon thanked him. They had found the swordswoman's secret vault. Now she didn't even know how to repay him. He grinned contentedly, and when she noticed the sword marks, he said, the missing young mistress of the sword most likely used the reverse moon sword style to activate the mechanism and enter the vault. Solon was surprised, because how could Sobin know about this place? He said that it was probably the work of a blood pact. They needed to hurry before something terrible happened. She agreed with him, and they entered the cave. But they went a little further. There was a cliff ahead. MC carefully glanced down and assumed the storage was underground, and Seolin said it was dangerous, but they had no choice but to jump. They both jumped off the cliff. Cheolsu frowned and thought it was deeper than he thought, with no end in sight. But he was wrong. The ground was much closer. He was very scared, and Seolin reached out to him and told him to be careful, then used her energy to pull him toward her. Before they could crash, she grabbed him and hovered over the water. She asked if he was okay, and it was obvious he wasn't, being held in the arms of such a woman. He became very embarrassed and began to struggle in her arms, asking her to let him go, but she refused, afraid he might fall. She grabbed him tighter and said she would carry him to safety, so let him lean on her. He was very close to her and prayed that his mushroom wouldn't rise, but it simply couldn't help but do so, and of course, Seolon saw it. He immediately pulled his shirt over his legs, trying to cover his groin, but it was too late. She was so frightened and embarrassed that she flipped the guy over herself and threw him into the water, and he hit the top of his head on the rocks. Even well-developed private parts in a man can cause problems. After that, he bashfully covered his face and asked the Sword Queen for forgiveness. Because of the special martial art of the Gongdong school, based on yang energy, this happens. She interrupted him and said that she understood everything. They needed to get out of the pond quickly. He burst into tears of shame and wondered if he had completely lost his mind. Excessive endurance, as it turned out, was also problematic. Strange rumors were already circulating about him, and now everything would get even worse. Solon, meanwhile, tried to come to her senses. She had never seen anything like this before. Even though he's still young, he's quite strong. These thoughts made her feel even more embarrassed, and MC awkwardly coughed into his fist, saying that his clothes had dried, thanks to his internal energy, so they could go. They walked further, and on the way they came across a narrow passage, and for some reason they climbed into it together. Although they could have taken turns. He felt embarrassed and thought that they would have to walk closely the whole time, then glanced at the woman. He had thought she was beautiful before, but now, remembering her wet appearance, he was going crazy. They finally reached the end of the passage, and she said that they had a problem. The bridge was collapsed. It seemed they had deliberately cut the bridge to lose their pursuers. He noted that if they went around, it would take a long time. She could jump to the other side using the light step technique. It would be a little awkward, but would he let her carry him in her arms? He was surprised by her offer. It seemed she was trying to hush up the incident, but he wasn't against it, so he didn't refuse, after which she picked him up and walked away. While she was crossing the chasm, he smiled contentedly. Who would have thought that reconnaissance could be so enjoyable? But he wouldn't survive a second incident. To calm himself, he decided to sing the national anthem. Thank God, nothing happened. When she let him go, he immediately smelled a strange odor and sniffed. He realized it was blood, and Solon saw traces of it on the walls and said they couldn't ignore it. The ground beneath their feet was also covered in blood, and he said, judging by the amount, some kind of ritual was being performed here. Solon found something and asked Chilsu to look at it. She showed him the rope and said it was roughly torn. He immediately understood who the traces belonged to, and she said, these are bloody zombies, Jungshi, exactly like the ones in their school's records. He remarked that this only confirmed the involvement of the blood cult, and she was confused. She thought they had disappeared, but it seemed they had reappeared. He said that since they were using a technique to control the dead, it meant they were well prepared. The situation was worse than they thought. They needed to be on guard. Right now, Jinhui was fighting them. She struck with her sword, but the dead man's skin was tough, and she was unable to do anything. She decided to use a different technique, hitting the Jiangshi on the head, and he immediately fell. The man remarked that such a rough manner of fighting was in the spirit of the Gongdong school. But how long would it last? He waved his hand and more dead people ran towards Jinhui from all sides. She quickly dodged their blows, retreating towards the Jiangshi, whose head she had just decapitated, and suddenly he grabbed her leg and she fell, hitting her head. The man asked, "So this is the renowned body of a heavenly warrior? Is this all he can do? What a disappointment." He ordered the bloody zombies to kill him. The Jiangshi pounced on Jinhui from above, and she held her sword in front of her. The zombies' teeth sank into the steel, and their sword had no effect on them. This made her nervous, and she wondered if this was really where it would end. In that case, she would never see her junior disciple or the other members of the Gongdong school again. Her comrades were in danger, and she was doing nothing. She didn't want to be forever weak and pathetic. She would protect her loved ones with her own hands. She put all her strength into her sword, and the Jiangshi was immediately thrown away from her, flying several meters above the ground, surprising the man. Jinhui swore to cut them all down with her sword, then rushed forward and delivered several sweeping blows. The man was surprised. It was the energy of the sword. His aura became sharper and stronger. He had risen to a new level of martial prowess in such a short time. Finally, she finished off all the zombies, leaving only him. She swung her sword and looked at him confidently, saying, "She will finish him once and for all." He sent new zombies at the warrior and thought, if he were left alive, he would become a serious obstacle in the future. He ordered everyone to attack together to tear him to pieces, and they ran towards her. Jinhui also rushed to the attack. She ran forward, decapitating everyone in her path, and then pointed the blade at the man and said that she would cut him to pieces. He was surprised and thought, he didn't just reach a new level, but freely control the energy of the sword? Did he really have the body of a heavenly warrior? Jinhui ordered him to answer where the young lady was, if he didn't want to die in agony. He asked in response, "Who knows? He's not very kind to those who are about to die." He pierced his palm with a knife and shouted, "Let the blood demon be reborn. The blood cult will rule the world. Oh, supreme blood demon, bestow your power upon this insignificant follower." Jinhui felt the ominous energy sharply intensify, and then the blood demon answered his follower's prayer, saying, he grants him the honor of being part of his rebirth. The boy's body bent unnaturally, the demon's power possessing him, and he told the young warrior that he was unlucky enough to encounter him. Jinhui became nervous. Her instincts told her that something alien had possessed this boy's body. She asked who he was, but he chose not to answer the question and said, he grants him the honor of being part of his rebirth, but death by his hand is also a great honor. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. Jinhui did not immediately understand it, and then a voice rang out above her head. The warrior struck. Fortunately, she managed to dodge, and he ran towards her, telling her to do him a favor and let him entertain him. Jinhui merely parried his attacks and felt each of his blows heavy and swift. He had never fought like this before. The blood demon said that he would like to prolong the pleasure, but they did not have much time. He struck his opponent in the chest with all his might. Jinhui felt terrible pain and was thrown back, hitting her back on the stones. Coughing up blood, she fell to her knees, and he said, "Those with potential must be crushed in the bud." Meanwhile, Solon quickly finished off all the zombies, and MC said, as expected of the Queen of Swords, she is truly amazing. But that's not all. Turning around, he saw 3 more zombies running towards them, and Solon rushed to attack and exclaimed, how dare such a vile monster encroach on her? Even though she had cut off their heads, they were still moving, and she promised to personally kill every last one of them. Meanwhile, the blood demon watched her and wondered if she had really come here personally. But how did she know their location? His subordinate contacted him and reported that all the dead they had brought to the shelter had been destroyed. If this continued, the plan could fail. The blood demon frowned and said that even the heavenly signs he had read had begun to distort. Someone was changing fate. Had they overlooked something in their calculations? His followers swore that even at the cost of his own life, he was ready to contribute to the resurrection of the supreme blood demon. He said that there would still be an opportunity to dispose of the body of the heavenly warrior. He would send reinforcements to him. But for now, the main thing was to complete the plan in the shelter. He promised to give him everything he had, and he said with a grin, if he sacrificed his life and energy, then even with his insignificant abilities, he could fight the Queen of Swords. The man began to praise him, and when blood spurted from his mouth, he screamed with joy. Meanwhile, Cholsu and Solon had already advanced further. She noticed that the bloody dead were no longer visible. It looked like the Blood Alliance puppets would appear soon. MC said that they still had to be vigilant, and then she suddenly noticed something and assumed a fighting stance. She sensed the presence of enemies. She needed to strike first and finish them all off at once. Noticing her alertness, Cholsu walked toward her. They both saw the source of this energy in the darkness of the cave, then exchanged glances and rushed to attack together. But suddenly, an unknown force pinned Seolun to the floor, and MC fell after her. He wondered what it was. Some strange force was pulling them inward. Was it a barrier drawn in blood? He lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in his wildest fantasy. All the women he'd been thinking about surrounded him, and when they started touching him, he became embarrassed and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Okay, Seo Harin and Seomin Chonga were understandable. They'd arrived in Hansen with him. But why were Sawol and Soryeon here, whom he hadn't seen in a long time? Was this really an illusory dimension? Solon pressed herself against him and asked him to hurry up. It was time to fulfill his marital duty. Sawol immediately hugged him and indignantly exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" He'd promised that his first time would be with her. They started tugging at his limbs. No one wanted to give in. And then he ordered them to let him go immediately. They ignored him completely, which angered him. And then he broke free from their tight grip and, hitting each of them on the head, exclaimed, "Have they gone mad?" They looked at him with confusion, which made him unable to remain angry with them any longer. With an awkward smile, he suggested they calm down first. He thought, 3 wives and 4 concubines. One could only dream of that. But even so, he couldn't help but feel the evil energy that the creator of this space had imbued into them. Even a master who had reached the flower realm could be caught in an illusion of such a high level. However, he had already encountered such illusions in the Gwanseong Danyol cave. If this was all happening in the mental space, then the enlightenment he achieved in his past life at the level of the mysterious realm remained with him. No cheap illusion would make him break. He used a technique on them to encase them in ice and then shattered them along with the illusion. At this time, the man was about to finish off Jinhui, but he sensed that the Queen of Swords was moving too quickly. She had already reached the trap with the illusion. He told the body of the heavenly warrior that he was lucky, but next time he should expect no mercy. He left. Jinhui lost her last strength and fell, thinking the warrior who controlled the demonic beast did not kill her. But why? Whatever the reason, she had to get up. She tried to do so and coughed up blood again, all because he had damaged her internal organs with one blow. She understood that she had to hurry, that she had to save the junior and the Gongdong school. But the strength finally left her body and she fell. Already losing consciousness, she saw the teacher running towards her, accompanied by the Hansen students. And then she closed her eyes. The teacher bent over his student and asked him to come to his senses. Meanwhile, Cholsu came to his senses. He rose and, cursing the idiots from the Blood Alliance, exclaimed that they were using such vile methods. The Sword Queen still hadn't woken up. He ran up to her, flipped her onto her back, and wondered if she was still unconscious. As expected, the illusion was so powerful that even the Flower Realm Master couldn't resist it. To help her escape this trap, he would need medicine. He took out a pill and thought, Sawol is useful at times like this. When she came in the form of Yeryong, she left some medicine. He would try to replenish her energy with it. When the pill touched her lips, she reacted strangely. Her face blushed, and she asked the young master to wait. Cholsu's face also blushed, and he wondered what kind of illusion she was seeing now, to sigh so languidly. She continued to ask him to stop, so he closed his eyes, trying to calm down. It's just treatment. Nothing more. As soon as he threw the pill into her mouth, she opened her eyes and stood up, asking what happened. He told her everything, and she asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" He awkwardly looked away and answered, "Maybe the illusion only worked under certain conditions, but he's fine." She stood up excitedly and said that she owed him a huge debt, but time was running out and they needed to hurry. She walked on and noticed that the smell of blood was getting stronger, and MC guessed that the culprit would appear soon. He noticed something and anxiously called out to Solon. Sobin and Harin were lying wounded nearby. They both rushed to the girls, worriedly, checking their condition, and Solon said with relief, "Luckily the wounds aren't too serious." Cholsu guessed that the Blood Pact had used their blood for some kind of ritual. Sobin woke up, and Seolwon immediately asked worriedly about her condition, and she hesitated to answer, confused. Seolwon exclaimed, "How did she know about the Sword Queen's secret hideout? Why did she bring Harin here?" The girl stared at her in confusion and said she couldn't remember anything after the martial arts tournament. MC wondered if she had memory loss, just like the girl whose body had been taken over by the Blood Pact. He told the Sword Queen that while investigating the strange devotion of the Hansen students, he had learned something. The Blood Pact had performed a ritual, altering the flow of Hansen's underground waters to dull the students' wills and, using their loyalty to her, take over their bodies. Solon was furious, vowing to kill them all, and Cholsu suggested she take the two to safety for now, but suddenly a follower's voice rang out, asking, who allowed them to do this? He emerged from the darkness and said that they had managed to break through the illusion trap and reach here. It was quite impressive. They looked at him with fear, and Cholsu told Seolwon that they shouldn't fight here. It's better to retreat and take them to a safe place. She agreed with him, and the man asked with a smirk, "Are they planning to run?" He snapped his fingers, and the warrior immediately appeared and apologized to them. None of them would get out of here alive. He missed the chance to destroy the sprout of the owner of the body of a heavenly warrior, but he wouldn't let them go. MC became nervous and thought, what does this mean? Could it be that the elder was fighting a blood warrior? The warrior clasped his hands together, zombies poured in from all sides, and Chulsu cursed because there were too many of them. Solon said that she would take care of the Jiangshi and he should fight his way to the exit, and he turned to her student, asking if she could move. She nodded, and he handed Haran to her, saying that he would distract the zombies, and she should lead her away. She understood everything, and he ran towards the zombies, thinking that with his current martial arts skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat them, but he could try something else. He cut his palm, thus deciding to attract them with the scent of blood and break through. He was confident in his internal energy technique. The zombies turned and ran after him, and Sovan decided to get away while she had the chance, but the warrior noticed them and attacked, exclaiming, "Where are they going? Such cheap tricks won't work on him." The girl was afraid that this was the end, but before he could do anything, Solon cut off his limb and ordered him to take his filthy hands off her student. "They will still answer for what happened to the Hansen school." The warrior laughed and exclaimed, "This is to be expected from the Queen of Swords. She's not an ordinary woman. Oh well, these low-class mongrels are worthless anyway." She remarked that this was a bold statement for someone who had lost an arm, and he laughed in response, saying that they had collected enough blood for the ritual, so it was no loss. He raised the zombies again and shouted that the real battle would now begin. They rushed to attack. Solon cursed, calling them annoying demonic creatures, and then ran forward, striking each one, and swore that she would wipe them all off the face of the earth. Watching her, MC thought, the Queen of Swords was already a master, but now her technique had become even stronger, and that was great. With this level they could deal with the idiots from the Blood Alliance. He called out to her and told her to conserve her strength while he distracted them. She trusted him, and he, drawing blood again, broke into a run, leading the Jiangshi aside. He gave Solon the signal. She immediately attacked the zombies and cut off their heads, and he gave her a thumbs up with a smile, praising her. She smiled and said that the closer they were to the secret cave, the lighter her body felt. He suggested that this was Baekchusol's legacy calling upon its descendants, and she replied, "For the Hansan school, the Sword Queen's secret cave is a sacred place, which is why they cannot allow defilers to escape alive." The warrior called out to her and said that her skills exceeded all expectations, but she should not worry. He would still honor her with a personal fight. He took his severed hand, and she exclaimed in response, "It's funny to hear this from a savage. She warns that if he comes close, she will chop off all his limbs at once." He pressed his hand to the ground and shouted that she would soon understand how pathetic and weak she really is, after which the man grabbed his head and said, "Now that they have collected the pure blood of young men and women, it's time for them to show their true power." They both became nervous, and the guy shouted, "In the name of the blood demon, for the return of the blood demon, he sacrifices his body." He pierced his heart with a dagger. They were very surprised, and his body dissolved, and the man told the blood demon that it was a great honor for him. He gave his life for the sake of his return. The blood demon lent him its power, and his body began to change. Muscles increased sharply, tearing clothes, horns grew on his head, and his nails became sharp. Now he himself looked like a demon. Solon and Chulsu were alarmed. His body was mutating at a monstrous speed, similar to the reverse heavenly band technique. The demon asked, "What are those stunned faces? Let them attack. He will test their worth himself." MC told the Sword Queen to be careful. He is on a completely different level than everyone else, and she told him that it is fine. She is ready. She gripped the sword tighter, then jumped and attacked. Spinning the sword, she delivered a powerful slash from above, but she was too slow, and the demon dodged. He said that it was not bad for a first strike, but if she really wanted to challenge him, she would have to show more. He ran up to her, struck with his hand, and she jumped to the side to dodge, then landed not far from him, and looked at her hand in surprise and thought, her palm only touched his skin, but it was already starting to decompose. The demon pounced on her again. She began to squirm as best she could to avoid being touched, and he exclaimed, "Does she only know how to dodge?" He attacked, and this time she couldn't dodge and was thrown aside. And then he approached her and declared that from this day on, the Hansen school no longer exists. He raised his hand over her to strike. Chulsu gave the Queen of Swords a signal, and the demon immediately raised his head. Stalactites flew straight at him. They fell on his head, and MC exclaimed with a grin, "He may lack fighting strength, but he has excellent navigation." Solon took advantage of the moment and pounced on the demon, used her technique, and struck. This attack was powerful. Chulsu was already glad that it worked. But no, the demon stopped her blade with his bare hand. MC was shocked that even a surprise attack from Solon, a Hwagyan-level master, had no effect. The demon hit her on the head, throwing her away, and asked how she knew the location of the cave. He was still surprised how she broke through the illusion trap and got here, but now it was clear to him she was just a variable. He looked up at Chulsu and had an unpleasant feeling as if it could see right through him. The demon decided to start with him. He attacked, and MC was forced to jump to the side. He landed very awkwardly, hit himself, and while he was trying to get up, the demon approached him and said that this was the end. Solon immediately rushed to his aid. She ordered Chulsu to step back and exposed herself to the blow, which made him very afraid for her. Chulsu was frightened and screamed, "Queen of Swords." He caught her in his arms and asked fearfully, Is she alright? How could her condition have deteriorated so quickly? It seemed he had used a blood-poisoning martial art. The master kept saying that she was disappointing him, Queen of Swords, for some pathetic guy to throw himself into hell. Solon told him to shut up. This gentleman was the benefactor of the Hanzan school, and she began to shake, and Chulsu told her that she was wounded and things were bad. Solon asked him not to worry. The wound wouldn't spread if she regulated the flow of chi and blood at the site of the wound. She would try to buy time, and he should try to bring reinforcements. At that moment, the monster laughed and said that this was a tear-jerking scene. Solon thought that fighting these bastards while wounded was madness, and Chulsu realized he needed to find a way. The monster told them not to worry, because he would finish them all off. Chulsu was frightened and realized, looking to the side when he saw a hand emerging from the ground. Wait. Before he transformed, he felt like he had sacrificed himself to someone, and if this monster was inhabited by someone else's power, then there must be some kind of spell binding them. He rushed toward the hand, and Solon asked fearfully, "Where is he going?" He shouted, "The Queen of Swords!" He had an idea worth trying. Let her hold this monster back so it can't get close to her. The monster screamed, "How dare he? Does he think he'll succeed?" Solon screamed that she was his opponent, and Chulsu realized that if he could break the binding spell, then perhaps the Queen of Swords could deal with him, and there was no other way. He grabbed the hand and pulled it out of the ground, when suddenly he was thrown aside, and he hit his head on the ground. Solon turned around, startled by him, and screamed, "Master." At that moment, the monster swung its fist at her, causing her to fall to the ground. She stood up, paused, and wondered if he was okay. He had fallen so suddenly. The master told her not to be distracted and slammed the ground where she stood. She realized that after the master had lost consciousness, the enemy's attacks had become weaker, making it easier for her to dodge them. Could his blessing really be working? Chulsu had once told her that he was the successor to the Muguja swordmaster, and since he was the successor, that meant he had a plan. All she could do was give it her all and rush to destroy the monster. Chulsu lay unconscious on the ground, and when he woke up he scratched his head and asked, "Where is he?" He found himself in an unknown space and asked, "Is this really a world of illusions? Had he fallen into a spell?" Turning around, he saw a bloody demon and asked, "Who is he?" The monster replied that he would be the one asking the questions, and when he started screaming, a strong wind appeared, and Chulsu, covering his eyes with his hands, shouted, "Damn it. To possess such power in the spirit world is quite difficult." He fell to one knee and crouched, saying he was a funny guy, like a brat. But he himself entered the world of illusion. This was an illusion of a completely new level, not the one the Queen of Swords had entered. Even an elite-level master couldn't guarantee the creation's success. Suddenly, the blood demon asked, "What's going on?" A power defying the heavens emanated from him. He had heard enough of his fate. Chulsu was dumbfounded and realized that in his past life he had used the great spell Rebirth, a secret technique that defies the heavens. One of the spells of the Blood Union. Until now, only the Hongwan sword could recognize his resistance power, meaning he was at least on his level. Among the people of the Blood Union, only one could match him, and that was the highest demon of the Blood Union. But how did he resurrect himself with the great spell of reincarnation? Why would a master of such a high-ranking demon hide in the shadows? The demon asked him to reveal his true identity. Aroma shouted that he wasn't going to tell anyone like him, who cast an illusion. The demon laughed and said that if they met face to face, was he sure he'd survive? Chulsu wondered what it meant that he did exist. If you think about it, unlike him, the blood demon died at the hand of Mugukja's sword, so even after the reincarnation spell, he might not have fully returned. Most likely, he needed to restore his strength now, and then everything would come together. He said that the demon was talking too much for a coward, and the demon began to shout that he wanted to be born as the master himself. The protagonist felt an incredible aura and realized that the enemy was the blood demon himself, a master standing on the brink of life and death. But in the spirit world, he had a chance, because he could use the power from his past life. At that moment, the demon felt a strange sensation and froze. Suddenly, Chulsu realized, damn it, he didn't want to go to this length. He was the best master of the Imperial Palace, the eunuch Chulsu. If he was going to stick his nose in here, let him do it like a man. The monster asked, "What kind of disgusting creature is this? Neither man nor woman." He struck Chulsu with his magical powers, who gathered the same magical powers in his hands and directed them toward the enemy. The demon was dumbfounded, and Chulsu asked again, "Is he neither man nor woman? Did his corneas grow backwards after reincarnation? Of course he's a man, you freak. Now, let him die." A moment later, Chulsu felt a void in that very spot and was frightened. The demon wondered, "So this is the energy of the sacred cannon. Is he really the princess's minion?" Chulsu replied that he didn't care, even if he consoled himself with the thought that this was the spirit world. It was impossible to tolerate. He forced him to accept this again, and he would have to answer for it. He became very angry and created an ice block around himself, which began to spread everywhere. He directed it at the demon, who was dumbfounded and realized that a spell of such a level could only be achieved by a master no lower than Hwagen. Chulsu thought he would kill him, that vile bastard from the Bloody Union. The demon mused that he had proven a difficult opponent, so he proposed a serious meeting. He pounced on Chulsu with his hands, causing him to fly off a little to the side, and mused that he was a master in the Imperial Palace, a master he didn't know about. This impressed him, but it was not enough. Their battle continued, and Chilsu was thrown aside and defeated by his powers. He began coughing up blood and realized that just one blow, but the pain was as if all his insides had been destroyed. So he really was a supreme blood demon. The demon looked at him confidently and asked with a smile, "Is that all he can do?" In the spirit world, he can freely draw on the power of his past life, and he partially embodies it through spells, yet he has reached such a level. The master said he wouldn't allow some eunuch to disrupt his plan. Chilsu grew angry and shouted, "What, a eunuch?" The monster replied, "Why are you surprised?" He personally called a spade a spade. Chilsu yelled at him to shut his filthy mouth. He was a real man. At that moment, the demon struck him in the stomach again, causing Chilsu to cough up blood. The demon said that excessive excitement breeds weakness. Chilsu grabbed his arm and shouted that security also opens a breach, and swung his arms at him. It wasn't to his advantage to drag out this fight. It was better to risk his life and resolve everything quickly. The demon was angry, the freak, so he was pretending to be angry? He replied, "No, he was truly furious. When he finds him, he'll tear him apart." He struck the demon's forehead with his palm, causing it to freeze and scream in pain and horror. He hadn't expected him to be a master of such a level, but he was temporarily on his side, and at that moment, many fragments flew everywhere. After a while, silence fell around the cave. Seolin continued to fight the monster and stepped back in surprise. She didn't understand what it was, because the monster had stopped attacking. So the master's plan had worked, and now the monster would end. At that moment, she swung at the creature, but it fell on its own, and Seolin ran up to Chilsu and asked, "Master, is he all right? It would start right now." Chilsu was coughing up blood, and wondering if his internal organs were damaged. They wouldn't make it from the cave to the city in time, so what should they do? Seolin realized that, as luck would have it, there wasn't even any medicine on hand, and they needed something. She looked further and realized that perhaps some kind of elixir could be found among the inheritance. She picked up Chilsu and carried him with her. Even here, on the last frontier, the blood pact had left its spell. When they reclaimed the inheritance, everything would need to be cleansed. He waved his hand and began to shout loudly, but suddenly she heard a loud scream. They were strange sounds coming from the cave, and she approached the center where the shining sword lay. This was the Simyeongam sword, the One Heart technique, the Buddhist light sword technique, the martial teachings. All the lost arts of the school were collected here. Here was the elixir she needed, the blue stone elixir. She picked it up and realized it was a legendary elixir created from the earth's spiritual energy, accumulated in water for over 1,000 years. If this was it could even erase severe internal wounds. But as long as he continued to cough, it would be difficult to give him the elixir. For it to work fully, there was only one way. She blushed with embarrassment and poured the elixir into her mouth, then apologized to the master for this insolence and moved closer to his face, kissing him. A moment later, Chilsu woke up and Solon was happy about it. He asked Sword Queen, "What happened to that monster?" She replied that after he lost consciousness, his power faded, and she managed to defeat it. He understood that his plan had worked, but this place was strange. Solon replied that these were the chambers the master had prudently abandoned. Chilsu answered, "I understand," meaning the school's legacy had been returned. He congratulated her. She smiled and said that it was all thanks to him, sir. She read the letter left by her ancestors and was convinced of the truth of his words, that he had defied her and reached the cave was perhaps destined. He asked again, "What?" She replied that if she had one last wish, she would meet him again. Mugukja. He is the successor to the former Mugukja sword, and she is a descendant of Lady Baekchusal. He laughed and realized that he thought their mentors would be happy. Perhaps that was why she could not connect her life with another man. Apparently, such was her fate. She asked if from now on, she could call him her benefactor. He asked again, frightened and embarrassed. Benefactor? Seolin said that thanks to him, their school had fulfilled their cherished wish, so the title was well deserved. She did not regret at all that she had used the elixir to save him. Chilsu asked if she'd spent 100 of the priceless elixir on him, but it was Mrs. Baekchusol herself who left it. Seolin replied that if it weren't for him, the blood pact would have claimed the entire legacy. Let him at least accept this elixir, and then her soul would be at peace. Well, it was time to cleanse this place of the blood pact's influence. Chilsu asked again if she'd mastered the Hanma teachings. Solon explained that she'd managed to read the scrolls while waiting for him. Until now, Hansan hadn't even suspected that they'd been playing to the blood pact's tune, and had nearly lost the legacy bequeathed by their ancestors. The school would never forget the help the benefactor had provided in this time of need. At that moment, she created a bright magical glow, and Chilsu was surprised by it, his mouth hanging open in shock. She continued to spread sparks throughout the cave, and after a moment, she thought it was as if the earth itself was being cleansed of this foul idea, the light following the blade filling everything with purity. Now he understood why the blood demon had so fiercely persecuted their school. He feared this clear and pure teaching. After some time, they came out into the forest, and suddenly her subordinates ran up to the Sword Queen and started shouting, "Is she okay?" They were just about to ascend to the cave with the school students. Seolin immediately replied that everything was fine, and they discussed how the junior sword mistress and Seo had gotten out first. They had already taken care of them. Chilsu approached Seoharin and asked if she was okay. She answered in a trembling voice, yes. Seolin approached Sobin, who was trembling, asking, what did she do? Even though she had been used by the Blood Pact, she was still deeply ashamed. She sincerely apologizes to the master and everyone from the Kondong school. At that moment, Cholsu approached her, patted her on the shoulder, and thanked them for apologizing. They knew they didn't do it on purpose, and everything was fine. Real men never remember a woman's mistakes. Sobin looked at him with admiration, and he said the main thing was that they were safe. After some time, Solon told Sobin to go back with Seo to treat their wounds and wait for them. She replied, yes, master, and at that moment, Jinwei ran up to Cholsu and started shouting, Junior, is he okay? He hugged him, and Cholsu shouted, yes, everything is fine. He didn't understand why he was acting like this, although he had already gotten used to men's hugs because of him. Jinwei asked again, are you sure? But Cholsu couldn't get used to the handsome man's radiance. He asked, but the senior, why is he injured? Jinwei replied that while he was looking for Miss Seo, he encountered people from the Blood Alliance in the mountains. Cholsu replied that he thought so. The others were in the mountains. At that moment, a man approached them and freaked out about them talking about the Blood Alliance. It seemed time for someone to explain themselves. Solon replied, yes. Grandmaster Wang Haik would tell them everything that happened. Sometime later, when they found themselves indoors, Zhongyun explained that that's why the students were fighting the Blood Alliance. Solon apologized again and explained that because they hadn't noticed the hidden forces weaving intrigues within the school, the Kondong students were seriously injured. Zhongyun replied that everyone understood. It was good that the Sword Queen and the school's students weren't involved. Wang Haik chuckled and said that it meant the Blood Alliance had decided to rise up again. This was no joke. Seolon decided that, judging by how long they'd spent wreaking havoc on their school, it was unlikely to stop there. Wang Haik replied that the tentacles of the Blood Pact had probably already reached every corner of the 9 provinces and 8 domains, and the entire Murim Alliance would have to begin preparing. 2 weeks later, Chiolsu was training on the training ground and felt energy filling his body to the brim. Thanks to the Jade, he had reached the ultimate level. Soon, at the gathering of dragons and phoenixes, he would prove himself and earn the title of Sword Dragon. He imagined all the girls admiring him and shouting to the Sword Dragon, he's amazing! They would fall at his feet with a snap of his finger. At that moment, Jinwei called out to him, shouting, Junior. Chiolsu turned around and realized it was him, wondering why every time he devoted himself to the sword, he cut them off. Jinwei came closer and said he was cultivating his inner strength and congratulated him on reaching the ultimate level. Chiolsu replied that, compared to him, he had only achieved a small amount. Jinwei said no, he too was still far from perfect. When the students were in danger, all she did was lie unconscious. Chiolsu didn't understand why he had suddenly become so serious, and Jinwei replied that the junior had actually come to tell him something. Chiolsu was frightened and asked again, what? Jinwei replied that he was going to a solitary space along the river and lake to temper himself in real combat, a gathering of dragons and phoenixes. Chiolsu was dumbfounded and asked again, what? So he would cultivate alone until the gathering itself? He replied yes, he had already told his mentor about it, and now he told him too. He wanted to bring glory to his name and the school through these journeys and to perfect his skills. He also wants to become an elder he won't be ashamed of. Chiolsu asked if he was sure this was right. He didn't understand why he was so worried about the man. No, he was simply too simple-minded and trusting. Of course he would worry about him. After all, he was his important business partner. The protagonist said that the river and lake were dangerous to navigate alone. They should have at least taken him along. They held hands, and Jinhui sheepishly told him not to worry, as it was time for him to set out on his own path. Chiolsu replied that since he had already decided so, fine. But if anything happened, he should definitely let him know. Jinhui smiled and thanked him for that, then turned around and said that now they needed to go. The cremation ceremony for the former Queen of Swords would soon begin. After some time, they lit a bonfire in the central square, and all the guys gathered around. Seolin said, may her soul rest in the Pure Land. Chiolsu reflected that in his past life, Baekchusol's funeral had been quite different. Back then, too many people had died due to the massacre between the righteous schools, and everyone in the land had been insulted. Now it felt more like a funeral. It seemed fate had changed, and he had been the one responsible for it. Since the Supreme Blood Demon truly existed, he would have to continue to change his destiny. To do so, he must become stronger. This was necessary to protect his women and become a true man. To reach the level of absolute mastery, he would surpass even his past life. He stood confidently, looking into the distance, pondering all this. When night fell, a servant approached and informed Her Highness Princess Gaiul that during an exchange between the Kondong and Hansun schools, the sword caves had been discovered. Previously lost martial techniques, demon exorcism techniques, and sacred relics had been returned to the Hansun school. Suddenly he froze and heard Gaiul say, that's interesting. That means they're now reclaiming the Hansun heritage. Furthermore, connections had emerged that traces of the Bloody Alliance had been discovered during that process. Gaiul replied, I see. Good, he can go. Sometime later, in Shaanxi province, the young man was discussing with Chiolsu, young master, he's absolutely smashed. He replied that much had happened during the exchange and he had little time, so he should speak quickly. The tramp said he would speak about Lord Ehyun of the Yeom clan, about whom he had asked to inquire. He had long since vanished, as the matter had proven complex. He eventually discovered that the man had hanged himself. In his last note, he confessed to visiting children, castrating them, and selling them to the palace to turn them into eunuchs. Chol-soo realized that everything was clear. In all his previous nights, he had known only one other person, so the Empress had also been reincarnated. After some time, it began to rain in the forest, and people cried out for help in terror. Their opponents laughed loudly at these humiliations and took everything they needed from the carriage. The leader of them began shouting, "Have you collected everything you can?" Then they proposed to seize every last one and finish them off. At that moment, a girl approached them and shouted for them to stop. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise, confused. The men started discussing who she was. She said she was robbing innocent people and even taking their lives, and she would never forgive that. She pushed herself up sharply and began beating the bandits until they bled. And when she had finished them all, she rose to her feet and breathed a sigh of relief. She had at least grabbed the bag of stolen money and handed it to the victims. They thanked her for everything, because thanks to her, they were alive. She told them not to thank her, but to hurry and get out of here. The girl watched them go and adjusted her hat, after which she was surprised, wondering how her elder was and if everything was all right. After the competition with Hansan a year later in Hwajeonyeon County, many people gathered in the markets and streets of this province. The guys at the table were discussing how this gentleman appeared like a comet from the sky and brought back the legendary demon subjugation technique of the Kondong school, which had previously only been rumored. Together with Mr. Yu-hee, he exorcised the Black Dragon Gang. And not only that, he wiped Chonga's face and then saved the Hansan school from disaster. That's what happened. Another guy responded, "Come on, is he really that cool? He hears that his two-color sword or double radiance sword." The guy replies that, whatever the case, one thing is certain. It was thanks to this gentleman that their city remained intact. The other guys confirmed this information was correct. At that moment, a girl entered the room and everyone turned to look at her. It was Seo Harin, who, after greeting her father, asked if he was well. He asked again what brought her here. She replied that she was nearby on business and decided to visit him. He asked again, "How is the young master?" She replied that the young master was also well. He had grown a lot lately. She felt shy when she spoke about it. After a while, Chol-soo entered the room and asked, "Yuexiang, is she here?" She was delighted to see him and said welcome. At that moment, they were poured tea, and a year had passed since the elder announced his solitary space in the world of martial arts. Since his elder is the most simple-minded of the simple-minded, she worries about him and receives regular updates on him. News about the emperor is quite difficult to come by, but he thinks that one day they will inevitably meet. Although when the elder's not around, he feels somehow empty. He must have become attached. He recently fought an enemy again, and as always, won. Now he is moving from Sichuan to Henan. Who is she? She keeps appearing in the same places the elder visited. This mysterious swordswoman, Yu-hee, invariably appears in the places where her elder school friend frequented, and the goods they obtained are distributed among the people, for which she has become famous as a noble heroine. At that moment, Yueshang approached him and said, "Mistress of the same kind and Jin Hui, what if they're lovers?" Chol-soo asked in surprise. Lovers? Something was fishy. It felt as if Jin Hui's swordmaster had split into two people in the future. Could the elder one really be dressing up as a woman? He took a closer look and realized they were saying he'd become friends with that strange witch. Yuexiang replied that his expression was somehow gloomy. "Did something happen?" he asked fearfully. Did something happen? Yes, perhaps there was something. This was the same girl who, in her past life, couldn't forgive him for cutting off his hair and taught him a stupid recipe to pierce his acupuncture point. She's the #1 charlatan in the world. After some time, Jinhui climbed into a cave and began bathing there naked. She had managed to protect herself from complete reincarnation. At this level, she no longer needed to ask others for anything. She could protect the one she was supposed to protect on her own. The elder approached her and asked, "Is that all?" A breakthrough in her condition based on a simple piece of advice was impressive. Yeongryong, 50 years old, a Hwagan-level supreme master and an eccentric healer, said yes, asking her to check her pulse. She took her hand and said she was staying. Jinhui looked sad, as it seemed like a heavenly curse, and yet she couldn't overcome it. Yeongryong asked her not to worry so much. When, under the name of the intended Yu-hee, she had destroyed that monstrous demon that had terrified the entire city and was swept away by the lake's waves, she hadn't thought she would appear so quickly. They would definitely find a way, as she was a true master of healing. Jinhui thanked her for this, and Yeongryong said not to thank her. She simply wanted to study the body of a heavenly warrior, her body, and so she decided to travel together. That was understandable. By the way, there's a Dragon and Phoenix tournament meeting at Shaolin soon, right? If she doesn't want to be late for her meeting with the one she loves, they should get going. At that moment, she froze and exclaimed, "She told you so." It's not what she thinks. He's just a senior at school. Yeongryong laughed at her and said, "Okay, she gets it. They need to go." After a while, Chol-soo picked up the envelope in the gongwar and realized what it meant. Harin had become friends with that weirdo Yeongryong. For a charlatan, she had good taste, you have to admit. Yuesheng said that judging by the fact that both the Union and this Yongryong were heading to Henan Mountain, it looked like they were going to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Cholsu responded well, thanking her for the useful information. She really helped him out. The Dragon and Phoenix tournament is coming soon, and they probably won't see each other for a long time. She should keep an eye on Huang Zhongyun in his absence. She replied sheepishly, yes, of course. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and Yuesheng looked out the window, watching her master. With each meeting, she begins to love him more and more. She's glad he's been visiting her often this year. Each meeting is very precious. It would be wonderful if he remained even a little closer afterward. She was upset and thought she shouldn't think about it, as it would affect the honor of the most beautiful under heaven. And yet, she still wanted to go to the tournament, but the master had entrusted her with an important task. If she did well, could he do more than just pat her on the head? She imagined it and realized that the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, someone like her from the dark sects, had no place there. But this Miller would definitely show up. Master, why is he always surrounded by young beauties? She was extremely jealous of him. At that moment, a bird appeared near her window, and she realized it was a Halman dove. Apparently, the time for her monthly report had passed. When she picked up the letter, she realized how fortunate everything had been. The heavens themselves favored her. After some time, Zhongyun informed her that, as he had said yesterday, this time they would not be the only ones going to this school's tournament. Someday they would have to gain independence and become warriors, so they should consider this training and not lose touch with reality. The guys replied, yes, master, they will go. Shaolin is the first school of the righteous path, the indestructible peaks of the Jianghu world. On Mount Songshan stands 1,000-year-old Shaolin, the first among the 9 great schools of the 6 great clans, the abode of the holy monk who leads the righteous path. Now it is ready to receive guests, and the guys exclaimed in amazement, wow, so many people are here. The hype was probably due to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Chilsu confirmed that this was true. After all, it was a celebration and all the young people were coming, so it was only natural that there would be a lot of people there. At that moment, people started shouting that this was the hero Kondon, and Chilsu was dumbfounded by the fact that all eyes were on him. They asked, what kind of hero is he? More like a lustful pervert. People were saying that this guy tears everything, even clothes, during women's fights, and then mocks them. Chilsu thought it was a strange sound from the crowd, but he didn't care. His years of humiliation would soon come to an end, they would see. At that moment, Chonga slapped him and said, sir, she asked him not to smile like that. Doesn't he see that people are mocking him? He asked again, what's wrong with a real man's laugh? Don't they really like it? Seoharan said she liked the older man's smile, and he asked again, can he see it? Even she says she likes everything. At that moment, everyone noticed someone started yelling, enough, please stop hanging around already. It was Sobin, yelling at a guy who had approached her, and they were arguing. When Chilsu noticed her, he began to watch what was happening. The guy standing in front of her said, madam, why is she acting like this? He's offering to have lunch together at least once. She knows how long Qian has been waiting for this meeting. Chilsu realized who he was, the same womanizer who simply chased after her in life, but in this one, nothing has changed. He remembered how he begged her to marry him. Sobin screamed, enough. She threw her hand away and suddenly turned around and noticed the guys. She exclaimed, what? Then Sobin apologized and said that she was being waited for, so she was leaving. She ran up to Chilsu, hugged him and shouted, dear God, why did you come so late? He didn't expect such a reaction at that moment. Chong got angry at the way she called him. Chongo was also dumbfounded and didn't understand what was happening, just like Seoharan. Chilsu yelled at her, asking what she was even talking about. She whispered, stop chatting, let him help her. That's the only way she could get rid of this clinging feeling. He replied that they realized at the last competition that their feelings were mutual. She didn't have time for more conversations, so please let him go. Qian begged. Couldn't she see how pure and unchanging his love was? He wouldn't let anyone near her, and now she was betraying him? She was angry, and Chilsu didn't know what to do. Sobin asked who he was to decide everything for her. He was dumbfounded and, clearing his throat, said that he wanted to introduce himself first. He was glad to meet her. His name was Cheon, from the Namgun clan. Sobin was dumbfounded with anger, and Cheon apologized for being so blunt, but had they really confessed their feelings? He became embarrassed and thoughtfully realized he didn't even know what to say. If this was true, then apparently Sobin had reached her limit and could no longer ignore him. He said he thought she was mistaken. They weren't in a serious relationship. Qian asked, in that case, could he please give up Miss Sobin to him too? He still had unfinished business with her. He replied that he didn't agree with that either, and covered her with his hands. Qian looked at him in bewilderment, and Chilsu said that until he stopped being so arrogant, Miss Sobin would never love him. Maybe that was enough for today? Qian asked again, Miss Sobin would never love him, but why? She replied that her master Chilsu was a benefactor, and she liked their school more. He was 100 times better than him. She stuck her tongue out at him, and Qian said, but he, the gentleman, had said himself that she was mistaken in her feelings, hadn't he? He didn't understand why he should get in his way. Chilsu replied that if he didn't stop pestering Sobin, he wouldn't support him. At that moment, Qian was stunned and realized, Well, that's how it is. If at the upcoming banquet before another Phoenix tournament he offered to fight for Miss Sobin, what would he say? Would he go against him? He would prove his sincere love for Miss Sobin by defeating him. He wanted everyone to acknowledge his feelings. Chulsu thought about it. So a duel? He needed a sacrifice to wash away the shameful nickname of a depraved thief. An opponent like the Jade Chilin would be just right. He'd be finished, the freak. Gallant gentleman sounded better. A victory over Junior Master Cheon, whom everyone called a womanizer, would play into his hands. Cholsu said that was great, but if he wins, he shouldn't bother Miss Sobin anymore, okay? Cheon replied, great, and he'll see her at the banquet then. He was happy with this outcome and turned around to walk through the crowd. Sobin blushed and thanked Cholsu for it, when suddenly someone started shouting that it was great, just wonderful. He was behaving as always. It turned out that Youngryung had approached them with Yu He, and Cholsu asked again, is this his senior? Jinhui asked. A fight for Miss Sobin. What's going on here? She was confused and blushed. They were discussing how this was a rare meeting with them, and he was ruining the whole moment. This was really too much. Cholsu was surprised that she called him senior. A man over 50 years old was now calling him senior. Jinhui asked permission to introduce her junior. This is her companion during her travels around the world, the best healer under the heavens, older sister Youngryung. Cholsu bowed and said it was a great honor to meet her. He thought she was from the Dan clan, so why did she follow her senior everywhere? Youngryung asked, wouldn't he like to explain what's going on here? Cholsu chuckled and said, yes, senior, don't let him misunderstand. There was a conflict between Lady Sobin and Cheon, and he found himself drawn into it against his will. Jinhui exclaimed, is that so? And became embarrassed. He hugged him again and cried out that he had missed him very much, Junior. Cholsu felt ashamed but replied, he too. Jinhui whispered that Junior had finally reached the level of Hwagan. He was the first to know. Cholsu was surprised. What, at 17? That's even faster than Yu He. Jinhui announced that he had also perfected the school's techniques and would show him everything later. Cholsu thanked him for this and congratulated him on his great achievement. At that moment, Seolan approached them and said, so there she is, Sobin. They haven't seen each other in a long time, benefactor. At that moment, the subordinates ran up to their teacher, and Seolan saw the elder Youngryung and asked what she was doing here. Youngryung asked again, who is the elder? She's not on that kind of relationship with the Queen of Swords, is she? The elder Jinhui? Jinhui thought for a moment and couldn't answer. When Seolan suddenly said, mistress, she's putting him in an awkward position. Stop joking around like that. Youngryung was upset because everything was wrong anyway. After a while, Seolan approached Cholsu and said, benefactor. She sees that he has also arrived for the gathering of dragons and phoenixes. He confirmed that everything was correct and asked where the Sword Queen was staying. She replied that she was planning to stay in the Shaolin School's guest quarters, and Cholsu was surprised. What? The headmaster doesn't rent her own quarters and stays in the same place as the school's minor? That's quite odd. Although they've been undergoing an internal cleansing since last year, she probably still has a lot of work to do with the monks. He said that they were also planning to stay in the guest quarters. It was an honor for him to be near the Sword Queen. She reciprocated. At that moment, Sobin approached her and asked her to leave. Seolan said, see you at the summit, the benefactor, and Cholsu confirmed that they would see each other there. After some time, many people gathered in the square and signed up for the monk's appointment. The monk said he was glad to meet them. Where did they come from? Honored guests. Cholsu replied that they were from the Kondong school. His name was Cholsu. This was his senior from the school, Jinhui, and junior, Seo Harin. He replied, junior senior of the Kondong school, Mr. Cholsu and Mr. Jinhui, they should wait a little. The elder monk asked him to inform him when the two heroes from Kondong would arrive. He was surprised. Was this really so? At that moment, more monks approached them and said that the Great Master wished to meet them in person. Cholsu was surprised. Great Master Wanghaek wants to meet with him and the elder? Divine Monk Wanghaek had never met him in his past life. He passed on the title of First Swordsman to Jinhui, and soon after retired from naval affairs. The monk told the Great Master that he had brought two heroes from the Kondong school, and he allowed everyone to enter. Jinhui was surprised and asked the junior to take his hand. Cholsu realized he was still a child, and when they held hands, they entered. They were confident in their abilities at that moment, and the monk met them and greeted them. He asked them to pass. Two young heroes from the Kondong school. Jinhui said that they were honored to meet the divine monk Wanghaek, a great hero of the true world. His name is Jinhui. He is from the Kondong school. Cholsu also introduced himself, and the monk explained that Divine Monk was merely a nickname given to him by his fellow martial artists. He was unworthy of such praise from young successors. They should drop the formalities and sit down now. He had grown this tea himself for fun and hoped they would enjoy it. Jinhui asked why he had called them. He replied that 50 years ago, he had owed the Kondong school money, and now the time had come to repay it. He handed over the book, and Jinhui realized that it was the secret teaching of the unified breathing technique, although only half of it. 50 years ago, when he arrived at the Kondong school, the massacre had already ended. Much had been destroyed by a demon cult raid, and he had only managed to salvage this manuscript, a true blessing of fate. Cholsu reflected. Incidentally, Master Pegseon, the current headmaster's teacher, had made a pact with him before his death. Until the Kondong school was ready to rise again, he was to guard the one-breathing technique. Wang Hake explained that, in his opinion, the current Kondong school was ready to master this technique, and now he could finally free himself from the time that had consumed him all these years. Jinhui thanked him for this, and Chelsu thought this was a great event. The elder would definitely be able to restore the missing piece of the technique. However, if this meeting was about returning the technique, why had he been called? Wang Hake informed him that Jinhui should please leave, as he needed to speak with Chelsu alone. He was surprised by this, and said it was about the Queen of Swords, and that he shouldn't look at him so cautiously. It would be a normal conversation. Jinhui bowed and replied that he understood everything and apologized for being overly cautious. At that moment, he whispered to the younger that if anything happened, he should immediately inform him in his mind. Chelsu thought he was worrying too much, and yet it was pleasant. Wang Hake replied, "Lord, the Queen of Swords said he made a huge contribution to the expulsion of the Blood Alliance." Chelsu lost his mind and said, "Oh, what's wrong? He didn't do anything wrong." At that moment, the monk laughed and said, "Is that so? Then maybe he'll tell you who he really is?" Chelsu was stunned and didn't know what to do. Wang Hake said that the old monk had clearly seen it with his heavenly eye. An aura resided within his soul that contradicted the will of heaven, so he would ask him to explain himself. "Sir, who is he?" "The Heavenly Earth Society is a secret organization of masters who have gathered forces to transcend good and evil, to oppose the Bloody Alliance in the shadows of the martial arts world." Since he had resolved the law with heavenly authority, the monk's caution was understandable, since he was not only the head of the righteous sects, but the leader of the Heavenly Earth Society itself. Chelsu said that he was the heir of the Swordmaster, and the monk asked again, "The heir of the Swordmaster?" He grinned and began to shout. Did he really dare master a power that goes against heaven, and even dare to insult his elder? He conjured magic in his hand, and at that moment, Chelsu appeared in his old form and realized it was the subconscious of the great master Wang Hake. His heavenly bite, capable of seeing through all living things, recognized his past incarnation. A psychological technique that creates a demon exorcising field in the spiritual world and destroys evil. Did this technique really mean the end? Wang Hake said that now that his true form appeared before him, he understood everything. It truly contained a power that went against the will of heaven. Chelsu chuckled and said that forcing him to assume such a form was unforgivable. At that moment, he created an icy heart and began attacking the monk to escape this place. The monk replied that he couldn't stop him with tricks like that and used a divine flick technique. A bright flash erupted between them and Chelsu cursed, realizing that this was the highest form of monk art he'd only heard about. The monk cast a 9-level lotus spell. Chelsu tensed, realizing the holy monk had surpassed his previous incarnation. Defeating him wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't going to simply stand there and take blows, so he cast an ice spell, complete annihilation. When he directed a bright beam of light toward the monk, he screamed, and suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Chelsu squinted because of the bright light and began coughing up blood. He cursed, realizing he hadn't even had time to do something. Cursed by the hot-tempered monk, he told him to quickly show him his true self and directed magical beams of light at him. Chelsu wondered if his soul crumbled, he would become a spirit. He needed to think of something. He remembered Mugukja saying, "Okay, then he will show him the highest art and its schools," what he was about to impart to him, Mugukja's path of perfect unity. Could these formulas really be the path of perfect unity? So the Swordmaster had drilled this technique into his head? Mugukja asked again, did he understand now? And how did such a man become his heir? Chelsu screamed in fear when he heard his voice, and the monk exclaimed, "Oni," and at that moment created a bright flash of light. Mugukja sneered at him and said, "Foolish student, let him watch carefully and memorize his movements. He will show him the path he must find in this life." In his hands, he created 2 spells of icy, fiery hue and aimed them directly at the monk. He screamed and coughed up blood, just like Chelsu. And at that moment, the monk said, "So he really is the Swordmaster's heir." He has nothing more to say. Chelsu trembled with terror, and Wang Hake muttered that he had deeply offended him. Chelsu asked again, "He's not going to leave things as they are, is he?" He replied that he should at least apologize for his haste. How about 1 great elixir of rebirth and 3 lesser elixirs of restoration? Chelsu considered that the great elixir grants power equal to 90 years of internal practice, while the lesser elixirs grant 10 years each. This was a generous reward, but still not enough. Since he had crossed the line, the Shaolin would now be his personal bank. He explained that, because of the moral act of a holy monk, he, Chelsu, had suffered severe mental trauma. Physical wounds can be healed, but mental ones cannot. Even gold won't help. Most importantly, the healer before the court had said that mental pain is the most terrible. How could he now act confidently in the world of martial arts? He wouldn't even be able to control his internal energy, and it seemed he would have to tell his teacher everything. The monk said this was truly a grave sin. What more could the Venerable One desire? Chelsu replied, "Another great one, and an alliance between their school and the Shaolin." The monk spoke, then considered. Chelsu realized that if the most righteous of all the temples formed an alliance with the Kondon school, their reputation would grow, and no one would dare to despise them anymore. The monk responded well. He would accept his offer, but the anti-heaven energy that rested within his soul still troubled him. Chilsu replied that Swordmaster Mugukja had told him the following: to oppose the evil star against the heavens, he must use the same anti-law force. The monk paused for thought and prayed intensely, then said that since Master Mugukja had personally chosen him, and he had witnessed the path of perfect unity with his own eyes, he would no longer question him about the past. Chilsu bowed and thanked him for this, and the monk asked, "Venerable One, what he knew about the Bloody Alliance?" He replied that it was ruled by an absolute master, a bloody demon who, through the slaughter of innocents, seeks to ascend to heaven and desire peace. The monk confirmed this was true. The blood demon had been alive for over 1,000 years. Chosen by fate itself, he avoided his fate by reincarnating again and again with the help of his great art against the heavens. But even he could not escape the heavenly curse for disrupting the flow of time, and with each reincarnation, his soul was increasingly destroyed. Then the blood demon realized that if he conquered the world and ascended to heaven, the curse would disappear. Therefore, to protect the world from his reincarnations, they created a society capable of defending the heavenly realm. Thus, the Heavenly Earth Society was born. Now he understands why they, too, needed power against the heavens. When a soul carrying this energy of learning the path unites in one person, it becomes the chosen one, and he became that person. Chilsu was dumbfounded when he heard this and was terrified. Afterward, a wall of absolute perfection appeared. He realized this, but only now could he realize that he was walking two paths, against heaven and against the Tao, and that he was able to exist between them. Defeating barbarians with barbarians is the true plan of heaven, and he was the one allowed to go against it. The monk congratulated him on his achievement, Venerable One, and Chilsu thanked him for it. At that moment, they heard a scream, someone shouting, but how much longer could they torture her? When would this finally end? Let that old boar get out of the way. It turned out to be Sewol, and Chilsu was dumbfounded when he saw her, not understanding what she was doing there. Recently, Yuexiang had received a letter from the congregation of the county congregation, and was dumbfounded when she read it. That's how it is. Before the Dragon Phoenix Alliance meeting, they want to monitor the movements of those people. It's been a long time since the Heavenly Earthly Society has gathered everyone. It seems the heavens themselves are helping her. In that case, even she will be able to attend the Dragon Phoenix Alliance meeting. At that moment, the monk greeted Sewol and said, "She's still as impatient as ever." She replied, "Whoever's talking, damned monk, he's been going on too long." Chilsu considered what they said. The Heavenly Earthly Society accepts members without dividing them into righteous and wicked, so it seemed she had come to a meeting. Regardless, it wouldn't change his plans, whether the blood demon is an ancient creature or something else. If it threatens the Emperor, he will destroy it. His ultimate goal is to become a hero of the heavenly world, gather 3 wives, 4 mistresses, and embody the ideal hero image, and then the blood demon should fall at his hand. It would be wonderful if he could take advantage of the Heavenly Earthly Society. Sewol asked, "Well, monk, how did this young man do on his exam?" He pretended not to hear anything. "Doesn't he really intend to reveal his alternate identity?" Wanghaek replied that the young man had passed the exam with flying colors, and she asked again, "Really? But how exactly?" He replied that he'd promised to take the test's contents to the grave, so he couldn't even tell her. She grinned and replied, "That's it though." But despite the monk's confession, she didn't believe him because she wanted to test him herself. Chilsu replied that this reminded him of a certain woman with a sword, Ren of the Black Dragon clan. Didn't she know her? She was stunned and embarrassed, and replied that she didn't think so, since she'd never heard that name before. Chilsu wondered if she was lying again, which was why she couldn't be trusted. He'd said, "Okay, so what test does she want to give him?" Sewol asked again. Boy, does he even know who she is. Chilsu thought that, in all fairness, he should pretend and say a few pretty words, but why should he play along with someone who constantly lies? He replied that he had no idea and asked again, "Who is she?" she asked, surprised. What? In that case, he needed to remember her well. She was Sewol, the Mistress of Flame, the world's foremost representative of the Path of Heresy, Mistress of the Bloody Union, and Supreme Mentor of the Blood Demon. Chilsu greeted her and said he was from the Kondon School. She answered, "Okay, her test is very simple." He had to endure her gaze for at least a minute. At that moment, she looked at him shyly, and he realized that she was, as always, devilishly beautiful. A true, almost dangerous beauty. At that moment, Sewol asked, "Well boy, how does he like her appearance?" He could tell her honestly, but he replied that it would add to the greatest beauty under the sky. She was the most beautiful in this world. She asked again, "Really? And how does he feel now?" If he said he fell in love with her at first sight, she wouldn't be angry, so let him be honest. He replied that he had to mentally count down the minutes. This test was too boring. He exhaled, and she asked again, "What?" He meant that he felt nothing when he looked at the greatest beauty under the sky. Chilsu looked at her questioningly and said, "So he was supposed to let her seduce him to satisfy her?" She was stunned with shame, and at that moment the monk said that time was up. What was the result of the test? She replied in a trembling voice that he had passed, and Wang Hake said that since the heavenly and earthly mentors had deemed his young man worthy, he was now also a member of the Heavenly Earthly Society. Chilsu thanked him for this and thought that the title seemed to derive from the concepts of heaven and earth and man, meaning that the mentor of men might be connected to a blood alliance. He asked for this membership card, and Chulsu was surprised. Was it a whistle? The monk said that many people would be gathered at the Dragon and Phoenix Union meeting, and if he found himself in a suspicious situation, he should simply break it. Chilsu thanked him for it and put it in his pocket, saying that in that case, he would go. The monk wished him to take care of himself, while Sawol was deeply embarrassed and upset. The monk asked her to calm down. He had never seen her so agitated before. She screamed. What did he even know, monk? Wang Hake wondered if even the unwavering heart of the world's first representative of heresy had wavered, meaning something had happened between them. Who was she, Sawol? For over 40 years, she had been considered the foremost beauty under the heavens and a master of the highest order, having experienced the filth of men's desires. He couldn't believe she was so flustered in front of some boy named Chilsu. Could she really be interested in a man who had passed the trials? She started screaming. She? What interest could she have in this scoundrel or the world representative of the righteous schools? She slammed her fist on the table in anger and smashed it into pieces. The monk prayed and told her to be honest with herself. Only then would everything work out well. She screamed at him to shut up and announced she was leaving, or she would simply die of anger. She thought about Chulsu being a vile boy. She wanted to forgive him, but how dare he say he was bored? When she left the cave, she realized he was still not like other men, so she couldn't say she was so sad. How dare he, a man, make her cry? She didn't understand her own feelings. But since they were finally able to see each other, she wouldn't waste time. Behind the mask of Saul was Yuexian, who spoke these words. The monk looked into the distance and realized, oh, this is love. Perhaps it's time for him to leave here too. An important guest will arrive soon. When everyone gathered in the square, one of them was carried out on a stretcher. It was Her Highness Princess Gayul, who emerged from the quarry and said, Reverend Sir. She hoped he was doing well. When Chulsu went out to Jinhui, the younger one began to shout. He had been there for a long time, and he was already starting to worry. Nothing had happened, right? They held hands, and Chulsu said that everything was fine. Thanks to the monk's instructions, he had achieved a small breakthrough, and Jinhui hugged him and asked if he had become stronger. He congratulated him. Chulsu wondered if it was the scent of wildflowers, when suddenly he realized and became frightened. He asked him to pull himself together, because Jinhui was a man. He spoke up, the elder one. He had good news. Their school and the Shaolin had decided to form an alliance. Jinhui asked again, really? Chulsu replied that Master Wang Hake had also promised to give him 2 Taihuandan and 3 Sohuandan pills. Jinhui replied that that was wonderful, but frankly, he was afraid he might be scolded. Chulsu replied that nothing of the sort had happened, although there had been a slight misunderstanding. Jinhui replied that everyone was already suggesting he return home. Chulsu replied, yes, senior, and the boys were asking people to let them pass because a large crowd had gathered there. At that moment, Chulsu heard someone call his name and turned around. He realized it was a sound transmission from Dongchang, which startled him. Her Highness the Princess is inviting him to her. He needs to come to the Great Heroes Hall. He thought that it was not uncommon for members of the royal family to come to offer prayers. Would the beings really be here to see him? Jinhui turned around and asked, Junior, is something wrong? Chulsu replied that he simply remembered he'd left something in the cave and that he should please return first. He said he'd go with him, but Chulsu waved and said not to. Let him rest. Jinhui was worried about him, but couldn't help it. After some time, Chulsu approached the right building and realized that she was right behind that door. He was allowed into the Great Heroes Hall, and he grabbed the handle and realized it was Her Highness. They'd eaten and played together as children. She was like family to him. Yes, it was true, even though he was lonely in those days when they spent so much time together and were happy. Before his exile, he felt like he was taking something even the modern world couldn't give, a family. For the first time in his lonely life, he had a loved one, and when he opened the door, he entered and bowed, saying that he was from Kondong School and greeting Her Highness the Princess. She turned around and asked, is it really him? She hugged him right then and there, and said he couldn't even imagine how much she'd missed him. She waited, and Chulsu realized she'd really arrived. He replied that he'd missed her too, and hugged her back. After a while, they decided to discuss the news. He asked, so was he the one who dealt with the scandal orchestrated by Wolhan? She answered exactly that. She'd done it to ease his burden, at least a little. He felt good at Kondon School. How was his body after regaining his courage? How was he enjoying the pleasures of clouds and rain? Chulsu replied that he'd never shared this feeling with anyone before. And she asked, really? That made sense, but why? He replied that he hadn't even reached adulthood yet. True pleasure between a man and a woman lies in more than just physical solitude. It can only be achieved by connecting hearts. She said, well, that's how it is. He's right. There's truth in his words. Chulsu asked if he could learn something from her. She answered, of course. and he asked why she had performed the great reincarnation technique. If this hadn't worked, who knows what would have happened? She replied that after he disappeared, she continued to wait for his return in a new body. Decades passed, and then one day, a catastrophe befell the world. The heavens collapsed, taking countless lives with them. Chilsu asked, "Was it a blood demon?" Wachai replied, "At that moment, she couldn't determine the cause. They weren't prepared for it, so she could only await death. Wanting to see him again, she performed the great technique. Such terrible destruction must never happen again." Chilsu embraced her and said, "Your Highness," and she realized she missed the warmth of his gentle embrace. Couldn't they be together forever? He'd taken such a lowly princess from a concubine like her, replacing not only her father and mother, but also her brother and teacher. How could she not love him? But this young body is still too immature to confess in its overflowing heart. Chilsu asked, "Her Highness, is there something she wants to say?" She blushed and replied, "No, someday he will become a magnificent beauty, take power in the Taiwa Hall, and proclaim that she loves him more than anyone in this world. Even in death, she will never part with him." As they left, she announced that she planned to stay in this place until the conclusion of the other Phoenixes gathering, perhaps even attending the finals. She replied that everything was clear and, since he would also be participating, he promised to train even harder to dedicate his victory to her. She blushed at his words, and when he took her hand, she accepted it, which is why she broke the destruction. Then she announced that she had a gift for him, the core of a 10,000-year-old fire plum. She handed him the box, and Chilsu was stunned by how precious it was. Wachai replied to look forward to his accomplishments, and then boarded the carriage. The next day, everyone looked up at the sky. It was the Queen of Swords, Miss Solan. A student was with her. Solan looked around and thought that the master must be very busy. She wanted to see him again, but couldn't find him. She wanted to see an even more charming master. At that moment, Sobin turned to her and asked what was wrong. She replied that nothing had happened, so she suggested they return to the inn. She followed her. But suddenly Solan wondered what that shameless voice was. Was it really coming from her heart? Sobin asked again what was happening to her, and Solan realized she only wanted to see the master. But what were these feelings in her heart? She really wanted to see the beautiful face of Mr. Chilsu and felt embarrassed. Suddenly, she mentally hugged herself and said, "No, enough. Why do these feelings keep coming out?" She needed to behave with dignity. She was the head of the school, after all. Her hands trembled, and she thought that the sight of this young man transforming from a boy to a young man was astonishing. If he could defeat her one day, then marriage would be in the future. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a noise, and they noticed something. People were shouting for everyone to see that it was Yuexiang. It seemed she had come to support the participants in honor of the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Sobin rised when she saw her, and Yuexiang asked again, "Isn't that the Queen of Swords?" What a meeting. She was glad to meet her. They didn't understand. So this was the concubine who had been hanging around Master Chilsu all day? What a shame, both her appearance and her age. At that moment, Solan said that she should be the first concubine, young Miss Yuexiang. What brought her here? She replied that she had come to burn incense and make offerings. She wondered why the Queen of Swords was so puffed up with importance after receiving the challenge. How dare she? She would yet show her the true love of her lord. Solan asked, was that really the only reason she had come? She replied, of course, and also because their wonderful lord, the hero, was participating in the gathering of the Dragon and Phoenix. She wanted to witness his triumph in person. Solan asked, Lord? Yuexiang replied, yes, Lord, and Solan turned to her and asked, what is her relationship with him? She asked again, what is her relationship with the Lord, and why was her mistress so interested in this? It was unlikely that the Queen of Swords, whose life's path had long been determined, could have a secret connection to this. Now she would be unable to refute her words, and a public confession would be considered a challenge to a duel, especially now when the outcome is still undecided. Could there be a more ambiguous situation than that of the Queen of Swords? She understood that between her and her master, their relationship was merely formal, but now all this martial art, having reached the level of transformation through enlightenment and the title of headmaster, and the Queen of Swords seemed like unnecessary baggage to her. Sobin looked at her and thought, Master. After that exchange of blows, her heart yearned for this young man. The fact that the master couldn't say anything now must be because these feelings were true. But even so, she wouldn't tolerate some concubine from Chonga mocking her. She kicked her foot and said that it was the master's way and it didn't matter. But she didn't, because she adored this young hero. When a concubine appears who brazenly calls the man she adores master, isn't it natural to inquire about their relationship? Yuexiang started screaming. What? An awkward silence fell between them, and everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand how she could so openly confess her love in broad daylight. Wasn't that too indecent? Rumor has it that after the battle, this young hero and his mistress had a secret affair, and it seemed the rumors were true. People say that this time, for the sake of young Mistress Sobin, he agreed to duel with Cheon, the Jade Horn. When Yuexiang heard this, she was dumbfounded and realized that the supposedly younger gentleman, the sword mistress, had challenged him to a duel. This simply couldn't be true, she said. The precious heiress of the first merchant guild, so openly confessing her love to a man. Isn't she afraid of these dirty rumors? Sobin replied that it was her business, and so, what kind of relationship did she have with this young hero? Yuexiang was dumbfounded and thought she wanted to say he had lovers, but if false rumors started spreading again, only the gentleman would be disappointed. Little brats, how dare they mock her? She wanted to tip, but ended up getting what she deserved. Okay, enough bickering. She has a lot to do. With that, she turned away and walked away. The girls looked after her with displeasure, and Sobin asked, "Mistress, did she do well?" Solon told her to hurry to their quarters, but she trembled and asked, "Are they really both in love with the same man? No, that shouldn't happen." When Cholsu arrived in his quarters, Jinhui grabbed his hands and said, "He's here. He's been waiting for him." "Did he find his things?" Cholsu replied yes, and when they sat down at the table, Jinhui said, "Okay." While he was gone, he'd urgently visited Wang Hake and, along with the union's promise, received the spirit pills. Since he had the pills, he would distribute them himself. Cholsu realized he needed to gather everyone, and Jinhui smiled and said, "Okay." The next day, Seo Harin left the room and asked if Cholsu had called her. No one understood why. Was he really going on another errand? Cholsu handed Youngryong some pills and told her to take this. She asked if he even knew what these were. He laughed and thanked everyone for being there today, and he wanted to distribute the spirit pills the great monk Wang Hake had given him among them. The elder had long ago taken the pills, and his martial prowess was at the level of transfiguration through insight, so a pill of instant healing of severe wounds would be useful. Jinhui thanked him for this, and Cholsu handed Chonga another pill. She had eaten the medicine, so the instant healing pill would be suitable for her. Chonga asked why he was giving such a precious thing to a stranger. "What, a stupid sir?" he asked again. "What stranger? She was his personal servant after all. He was responsible for her." She paused and said he'd regret giving her the instant healing pill. "Stupid sir." Cholsu turned to Junior Haran, and she asked if he'd called her. He'd said she needed to clear her yin and yang meridians, so she should take the great transformation pill. She thanked him for it, and Cholsu said she can call him when she takes it. She'd need help with her true energy. She blushed and replied, "Then can she take the great transformation pill right now?" He asked, "Do you want to eat it yet?" Chonga was stunned, and Jinhui shouted, "Junior, men and women are strictly separated, so help with clearing channels and points can't be done in this format." Seo Haran stood up and asked, "Isn't Senior Jinhui a man too?" "Miss, Chonga and Elder Youngryong are outsiders, so they can't trust the help of practically any channels or points. Elder promised to help her accept this, so she'll do it with him. He'll go with her, right?" Haran looked at her hands and thought, the great transformation pill from the Shaolin Monastery, to give such a treasure. She had already learned enough about the affairs of the river and lake worlds. Even brothers, once so close, cross blades over the elixir. Such is their cruelty. She clenched her fist and thought, and yet the elder had given her such a treasure. The trust he placed in her, she wants to repay him, putting all her strength into it. Not just as a sweet junior, but as a woman. She has already reached marriageable age. Harin took MC by the arm and said, the elder promised to help her take the potion, so she will do it with him. He will go with her, won't he, the elder? After a while, Cholsu thought, so only one great transformation pill remains. He said he will save this one for the master. The distribution is complete. Everyone can return to their rooms and rest. Junior, she will go with him. Harin replied, yes. Jinhui watched them go and thought, the younger one didn't take his share this time either. Like back in the cave, when he gave her the water of meditation, he always gives the best to others. Therefore, she should at least take care of him. But now, no. She also wants to treat the younger one like a woman, not as his elder, but as Yu Jinhui. Youngryong looked at her and thought, Senior Yu. She asked, Senior Yu, does he want sweets? Jinhui smiled and thanked her for the sweets. Youngryong said, when you're sad, sweets are the best helpers. Chonga rose from her seat and said, she'll go too. Let them rest. She left the room and said, how dare they talk about responsibility for the precious daughter of the Silman clan? 100, no, 1,000 years will not be enough. Besides, clearing the channels and points between a man and a woman, she thought, even though it seemed indecent, for some reason, she felt somehow envious. After a while, Haran said, here, Senior. They entered the room, and Cholsu said it was good that Shaolin had provided them with a practice hall. Haran asked if she should now take the great pill and lie down on the floor in the practice hall. Cholsu replied, Junior, does she really want him to cleanse her channels and points? Simply helping with energy circulation would be enough. Haran suggested starting right away. MC fearfully asked the younger one to wait, but she had already taken off her clothes. He turned away abruptly and thought, how unexpected. In a past life, they said that her figure was the best in the Celestial Empire, and it was true. Haran asked, Senior, if maybe he didn't like her appearance. MC answered no. He gave a thumbs up and said she was very cool. Haran lay down on the floor and asked him to begin the cleansing. Cholsu said okay. He sat down next to her and thought, although he wanted to dissuade her, since she had already laid down, nothing could be done. Clearing channels and points. In modern terms, this is a massage of the meridians with qi blowing. In a past life, as an intelligence agent for the Eastern Window, he had studied the art of qi healing to some extent. Since clearing channels and points is a massage for the healing purpose of qi, it naturally requires direct contact with another person's body, touching the skin and applying pressure to the points. He clenched his fist and thought, an ordinary womanizer would probably take advantage of this situation. But harassing a woman under the guise of a massage is not in keeping with the spirit of the path of sensuality he adheres to. A true great master must cast aside lust, fully concentrate on the massage, and give the woman pleasure. MC said, Then he begins, Junior, Haran replied. Yes. He released his mana into her body and she thought, the touch of a senior. She felt his immense spiritual energy. Chiyosu said, he will also conduct circulation. He will direct the spiritual energy of the great pill into her blocked conception vessel. If it hurts, let her endure it. Repeating the mantra from the true canon of 3 yins. Haran thrust her chin forward and cried out, Senior, too much. He ordered her to endure. He is directing. Haran closed her eyes and the mana continued to penetrate her body. After a while she coughed and said, Body, why? Chiyosu said, her conception vessel has just been cleared. It is the accumulated toxins in the body coming out. He will wipe it away. Haran looked at him and asked, Senior, is that all? MC answered, no, I still need help absorbing the rest. He laid her on the floor and said, it will be quick, so she needs to endure it for a little while. She answered, yes. After a while, Chiyosu said, that's it. Haran got dressed and thanked the senior. He replied, you're welcome. He waved his hand and said to go. He would see her off. They left the hall and Chiyosu said, he wiped it off a bit, but there was probably still a lot of residue on her body. When she gets to the room, she should definitely take a bath. Haran replied, she understood, senior. She held his hand and thought, she showed him how much she had grown. Did he see a woman in her? Senior, he said that she should decide her own destiny. She believes that her destiny is him, the senior. Yue Shang walked down the street and recalled Sobin's words. So, what kind of relationship is it? Between her, Madame Liu and this young hero, she frowned and thought, they are terrible idiots. In 62 years of life, this is the first time she has suffered such a pitiful defeat. They can think whatever they want. In the end, Li Cholsu's heart will be hers. Li Cholsu, he dared to hurt the pride of the first beauty under the sky. In order to wash away this injustice, this time, she will definitely catch him. There is no one in this world who can avoid being detected by the senses of the first beauty, the mistress of the dead. MC and Haran were walking through the grounds when suddenly a loud laughter was heard behind them. They turned around, and Yuexiang said, so here they are. She chuckled, and Haran said, she? MC raised his eyebrows and thought, why is Jae Sewol here? He definitely should have passed the test in Damo Cave. So, there is still something left to check? She appeared under a false name again. This is why the mistress of the dead cannot be trusted. Chelsu said, they have not seen each other for a long time, Miss Liu. He did not expect to meet her here. Yuexiang said, yes, dear. Because of the desire to light incense, she hurried here as soon as possible. This is So Haran from Gongdong School. She is his precious junior. Haran bowed and said, it is nice to meet you. She is So Haran, the senior's junior. Yuexiang smiled and said, her name is Liu Yuexiang. She is called by the overly flattering nickname Yanxi. She thought, a beauty spoken of not as the first under the Celestial Empire, but as the first of all time. She is the wondrous flower of Sacheonje. Isn't this common knowledge in the Jianghu River? However, So Haran, who just entered the Gongdong school, is said to have no kung fu. How can she have a figure more beautiful than hers? And besides, she is a full 40 years younger than her, a real junior. Being much younger than her, she has such a figure. Until now she thought that age was just a number. She thought so until now. Why did she live so carelessly? Such density is beyond her reach. This feeling of inferiority is new to her. Haran smiled and said, she has heard a lot about Mrs. Liu. They say she has an unrequited love for their eldest? Yuexiang frowned in displeasure and thought, this little brat? She needs to be patient. Shaolin is a school known as the pinnacle of Taishan and the Big Dipper among the orthodox. No matter how evil it is, one cannot act rashly here. She folded her arms and said, well, Miss So, she never thought she would dare to engage in such indecent behavior, embracing a man's hand within the main Shaolin monastery. Haran adjusted her hair and said, an outsider, Miss Liu, should not interfere in matters of strengthening friendship between brothers. Yuexiang frowned and thought, this fool. How dare she behave like this in front of her elders? But if she continues to bicker here, it will damage her dignity. That look, that same expression she saw in Damo Cave. No matter how beautiful her density, in the end, she's just an ordinary extra. MC stood in the middle and said, okay, enough. He introduced them so they could say hello, but why are they arguing? He thought. He was tired. He wanted to quickly return to his dwelling and absorb the 10,000-year-old dragon flower, the wondrous flower of Sachunje. No matter what beautiful face she brought, as long as her falsehood remained unchanged, he would not give in. He said he had a desire to share tea and sweets with Miss Liu for old time's sake, but unfortunately he was busy now and could not join her. Yue Shan cried out in surprise. What, sir, why? Chilsu ordered her to finally tell him why she came to Shaolin Miss Liu. She had given him a clear promise to protect Huazheng. He had never thought that the promise Miss Liu had given him could be so frivolous. She stared at him in surprise, and MC thought he'd definitely asked her before leaving for the Dragon and Phoenix meeting. He'd entrusted Hao Zheng. Or rather, he'd asked her to guard the entrance to Gongdong School. The 1,000-year-old demon, ruler of the dead, might not care where she was, but the fiery beauty Liu Yuexiang had no place here, right? He thought they'd gotten close enough, but he didn't expect that she still didn't trust him. Yuexiang said, "Sir, this." He turned away and said, "Well, he supposes Miss Liu also had her reasons." He told the junior to go. Yuexiang stretched out her hand and said, "Sir." She burst into tears and said, "No." She fell to the ground and screamed. How can he treat her like this? After a while, Haran said, "Sir." Then she will go wash and get ready. MC waved his hand and said, "Okay." He told her to sleep peacefully, Junior. He entered the room and released his mana outside. Cholsu thought, fortunately, there is no one around. Finally, the moment has come to absorb this 10,000-year dragon flower. He threw the capsule into his mouth and covered himself in mana. He thought, he can feel it. This is the ultimate yang qi, like burning. What level is this? Is it super perfect? The heads of 9 schools and 6 clans. This is the level of the super perfected. The level that allows one to claim the title of ruler of an entire province. Controlling the extreme yang qi contained in the 10,000-year dragonflower inner pill will be a piece of cake. MC opened his eyes and laughed. He said, this is it. The ultimate vitality. He thinks it was called the Jade Qilin. Now he's dead. At the same time, in the Moryun family's residence in Dongfeng County, Zhu Yuliang, the mistress of the Moryun family head, was standing by the window. She said that the Dragon and Phoenix meeting will finally begin tomorrow. Li Cholsu from the Gongdong school. They say that pervert has great dignity, and she, Zhu Yuliang, would also like to try it. After a while, Sawol sat at the table and wondered why she, Lady Liu, had come to Shaolin in the first place. She said that this was the first time she had seen Li Cholsu with such an icy expression. Her mind is empty. She doesn't even know what she was thinking when she went to the abbot and asked for permission to stay at Shaolin longer. Yuanji had said some time ago that the temple doesn't choose its guests. She can stay as long as the donor wishes. Amitabha, he will pray to Buddha. May her heart's desire be fulfilled. Sawol thought, what humiliation right in front of this bald monk. And all because of that scoundrel Li Cholsu. She remembered his words when he folded his arms across his chest and said, she promised him to protect Hua Zhongyan. He never thought that the promise she made to him would turn out to be so worthless. Currently, Sawol clenched her fists and thought, she is asking. Yes, he asked her to protect Hua Zhongyan. But she, Jae Sawol, is the first figure of the demonic path. There's nothing funnier than worrying about some backwater clan like Gongdong. It's not that she's completely abandoned them, but she can't tell him that she's left Baekmyeon Nangun in her place. That would be the same as admitting that Liu Yuexiang and Jae Sawol are the same person. If she reveals her identity now, she imagined the MC asking discontentedly, so, has she been deceiving him all this time? She thought, he's so cold. Because of just Hua Zhonghyun. If something goes wrong, he might never forgive her. Sawol said, it's not time yet. When she completely wins his heart, when he becomes so dependent that he can't live without her embrace, then, even if she confesses everything, it won't be too late. She cried and thought, so, as long as Liu Yuezhang, she will win Li Cholsu's heart at any cost. After a while, Chungna said, young Master Li, she heard that today at the Dragon and Phoenix feast he will have a duel with Okiran. Since he volunteered, he can't lose. Does he understand? MC replied, he understood. He asked his younger sister to forgive him for this. Harin replied, everything is fine, because the invitations to the feast were given to him, his older brother, and Lady Seomin. The remaining companion should be older brother Yu, not her. Jinhui thanked his younger sister. MC clapped and asked, well, are they going then? He suggested meeting Lady Zhang first. Dongbong County Market. Sobin stood near the wall and asked, why are they so late? She thought, Li Cholsu, she owes him too much. It's somehow awkward to be around him. And what's worse, this amorous young master Namgung Chon. Namgung Chon, he always pesters everyone. There's no trace of dignity left in him. To finally drive Namgung Chon away, she needs to act today as if she loves young Master Li more than anyone in the world. MC waved his hand and said, Lady Zhang. She turned around and screamed, young Master Li. She thought, what? Why does he look so handsome today? Chiolsu apologized for being late, and Sobin thought, no, what is she even talking about? She said, they were a little late. She said to go to the banquet hall. MC pointed at Jin Hui and said he invited his older brother as his companion. Sobin replied, I see. She bowed and said, she's glad to see him again, young Master Yu. Jin Hui bowed and said, and she's glad, Lady Zhang. She thought Lady Zhang once pretended to be her younger brother's lover from school, although she didn't even have feelings for him. She doesn't like it. As long as she remains barren, she will never be able to become his official spouse anyway. She knows she has no right to say anything to the women around him. But even as a fellow student, she can't stand women who deceive someone dear to her. Chonga said, okay. They won't stand in the middle of the road. It's time for them to move. Sobin said, she'll show the way. After a while, the man spoke. The hero's companion, Gongdong, young Master Li, and the companion young Master Yu, as well as Lady Zhang of the Small Sword and Lady Seomin of the Peak of Swords. Their invitations are confirmed. They can pass. Sobin happily thanked him. They went inside and Chonga cried out joyfully. MC said to look, these are the same famous expensive wines. Golden Noble Transparent and Scarlet Daughter. He looked in the other direction and said, how many people are here? They say that many young masters from the 9 great schools and 6 great clans gather at the Feast of the Dragon and the Phoenix. It seems to be true. He walked forward, and the man turned around and asked, is this the young master, the hero of Gongdong, Li Cholsu? The man replied, since Lady Zhang of the Small Sword is with him, it must be him. And Lady Seomin of the Sword Peak is here too? He heard that OK Kirin and the hero of Gongdong will have a duel today. He wonders how it will all end. The MC laughed lightly and thought, the crowd's attention is simply ablaze. If he defeats Namgung Chon today, he will instantly rise as a star in the martial arts circles. Cheon saw him and said, Li Cholsu. he arrived before him. Chol-su turned around and said, "He is." He bowed and thanked young master Namgung for the invitation. Namgung Cheon replied, "No need for thanks." The man looked at them and said, "A meeting of an ardent young master and an amorous young master. They really look alike." MC thought, how can he, the great master of the arts of pleasure, be compared to some reckless fool? Cheon smiled and approached Sobin. He said, "Lady Jong, they haven't seen each other for a long time." She said discontentedly, she has nothing to say to him. Namgung Cheon pointed his finger at her and said, "Soon, Lady Jong, she will have something to say to him." The guy went to the center of the square and asked for everyone's attention. The duel between the heir of the Namgung clan, Namgung Cheon, and the hero of Gongdong, young master Lee Chol-su, will begin now. The guys entered the arena, and Cheon pointed his finger forward and shouted, as they agreed earlier, Chol-su and he will compete for the heart of Lady Jong. The winner will receive Lady Jong's favor. They haven't forgotten, have they? Sobin got angry and asked, who said he could get someone's heart? MC turned around and said, for Lady Jong's sake, he must win this duel. As men, they must accept the outcome of the duel. Cheon grabbed the hilt of the sword and said that if Namgung loses, he will of course accept the outcome. MC said, martial artists speak with swords. Today, he will break Namgung's sword with the Gongdong sword. Cheon pointed his sword towards him and said, he hopes he will show them if the demonic sword arts of the Gongdong school are really as formidable as they are said to be. They rushed forward, and MC swung his sword. The spectators happily watched the fight, and the boys quickly attacked. Cheon thought, what? This feels different from the Gongdong school techniques he had heard of. He's light. Chol-su knocked him back with his strike. Cheon asked, Lee Chol-su, that sword strike just now, was that his full power? MC chuckled and asked, who knows? Cheon said mockingly, he underestimated him. Chol-su stuck out his tongue, thinking, he's got a scratch, his cute little springboard. Cheon swung his boundless sky sword and released mana forward. MC dodged and thought, the Namgung clan's supreme art, containing the infinity of heavens in a single blade. His unique formless chi was now binding his legs. A newcomer would have been defeated instantly. Ever since he met the young divine monk, he'd broken through the barrier and achieved enlightenment. If he revealed his true power, he could easily defeat Namgung Cheon, who was still at the peak level. But the problem was, he couldn't reveal his true power now. He needed to finish this using power no higher than the peak level. As long as the blood demon was watching the central plains, he didn't need to arouse unnecessary suspicion. MC rushed forward and attacked Cheon, who clenched his jaw and thought, he broke free from the shackles of the boundless sky sword so quickly, so he was holding back earlier to test him. They continued to fight, but MC quickly pushed his opponent back. Cheon thought, he's being pressed. Why him? He challenged this youth because he believed he could win. The level of the young sword prince is only first class. He thought his achievements were at this level. So he believed, but was he hiding his true level? He shouted loudly and rushed to attack. Chol-su blocked his blow and cut Cheon's cheek. He became angry and thought, now everything is clear to him. This youth's achievements surpass his. If this continues, his pride will not allow him to suffer defeat. MC exhaled, and Cheon swung his sword. The audience talked. This overwhelming power, the form of the Imperial sword, along with the Taiji Wudang sword. Isn't this a discussion about the greatest sword under heaven? Cheon frowned and thought, there was no longer any room in his heart for Lady Jong, only a burning desire to surpass this youth. MC looked at him puzzled and thought, what's wrong with him? Is he crazy? It's good that he absorbed the core of the eternal flame lotus. And how was he going to not strain himself and end everything easily? He rushed into battle, and Cheon ordered him to listen. The Namgung sword may lose, but it will never break. MC asked displeasedly, who is he calling brother? He remembered how Jin Hui said, little brother. She will show him a modified technique of their school. While restoring the art of internal strength, primordial unity, he slightly modified some movements of the sword art, demon subduing. When he recently reunited with his older brother, he was shocked to hear about this derived sword technique. A new supreme art created by a genius, the likes of which had not been seen for centuries, the new peak of the Gongdong school. The nine-heaven demon taming sword. Chol-su released his mana and rushed to attack. Cheon tried to block it and thought, what is this? Did the Gongdong school really have a technique like this? People cried out, what a furious exchange of blows. Neither of them is giving in. Cheon tensed and thought, good. He parried the last shadow sword. Next, he looked ahead in surprise, where he did not notice MC and froze. Chol-su snuck up on him from behind and put his sword to his neck. He said, victory is his. Cheon turned around, puzzled, and thought he took advantage of the moment while he was focused on his sword forms. He lost. People continued talking. They could not imagine that the Gongdong demon taming art was so powerful. This is a completely new supreme art. To defeat OK Kirin head-on, perhaps the winner of the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering will return to Gongdong. The man said, perhaps today the mad hero of Gongdong, Lee Chol-su, will wash away his shame. Cheon bowed and said, his fighting prowess surpasses all rumors. The MC said, it was an enjoyable duel. Cheon looked questioningly at his clothes and asked, did his belt loosen even earlier? His clothes began to tear more and his eyes widened in confusion. The MC opened his mouth and the man screamed, his pants! Chonga screamed, that terrible habit, again. The man said, rip off young Master Namgung's pants. Didn't the mad hero only target women? Did he have such a hobby? People said, undressing both men and women, truly a technique of undressing with one blow. Chol-su thought, nightmare. Cheon turned around and ordered to be quiet. He ordered to listen to the martial arts master Baekdo. The fact that the young master's clothes fell off is just an accident that can happen in any duel. He asks not to mention it anymore. He does not consider torn clothes a shame. He admits his defeat and he will never pursue Lady Jong again. Her heart belongs exclusively to this man. People said, who would have thought that young Master Namgun had such a character? Even after humiliation, he admits defeat and respects the result. They began to clap, and Cheon said, it was a worthy duel. Thank you for letting him see the Gongdong sword. Cholsu said, in return, it was a magnificent match. He mentally thanked the little idiot. He thanked everyone for their support. He returned to his friends, and Jin Hui congratulated the junior on his victory. Chongna said, this terrible habit of his never improved. He laughed slightly puzzledly and thought, a nightmare. Chongna said, after all, young Master Namgun kept his word about Lady Jong. She looked away slightly embarrassed, and the MC asked, he tried so hard, and how does she react? Sobin looked away and said, he didn't have to try so hard. Everything would be fine. Everyone stared at her in surprise, and she said, she felt awkward, but she just wanted to get out of a difficult situation. In fact, she was just using him, so why would he? The MC interrupted her and said, she said that she doesn't love Namgun Cheon. Sobin looked up at him embarrassedly, and the MC said as a man, he can stand up to help a woman in trouble. Why think about it so much? Sobin stood up and said, she needs to step out for a minute. Thank him so much for today. Cholsu asked, what was that? Lady Xiaoman, let her follow Lady Jong. What's with her reaction? Chongna said, this young lady, she's such a fool. MC asked, what's wrong with her now? Jinhui put her hand on his shoulder and said, a woman's heart is truly difficult to understand. A man approached them and said, congratulations to the mad hero Gongdong Li Cholsu on his victory. MC looked at him and asked, who is he? The man sighed and said, he didn't introduce himself. He was Muyan V of the Muyan clan. He heard he was a great connoisseur of the fine arts. Let him tell me, maybe he'd be interested in attending the Cheongdae meeting. MC thought, he's the first son of the Muyan clan, Muyan V. He was the same behind-the-scenes puppeteer who secretly took over the right-wing Muram alliance and the one who so zealously tried to eliminate Yu Jinhui. His vile and dark nature hadn't changed at all. He had undermined 4 prominent masters from Manhwa, the Namgun clan, the Cheongsong sect, and the Jeonchang sect. And he set that very trap at the martial arts review where they attacked his older brother, trying to claim the title of strongest under heaven. Jinhui said, Junior, she has a bad feeling. MC said, it's fine, senior. He thought, if the future mastermind of the right Muram himself deigned to pay a personal visit, then he truly made an impression on him. He said it was a tempting offer. May he ask what kind of feast this gathering in Cheongdae was? Muranwi answered, of course. Only men with broad ambitions and refined taste are invited to this gathering, such as the young master who won the duel today. He thought, and for a young hero like him who captured the heart of Gansu's best concubine, Lady Yun, shouldn't even greater pleasures be in store for him? MC's eyes widened and he thought, great pleasures? The more he heard, the more this sounded like a truly indecent party. By the way, something big happened at the Cheongdae meeting in his past life. MC bowed and said, great. If this is exactly the kind of meeting, he will be happy to come anytime. Muyunvi thanked him for agreeing so quickly. He will hand over the invitation right now. The Cheongdae meeting will take place right after the Feast of the Dragon and Phoenix. A man and a woman must arrive as a couple. Let him keep that in mind. Then he takes his leave. He handed over the letter, waved his hand and left. Jinhui asked, Junior, does he really agree to this? MC exhaled and replied, yes, senior. Senior, can he make time for him later? He has something he wants to ask him for. Sobin was walking down the street at that moment and thought, Lee Cholsu, is he stupid? He knew she was using him for her own purposes, but he still stood up for her. She had been nothing but a burden to him all this time. He doesn't have to be like this. She sat down by the pond and asked why he was acting like he was ready to throw away everything she hated. This made her expect even more. She thought, this young master, he was the only one her mentor had romantic feelings for, and he even proposed to her publicly. This fluttering in her heart was probably just because some pervert was trying to take her mentor away. Chonga waved her hand and said, Miss Jong, she doesn't look well. Is she okay? Sobin looked up at her and asked why she came looking for her. Chonga replied, she only came because the young master sent her. If she wasn't sick, they should go back. Sobin wondered if he was worried about her. Every time she thought about Lee Cholsu, her heart got so confused. But at least she couldn't lie to herself about this. Lee Cholsu was really cool today. After a while, they saw the MC at the table and said, the banquet has already started. MC turned around and asked, is she here? Let her come in. Choma quickly ran forward and screamed. Cheon held out the teapot and said, Brother Lee, we need a drink. He replied thoughtfully, he'll pass. He doesn't like drinking. Cheon laughed and asked, then tea will do, right, Brother Lee? MC thought with displeasure. Why on earth was he suddenly calling him brother? Cheon replied, because he was a man approved by OK Kirin Namgun Cheon, of course. Cholsu sighed and asked, okay, did he also receive an invitation to Cheongdam? Cheon replied, of course, Brother Lee, he did too. He laughed and said, as expected, men with such exquisite taste as they and him. MC ordered him not to go. Cheon widened his eyes at him in confusion and asked again, not to go? So suddenly? Cholsu replied, he can believe him or not, it's his choice. But he has a bad feeling. Cheon answered thoughtfully, he understood. It's not that difficult. In return, the next time he, Namgun Cheon, hosts a feast, he is obliged to come. Brother Lee. MC said they agreed. He turned and asked, Senior, can they talk? Jinwei asked, is this about what they discussed earlier? MC nodded and said, yes. The Cheongdam gathering requires a couple, a man and a woman. He already has a companion in mind. It's a game of one sword, meaning he'll take the elder in female form with him. In his previous life, the Cheongdam gathering turned into more than just a party. It degenerated into something far worse, tainted with all sorts of aphrodisiacs. First of all, the aphrodisiac Muryan V used was supplied by Lady Ju, the concubine of the current head of the Muryan clan. Considering the Hengshan sect nearly collapsed because of Choljio, they can't simply ignore suspicious substance trafficking. MC said, Elder brother, about inviting young Master Mo, doesn't he find it suspicious? Jinwei said so she wasn't the only one who thought so. Cholsu put his hand to his lips and said, because of this, he has an urgent request. She cried out, let him just say it, Junior. MC asked, a game of one sword, it's him, Senior, right? Jinwei asked in surprise, how is he? She thought, did he really find out that she is a woman? MC said, well, after he went on his lonely journey, he was worried and found out something. He really did everything to hide his identity. He dressed up as a woman, right? Jinwei thought about it or not? She said fearfully, no, he's right. A game of one sword, it's a fake identity she created following his advice. MC said, he did well, Senior brother, it will be faster this way. The meeting in Cheongdam, it smells of suspicion, but refusing the invitation is also impolite. He can't take his younger sister to such a dubious event, and Senior Seoman or Senior Tan, they are outsiders, so it's also inconvenient. Besides his older brother, he had no one else to ask. Jinwei clenched her fist and thought sheepishly. Her younger brother, he needs her. The image of the one-sword game was created for safe travels in the river world, but in reality, it was also her selfish desire. At least once, as a woman, she wanted to stay by her younger brother's side. She said she would do it. Cholsu looked at her happily, and she said if it was his request, she would do anything. After a while, Chonga asked, is the young master leaving? MC said the feast in Cheongdam will start right after this. He was invited, as they can see. They should all return to the quarters first. Cholsu said, Lady Zhang, let her also go in peace. Sobin said, they don't have to pretend to be a couple anymore. He understands. MC waved and said they'll see each other later. Chonga wished him a safe journey. Jinwei thought, it looks like they don't have much time to get ready. After a while, MC thought, the elder is taking a long time to get ready. Well, he needs to avoid prying eyes to change. At that moment, voices were heard from the side. Isn't this a game of one sword, Miss Jin? Where? MC turned around and saw Jinwei running towards him and shouting, Junior! She apologized. She was late. Chiolsu was slightly embarrassed and then thought, what, did he just have a waist and hip line? He turned pale and thought, what's wrong with him, guy? After a while, someone said, it's always a pleasure to meet the most famous concubine of Gansu province, Liu Exiang. Could it be that she too has come to light incense and lay flowers on this young master? Liu Exiang? What a beautiful heart, devoted to the one she loves. Sawol thought that men were usually able to recognize this lady's beauty just by her presence and aura, but Li Cholsu found it so inexplicably difficult. She couldn't disappoint Cholsu any longer. She was the one who broke her promise to protect Huazhong County, so this time she would properly repent and offer prayers with sincerity. She usually doesn't indulge in such pleasures, but as a lover, she prays for Cholsu's victory. At the Feast of the Dragon and Phoenix, it's only fitting. A cry rang out. The Sword Queen of the Hansan sect has arrived. Sawol turned around and thought, what, Seolan? Solan entered the room, and Sawol looked at her and asked if she was the head of the great anti-Hansan sect, the Sword Queen Un. Liu Eishan bowed to her. Solan nodded and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Did she also come to light incense and lay flowers? Sawol replied, yes. For Chiolsu's sake, she couldn't miss today. Apparently, the silver heroine Un, Solan, was also laying flowers. What feelings did she put into her offering? Solan replied that she was only praying for the success of the Dragon and Phoenix feast. Or maybe something was wrong with her? A disgruntled spark passed between them, and Solan thought, this time she won't succumb to Liu Yuexiang's provocation. Sawol grinned and thought, what a convenient excuse. Does she think she doesn't know that she came to light incense for Li Cholsu? She adjusted her veil and said, as expected of the leader of the great Hansan sect, since the flowers of the silver heroine Un are for the benefit of the martial arts world, then why not try to put true feelings into her flowers too? Solan looked at her puzzledly and thought, put her true feelings into her flowers? She was belittling her feelings for her benefactor, dismissing it as something secondary and trivial. Lord, let him forgive this narrow-minded and jealous concubine. She suggested skipping the formalities and speaking directly. Lady Liu, please let her stop leading her benefactor into temptation further. Sewol asked again, temptation? This is completely baseless. She thinks the silver heroine Yoon is harboring a great delusion. This is nothing more than pure affection. Calling a young girl's sincere love temptation is very offensive. Moreover, since the silver heroine Yoon isn't in any kind of relationship with Cholsu, it's hardly fitting for her to interfere in her affairs. Solan asked, she claims her benefactor and she are nothing to each other? Then what kind of relationship is that? Sewol folded her arms and asked, could the renowned Silver Sword Empress of the Right Muram really harbor genuine affection for this young hero, 30 years her junior? Solan stared at her in surprise, and Sewol thought, For the right sect, validity and reputation are as important as life itself. No matter how exceptional she is, the Sword Empress can't admit her sincere love for a young fledgling. Solon wondered if she envied Liu Weixiang's youth, which allowed her to so freely adore her benefactor. But she had something to say too. She recalled a few moments with MC and then thanked Lady Liu for her concern. However, no matter how she felt, the fact that her benefactor had summoned her remained unchanged, and as always, she would accept this challenge. Without a trace of lies. Then she bowed. Saul looked after her and thought, without a trace of lies? She says? She spat in displeasure. Seolin left the temple and replayed Saul's words in her head. She closed her eyes and thought, these are Lady Liu's words. She will never be able to refute them. After a while, people were walking along the bustling streets of Dongbong County. The concubine of a head of the Muryun clan, Ju Yuliang, was sitting indoors and looking at the potion. She said, he has arrived, young master. Muryunwi said, yes, Lady Ju. She asked, did he convey the invitation to the eccentric hero from Gongdong as instructed? He replied, yes. Yuliang said, great, then she will give him the reward. Now let him bring the eccentric hero from Gongdong to her. He said, yes. Yuliang looked up and thought, the eccentric hero from Gongdong. No, the flash of Li Cholsu's two swords. What kind of screams would he let out if she turned him into her slave? She climbed to the very top, to the position of bishop of the cult. With this art of seduction alone, isn't it time for her to fully enjoy herself after such a long break, all in the name of the bloody cult? Jinhui told the junior to forgive. Did he wait long? MC replied, no, the night market was open, so he took a stroll. He bought something and lost track of time. Jinhui replied, I see. She is very glad that he didn't have to wait long. MC started slapping his groin and thought, you need to calm down. The senior man? He is a man. Jinhui asked, Junior, what happened? He turned around and said, no, nothing. He suggested they hurry to the meeting in Cheongdam. She took his hand and said, that's right. After a while, a voice called out, here, young hero Li. Cholsu said, he's glad to see him again, young master. Nguyen-Vi said, welcome. MC pointed at Jinhui and said, this is a member of his retinue, Miss Jin from the Game of One Sword. Nguyen-Vi chuckled and said, he'd only heard rumors, but her beauty really lives up to them. Please let them go inside. Yes, weapons are not allowed at this meeting, so please have them store their swords separately in the prepared storage boxes. MC thought, since they've come this far, insisting on carrying weapons would only arouse suspicion. They should trust him and the elder. They walked inside and saw people. Jinhui thought, men and women, and so openly. This is her first time in such a place. She stood in front of MC and he thought, the elder brother looks very tense. It's probably his first time in such a place. It can't be helped. Thanks to 50 years of living as a eunuch, his sense of smell has become incredibly acute, along with women's perfume and then an unpleasant odor mixed in. They are definitely burning herbs that stimulate joy. The meeting has already begun. People's reflections were visible through the glass door. MC closed his eyes and thought, he thought so, but seeing it with his own eyes, everything is worse than he imagined. Jinhui said, she will protect him, Junior. She thought, who should protect whom? Nguyen-Vi asked. What will he say, young hero? Not only women, but also medicinal tinctures have been prepared for their esteemed guests. So he asks that you do not hesitate to contact him at any time. If the women get boring, midons have also been prepared. MC thought, midons? Yes, this guy is completely crazy. He answered, I understand. And where is Miss Ju? Nguyen-Vi replied, Miss Ju is waiting on the top floor of this pavilion. Please have them follow him. Cholsu turned around and said, Senior, as soon as he gives a hand signal, he must immediately and with all his strength immobilize Miss Ju. Before coming here, he meticulously recalled everything he remembered about the Cheongdam meeting. Even in the previous cycle, information about the early days of the Cheongdam meeting was barely preserved, even in the archives of the Eastern Bureau. It was later revealed that the organizer, Nguyen-Vi, not only dallied with countless women using aphrodisiacs, but even arranged offerings, which exposed him as a notorious womanizer. But back then, their priority was gathering incriminating evidence, so they didn't dig deeper. However, at this stage, he can't dismiss the suspicions of the blood cult's involvement. The blood cult has made significant advances in pharmaceutical capabilities, developing special elixirs for creating jiangshi. Even the production of substances alone would be a sufficient source of funding for them. If the blood demon used Lord Ju to manipulate Murongvi, then the incident where Murongvi incited 4 prominent masters of the right-wing sects to kill his superior fits the picture perfectly. According to the information he received in his past life, Miss Ju did practice martial arts, but only at the self-defense level, not that of a true master. But if Miss Ju is truly an agent of the blood cult, as he suspects, she must have hidden her true strength. Nguyen-Vi said, they have arrived. Then, have a nice time. MC and Jinhui entered the room and he asked, is anyone here? He closed his nose and thought, the smell of incense even stronger. He felt the yang energy rising within his body. A voice rang out, welcome. Yuliang was sitting at the table and speaking, so she was the famous practitioner of the Game of One Sword, Miss Jin, and the eccentric hero from Gongdong, the young hero Li. MC frowned and thought, this is Miss Ju. She's uglier than he expected. No, she is just ordinary. She poured the drink into the cups and said, she heard from young Master Murun that the young hero abstains from wine, so instead of wine she prepared tea. Please let them taste this. Cholsu thought, pure tea. At first glance, there is really nothing suspicious about it. The sediment at the bottom looks like tea leaves, but it seems to have traces of an aphrodisiac mixed in. This is actually for the best. To neutralize an aphrodisiac, one must either know a special detoxification method, use an antidote, or neutralize it through the intercourse of yin and yang. As an agent of the Eastern Bureau, he studied the detoxification of aphrodisiacs for field operations. But his senior? No. They cannot refuse for operational reasons, so he has no choice but to expel the impurities and absorb only the medicinal effect. MC conveyed his thoughts to Jinhui. The senior, it seems, has a substance been added to the tea, so he will drink it. He must refuse. Jinhui said, frightened, Junior. MC drank the tea and said, the tea is very good. Lady Jin should start fasting now, so he'll finish the rest. Yuliang said, both he and Lady Jin are exceptionally beautiful. They are truly the perfect couple of man and woman. MC sipped his tea from the cup and said, thank you. Yuliang said, she heard that this young hero claims to be the greatest connoisseur of pleasures under the sky. And in matters of grace, feminine beauty cannot be ruled out, right? MC said, the joy of clouds and rain is both the beginning and the end of refined pleasure, one might say. He wiped his mouth and thought, what is this? He felt nauseous. This doesn't seem like an ordinary aphrodisiac. Yuliang said, what he said was certainly true. Then how about the three of them, she, he, and Lady Jin, enjoy the joy of clouds and rain together from now on? Jinhui turned to the junior and asked when she should give the signal. She saw his poor condition and cried out, young master. Yuliang said happily, it looks like the medicine has finally worked. MC asked discontentedly, what exactly did she put in the tea? Yuliang replied, she thought long and hard about which substance would suit him best. But it was so hard to decide, so she dissolved all the medicines she had in it. Water extracted from a deep cave in the Bugak Mountains works wonders. Can he see? Cholsu and Jinhui's eyes widened in surprise. MC thought, Butak Mountains. Could it be that before the Hansun sect was purified, they were diverting water contaminated with blood energy? So that's why the people at the Cheongdae meeting behaved so terribly. They mixed aphrodisiacs with water saturated with blood energy and drank it. This is no longer an aphrodisiac level. This is a substance. It's good that the Sword Empress cleared Hansun, otherwise the entire Central Plains would be at risk. MC smirked and asked, did she plan to get a ridiculously young man drunk and steal his innocence, instead of an ugly, aged appearance, an even uglier state of mind? He hit Yuliang and shouted, senior now. Jinhui rushed to the attack and thought, how dare she play with her junior? She won't forgive her. She tried to hit Yuliang, who said she was very strong. She grabbed Jinhui with a cloth and pushed her to the floor. She asked, why don't she give up and let herself drown in the clouds and rain? Jinhui said, with such strength, she won't be able to stop her. Yuliang. She pulled her towards herself and thought, she will make sure she never shows that ugly face again. She hit Yuliang in the face with her hand. Suddenly, she tied up Jinhui's body and said she liked women too. She would personally teach her. From the very basics of pleasure, she spewed an aphrodisiac on her like a monster and let her go. And Jinhui fell to her knees and screamed, what is this? Yuliang said, she took her aphrodisiac directly. So if she doesn't share the joy of clouds and rain today, her chi and blood will explode, and she will die. She will make sure that she can't move a finger. MC asked, who decided this? He ran up and hit Yuliang. She fell to the floor, and he said, the one who will die is her, a crazy woman. Yuliang tried to get up and thought, how? Li Cholsu. He must be under the influence of hallucinations now. Cholsu thought. While he was waiting for the elder, he went to the pharmacy and purchased all the antidotes they had. As long as the substance is swallowed and the impurities are properly expelled, he will not collapse, he said. Miss Ju Yulian, she distributed illegal substances and disrupted the order of the martial arts world. He himself being sent, and this scene will serve as evidence. Her crimes deserve a trial. Some time ago, Yuanji gave MC a whistle and said that if he was involved in anything suspicious again, he should smash this whistle. Currently, Cholsu put in his mouth and Sowell said, this sound. MC knew that the Society of Heaven and Earth would react. After a while, Yueshang thought dissatisfiedly, Unsilon, she's a fool. Someday she'll tear her to shreds. A guy ran into the room and shouted, Miss Liu Yuexiang, she's here. She turned around and the young man handed her a letter and said, the Grandmaster ordered that if he sees her, Lady Liu Yuexiang, he must definitely give him this letter. Yuexiang wondered if the letter was from Monk Yuanzi to her. Was it about the Qianji Association? They had finished dealing with the Sword Consort Cave incident that occurred in the Hansan sect. However, there was one troubling detail, so he had a favor to ask. Just before the Sword Consort Cave incident, it seemed 2 carts of water had been removed under the pretext of medical needs. The quantity is small, but they can't be sure what problems it might cause. It's best to thoroughly comb the taverns where various feasts are held. Yuexiang clutched the letter and thought, terrible idiots from the blood cult. At this time, MC brought charges against Yuliang, and she screamed, trial? She released her mana and ran towards him. She screamed, if he can do it, let him try. MC ordered the elder to go. They dodged Yuliang's attack and attacked her. She fell to the floor, and they continued to strike her. Yuliang said, that can't be true. She clearly heard that his martial arts level wasn't that high. MC said he left her alive, so if they interrogated her through the Chonji Association, information would flow freely. Jinhui fell to her knees and screamed, and Cholsu started shaking her and shouted, Senior, is he okay? Jinhui thought she was too close to the effect of the aphrodisiac that Ju Yulian released earlier. No matter how strong Yu Jinhui was, it will be difficult to endure. Chilsu shouted, Senior, we need to neutralize the aphrodisiac immediately. He must not fall. Jinhui said, her body is so hot. Chilsu thought, a nightmare. Senior's chi is too unstable. It's amazing that he lasted so long. He handed her the medicine and told her to take it now. This is the medicine he prepared in advance. Jinhui said, Junior brother. She pushed him to the floor and he asked fearfully, Senior? Jinhui said, her junior, her precious junior. He can't escape now. Junior. MC asked him to wait. She undressed and told him not to move. Chilsu's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, what? Why isn't it there? Is the elder actually a woman? It's not like the thought that the elder might not be a man had ever crossed his mind. But since there was no monthly bleeding, he dismissed it as just a suspicion. The rumor was wrong. What is this feeling? Disgust? A sense of betrayal? No, these aren't those unpleasant emotions. Then what is this? Anyway, at first he didn't really like the elder. Anyone could see that he was an incomparable handsome man and his popularity with women was sky high. So he thought he would become a hindrance to his grand 10-year plan to win the hearts of the ladies. But the position of the younger brother of the strongest in the world was absolutely essential to his plan. And so it was. But there was the scent of wildflowers. Currently, MC ordered Li Cholsu to pull himself together, and the elder, and he is now out of his mind because of the aphrodisiac. He grabbed Jinhui by the clothes and told the elder to calm down. She needs to expel the substance from her body as soon as possible. She thought, why does she want to do this to the younger? She needs to do it quickly. Cholsu asked, Elder? Jinhui thought, younger brother, he's an idiot. She kissed him, and he widened his eyes in surprise and thought, this is a nightmare. If this continues, so will he. Jinhui said, younger, he's downstairs now. At that moment, the door swung open and Sawol screamed, Li Cholsu, is he there? She saw the MC with Jinhui, and he screamed in fear. Jae Sawol. She froze at what she saw, and Young followed her and said, Brother Li, Sister Yu, are they okay? She froze at what she saw, and Sawol said, right now. What kind of indecent behavior is this? The MC said, Jae Sawol, the situation is urgent. Please let her hurry up and neutralize the aphrodisiac. Jinhui grabbed his chin and said, Li Cholsu, please look at the young lady. She quickly kissed him, and the MC pulled her away and asked her to stop right now. She looked at Sawol with displeasure and thought, if that woman hadn't entered, they wouldn't have been interrupted. These emotions, this trembling, this breathing, perhaps Jae Sawol really does have feelings for the younger one. How dare a temptress from the demonic faction lust after her junior? She is a barren woman. She can never become a wife, but she can still be more than enough as an illicit partner. Sawol thought, she shouldn't have come at all. Why is she rushing here like this? But she couldn't ignore the sound of that alarm whistle. If something happens to Li Cholsu, it will be a headache. That's all. It's not that she doesn't harbor a grudge against Li Cholsu, but the real culprit in this situation lies elsewhere. A game of one sword, Miss Jin. She possesses a beauty equal to hers, but at the same time, she has the formidable level of Hwakyung. What a shameless fox she is. Anyone who has reached Hwakyung must have long since crossed the Irip line, and yet she dares to seduce Li Cholsu. She screamed, she's vulgar. She can't see her as a chaste woman at all. Jinhui asked, a chaste woman? MC looked at her in surprise and thought, she expelled the aphrodisiac energy using her inner strength. So she figured it out on her own, even without training. She stood up and said, vulgar. She might have meant her, the elder Jae Sawol. Sawol said, although she belongs to the demonic faction, it doesn't mean she's ignorant of the principles of the righteous path. How can a follower of the righteous path violate the rules of conduct for women established by Confucius and Mencius, and try to devour a man in such a vulgar way? She directed her mana toward Jinhui. She thought, so this is the Yonbushiwan technique. It's an exceptionally refined martial art. With this, she can fill in the gaps in Hongwan Ilgi's technique. She caught the mana in her hand and squeezed it. She thanked Elder Jae Sawol for her guidance. Thanks to her, she gained a grain of enlightenment. Sawol thought irritably, this crazy fool, how dare she comprehend her Yonbushiwan technique? She held back her power only to threaten her, and she neutralized it so quickly. Hwagyong is a level that even geniuses don't reach in a lifetime, born once in a generation. She has no choice but to acknowledge such a unique talent, a game of one sword. If this continues, she might even reach the same level as Himyong. Sawol said she had no intention of teaching her. If she is Hwagyong's master, she must be at least 30. So why did she attack this young man, a guy with a youthful face, in such a vulgar manner? Jinhui adjusted her hair and said, she has a long way to go before she's 30. Sawol widened her eyes in surprise and thought, what? She hasn't even reached 30 yet at such a level? How can someone be Hwagyong's master at such a young age? Sawol screamed. It's impossible. How dare she lie about her age in front of him? Jinhui said, if she really doubts, Elder Tang knows her well. Why not ask her? Sawol screamed. Dr. Tan, is what she's saying true? Young paled and replied, well, she understands. Junior Jin is right. She reached Hwagyong long before she turned 30. Sawol's eyes widened in surprise and she thought, until now, no beauty in the world has ever caught up with her. This indescribable feeling, surely not. She, the most beautiful woman under the sky, the strongest in the demonic faction, the young mistress of the unorthodox path, the supreme head of the house sect. Does she really feel inferior to this woman? Born the daughter of a fallen woman, she clawed her way to the very bottom. She rose to the pinnacle of the demonic faction and seized power, fighting strength, wealth, everything. And now at such a late stage, to be shocked by nothing less than a girl younger than her. Jinhui said, as soon as she allows her to formally introduce herself, Elder Jae-Sool. She is Miss Jin, a one-sword player, a confidant of the Gongdong sect, recommended by a distinguished elder as this young master's future partner. Soul cried out, partner? Who is she to announce herself as this young master's partner? MC sat to the side and thought, the two women who are Masters Hinyoung and Hwagyung, what childish nonsense are they doing right now? The elder, frankly, even if he wanted to provoke Jae-Sool, was lying like that. He stepped forward and said, enough, they'll deal with this meaningless chatter later. Right now, they need to clean up this place first, Elder Tang said. Youngong said, he's right. The important thing is that illegal substances were being circulated in Dongbong County, the very threshold of the 1,000-year-old Shaolin Temple. Now it's urgent to seize these substances as evidence and report this to the Muram Alliance. Cholsu thought, by the way, Tan Yongryung was also a member of the Cheonji Association. She's also a Hwagyong master, so she's undoubtedly skilled in combat. The Cheonji Association claims to only cooperate in suppressing the blood cult, but its strength, encompassing both the right-wing, unorthodox, and demonic paths, is truly impressive. Sawol lowered her gaze and said, and yet, calling herself a partner. She would like this part to be clarified. MC bowed and thought, it's good that they agreed on the story beforehand. He said it's true that Lady Jin became an intimate of their sect, but the question of being a partner seems to have been a mistake made under the influence of an aphrodisiac. He apologizes for frightening her. Senior J, please let them clear up the misunderstanding, Sawol replied. This time she forgives. Dr. Tang, have her detain Miss Ju and collect all the substances for evidence. Youngryong said to leave it to her. Aphrodisiacs and even Mahong's incense. She really used everything. Youngryong is very disappointed in Aunt Ju. She never thought she would end up a minion of the blood cult. Yuliang stood up and asked again, a minion of the blood cult? This is absurd. She was only hosting a meeting. Youngryong frowned and screamed, this is nonsense. She started to beat her and Yuliang screamed, no, stop, this is not true. Her body withered and she said it herself. She doesn't want this. Youngryong said, red sclera. This is the hallmark of the blood cult's bloody techniques. And she's going to keep making excuses? Yuliang screamed, fine, so what? All she did was give pleasure. The people who attended this banquet weren't forced. They came here of their own free will. This is the true face of these so-called hypocrites from the right-wing sects. Chiolsu stepped forward and said, she enhances human desires through illegal means, turning people into monsters of lust beyond rational control. And yet she dares to preach about virtue. There's no greater contradiction than this. Lady Ju, she's wrong. Boys and girls can of course fall in love with each other. That's true. However, when illegal means are involved, it becomes a problem. Without the hearts moving together, the pleasures of the flesh are worthless. This is her defeat, Lady Ju. After a while, the guards took Yuliang away, and MC asked, how does she plan to deal with the consequences, Senior Tang? Youngryong responded that if the Cheonji Association intervened to collect evidence and report to the Murim Alliance, the Muryun family would be placed under surveillance. Mr. Ju and the ringleaders would certainly be sent to Thunder Prison. The Murim Alliance would share its intelligence with the Cheonji Association. As for the young talents who participated in the Cheongdaeum meeting, they would first be disqualified from participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. MC thought this would reduce the number of competitors. Winning the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly would be a piece of cake. Does he see? This is why one must live correctly. After a while, the man said, so Mrs. Ju has failed. In that case, the plan to corrupt the world of the right-wing Moros by addicting the younger generation to substances will no longer work. The demon cult's next plan must succeed at any cost. After a while, the man sat on the throne and spoke. Ever since the Gongdong sect restored the demon subjugation sword, their progress has been astounding. It even got to the point where they were able to save Hansun when he was in crisis. Have they really matured that much? The man replied. They say restoring the demon subjugation sword would be nearly impossible without Yu Jinhui, the head disciple of the Gongdong sect, and possessor of the body of a heavenly warrior. What does he say? The man looked up at him and asked, will he forgive me? The heavenly demon said, Yu Jinhui, with his heavenly body, do you think he can alleviate this gentleman's boredom? The heavenly demon, the man's eyes widened in fear and thought, the pinnacle of 100,000 demonic beings, the supreme lord of the demonic path, the peerless absolute who divided the world into 3 parts, the one who killed the previous heavenly demon and ascended the throne himself, a genius among geniuses. After breaking into the mysterious realm at the age of 30, the overlord became increasingly distant, and yet, there was someone who caught his attention. Beck said to go and deliver a message. Tell him that the overlord is waiting. After a while, Youngryong said goodbye to everyone, and MC said, she worked hard. Senior, her body, is she okay? Jinhui said, she somehow neutralized the aphrodisiac with internal energy. He doesn't need to worry anymore. Cholsu said, Senior, about what happened earlier. She looked at him embarrassedly and said, it was done while intoxicated. She didn't mean that. Cholsu thought, it was awkward. He can't stop thinking about what happened. Maybe he should call her big sister from now on? He said, then he won't dwell on it either. Jinhui said, that's right, Junior. She had completed the Hongwan Ilgi technique earlier. MC asked, Did she complete it right there? She replied. That woman's level was incredibly high. She drew inspiration from that technique. After a while, MC said in surprise, then, Hongwon Gong will now serve as the introductory martial art for the Hongwon Ilgi technique. He would remember the technique well. He thought the Hongwon Ilgi technique that the elder sister had restored no longer required Hongwon's sun energy or Hongchon's ray energy and had become much easier to understand. Is this what it means to possess the body of a great master-level celestial warrior? Jin Hui apologized for hiding the fact that she was a woman all this time. MC said, no, it's really fine. He thought, only momentarily confused by the fact that the elder sister was a woman. It was shocking that the information about his fellow disciple was incorrect, but given the task of reviving the sect, hiding his gender must have been an advantage. He asked, elder sister, does she plan to tell others in the sect about this? Jin Hui replied, Master already knows. She couldn't tell Lady Xiaoman since she was an outsider, but she would tell their younger sister herself. Chulsu replied. He understood. He then suggested that they go up and meet the younger sister first. Jin Hui thought, she's a stone maiden. She can't become his wife. But if they just meet secretly, then maybe. Now, even if that's all she wants to stay by his side. At that moment, Soal screamed, this lady didn't stay in Shaolin to clean up after those devout fools. Someday she'll scalp that old monk. She sat down at the table and thought, she understands, at least logically, that preventing the destruction caused by the bloody cult is necessary. But her heart can't accept it so easily. What's urgent for her now isn't the bloody cult at all, but winning Li Cholsu's heart. She changed her appearance and thought, damn, Miss Jin. Ever since she met that woman, her world has practically collapsed. She looked up and said, she's here. Seolin said, it's been a while since they've seen each other, Miss Liu. How unusual that she summoned her. Sewol said, she'll get straight to the point, Miss Yun. Doesn't she want to join forces with her? Seolin looked at her questioningly and thought, she mocked her for her age, and now she wants to team up? Seolin said, she of all people should know how absurd that sounds. Sewol said, today, while strolling through Dongbong County, this young lady happened to see Mr. Yu accompanying Miss Jin, the wanderer of a certain sword. Her beauty rivals even Jay Sawol, a true beauty capable of crushing a kingdom. Lady Jin said that the young master had chosen her as his future spouse. Solon wondered if Brother Yu had introduced the woman to her benefactor. Sewol frowned and said that if she didn't trust her words, she could see for herself and come back later. Seolin lowered her gaze and disappeared a second later. She ran across the rooftops and thought she didn't want to believe it. She and he definitely had mutual feelings too. These feelings she couldn't deny. She looked down and screamed. Seolin wondered, is it really just the two of them? Wait, that direction? Isn't this the inn area? Jinhui turned around and said, eldest sword queen. She didn't expect to see her in such a place. Seolin's eyes widened in surprise and she thought, the sword wanderer isn't just at the peak of excellence, but a master of the flower realm. Jinhui asked to be allowed to introduce herself. By arrangement with Master Yu, she would soon be a guest of the Gongdong sect. He, Miss Jin. Solon thought how awkward this was. A master who had reached the flower realm was lying about his age and fawningly clinging to Master Un. Jinhui adjusted her hair and asked, she's lying about her age? Everyone seemed completely unimaginative. She was a young mistress, and she was still far from 30. Only someone at this level was worthy of becoming this young master's consort. Wouldn't she agree? Seolon thought, this realm, and she hadn't even reached 30 yet? Impossible. This girl dares to wag her tail in front of her benefactor. Jinhui turned and thought, then she will look forward to meeting again. Elder Queen of Swords. Seolon thought, now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she understood why Liu Eshing had offered to join forces with her. She came back and Seol asked, is she back? Seolon said, her proposal she accepts. MC and Jinhui walked forward and she happily thought, she won. MC asked, did something good happen, eldest? She replied, she just thought everyone would be very surprised. She thought, she will protect the younger one forever, and only she. Cholsu asked the older one to wait. He would bring his sister. Jinhui replied, okay. MC knocked on the door and asked, little sister, is she here? Haran came out and asked, what's the matter, older brother? He asked to forgive him for coming so late at night. He heard she had something important. Haran said, it's okay. She hadn't slept anyway. They returned very late, like a simple meeting in Cheongdam. MC answered thoughtfully. Something happened during the feast, but thanks to Big Brother, everything was resolved safely. He pointed his finger forward and told her to look there. Jinhui turned around and said, little sister. She's Big Brother Yu? Does she recognize her? Haran's eyes widened in surprise and wondered if Big Brother Yu was a woman. Jinhui said, she really regretted deceiving her. For the sake of rebuilding their sect, she lived hidden as a man. She thought it would be wrong to hide it forever, so only now is she revealing her secret, little sister. She's truly sorry. Haran thought, so that's why Big Brother Yu was so obsessed with Big Brother Lee. Big Brother Yu was never a man to begin with. Maybe it's even a relief. She said, she's a little surprised, but it's okay. She carried such a great secret all alone. Thank you for trusting her enough to tell her now, Big Brother. To this young miss, she's still her big brother. No need to feel guilty. Jinhui hugged her and said, thank you, little sister. Haran thought it was practically the same as gaining a powerful new rival in love, but to her, they were both like family. She has no intention of giving up either her family or her feelings. Big Brother Yu and she. They will both become Big Brother Li's companions. The day of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. The men were sitting on the bench and talking. Did he hear? Quite a few promising disciples from prestigious right-wing sects were disqualified after being caught in that aphrodisiac incident. Because of this, it seems young Master Li Cholsu of the Gongdong sect skipped the preliminaries and went straight to the main competition. Mujin entered the arena and shouted, "So he is that strange hero from Gongdong, Li Cholsu. He is Peng Mujin of the Peng clan of Heibuk. He is looking forward to this fight." Someone asked, "The difference in physique is so huge. Can the hero from Gongdong really defeat the tyrannical blade?" The guy answered, "Indeed. The hero from Gongdong looks like he is about to fall." MC thought, "What? They said he is skinny?" He took off his clothes and said, "He is Li Cholsu of the Gongdong sect. Nice to meet you." The man whispered, with a body like a stick of taffy. "It doesn't look like he can last even one exchange." Chiolsu thought, even after consuming rare tonics, he is still short in stature. It is difficult for him to overcome his innate physique. A cry rang out, "Her Highness the Princess is arriving." The guy asked, "Is the princess attending the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly? Did she really come to see the hero from Gongdong?" The man replied, he had heard it was very rare, but apparently, the hero from Gongdong must be famous. Hua Che entered the courtyard and sat on a chair, and Dongrip said, "It is an honor to meet Her Highness here." The leader of the alliance, Blade Emperor Lim Dongrip, clasped his hands together and said, "It seems the Imperial Court has a great interest in the world of martial arts." Hua Che smiled and said, "The Imperial Court is watching all the people." MC looked at her and thought, the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly is usually not a place for such distinguished guests as a princess or the leader of the alliance. Hua Che smiled and thought, "Let him hold on. She believes he won't lose." MC smiled and thought, "So she came all this way to support him. Okay, then he will show Her Highness his growth." Mujin rushed into battle and shouted, "Now is not the time to be distracted. Let him show him the true form that defeated the heavenly unicorn Nam Gung." MC jumped back and said, "He only uses his sword against those who recognize its true value." Mujin asked irritably, "What did he say?" The guy said, "What a blatantly arrogant statement." The man blurted out, "No matter how great the hero from Gongdong is, if he refuses to use a sword against a peak master, defeat is inevitable." Chonga screamed, "What nonsense is this idiot talking about?" Jinhui said, "It's fine. With the junior skill, he can definitely win." Solon thought, he won't draw his sword unless he meets a true swordsman. Then maybe he'll draw it for her? She thought, her lord. This is so cool. Hua Che looked at the girls and thought, these are women whom MC intends to take as concubines. The most attractive of them, Yu Jinhui. The current holy sword is strikingly different from the one in her past life. After Chilsu's death, the state of the martial arts world became unstable. When she communicated with him through the Eastern and Western governments, the atmosphere was completely different. Yu Jinhui of the previous cycle was a monster, incapable of empathizing with others' emotions or thoughts. If she had been raised not by sect leader Zhongyan but by the demonic path, she would have become a murderous star, threatening the world. So, the variable is Chilsu after all. The playful sword didn't exist in her past life. Judging by the circumstances, the holy sword must also be a woman. Well, that doesn't matter. For now, she'll enjoy the protagonist's performance. Mujin shouted. He dared to meet the blade of the Peng clan without a sword. What blatant arrogance, hero of Gongdong. Today, he will correct his insolence with the blade of the Peng clan. He swung his sword and shouted, using 5 tigers, cutting the blade. MC blocked his punch with his hand and Mujin asked, puzzled, what is this? Chilsu thought, in the joy of clouds and rain, foreplay is as important as the penetration itself. It's the finger technique he's been honing all this time. Mujin screamed, intercept the blade with your bare hands. He stumbled back and screamed again, swinging his sword. MC jumped, and stepping on the tip of the sword, kicked his opponent in the face. Mujin flew out of the ring and hit the wall. A shout rang out, the young master won. They never imagined he was capable of such exquisite hand and finger technique. The man screamed. They should have guessed it from the moment they slapped Strange onto his title. A victory outside the ring in the main round means straight to the finals. A guy came onto the court and said, this is an impressive martial art, young hero. He is Jin Paison from the Hwasun sect. Though unworthy, he is known by the title of Dragon Sword. Drawing his sword is only for those who recognize its worth. It was a truly intriguing duel. In their final battle, he hopes he will draw his sword. MC nodded and said, Dragon Sword, Jin Paison. That today is the last day he will bear that title. Chilsu said, of course. He smirked and thought, from today on, he will become the Dragon Sword. The crowd was eager to see the fight begin. Jinhui called out to her junior and told him not to panic, and thought, this guy, Jin Paison. She met him when she was just starting her lonely journey through the world of martial arts. He suddenly challenged her to a duel, although it was not even planned, which put her in a very difficult position. He then called out to her and asked, is he that guy? The divine hero from Gongdong? Incredible, to meet him here, of all places. Since fate brought them together like this, would he not honor him with a duel? She then quickly dealt with him and ran away. For the sake of safety in her travels, her junior advised her to prepare a false identity. Only then did she truly understand that if her junior was like this, he would definitely defeat the Dragon Sword. At this time, MC pointed the blade at his opponent and thought, he knows what end awaited Jin Paseon in his past life. He was a pillar of talent, destined to carry the future of the Hwasun sect. A true genius carrying the hopes of the righteous martial arts world. But never able to achieve the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he always harbored an inferiority complex towards the holy sword Jinhui. In the end, he fell into the net of Murunhui and Zhu Yuliang's intrigues and launched a surprise attack on Jinhui, but failed. After that, Jin Paisian destroyed his own Dantian, entered the Hall of Repentance, and never came out again for the rest of his life. Could this guy's fate also change like Namgung Chon's? Paison said, to achieve victory using only hand and finger techniques is truly impressive. His older brother, the divine hero of Gongdong, also won their duel quite easily. Chulsu smiled and thought, so they crossed swords while the elder was wandering the world? He responded by saying that he was only inferior to his older brother, and he asked, what about his sword? Was he worthy of seeing the blade of Gongdong? He agreed, and his opponent said, it is the plum-colored sword of the Huasan sect, honed through tireless effort after his defeat by the young warrior Jinhui. He decided to show him its full glory and rushed into the attack with the technique of the hidden fragrance step, and MC did not stand idle either. The swordsmanship of the Huasan sect represents the ultimate boundaries of illusory fencing, interweaving feints and deadly strikes. An ordinary master would never recognize feints, but he is not ordinary. The boy lunged, he parried his attacks and decided to finish it all with one blow. He assumed a different stance and then swung his sword using the demon subjugation technique. His technique almost went beyond the arena, causing the spectators to become frightened. Pizan withstood his technique and said, what a terrifying power. So this is the final technique of the restored demon subjugation sword. Demon subjugation. He almost got caught. This technique cut all his clothes and now he was completely naked, causing everyone to be shocked and exclaim that the strange hero from Gongdong finally revealed himself to the world with just a sword. Chulsu himself did not expect this outcome, but his opponent did not care at all that he was naked. He laughed loudly and exclaimed that this was truly an entertaining duel. Let him entertain him even more. MC shuddered and thought, whoever gave this idiot the title Dragon Sword, is he blind in one eye? He looks more like a mad dragon. Paisian smiled broadly and silently wondered if he knew who he was. He was the greatest genius in the history of Huasan, whose very existence elevated the prestige of the sect. Having lost to Jinhui after a single duel, he lived only to crush that sword blow. He renounced his beloved arts and wine, even turning down young Master Maroon's invitation to the Chongdame meeting, tempering himself again and again, and today he met Jinhui's younger brother. He exclaimed that he had met another one who could defeat him. Even if his clothes were torn off and his naked body revealed to the world, so what? On the contrary, freed from the shackles of clothing, at this very moment, standing naked, he is the purest sword. He rushed forward and used the plum blossom rising stream technique. He barely blocked his attack and wondered what kind of enlightenment this madman had achieved. Jin Paisian's sword energy turned into sword threads, his peak level leaping into superiority. One wrong move and he could fall into heresy. He had no choice but to resort to the risky bone-cutting move. He countered his attack, and Paisian attacked with renewed vigor, and when he blocked it, streams of energy slashed across his clothes. He withstood the blow, but he had to sacrifice his clothes before rushing forward. Everyone was shocked. Now the strange hero from Gongdong was naked. How obscene. Chiolsu thought, since he was already naked, it was better to be a victorious madman than a defeated one. It was a bit reckless at this level, but Jinhui noticed how his reverse blood and yin-yang dual qi were strengthening, and he ran to Paisian and told him to pull himself together. He immediately sensed his sword aura and ran towards him. The MC attacked. Paisian hesitated, and then there was a roar. The guy was thrown out of the arena by his blow, and the referee waved the red flag and declared Chulsu the winner. The audience was shocked to think that he was a master, capable of wielding the sword aura. They say that the divine hero, Jinhui, also completed his lonely journey without a single defeat. What an incredible pair of fellow disciples. Jinhui entered the arena and joyfully ran to Chulsu, telling him that he worked hard. She gave him clothes, for which he awkwardly thanked her, and everyone began to discuss what title would suit him, since he won the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. There is only one title befitting the strange hero from Gongdong, Strange Dragon. Jinhui let out a chuckle, and the MC asked in shock, Strange Dragon? Not a dragon sword? The princess also quietly laughed. This is what she expected from him. She waved her hand to her servant, and he loudly called out to Chiolsu and said, Her Highness the Princess will honor him with a personal audience, and deign to bestow a reward on the winner. He should tidy himself up and wait. They both bowed to the princess and thanked her, and MC thought, it got a little awkward in the middle, but victory is victory. He will go and present the victory he promised to Her Majesty. While he was in the tent and preparing for the meeting, Paisian came to him and apologized to him for disturbing him while he was getting dressed. He wanted to congratulate him on his victory. Chulsu thanked him for this, and he said, thanks to him, he gained new understanding and reached a higher level. This can be considered his gratitude. From now on, he wants to call him Brother Li. MC wondered why there were so many men here who insisted on calling him brother. He didn't refuse, and Paisian thanked him, after which Chulsu started talking about the Chongdam gathering. At his level, he would have expected young Master Mulian to approach him. The boy told him everything, He had dedicated himself to training after his duel with Jinhui, which Cholsu called commendable. Paishan added, indeed, if not for that duel, he might never have recovered. A true swordsman should spend even his drinking time training. That was the lesson Brother Li and the great hero Jinhui had taught him. MC thought that his fate had changed, just like Namgung Chon's, which was good. He smiled and invited him to talk again when the opportunity presented itself, and Paishan smiled back, saying he hoped they would cross swords again like today. He said goodbye and Chulsu thought, how was it today? He doesn't mean fighting naked again, does he? If so, he'll rip his head off. A guard approached his tent and asked if he was done with the preparations. He was surprised that it was already time to go, and having collected his thoughts, went to meet the princess. He was led to a small palace. This is the administrative office where the magistrate who governs the Dingbong district conducts business. It's his first time here since he returned, so he feels a little unusual. They entered the palace, MC opened the doors to the hall, and Huachai was sitting on the throne. She greeted them with a smile, and when he greeted her with a bow, she worriedly ran up to him and asked him not to do this. They were alone here, so he could relax. He smiled and she said that she missed him so much. She hugged him tightly and said, even after their separation, he is constantly on her mind. What should she do? He hugged her back and said that he felt the same way. No matter what others say, he remains a loyal subject to Her Majesty. And as he promised, he brings her victory from the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. She took a step back and said, she saw his performance. He did not neglect his martial training, and he restored his yang energy, his essence too. This made him feel awkward. He asked her for forgiveness for such an inappropriate spectacle, and she immediately took his hands and hastened to reassure him. She never once considered his behavior inappropriate. He is her only family, he thought. It is true, both in the modern world and in the world of martial arts. Her Majesty is his only family. He thanked her for her kind words, and she remembered something and said she had a question. The divine hero of Gongdong, Yu Jinhui, is she a woman? And that's not all. This world seems different from the life she once knew. He thought she was as perceptive as ever. He suspected Her Majesty might notice. There was no playful sword in her past life, and if Her Majesty had taken control of the Eastern administration, she must already have sufficient evidence and had long ago confirmed that Jinhui was a woman. He replied, Her Majesty's deduction is correct. Due to unavoidable circumstances, his elder brother had until now concealed his female identity. Jinhui was surprised that her guess was confirmed and thought, this monster has not lost his humanity, surely thanks to Cholsu's influence, but as his empress and his family, she will never let down her guard. She hugged him again, thanking him for his answer, and he told her not to worry about him. Huache smiled and thought, Chelsu is her everything, the meaning of her life, and such feelings cannot be described by something as trivial as love. She will never give him up to anyone. Jae-Sewol has aged with age. Unsolan is approaching the end of her days. Seo Harin, Seoman Chonga, and Wee Soryan are insignificant to him. But Yu Jinhui is different. She is the most beautiful and the one who has spent the most time with Cholsu. She is her true rival. MC said there is something he wants to ask. He learned of his older brother's secret at the Cheongdam meeting of young Master Muryun. The blood cult planned to spread vile body-affecting substances through this feast, seeking to corrupt the rising talents of the right-wing sects. Even in his past life, he couldn't have imagined such a plot unfolding right before the Shaolin's eyes. In his past life, no one managed to stop the blood demon. She didn't answer right away, looking away and telling him that after his death, she spent decades preparing to renounce. There had been peace back then, but upon reflection, she realized that this peace only existed because he had collected countless elixirs, delaying the blood demon's restoration. By the time she realized this, it was too late, and hearing him speak now, she finally understood why they had collapsed so quickly. They were rotting from the inside. To prevent such a catastrophe from happening again, they must act quickly, together with the imperial court. He took her hand and worriedly told her that if she ever needed his help in the palace, he would come without hesitation. His gesture made her slightly embarrassed, and she thought, is he really the only one who thinks about her? She took his hands, wanting so much to lean on him, to hug him, but self-discipline and order were her burden alone. She smiled and told him that she was fine, she could handle it herself. He didn't object, and she, putting her hand in her pocket, said, since he brought victory, it would be fair if she bestowed a reward on him. He was in anticipation, carrying the Millennium Flower. It was already a generous gift. So what kind of gift was this? She showed him the box and opened it, and inside lay a very expensive ring. She said shyly that she personally ordered this jewelry, thinking of him. She wanted them to have paired rings. He was very surprised. It was a diamond ring. Didn't this go far beyond the awards of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly? He didn't know why this particular ring, but he couldn't refuse what Her Majesty had prepared. He took it with a smile and thanked her for such an undeserved reward. He will cherish it as the greatest treasure. She said that she will soon settle the affairs in the palace. Let him wait, and then she will support him in everything. He stroked her head, thanking her for it, and she took his hand again, saying, "Although their bodies may be apart, their hearts remain together. Every time he looks at the ring that she gave him, will he think of her?" Her words touched him. Even as an empress, it must be hard for her to part with him. After all, they had been inseparable for decades. He hugged her tightly and promised her to always think of her until the very day she returns to her throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. She smiled and told him to wait for her. Leaving the palace, he hid the ring, as he was afraid that he might scratch such a gift dear to his heart. There was already some commotion right at the entrance. Chongyi called out to his sister and exclaimed, "How could she leave her family and become a guest disciple of the Gongdong sect?" She asked with displeasure. Who gave him permission to call her sister? He wasn't giving her orders. She decided for herself what to do. Chiolsu approached Jinhui and said he heard the eldest Tang had become a guest disciple of the Gongdong sect. But what was all the fuss about? She was delighted to see him and asked how the meeting with the princess had gone, and he whispered, "Why was the eldest Tang suddenly acting like this?" She replied, "She's been saying for a long time that she likes him and wants to be with him." Chongyi fell to his knees before Youngryong and said that traveling the world was fine. But why did it have to be Gongdong? If she had decided to settle down, she should return to her family. She was fed up with him, so she threw the notebook into his hands and ordered him to just take it and leave. He opened the notebook in surprise, and she winked at him, saying, "These are her notes on medicine and poisons. And if he continues to pester her, he knows how it will end, right?" He nervously confirmed this, but still said that he will miss her, and asked her to drop by her home. She immediately pressed herself against Cholsu and said that she didn't care. From now on, she would always be by her man's side. He was shocked by such a statement, and when she pressed her face into his clothes, he asked her to stop. Chongyi was so upset and angry at the same time that he burst into tears and called Cholsu a scoundrel. How dare he take his little sister? This made him feel uneasy, and a poisonous needle in his back was not far away tonight. Chongyi cleared his throat and, pretending nothing had happened, greeted him respectfully. He is the head of the Tang family, Tang Chongyi. Some call him by the modest title, the righteous man of poison. He'll retreat now, but if he makes his little sister shed a tear even once, he'll make his life worse than hell itself. He was extremely nervous, and now that personal matters were over, Chongyi decided to move on to official matters. The leader of the alliance wishes to present an award to the strange dragon Li Cholsu and give him some instructions. He must report to the Dengfeng County branch of the Martial Alliance immediately. MC was surprised. The leader of the Martial Alliance, Blade Emperor Lim Donggrip, a legendary master who went from an insignificant vagabond to the realm of transcendence, relying only on his blade. To think that he was calling him, this was a great honor for him. He arrived at the Martial Alliance, and the guards stopped his friends at the entrance. Only Cholsu could pass. They all wished him luck, and he entered the building. The man laughed and asked, "So he is the strange dragon Li Cholsu, the winner of the current Dragon and Phoenix Summit?" He was glad to see him again. He greeted him respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet a giant of righteous forces whose name resounded across the 4 seas. The man invited him to the table, poured him some tea, and said he never imagined that he would defeat the Sword Dragon at the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. This is the victory of a rising star from a fallen sect. All 9 provinces and 8 deserts will hum. And the strange dragon doesn't think so? He was starting to get annoyed and politely asked who came up with this nickname, and the man proudly pointed to himself. He came up with it. Is there a title that suits the young hero better than this? He asked if he didn't think Sword Dragon suited him more than Strange Dragon. Donggrip asked why he wanted this particular title, to which the man confidently replied, because he was also a swordsman. He chuckled, then laughed loudly, and said that he had a point. If the winner wanted another title, he figured they had no choice. But if the price for such a bold offer was the ability to withstand one strike from his blade, then he thought it could be arranged. MC gratefully accepted his instruction and bowed to him, and the man told him to relax and collect his reward first. He gave him a box containing a great recovery pill. Cholsu didn't particularly need it right now, but that wouldn't stop him from keeping it on hand as a last resort. The man said that now that the first reward had been given out, it was time for the next one. They went to the training grounds. He said he hadn't used the place in a while, and MC looked around, noticing that it was in excellent condition. Donggrip said that he was one of the few who had been here. They stood facing each other in the arena, and the man said, as he promised, if he could withstand one of his blows, he would change his title to the Dragon's Sword. Chiolsu pulled himself together. They were going to show him what he was capable of, and the man told him not to worry, he would adjust his internal energy to his level. He rushed to attack, asking him to show him what he was capable of. Then he swung his sword, and several streams of energy flew towards him at once. He was surprised. Everything was so precise that he couldn't distinguish feints from fatal blows, but his own understanding had also become much deeper than before. He looked closely at each stream, adjusted his grip on the sword, and thought that there was only one real blow. He swung his sword, blocking the attack, and he was right. His blade collided with Donggrip's sword. An explosion occurred, and indentations from the blows appeared all over the training ground. Donggrip thought he couldn't withstand it, but imagine his surprise when he saw that he was still standing, ready for another strike. He smirked and put away his sword, saying that even the young hero Chin, the former dragon sword, couldn't have blocked this blow. To think he actually stopped it. MC exhaled and said that he should be able to do at least that if he wanted to be called the dragon sword. The man laughed and congratulated him. He had passed the test and received the title of Dragon Sword. He believed that they could simply call the former Dragon Sword, the young hero Jin, the Jade Dragon. Chiyosu thanked him, and he warned him. Of course, this was only an official title bestowed by the Alliance. It did not guarantee that people would actually call him the Dragon Sword. He frowned in anger, and then the man handed him a note, saying there was some information he needed to convey. Why didn't he take a look at it? MC thought that the Celestial Association should have already arranged the meeting in Cheongdam, and he had already reported everything that was needed to the Empress, and now new information had appeared for him, but the contents of the letter surprised him and made him nervous. The Heavenly Demon sent a personal letter to the Gongdong sect's main mountain. Its contents read, if they wish to recover the lost arts of the Gongdong sect, they should come to the Heavenly Mountain and fight the rising stars of the demon cult. Cholsu wondered if this was an invitation from the demon cult. So was the time to meet Baek Chonhwa already? He knew that the demon cult possessed the secret arts of the Gongdong sect. Since the Great War 50 years ago began with the destruction of the Gongdong sect, it was only natural that their techniques would be stolen. In a past life, the legend of the righteous faction told how his elder, the greatest of the White Path, recovered all the secret arts of the Gongdong sect in her duel with the heavenly demon. He asked if the condition was to fight the rising stars of the demon cult, then was he inviting him to participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Festival? The man said they had sent similar letters to the Martial Alliance and the Evil Path Alliance as well. What did he intend to do? He replied, since their sworn enemies dared to send a letter to their sect, they must pay a price. The current heavenly demon, Baek Muryang, is an absolute master of the divine realm who, together with the Queen of Hell, Jae Sewol, and the divine monk, divides the world into 3 parts. Having achieved the level of transcendence in his youth and the divine realm before his 30s, he lived a lonely and despondent life, unable to understand others, and yearning for only one thing, a worthy opponent. And Jinwei became such an opponent for him. In his past life, he stood aside when she came to the demon lair and crushed them all. And so he handed over the secret manuals of the Gongdong sect after losing a personal duel because he considered her a worthy opponent. He told the alliance leader not to respond to the demon cult's letter. If their safety is guaranteed, he and the elder will represent the Gongdong sect and the righteous world on the heavenly mountain. He told him not to worry so much. The alliance will strengthen its support for the Gongdong sect and provide active assistance. Time passed, and Soryeon arrived at Sewol's abode and asked, did she call for her? The woman glanced at her with a smirk and asked, so she is that black snake dragon? Soryeon looked up at her and thought, the most beautiful woman in the world, the leader of the Evil Path Alliance, Jae Sewol. Her beauty is truly breathtaking. Satisfied with her reaction, Sewol smiled. Any woman should react like this when she saw her, not like this strange djinn. She handed her a letter sent by the demon cult to their alliance, and offered to determine the best rising star between the righteous and evil factions at the Heavenly Festival. She's the greatest dragon of the Evil Path. She will represent the alliance and go to the Heavenly Mountain. Let her go there and find out what the demonic cult is up to, and gather information on the dragon sword, Lee Cholsu. At the mention of his name, she immediately blushed. Ever since they lost the war between the righteous and evil factions and went their separate ways in Gansu province, she couldn't meet him even if she wanted to. She gritted her teeth and wondered what these feelings were. Just thinking about Cholsu made her angry, but at the same time, her heart fluttered. When she didn't hear an answer, Sewol asked if she would go there, and her heart began to beat faster. She decided to meet him and find out what these feelings were. Her heart was fluttering with anticipation of meeting him. She told Sewol that she would go there, and she wondered if she should play the role of a young rising star for the first time in a long time. On the Heavenly Mountain, where neither Jin Susu nor the Sword Queen exist, she will return to her youth and capture Chelsu's heart. Time passed, and MC came to meet the great monk, who asked if he was going to the Heavenly Mountain. He replied that it had not yet been decided, and he said, if it was the current heavenly demon, he would agree to his proposal for safety. Chelsu added with a smile, and if not, no problem. He needed to visit there sooner or later anyway. The monk gave him a notebook. He immediately leafed through it, and he said, this is the holy chi of the wheel-turning king. This is not a Shaolin technique, but a minor skill that he created by organizing his personal insights. MC thought, is this what he calls a minor skill? It looks extraordinary at first glance. The monk said that this martial art was created to prepare for encounters with the blood demon and his servants. It should be suitable as a defensive technique. Chelsu understood everything. It had been planned from the very beginning, specifically against the blood demon. The monk suddenly became serious and told him something. 50 years ago, a great war had occurred between the righteous and demonic factions, which began with the destruction of the Gongdong sect. But the real culprit of that incident was someone else. MC was surprised by this news. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. And the monk continued. Back then, the demon cult was merely a puppet organization controlled by the blood cult. The heavenly demon 2 generations ago, whom he personally executed, practiced the blood arts. He clarified, saying that the blood cult was the true mastermind behind the Great War. The monk confirmed this, and he asked, "Then is the current heavenly demon also a pawn of the blood cult, practicing the blood arts?" He shook his head. It was quite the opposite. He was the one who drove out the remnants of the blood cult from the demon cult. The current heavenly demon, Baek Muriang, is a formidable warrior who started as a third-ranked demon and finished off the previous heavenly demon. MC now understood why the blood cult was trying so hard to seize control of the righteous faction through the meeting in Cheongdae. It was because their influence over the demon cult had weakened. The monk gave him a keychain, from which he sensed a faint energy and told him to smash it in case of danger. The Cheonji Association would watch over him wherever he went. Chulsu clenched the keychain in his fist, firmly saying that he understood, and the monk asked him to be careful. Even if the current heavenly demon drove out the blood cult, it was no different from walking straight into the enemy's jaws. After that, they all set off and finally arrived at the mountain where their school, Gongdong, was located. Youngryong was very happy to finally see the place where he lived with Jinhui, and MC told her that they still had a long way to go. They reached the gate. He opened it and, seeing the teacher, greeted him with a smile. He was very glad that they were finally home, approached Chulsu and put his hands on his shoulders, saying, he heard that he raised the reputation of their sect by winning the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. He worked hard. Then he turned to the others and said that they had a long journey. Let them rest well today. He also heard news about Senior Tang. Let her settle in. For some reason, she flinched and then indignantly exclaimed that she was not the senior. Let him not call her that. While they were resting, Jongyeon decided to have tea alone with his student and discuss everything. He learned everything about the assembly from his sources. He heard that he fought the young hero Jin naked in the final. The MC nearly choked, saying it was an accident during the fight, and he was sorry if it had bothered him. Jongyeon waved and smiled, saying it was fine. His clothes were torn, but it wasn't an accident worth worrying about. Since he'd won and brought fame to their sect throughout the 9 provinces and 8 deserts, he shouldn't dwell on it. Rather, there was something more important. His face darkened momentarily. He lowered his guilty gaze and said, after receiving the letter about Jinhui revealing her gender to him and Harin, he realized it was his mistake to force her to live as a man since childhood. Chulsu remained silent and remembered. In the past timeline, she lived as a man until his death. He doesn't know what she really felt, but she was like an empty doll. He took out the notebook and showed it to the master, asking him to accept it. This is the Hongwan Chi manual that Jinhui restored, and the secret manuscript of the 9 demon subjugation swords that she personally created. No matter what anyone says, Jinhui is the first student he personally raised, so she will wait for the opportunity to talk to him. Jongyeon smiled and thought that he had grown so much that he barely recognized him, and then MC showed him the pillbox, another gift. This was the Great Restoration Pill given to him by the Divine Monk. Jongyeon asked if he could take such a precious thing. Chulsu told him not to worry, he had already received one as a reward for winning the assembly, and the other disciples had already taken the spiritual pills. Suddenly, an excited voice was heard from outside, whose owner MC immediately recognized. A vagabond arrived, immediately starting to dig into his food and saying, they can't even imagine how hard it was for him to climb to the very top to deliver this news. The heavenly demon accepted the offer of the young hero of the dragon sword. He promises absolute safety in the name of the heavenly demon for all rising stars of the righteous and evil factions visiting the mountain of heaven. Chulsu was surprised, and the vagabond continued. Since the evil alliance has also accepted the offer, the black dragon Wee Soryeon and Yun Sewol, the second disciple of the secret overlord, are heading to Gansu province to join them. MC closed his eyes and thought, hearing a very familiar name. He immediately realized he was talking about Jae Sewol, and he felt uneasy. He covered his face with his hand in resignation, and his teacher asked, is everything okay? He answered that everything was fine, and he thoughtfully said, usually, working with these evil idiots would be unthinkable, but since this is a special case, he will meet them at the main mountain. Several days passed. Chulsu trained in the forest. Quite a while had passed since Hongchige visited. During this time, the mentor, having taken the Great Restoration Pill, reached the peak level. Now only Soryeon and Sewol remained. Yun Sewol, the second disciple of the secret overlord Mei Zhirong, her true identity is the third persona, Jae Sewol. His head was already spinning from this. There was a crunch of branches behind him. 2 girls approached him, and Soryeon noted with displeasure. His external preparation was still just as consistent. He turned to her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if she had forgotten about their promise. After all, she agreed to call him Big Brother. She immediately became embarrassed and began to get indignant, and Sewol, almost laughing, asked why she was so shy. She answered that she didn't feel that way at all, and the girl asked, then is it okay if she calls the young hero brother? While they were chatting, MC glanced at Sewol and wondered if this is how a person well over 60 should act. But after all the bickering, Soryeon finally sheepishly called him Big big brother, and he liked it. He patted her head, saying that she should have done that right away, which made her even more embarrassed. He said he heard that a rising star from the evil faction was accompanying Soryon on this journey to the demonic cult. She was the second disciple of the secret overlord, right? She was glad that he noticed her and introduced herself to him. After which, with her eyes shining with delight, she exclaimed she had been in love with him since the great war between the factions. He was simply shocked by her behavior, but she, on the contrary, thought that he liked it. She did the right thing by pretending to be a rising star. It seems that the rumors that men like younger women are true. He was so embarrassed by her sudden confession, but that's not surprising. She pressed herself against him, declaring that she would definitely become his woman, and then looked up at him and asked, will he accept her heart? Soryon was also shocked, and at the same time perplexed. How can she do this without a drop of doubt? Any fool would notice that she had a loving face. Is this what it means to be feminine? Chilsu demurely thanked the girl for her feelings, and then she grabbed his hand and said she was serious. His swordsmanship was so aggressive and bold that people called it a sword of two colors, and she simply fell in love with it. MC almost winced at her creepy manner of speaking. Was she really acting like this at her age? Sighing heavily, he decided to accompany them to the sect. They settled into the reception hall, and Chunga made tea. Soryon looked around with interest and asked, is this the guest hall? The place was unrecognizable now. Chunga, displeased and quite loud, placed a cup of tea in front of her and said, the Gongdong sect she remembered is different from today's. Chiolsu was glad that she was finally on his side and said, they'll hear more from his mentor soon, but that the dates and participants for the journey to the demon cult have already been decided. First, they will rest for a week on the main mountain of Gongdong, and then, Sowell interrupted him and asked, does this mean she can spend a whole week with her beloved young hero? She is so excited. Chongo was very surprised by her words and exclaimed indignantly, they only met today. How can she say such a thing? MC decided to set the boundaries and told Sewell that they met for the first time today. He would be grateful if she refrained from such statements. She puffed out her cheeks with offense and asked, what significance does a first meeting have? She admired him since the Great War, and having met him today, she fell in love at first sight. Even Soryon was awkward, but she still liked how a beautiful woman was honest about her feelings. Because of this, she also felt uneasy. Since her youth, she lived her whole life as a man to become the head of the Black Dragon. The first time she hesitated was when she found a brother for the first time in her life. That's when it all began. For the past 2 years, even though she knew he wouldn't come looking for her, she'd become curious about what it was like to be a younger sister. Even more so, she'd become curious about everything about being a woman. That's why Sewell had shocked her so much. A woman who was so much more feminine, beautiful, and charming than her. What if he fell in love with her? Of course, she knew he wouldn't, but she was still worried. Gathering all her resolve, she shyly called out to Cholsu and said, what Sewell says isn't important right now. If he has anything else to tell the demon cult about his journey, let him speak. Sewell indignantly asked, it doesn't matter. Who decides that? MC told her to stop. What was important now was the information about the demon cult. Soryon sheepishly asked the girl, she heard that, right? She should put her feelings aside for later. Zhongyan finally arrived, thanking everyone for their patience with a smile. He would now begin his explanation of the demon cult's journey. But when he entered the reception hall, he immediately felt a strange atmosphere. And now, it was finally time to set out. Xinjiang is a harsh land ruled by the demon cult, known as the Western Edge since the Old Tang dynasty. Cholsu and Jinhui represent the right-wing faction, while Soryon and Sawol represent the evil one. They are traveling together to participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Festival. Tan Youngryung's medical skills are like those of a charlatan, but since her combat power is at the level of the Transcendence realm, she will be useful in times of danger. Hearing footsteps, Jinhui immediately stepped forward and told her junior that someone was coming. It was the master. A man approached them and asked, so, that's what they are like, brats from the righteous and evil factions? Cholsu was wary. This was one of the 5 masters supporting the demon cult under the heavenly demon. This was a demon sword, one of the 5. The man introduced himself and said that the supreme demon had tasked him with leading them to the mountain of heaven, and Jinhui introduced herself in return. He chuckled, noticing that the boy from the righteous faction had quite a decent aura, and those next to him must be the black dragon serpent and the phoenix. Then Cholsu caught his eye, pointed at him, and asked, so this is the strange dragon Li Cholsu, who won the dragon and phoenix assembly? He corrected him, he was a dragon sword, not a strange dragon. Demon Sword laughed and said that rumors of his strangeness had even reached here. Even the demon of lust from their cult was impressed by the news about him. How could he be a dragon sword? MC wondered why the demon of lust, this peerless master, was interested in him. Jinhui came to his defense and firmly stated he would not tolerate any insults directed at his junior. Sword Demon said he would gladly draw his sword right now, but fighting was impossible here. The blizzard cleared, and they finally saw that they had already reached the Heavenly Demon Palace. Sword Demon entered the palace first. He knelt before the Heavenly Demon and greeted him, saying, a group of rising stars from the righteous and evil factions have arrived at the Heavenly Demon Palace. He ordered him to let them in. The gates opened, and the 4 of them entered. Marianne glanced around. This is a strange dragon. This is a black serpent dragon, and this girl is not Yon Sewol. Using a sound transmission technique, he asked the Queen of Hell, "Why did she come here? Has she completely lost her mind?" She smirked and said, "As expected, the heavenly demon lives up to his name. She would be disappointed if he didn't acknowledge her strength." He said that he heard she was already over 60. He didn't invite an old woman pretending to be a rising star here. She hasn't gone insane yet, has she? This made her very angry, and she exclaimed, "Just think, someone so much younger than her was talking about insanity, and he himself was already 45. Long past his prime. If she was bothering him so much, then he should request a personal audience." He promised her he would do so, then turned his gaze to Jinhui and smiled. Just think, he had already reached the transcendental realm. This guy exceeded his expectations. Cholsu felt an incredible pressure emanating from him. It seemed the heavenly demon was really strong. In his past life, the heavenly demon realized that Jinhui was his equal and became obsessed with him. He is a dangerous person. He called out to Jinhui worriedly. And then the heavenly demon suddenly released his energy and it covered them in a heavy wave. Saul asked displeasedly, did he really forget about his safety guarantees? He replied that this was just a test. He had no intention of harm, so she should back off. He looked at Jinhui again. This youth's eyes possessed incredible talent in a fragile world filled with such emptiness. He really liked the look of this monster. They were both of the same breed. She thought at this time, is this another test? The pinnacle of traditional demonic arts is the divine art of the heavenly demon, the power of crushing heaven that defies convention and surpasses demonic nature. Even if this is just a test, the killing intent in the heavenly demon's aura is real. She took a few steps towards his aura and MC called out to her worriedly, asking, is she really going to accept the challenge of the heavenly demon? She only nodded with a smile in response and thought, if she wants to protect him, she must be able to face the likes of the heavenly demon alone. She sped up. Cholsu glanced after her and cursed through clenched teeth, and then ran after her and thought, why is each of them so obsessed with the desire to test her? Is she some kind of guinea pig? She had already started to create a formation when he grabbed her hand and she turned to him in surprise, asking the reason. He replied with a smile that he should also contribute and mentally contacted her, offering to use the shared information. She nodded at him with a smile, agreeing to this, after which they held hands and he, completely ignoring the blood coming from his mouth, thought he needs to support the elder. They both used the formation. The energy from them gushed out towards the heavenly demon, countering its aura, and he remarked with a smirk that it was quite curious. Even if it was temporary, the strange dragon had just taken the formation to a new level. At first, he thought he was just an ordinary guy, but was his understanding of the essence of things so much higher than his current level? Finally, he released his pressure and asked the strange dragon with a smile. He wasn't just some newbie from the righteous sects, right? He confirmed it. He wasn't just some newbie. He was the #1 rising star among the righteous sects, the Sword Dragon. The heavenly demon was very interested in him. His eyes flashed blue, and MC wondered if that was the heavenly demon's divine eye. He'd seen so many things today. Muriang tried to read it, but couldn't. It was as if he was looking at a master of intrigue. He released his pressure again, and Sawol cursed, thinking that if this continued, he would cross the line. She ran up to Cholsu, hugged him from behind, and sweetly told him she was so scared. Everyone around him was taken aback, and the heavenly demon mentally asked her if she had completely lost her mind. She sternly ordered him to release his pressure. If he continued to test it, she would consider it a declaration of war against her personally. He asked who this guy was to her, since she was so protective of him, and she, pressing closer to him, answered him shyly, she is in love with a strange dragon, Lee Cholsu. He stared at her in shock, not even knowing what to say, and she asked him not to ask any more questions. That was such a backstory. With a heavy sigh, Muriang released the pressure and said, the Heavenly Demon Festival, where the best newcomer will be chosen, is scheduled to begin in 15 days. Until then, they can remain in their quarters and inspect the cult if they wish. He tossed each of them a tablet and said, if anyone tries to block their way, let them show this black jade tablet that he gave them. By the time they left the palace, it was already night. MC said with relief that the meeting was finally over, and Sawol laughed, glad that it was all over. She still didn't want to let go of him, so he pulled his hand out of her grip and said to her, she and his sister must be tired after a long journey, so let them rest. Soryeon asked in surprise, did he just call her sister? He confirmed it, asking in bewilderment, is there anyone else here besides her? Sawol asked, why doesn't he treat her like a sister too? This is so cruel. Soryeon immediately pulled her close and Chelsu waved his hand, saying that he would go to his room. He extended his hand to Jinhui and invited her to go together. She noted with a smile that today was a complete mess, and he agreed with her. They always end up in the strangest places. They approached the reception hall, and the whole time they held hands. Stopping at the door, MC said goodbye to her, but she did not want to let him go. She pressed his back against the door, which made him feel embarrassed, and then invited him to spend some time together. They hadn't seen each other for so long. She deliberately opened her shirt. His gaze fell right there and he thought, what does this even mean? He embarrassedly asked her about it, and then she pressed closer to him to whisper something in his ear. But suddenly the gate to the entrance to the reception hall swung open. A messenger had arrived. Cheolsu was so scared that he immediately pushed her away from him, and the messenger approached him and handed him a letter, saying, "The demon of lust wishes to see him." He read the message and thought, since this is the demon of lust, he must be one of the 5 demons, an elite group of masters who report directly to the heavenly demon. But why did he need him? He glanced at Jinhui, who had started kicking the stones out of embarrassment, and thought, it looked like she wanted to do something with them, but it would probably have to be postponed. He approached her and told her that someone was looking for him, so he needed to step away for a while, and she mentally told him that he should return to the room today. And just because she wasn't looking, he shouldn't dare do anything strange. He told her that he understood everything, that she shouldn't worry and should just trust him and wait. She smiled happily, waved at him and said, she trusts him. When he returns, they will definitely become close like brothers. He followed the messenger and wondered how the hell they were supposed to get close. The man led him to a tall palace, decorated with red lanterns. He looked around the building in surprise and thought. He had heard that the 5 demons are masters of the transcendental realms, second only to the heavenly demon himself. Their residences truly resembled a fortress. They entered, and the envoy led him down a corridor lined with statues in various poses, and opposite them were curtained rooms that clearly showed what could happen in this demon's palace. MC paid them no attention at all and was immersed in his own thoughts. He had heard that the Palace of Pleasure and the Demon of Lust are a demonic lineage that ranks among the 7 great demonic sects, elite families ruling the cult. Everything here literally screams of that very thing. The envoy knocked on the door, turned to Cheolsu, and said, the Demon of Lust awaits him in the pond of wine and the forest of meat. The doors opened, and he entered the garden. He looked around and thought, this is simply ridiculous. He had never seen such a reckless waste of money in his life. The demon of lust asked him to go into the gazebo, and he crossed the bridge and finally saw the owner of the palace, a woman. But is it even correct to call this person a woman? Although the demon of lust currently possesses the body of an ideal woman, he was not originally one. The demon of lust was born a man, and was the best among the young talents of the Palace of Pleasure. With perfect appearance, incredible stamina, and an obscene technique, by the age of 30, he had experienced all the pleasures a man could. When he became bored, the demon of lust, in order to experience all the pleasures in this world, combined the incomplete sunflower manual with the secret arts of the Palace of Pleasure. Ultimately, he created the art of yin heavenly transformation, a technique that allows one to transform into a woman, and through complete rebirth, he finally became a woman. In the process, he castrated himself and ate the one-of-a-kind yin-yang immortal reversal fruit. An MC, who had dreamed of yang energy all his life, considered such a man absolutely insane. He sat at the table and thanked her for the invitation, and she smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear, greeting him. This made him uneasy, because he remembered her as a man. In his past life, he wanted his manhood back so badly that he secretly met with the demon of lust to ask for advice. Even he told him that nothing could be done if it was cut off. The woman poured him alcohol and said with a smile that in the divine cult she was called by the exaggerated title of Demon of Lust, but her real name was Nayonbi. He apologized and refused the drink. She asked the reason, and he said with a smile, because it is bad for male health. She laughed and apologized for her mistake. She understood everything. She poured tea, handed him the cup, asking him to try it, and he thought, this smells like high-quality tea, aged for over 30 years and most likely a collector's item. She didn't mix in an aphrodisiac like Madame Gu did she? He took a sip of tea. All the while Yeonbi looked at him impatiently, awaiting his reaction. When he said the taste was quite good, she was delighted. After all, she had brewed it herself. He placed the cup on the table, and in a serious tone, invited her to get down to business. Why did she want to see him? She answered him with a smile that she always listened attentively to the conversations of those around her here in Xinjiang, to hear rumors about the dragon sword causing a stir in the Central Plains. They said he had stolen the hearts of countless girls from the righteous factions, and that he changed women in bed every night. She removed her hands, revealing her charms to him, and said, he not only captivated the bodies and souls of noble concubines, but even captured the heart of such an aged beauty as the Sword Queen. He looked away, thinking it was too much, and she said that's why she wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of incredible man this was. He asked, does she really believe this nonsense? He hasn't spent the night with anyone yet. She winked at him and told him not to be modest. He doesn't need to wear a mask of hypocrisy here in the divine cult. He smiled and asked, now that she saw him, what does she think of him? She licked her lips, threw all the food off the table and climbed on him, then lifted the young man's face by the chin and said, the rumors she heard don't do him justice. She wants to be with him right now. What will he say? Wouldn't he like to join her and enjoy the morning clouds and the evening rain in a pond of wine or a forest of meat? He stared at her in shock and thought, right here, right now. She wants this? He waved her hand away and said seriously, he has no desire to share the joy of clouds and rain with her, which made her confused and ask if something is wrong with her. In fact, Chulsu simply didn't want to give up his precious first time to someone who had once been a man. He placed his hand on his heart and declared, what he desired was the unity of soul and body, where both were completely happy, and not this empty, half-hearted pleasure that was felt only physically. She was shocked by his words. Her reaction showed that she hadn't thought about such a thing before. She chuckled quietly, then threw her head back and laughed even louder. Having calmed down, she told the strange dragon that he really was an interesting man. Pleasure of the soul, where spirit and body are in harmony. Is that true enjoyment? It sounds a bit radical, but his arguments are not without merit. Pleasure of the soul. Just think there was someone who could enlighten the demon of lust on matters of lust. He smiled and asked if he had passed her test. She confirmed it. He was simply magnificent. She was even tempted to offer him to become her sworn brother. She extended her hand to him and asked why they didn't swear an oath of brotherhood. He was a little surprised. It wasn't exactly the Peach Garden oath from the Three Kingdoms, but still. He reminded her that he belonged to the righteous sects, and she was on the path of demons. So how could they do that? She told him that the labels of righteousness and demonism could not sever the bonds between brothers, and he thought her resolve was strong. He agreed, but set a condition. He would do so only if she taught him the art of heavenly yin transformation. She clarified, this is the same art that turned a man into a woman? Since her dear brother was asking for it, then so be it. But first, let him tell her why he needs this technique, and then she will teach it to him. MC remembered the elder. Perhaps this technique will be the key to correcting her cold nature and help her achieve a breakthrough in her feminine essence. He answered the lust demon that he simply wanted to better understand women. She liked his answer and offered him a drink. They clinked cups and she said, even though she and the strange dragon were born on different days, from now on, they will cherish each other like brothers and vow to die on the same day and at the same hour. Chulsu took a sip, but immediately felt a terrible bitterness in his mouth. And Yunbi said, in 8 days, the first princess intends to invite the rising stars of the righteous and dark sects to the heavenly demons' banquet. He was surprised and thought, the same first princess? Baekchonhwa, the daughter of the heavenly demon Baekmuryeon, personally inviting them. Meanwhile, Muryeon couldn't get Jinwi out of his thoughts. He was sure that he was the same monster as he was, and yet, how did he still have enough humanity left in him to accept others? He supposed he would find out by watching him. Sawol approached him and noticed that he was deep in thought, which was completely unlike him. He turned around and asked what the reason for the Lord of the Dead's visit to the cult was. She told him that the blood cult had begun operating in the shadows again. During the Great Divine War, the cult was even completely overrun by the blood cult. Did he still find it strange that she, the leader of the Dark Path Alliance, had personally come to observe the movements of the demon cult? He said that the Great War was the history of the previous heavenly demon's reign. He had personally struck down that man, severing all ties with the blood cult. Even if there were spies left, they were nothing more than small fry. She asked, even if one of the 5 demons turned out to be a spy for the blood cult? He chuckled and told her, it doesn't matter. In fact, he would even prefer if they rebelled and added at least a little excitement to his boring life. He laughed and she sighed heavily, noting, they say no great master is without his quirks, but he really is something special. He replied, he could say the same about her. It seemed like the long-awaited spring breeze had finally blown in her direction. The rumors about her being in love with the strange dragon, and how she defended him during that meeting, were still vivid in his memory. It didn't seem like a pretense to him. Could she really have feelings for the strange dragon as a woman? She immediately began to deny it, saying it was just ridiculous. And he said, to anyone who saw her, she seemed in love. This made her deeply embarrassed and thought, how could such words even come from the lips of a heavenly demon? Soul hadn't yet given her heart to Chulsu, even if the hearts of her other personalities felt differently. Her mother's abandonment, her teacher's attempt to do this to her, all of it was because of this incomparable beauty. For her to be able to truly trust and love someone now is simply impossible. She replied to the heavenly demon that Chulsu was also a member of the Heavenly Association, and love was just a screen to protect him. Muryeon realized that she still hadn't realized the truth of her own heart. What made her like this? So this is what emotions are? From childhood until now, he had lived a life almost completely devoid of feelings. Even his 7 wives and natural children held no interest for him. His only interest was in the masters who aroused his curiosity. Soul smiled awkwardly and asked, now does he understand? Let him stop making senseless assumptions. He called her words just a pathetic excuse, causing her to immediately become enraged and flare up. She waved her hand, shouting that she had no ulterior motives towards Chulsu, and he responded by releasing his energy and calmly saying, her words are not false, but regardless, her face, her heartbeat speak the truth. She simply followed the boy she loves to the divine cult. He is curious about something. To think that a master of the divine realm could become so reckless because of her love for a boy whose level is far below her own. Is this what they call feelings? Sawol involuntarily took a step back, and he told her to open her true heart. She became nervous and wondered why she couldn't stand up to the heavenly demon now. She remembered the monk's words. It would be better if she was herself. Only then would everything go as planned. And how was she supposed to be honest? She was always the one who got hurt. So what was so bad about wearing a mask? Muriang said that she had lost her composure. Her current behavior already spoke the truth to him more eloquently than any words. Was she, an experienced master of the martial arts world who had lived for 60 years, really going to act like some girl who was not even 20? Sewol remained silent. She remembered all the moments spent with Chulsu. He told her that she was like a peony without a scent. She was so ashamed of this that she spread rumors and said nasty things about him, but even then she waited for him to approach her. He was her first. He was the first person who treated her like an ordinary woman, not paying attention to her unearthly beauty. That's right, she had been in love with him from the very first time they met. She just hadn't admitted it until now. She took off her mask and tearfully admitted that she really loved Chulsu. She didn't want to say it, but that's how it was. So what's the problem? He laughed, glad that she finally admitted her feelings, and she asked, so what was the point of this useless dialogue? He promised her to keep the fact that she fell in love with this boy a secret. But if she doesn't want the strange dragon to miss her feelings, then she'd better hide them deeper. She grinned and asked if he, who is alien to ordinary human emotions and who is incapable of love, thinks he has the right to lecture her. She felt sorry for him, even for his wives and children. These words offended him and he asked, is love really that important? She smiled and asked what he thinks is the essence of this interest that he has been searching for so long. Does he still believe that martial arts are all a person needs? He remained silent, unsure of what to say, and she headed for the exit, telling him to forget about it. Discussing human feelings with him was like talking to a wall. She left, and he sat on his throne and thought about her words. He remembered his daughter bringing him a wreath of flowers to please him, but he ignored her. Now he realized there was some truth in her words. Could the interest he sought in this emptiness actually be emotions? Meanwhile, Sewol walked to the reception hall, thinking she had lost her temper because of that idiot of a heavenly demon. But thanks to him, she was able to clearly look into her own heart. From now on, her heart would belong only to Chulsu. She opened the door to the room, where Soryan was drinking tea. Seeing her, she immediately stood up, and Sewol approached her with a smile, asking if she had been waiting for her. She denied it and then showed them the invitation. She read the letter, and happily said that the heavenly demon banquet had finally arrived, and Soryan awkwardly said she would like to talk to her about it. Could she do her a favor? Every time she sees the women surrounding Chulsu, she only sees her own shortcomings. Unlike normal women, she looks like a tomboy. What kind of man could love someone like her? She awkwardly pulled Sewol by the belt and said that she also wanted to look more feminine at this banquet, which made her face darken for a moment. She did not refuse her, but she had a condition. Soryan said that she never thought that she would help her for free. What does she want? The girl smiled and thought, now that she admitted her feelings for Chulsu, she will definitely become his first wife. And part of the duties of the first wife is to manage the concubines. From now on, all the candidates for her husband's concubines will be under her control. She took Soryan's hands and said with a smile, when they were together, she would have to take her side no matter what happened. She agreed to this without hesitation, after which Sewol pulled her into the room to dress her up. Meanwhile, the MC was already returning to the room. Jinwei immediately ran out to meet him, hugged him and was glad that he finally returned. She sniffed him and said that he did not smell like a woman, but definitely smelled of alcohol. Did he drink with the demon of lust? She pouted in offense, and he, sniffing his clothes, said, they talked in a pond of wine and a forest of meat that the demon of lust created, so the smell was simply absorbed into him. She pressed herself against him and began to ask what they were doing there. Why did the demon call him? He blushed. He was already uneasy when he still did not realize that the elder was actually a girl. But now it was even worse. He pushed her away and told her that the demon of lust wanted to become his sworn brother. He, of course, refused, but she insisted. So he had no choice. She asked upsetly, but they are sect brothers, so he likes her more than the demon of lust, right? He smiled awkwardly and confirmed it, and then she hugged him tightly and exclaimed, she also likes him the most, but she doesn't like that he smells of alcohol, so she will wash him until the smell disappears. He was shocked by such words, and she said she was worried that there would be little water here. But fortunately, there is a whole bathhouse here. She heard that sect brothers should wash together to strengthen their bonds. Chulsu felt uneasy, and he thought, does she really not realize at all that she is a girl? Suddenly, Jinwei felt clots of demonic energy. She immediately turned around and created a formation to protect him, saying, it looks like it won't work out today after all. A heavenly demon hovered above the reception hall, telling the young hero of Mount Gongdong not to be so afraid of him and to let him remove his aura. Jinwei asked what brought him here so late at night, and he descended to them and said, he has something he wants to ask the strange dragon.